30%. So 30% of the light that hits the Earth is reflected. 70% is absorbed.
There you go. So if you look at that screenshot Terry's taken, the first thing is that smaller column of light going towards the moon. That was the first idea thing you had, Risky, about how much light should get there. My contention is that the bigger one with the blue line, that is what is going sideways, going off to the moon. All of that light, even though it's curving around the Earth, it will still reflect light because you can see it.
This is what's going on, man, just to let you know. So I just took that entire thing there. This is what should be sort of
back to the
way I would imagine it. What's that?
But I said, I don't remember what I said. Let me look at the live stream again. I get what you're saying, and it props to you for doing that demo.
That's that light propagating out. Cool. That's that light.
Okay.
That's that arc. So that's how
you're saying it's only.
That's how much surface area you got there. If I do a measurement, right? So this distance here, if I measured that arc, and then I looked at the percentage of what actually ends up hitting here on the Earth, on the moon, because the moon's far more the Earth is far more reflective given the nature of like the water. Like water actually absorbs a lot of light.
I think I get a better picture of what you're saying. Eggshells, you're in the chat. Have you got some input here? Because I'm not explaining. I'm looking at it from a photographer's, not a technical side, from a photographer's point of view. It's the whole Earth that will reflect, not the small portion in the middle. It's just the entire Earth will reflect light. Because if you're on the moon, you'll be able to see the entire Earth. So the entire Earth is reflecting light.
Dude, there's a difference, like reflecting light versus your like capacity to see it. Like I kind of see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't know. Yeah, but not knowing the exact intensity and not knowing, the reflectivity of the moon, exactly how much of the light it reflects, and all the rest of that sort of stuff. Because it's got to go through the atmosphere to the moon, then back through the atmosphere to our eyes. But I think,
I'm just going to let you know that the ocean absorbs 90% of the light that hits it. Okay, so now you're even less because you got. I looked at that was a 70% average of the light that hits the Earth. But the Earth is made up of 70% water, so 90% of that 70% is being all gathered into the Earth. And then you're saying then that's the stuff that perturbates on to hit the moon. It's kind of it's getting a bit fantastical at that point, bro.
Let me push back on that, because the whole of the ocean isn't not covered with clouds. There are clouds, and the other part of that is if the a particular side of the Earth is facing it, it's not the whole side. Sometimes if you look at the Earth, it's mostly water because the Earth is mostly covered with water. But if you turn it towards Africa, and it's not only land, but it's also clouds. So it's not just ocean. You're right about the water, but that's if the part of the Earth that's towards the sun is wholly water, almost all of the water, and there's no clouds. Okay, maybe, but then you'll be less. So that's why it's variable. That's why we need be very, very specific what part of the Earth is reflecting, etc., etc.
Like if you hit the like if you've seen this sunset before, right? And that glimmer of the water, it's that's the angle of incidence at which the water the light hitting the water at that angle, it no longer absorbs into the water, it reflects off it. That's from what Pazza got really upset at me about the angle of incidence or something. I don't know if I'm saying it right or wrong, so I don't know. But the point I'm trying to make is like, if that happened, like between the relationship between the sun and the Earth, you would expect the moon to almost light up really bright just for a brief moment while that angle of incidence was appropriate. It'd be like it'd just flash up really quickly and then go away, because that angle of incidence at that point is like reflecting all of the light off the ocean to hit the moon, rather than absorbing 90% of it.
Well, yeah, perhaps, but it was also going through the atmosphere, which would diffract it and scatter it.
It's also just because they're both round
you're
objects,
unraveling your own
there's
argument.
never a spotlight effect. You don't get a spotlight from like a convection.
Yeah, I don't know because
it's not a spotlight. I'm using radial light. He's trying to basically imply that all of the Earth shines down, like all of that. I mean, it should be radiating out. I've gone through
but it
the
will also,
modeling.
but from the viewpoint of the moon, it will. The point I'm trying to make is if you can see it, it's reflecting light. So you can't say that it's just like a mirror, and then the light travels. If you got a looking in a mirror that's a 45-degree angle to your face, and then you don't see you see the wall, okay, because it's a 45-degree angle. Right, that's correct. But you can see the surface of the mirror, which means it is reflecting light back at you.
Yeah, the average albedo of the surface of the Earth is between the 37 and 39%.
There you go. Someone with more technical knowledge than I.
How much light comes off the moon? What percentage of the It's pretty bright, hey? Is it? Yeah, I'll find out.
Yeah. But some people have said that the moon has its own light.
Yeah, it's a different argument.
Yeah, that's another one.
We're prosecuting your
albedo of the moon is about 12%.
Yeah, if I could just chime in with a quick one. If you go to, Rixky could do this, if you go to Cape Byron, which is the easternmost point in Australia, even at 2 in the morning, you'll see little shimmers of light coming through the Pacific Ocean. So you're getting little bits of it where it's perfect conditions. And then as the sun gets closer, the sunrise off Cape Byron is actually a phenomenal sight to see. But you'll get it on any continent on the world. If you go to the eastern or westernmost point, as the sun's coming up, it's 4 or 5 hours before sunrise, which is a long way away. So that's my point. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So the albedo of the moon is 12%. Is that right? I don't know. I don't even know how this shit works. I'm getting too far into shit I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know principles. I know principles. I don't know all the science behind how much light should come off the moon and all the rest of it. But in principle, the whole Earth should shine light onto the moon. The whole thing that's lit from the sun, obviously.
There's so little, dude. So little. Like, I mean, if you're taking the notion of what you can see, how sensitive your retina is, versus what you're sort of referring to, I don't know, dude. Anyway,
at night.
I don't want to belabor the point.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, and I've made sure not to, as we're getting into scientific stuff that I don't really get into generally, because I honestly don't have time to learn it all, to be honest. But otherwise, I would. I'd try, but I just don't have time to do it. But when it's really, really dark outside, a very dim thing like the moon can appear quite bright. But compared to the sun, it's just nothing. It would be interesting to find out how much would be reflected back or should be reflected back, and try and measure that and all the rest of it. I get what your point, though. I mean, it's an objection, and you feel it's a valid objection, so we can maybe analyze a bit more. We got someone in here with a bit more knowledge. I'm just a photographer. So apparently the moon is far enough away that all of the solar system planets could fit in between us and the moon. Has anyone heard that?
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen that somewhere.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's a good general knowledge one, because most people assume that couldn't be the case. The moon's really close because of the way we look at pictures of the solar system in the book. It looks like, Jupiter's the side. In fact, if you use the sun as a pinball machine, and the Earth as a pinhead, like not a dressmaker's pin, a big one, a small one that comes in the shirts you buy, that little teeny 2mm pinhead, you need 9 feet of paper to be the proper scale in between. Yeah. That's quite amazing. Like a pinball size Earth, that's what, 2 centimetre, an inch, I guess? And it's 9 feet, which is 108 inches.
Out in one of the salt flats or something, I think they actually did to scale a map of the solar system, because you needed somewhere that vast and that sort of clear to say, right, here's the sun, where's Mercury? Oh, Mercury orbits over there. Right, where's Venus? Well, that's all the way over.
We actually have
scale.
Yeah.
We actually have one in Melbourne. It's a push bike track. You get on, and here is the sun, and it's a 1 billionth scale, I think, 1,000 millions, and it's the sun, which is about probably a 6 feet ball, and every metre is a million miles, I think. So Mercury is 93 metres away, or 93
Wow.
and the Earth is 160 metres away from the Sun, and it's proper scale. It's about a tennis ball, or a bit bigger, maybe not quite it's halfway between a basketball, and you actually need to ride it on a bike track. But the interesting irony is, Mercury's, who knows, fucking 200 whatever. It's about 20 kilometres away. But the irony is, if you turn around and go only something like 40 metres the other direction, that's the distance to Alpha Centauri if you go all around the world and come back where you are.
Wow,
Isn't that cool? Look at this in Melbourne. It's actually a great place to go, but it's a bike track. You need to do it on a bike track, and the sun's about 6 feet diameter. Yeah, so
that's really
there
cool.
you go. Isn't it? I love it.
They've got one in Washington, D.C. There's a scale thing of the. I've been a while since I've been there with the kids, but yeah, Washington, D.C. has a scale thing. You can walk along one of the roads by the Smithsonian, I think it is.
How much effort they want to go for? Yeah, for sure.
The one I'm thinking of, they did it in the States somewhere. Like I say, they did it in, I don't know whether it was a salt flat or something very similar. And I think they actually tried to draw the arc of the orbits as well,
Yeah. Was it Death Valley?
Might have been.
It was one of the deserts, yeah.
There's a university in the US that's got it. I mentioned this before, and someone told me they've got a scale model in a uni, and I think the sun's in the middle of the quadrangle when you go in, and people just see it and go, oh, that's nice. And then when you read the plaque, it says that thing over on top of that building, that little teeny ball up there, that's the Earth. And you go, oh, wow. You've got to actually go and read the plaque, though. And it's in the US somewhere on the westish coast.
Yeah.
Hope one of our Americans know.
Yes, there's several. They're really, really good. It boggles the mind. I love it. It boggles the mind just the distances. I mean, just our solar system, and then you go and look at how far the other stars are and stuff. Just stunning. I love it.
That's the point. It's meant to boggle your mind. It's meant to, bro.
Yeah, it's not a fucking psyop like you say, but you can believe that. That's cool if you need that. But look, here's the thing. That Star Wars quote of, "Sir, the chances of successfully navigating the asteroid field are 5 billion to 1." Well, the chances of actually hitting an asteroid in an asteroid field are about that because they're so sparse. You're on one asteroid, you probably can't see the other ones without assistance. Like they're just there.
Don't look anything like that. But if they'd done that in the film, it would have just killed that scene, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. They have to depict him
somewhere over there.
Don't ever tell me the odds.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So the odds are actually it's quite easy. You can just fly through one when you're so small.
Oh my!
It's like a germ going through a basketball hoop. The germ's probably going to go through the basketball hoop. He's got to be unlucky to hit the rim.
I think Douglas Adams had it right when he said space is big. Really big. You just won't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big it is. I mean, you might think it's a long way down the road to the chemists, but that's just peanuts to space.
And so on and so forth.
Good on you, farmers boy. That's a great comment. You've always got a good one, mate. Good to see you.
I do actually. I have to confess. I have these things saved away somewhere, and I have an entire list just devoted to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
And you read them so you can remember them, you can say them.
You've got to be careful with Monty Python stuff. You misquote Monty Python, they'll quote you down to the comma. You know what I mean? You get a comma wrong, and they're onto you.
Yes, but I might have to test myself one of these days. I'm fairly convinced that certainly the films, I could probably write the scripts from memory. Which is...
Yes, there are some of those. There's a couple of Big Bang lines that I've got memorized for some reason, and one of them, I think we did this the other night, is the introduction to the rock paper scissors lizard Spark, where he says, "Why don't we play rock paper scissors?" He says, anecdotal evidence suggests that in a game of rock paper scissors, players familiar with each other will tie 70% of the time due to the limited number of outcomes. It's like, why do I remember that? So stupid. Or the other one is where. What's his face? Howard's wife, what's her name? Is playing video games with him. Bernadette. She's playing video games. She's going pew pew pew. Dr. Rostenkowski, it may interest you to know that saying pew 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 is not nearly as effective as pressing the blaster key. In the same way that going whoosh doesn't make the land speeder go.
No, see, I could do
My
things
Harry
like
has an owie.
Pheasant, where King Arthur says, "Old woman, man,
Man,
sorry, I'm 30.
I'm 30.
God.
I'm 37.
37, I'm not old."
I'm not old. I'm
My
sorry for the
particular one
distance.
on that. My particular one on that is Nero in the fiddle room in the Life of Brian. He has a wife. Just that one. He has a wife. Oh no! After the biggest, dickest stuff, where all the guards are trying to not laugh.
Yes.
Funniest thing about that was that all of the actors who were playing like the guards, they hadn't been told what was coming. All they were told was just keep a straight face. Doesn't matter what you hear, what they say to you, just try your damnedest to keep a straight face. So their reactions are completely genuine because they didn't actually, I don't think they'd been shown the script. It's, look, we just want you to stand there and keep a straight face. All right. And then, the rest is.
I tell you another one. Here's another good story. So I did a wedding in Tennessee, and the mother of the bride was super nice. We got on like a house on fire. It was great. So the mother of the bride, first of all, she was at Madison Square Gardens, saw the Beatles. She was one of the screaming girls at that concert.
Wow.
And then the other thing that was funny is that she had a boyfriend before she met her husband. Her boyfriend was the stormtrooper that Obi-Wan Kenobi says, "These are not the droids you're looking for."
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
He was that guy. He was the
I was the other one. I
He
was the other
genuinely
stormtrooper
do
to
that
his left.
meme where he's
I
at
was
the
the one to
table
his left.
with his head in his hand going, "Those were the droids I was looking for."
Oh. That's so good.
But how do you prove that? That's the problem. If you've got a
That's it.
stormtrooper helmet on.
How?
And what about Darth Vader? Didn't he get dirty? Because he didn't know. Apparently, David Prowse didn't know James Earl Jones was going to do his voice. And when you hear David Prowse's voice, you can see why they substituted it. It's not
I
very
think
Darth Vader.
You're part of the Rebel Alliance and betray you. Take you away.
Yeah, I think they all realised from the start that David Prowse's voice just wasn't.
No.
It wasn't going
West
to work.
Country. It's not exactly intimidating, is it? It's like being from Rill. It's not an intimidating accent.
Quite.
Bill Bailey. Bill Bailey has a great skit where he's like death metal bands, and they're from one of them's from Wales, Welsh Delta. Hey, we're ripped apart by badgers. That's the name of the band from the West Country. Are you ripped apart by badgers? Oh, it was great.
But yeah, when you watch the original clips of like when Vader's come onto the ship and he's talking to Leia, and you hear David Prowse's voice, it's just like, yeah.
When they were filming, the British crew didn't take it seriously. They just thought it was stupid. You had this guy in a monkey suit, and then this guy with the West Country accent. And if you look at the footage and the sound that comes through, it looked awful.
Though, what I think Star Wars demonstrates, especially nowadays, is the power of a musical soundtrack. Because although everyone bags out Episode 1, I've got to say, still, when I watch Episode 1 and Darth Maul appears, this cool as fuck dude with a fucking flame job face, who actually, all those manoeuvres he did, that was pure David King. He didn't have any guide-wise or anything. He's a martial arts dude at the peak of his powers. And just when John Williams' music goes bump, bum, he has this ability to just draw you in. And that duel of fates, make that scene lift? And
amazing. All
music background makes, you don't realise it, you only realise it when it's bad, but most backing music makes or breaks a movie.
Yeah.
And the fact that movie, the reason everyone hated Episode 1 is because they killed off two of the best creatures, Darth Maul and Qui-Gon. I reckon we're two of the best Star Wars characters ever made, and we kill them. Oh, you bastards.
Yeah. That was Ray Park. Ray Park was
They weren't even called Sean Bean.
Yeah.
I mean, when he played Richard Sharp, because obviously he is the hero, so he's not going to die. Everything else, he turns up and it's like, oh look, there's Sean Bean. Okay, can we guess when he's going to die?
Yeah, exactly. He even died, I think, in National Treasure. Do you see that one?
Which
National
one
Treasure?
National Treasure? Was that Nicolas Cage?
Nicolas Cage, yes.
Yes.
And so I thought the second movie was fine. The first one was great. I thought it was really good. It integrates in like a lot of American history.
You know.
It's like a history lesson.
Yeah, sort of. But of course, it's Nicolas Cage. You know you can't take it too seriously.
No. So did you know? Everyone's Star Wars fans in here, I suppose. So you probably do know that Star Wars, the original movie, was saved in the edit. Have you heard that?
What do you mean?
So apparently the original script didn't have the part where the Death Star is approaching the Rebel base, and there's a moon in between the Rebel base and the Death Star, and they have a certain amount of time before the Death Star clears the moon.
Oh yeah.
Before they can take aim at the Rebel base. That was introduced in editing afterwards by George Lucas's wife. She is the one that created that time thing, the time crunch, whatever it's called. And so if you watch those scenes, you'll notice that no one on screen says anything about the time crunch. It's all done with voiceovers and B-roll. Very interesting. If you watch it again, you'll notice that you don't hear Leia saying, Death Star is nearly around, is only 5 minutes away or whatever. None of them say anything like that. It's all done in voiceover.
Was it last Sunday that was May the 4th? I sat down the evening and thought, I ought to do it. I ought to watch, dig the old DVDs out and watch Star Wars.
Well, actually, and May the 5th was Square Root Day, where you have the 5th of the 5th of 25, 5/5 of 25. So Star Wars Day and Square Root Day. Oh, you can nerd out on that if you want to.
No, the next day I watched the best Star Wars film of the lot, Empire.
Yeah. It's
no,
all...
actually. Yeah.
If you no, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say.
In that case,
film I thought the cinema because a bit young for Star Wars. What was that? 77.
Yeah. Star Wars 77, yeah, I think it was. 79, I think, or 80, I think it was Empire Strikes Back. If you watch the movie, though, if you just pay attention...
Empire.
Yeah. If you pay attention to the plot, it's all bad news. They're doing nothing but retreating the entire time.
Yeah.
They're getting beaten and beaten and beaten.
It's just such a... It was the South Park parody... And he's absolutely right. At the end, when Lando and Chewbacca are in the Millennium Falcon, and at the end of the South Park piss take, they say, "Look at this, Lando's wearing Han's clothes." And I watched it the other night, and I went, "Yeah, he is."
Oh wow, really? That's so funny.
If you watch right at the very end, and they're on board the medical frigate, and Luke's had his new mechanical hand put on.
Right.
And this, they cut to Lando piloting the Millennium Falcon. He is wearing Han Solo's clothing.
Wow.
The shirt and jacket a lot. And you think, where did you get that? And I only noticed that because the parody, because South Park did all three of them, didn't it? And right at the end, Brian says, "Here, look at this. Go and look in the film. He's wearing Han Solo's clothing."
Can you even imagine? Go ahead.
If you look at the Rebel troopers in the first one, those helmets they're wearing, I think, are cycling helmets from the Olympics. The super bikes had solid wheels, and they were wearing these big fat helmets on their heads. And I reckon they're the Rebel trooper ones. I reckon they bought them all and gave them to the Rebel troopers to be a helmet, but still look daggy like they do. Sorry, Red Cloud, we're on a funny delay.
Because of the sheer numbers they're dealing with. If the copy I've got of Star Wars now, that's the one that's had all the bits put back in, and he goes and speaks to Han Solo, speaks to Jabba. Now, originally that was a bloke.
Yes.
And then, of course, they'd gone on to do, the next two films. They've done Return of the Jedi. Jabba the Hutt is not now a big fat bloke in a fur coat. So they went back and they digitally added Jabba in. Oh. And there's a bit where Han Solo walks around behind him, where they had to digitally make Han Solo step up and over Jabba's tail. That version has had most of the mistakes taken out. Obviously, not Stormtrooper hitting his head on the door.
Right.
That's that big where they're handing out the medals. In the original film, that crowd, most of them were cardboard cutouts.
Oh,
And you
funny.
can see, if you pause it, you can see the cardboard cutouts. Well, they've gone back
That's
now
so
and digitally added real
digitally
people,
added people.
which is a bit
That's-
of a shame, because it's like, I like going back and seeing how they got around these things. Yeah, all the stormtrooper weapons, they're Sterling submachine guns with a magazine taken.
All of those shots, the most incredible one is where the Emperor in the second one, I think it is, the Emperor arrives for the first time. You see him for the first time arriving. He's like, wants to know why the Death Star's not being built, the replacement one. That shot, considering they have no CGI, it's just amazing. So clear, so sharp. Just the appearance of scale is just quite incredible.
A lot of obviously, most of the backgrounds in Star Wars were all paintings painted on the glass.
So George was like, okay, so we've got this drawing, we got this art of the Death Star, and he's like, how much more would it be to build one? And they told him, he said, okay, build one.
Yeah.
They had to create that. He created a company to do the effects. He started a company to make the effects for that thing.
That was ILM, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Industrial Light and Magic.
Yeah, and if you look at how they did it, and you see the finished product, it's incredible. Absolutely. It's amazing what they did with what they had.
Yeah.
With a limited budget, hey?
Yeah, the budget was relatively very, very small compared to.
Yeah, it's all done with models. All the weapons they use were sort of mouldings. Like I said, the stormtroopers, if you look at them, that's a Sterling submachine gun minus the magazine. And they now got hold of one and made lots of plastic sort of recreations of it. The big ones are MG3 machine guns. Han Solo's weapon is a Mauser. How do you make the sound of a laser bolt firing? Hit a cable that holds up a
cable. Yeah, it's a cable.
And then the other one they got, when they were talking during the Death Star run, where you hear the radio's got that funny little slightly Mickey Mouse tone about it. That was CB radio with sideband, because you used to have longer range for truckers. And when you did it, it had that funny little rear at the through the voice, like they were using an effect. It was just CB radio on sideband, like from those days. When I heard that, I thought, geez, that sounds like the old CBs. And it was. That's how he got it.
Star Wars won about 10 Oscars, I seem to recall. Just for sound design, for special effects, for costume, for just so many. It was just completely cleaned up at the Oscars that year. Well, that was really cool.
But if you watch any movies prior to it, they were pretty shitty. Like the old special effects were obviously someone stick on a rocket and someone set fire to stuff.
The films that come out afterwards are pretty shitty as well. But,
Remember Dark Star? Did anyone see Dark Star?
Oh, I did, yes.
That's John Carpenter going and they're going around blowing up unstable planets.
Very good.
I love that film. That's just my God, that was on a budget.
Thingy O'Bannon, he wrote the original script for Alien, and it was originally Ripley was a man, and there's a bunch of other things. And so what they did is that Dark Star was originally a movie made. I think it was O'Bannon and Carpenter. I think it was just two guys. They made that film. It was a short film they did at college. It was a amateurish film, and so they did most of it. They shot most of it, and then what they decided to do was, instead of making it a low budget college made film, they decided to make it a really awful professional film. So instead of a good amateur film, they made a bad professional film, because your expectations are far, far higher, of course, when you are making a professional film. So but he was the one that created Alien, and then it was shopped around and whatever else, and no one looked at it, and then someone rewrote it a little bit. It went through a lot of rewrites before they came up with it, and then thinking what got hold of it and said, well, we want to make Ripley a girl, and a bunch of other changes were made. So, but Dark Star was great.
Well, on that note, I heard an interview from the guy who has just written and released the book Bishop, and it's about Bishop the alien. Bishop the cyborg in Alien. And it's canon. It's Alien 3. Like, they actually saw what his stuff was, his other cyberpunk stuff, and said, can you write Bishop for us? And apparently, like, all the he said he expected everything to be wanted to be changed, and we've got to do this and that and the other. And when they got it and read the manuscripts, they said the 10-page pilot. They went, "Yep, go for it," and then they just haven't changed anything. So there's a movie coming, but there's now a book called Bishop, and apparently it's fucking brilliant. From what we can gather. Yeah,
I
so
like
there
that
you
character. I've forgotten his name.
Yeah,
The actor
yeah,
that played him. But a lot of the people that were in Terminator were also in Aliens.
Well,
If you look at them.
actually, Han Solo, i.e. Harrison Ford, knocked back the part of being the pilot in Alien in order to not be typecast as a space pilot everywhere.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
how's that, eh?
That's
He
interesting.
knocked back that part. Tina Louise from Ginger from Gilligan's Island knocked back lots of comedy parts because she didn't want to be a comedic actress, which kind of
Wow.
backfired. So a lot of
Yep.
people knocked back parts because they didn't want to be typecast, which is weird. I think
gonna-
you just take a role and grab it.
Blow your mind a little bit here. Everyone here has seen Terminator 2 and have seen Aliens, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Vasquez, right? You know who
Yes.
Vasquez is? Right.
Yes.
That's Jeanette
The
Goldstein.
Colonial Marine.
Yep. That's Jeanette Goldstein.
Yes.
She's, I think, is about as Hispanic as I am. And
I know what you're gonna
she was John Connor's foster mother.
Yep.
You knew that? Okay, rats.
Yep, because that's the bit where Schwarzenegger says, "What's your dog's name?"
Wolfie. No,
Wolfie.
Max.
And he sort of
Oh,
he's aping his voice, and he says, "Oh, is that
Is that,
I can't
is
remember
that
what he calls a fucking dog now. Is
Max?
can I
It was
hear a
Max.
bark in the
One of
background?
the real name was Wolfie. No, the real name was Max, and he said, "Hey, Jeanette, I can hear Wolfie barking. Is he okay?" "Wolfie's fine, dear. He's just fine. When are you coming home?"
That's
And
right.
you're-
And the bloke's head is already pinned to the wall.
Yeah, and it's the Terminator. It's
With
one
the milk
Terminator
carton.
speaking to another Terminator.
you know what I thought was the travesty of that series, and I won't spoil it, but do you remember the one where John Connor was briefly in it, where they had finally got away, and what they did to him at the beach there, where Sarah's having a martini with him?
Yes.
Yeah,
They
that
dropped
was-
the ball. How
Just
fucking dumb was that?
awful.
Was that
Very
Terminator
stupid.
Salvation?
That's the new
Whichever,
one.
I don't know.
It's
the
the new one.
newest
It's
one.
awful.
Dude,
Yeah,
we've been with this character for 35 fucking years, and we've grown up with him. To do that was just so insulting to everybody and everything. It was they were trying to be cool or clever, and they kind of were dumb and dickheady, I think.
They just
well-
wanted to do a reboot, and of course it had to be they had to take the male character who was, who's going to save all humanity, and then turn it into a girl who's going to save all humanity. And instead of the one set of group of people who are sending back Terminators from the future, it's another set of people who are sending back, but they're still calling them Terminators. Really stupid.
Yeah. Well, look, here's the thing too. They say that we've got to try and empower women. The woke crowd. The what's her name, Kathleen Kennedy. Now
No.
they reckon we've got to have stronger women characters. Go back to Sarah Connor and Ripley and all those chicks. They were all super strong female characters. What the fuck? What movies have you been watching, Kathleen? You've just been playing with your Barbies all day and hating that because I don't see the narrative they were saying. We've got plenty of strong women out there.
Yeah,
But
one
forget,
of my
course,
favorite characters was the sassy, capable woman Vasquez. I love that character. Terrific character. And you know what they
been
did when they?
mistaken for a man? No, have you?
That's the one. That's the line. Hey
Fucking
Vasquez. Hey Vasquez. You've been mistaken for a man.
You're too bad.
You're too bad. You know it. So you know what they did is they filmed everything. They filmed the whole thing, and then they filmed those shots. They filmed those last, so the crew and all the actors were the most familiar with their gear
Yeah.
and each
Oh,
other.
that's clever.
So all that camaraderie and all the gear shots they had, those were all shot last, so they were all familiar with it and yes, with each other as well. I thought that was very interesting.
As a general observation, sorry about the delay. So as a general observation, there are three things in my life where the sequel's been better than the original, and that is Alien, Terminator, and World War One.
I like it. Perhaps also Star Wars.
What was that, Farmer's Boy?
Not too sure about the last one.
Yeah,
No,
better by
well,
what
it went
metric?
longer.
Well, he murdered
Yeah, it
more,
went
murdered more people.
They're
Yeah,
very clever
and went
when they
longer.
make these films. It's like Saving Private Ryan. All of the actors went to boot camp except one.
Who?
Matt Damon.
Really?
Matt Damon didn't go through the same rigors and hell that the rest of the crew did, and that was done purposefully so that the rest of the actors wouldn't like him. And you can see that in the film, that they're really not that keen on Damon's Private Ryan. And that's because he didn't go through the same shit that everybody else had to.
Wow.
And that was done on purpose.
They did that. That's very interesting. They did the same thing in Starship Troopers. They had a sergeant major, a real army dude, and all of those extras were put through boot camp. So I thought that was very, very cool, including the main actors. I think. I'm sure of it. They all went through a boot camp of sorts. Obviously, not
And
being screamed
apparently-
at constantly.
Not all of the actors in Starship Troopers realised exactly what was going on and how much of a parody it was and
They didn't
how
know.
they're all basically Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, Verhoeven's a madman, and so the movie is it's incredible again for the era. It's quite an incredible movie for the amount of the special effects. Yeah, quite incredible, and an accomplishment, I would say.
But nothing like the book. Now apparently they are remaking the film and they're gonna try and stick to the book.
There was a couple of sequels and they were terrible.
Yes.
I mean, really bad. The effects were
no.
worse somehow.
I will quite if I see that Starship Troopers on, I think I'll watch that again. But if I see any of the sequels on, no, I'll go and watch The Grass Growing. I mean, they are fucking awful.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the remakes.
It's
I'm
just
not overly keen on. There have been some very good remakes, but by and large, they're a rarity.
Michael. They can't replace Michael Ironside. He's just too bad.
Yeah.
Actually, on the thing of remember before what I was saying about music in movies. If you go back and watch Terminator 1 with the original movie soundtrack, you'll hear how it's the opposite to what I said, where the music is so shit it turns you off the movie. It's just all kind of keyboardy, synthesizer, trying to be innovative, but he didn't have it, like, whereas John Williams, he's got it.
The second one was much better, and if you watch the first one and then or just listen to the soundtrack of the first one, the second one, you think it's the same with that drum beat. It's not. There are two different drum beats. The second one is much more iconic. The first one still has a dan 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 dan, something like that, but the second one is way more iconic. In fact, at the house here, I deliberately, if I'm cutting up something, I'm using scissors, I'll just go dan dan dan, dan dan dan. I'll make that pattern. Of course, everyone knows what I'm doing.
Oh dear.
We have all those. Our family. We have all those memes and stuff that we do. Everything is all. It's like I have a very bad feeling about this.
It still stands the test of time, but you think when that came out, what was it? I remember going to the cinema to watch it when it came out. What was that? Mid-80s?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
And obviously the Terminator in the end, once the lorries crash and he's all burnt off. I mean, that's all stop motion stuff, because today it'd be CGI, but back then it was still stop motion, and I think it still stands the test of time. But I remember when that came out, it was just like, oh guys, you've got to go and watch this film. This is fucking superb,
I've watched some of the clips so many different times. The only thing that cringes, that hurts a little bit, is the stunt doubles in the motorcycle chase scene with the truck. That's really bad when you really go, oh no, that's obviously a stunt double. It's a slow shot, and it's clearly a stunt double. What? And then, but they intercut them, so when they're actually on motorcycles, it's the stunt doubles. And then when Arnie gets in front of the truck and picks up John Connor off his bike and puts him on his bike, they start the shot with the stunt doubles because they're actually on bikes. But then they cut to where they're on Arnie's on a motorcycle that's actually on a trailer. And then what's his face is the Furlong, he's on a wire. then it cuts to them, and you can see there's a bit of a difference. It's actually very, very good, but you can see there's a bit of a difference. So there's two levels. There's the stunt double actually riding the bike, and then Thingy Furlong, whatever his name is, he was on a trailer.
Oh, it was Edward Furlong, wasn't it?
Edward Furlong.
What was that space one where it was clearly like a little plastic model where the guy is like careering on, I think it's like, I can't remember, it's on some kind of vehicle, but you can clearly see it's just a fucking, almost like an Action Man model.
Just several of those. I think probably Space
It's
Odyssey.
kind of a recent one, not recent, but in the last 25 years for sure.
Yeah.
You're thinking like, fucking, oh, let me find it, I'll find it. Then you'll go, oh,
It could
yeah.
be not The Martian.
Could have been I'm sure it's an Arnold Schwarzenegger one. He's fixed to something, he's going careering into something. But it's just super fake.
Yeah, just
like at the end when Matey Boy falls out of the tower in RoboCop, and all of a sudden his arms are 6 foot long. You know, just
they don't really. When they were making them, they didn't really expect people to be analysing to this degree.
There's a classic in El Cid, isn't there?
Is there really?
The van in the background.
Oh, there's a few. Yes, there's a few, and
you've got the van going around the country road in the background.
Yeah, there's a Starbucks cup in Pirates of the Caribbean. There is.
Spartacus has got the little red car in the
That's
hills
it.
in the background.
Spartacus. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about on the chariots.
If you watch some of the battle scenes in Braveheart, the guys in the background, they're not fighting each other. They just go, oh, yeah, you know, make it look like we're sword fighting. Fuck it, you know.
And most of the riders of Rohan were girls.
Yeah, that's right.
except for I can't think of the actor's name. Carl Urban.
Oh yeah.
And who was he playing? What was he playing? Carl Urban. What was his character?
Oh, I'm not well versed in Lord of the Rings. I read the books once and thought, oh, I'm not fucking doing that again.
Yeah, a bit much.
I don't like Tolkien's writing style. I think it's fucking painful. But yeah,
it's quite long-winded and verbose, isn't he? But he goes into so much detail. That's why I think people get into it, because if you have that sort of mind that you can spend a lot of time on a book like that.
I don't mind the detail. I've read all of Tom Clancy's books, and God, if you want details, if you want specifications of aircraft and submarines, he's your man. But just something about his writing style. Stephen King, can't stand his writing either.
Yeah, he's gone off the rails. A lot of people have chump derangement or whatever it is. I'm not sure what it is.
He's bailed out of reality altogether, hasn't he? Bless him.
I think so. Who was the one that moved to Ireland because she's Trump? So she moved to Ireland.
Yeah, I'm sure she moved straight back.
Rosie O'Donnell. Oh my word.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's gone to Ireland from California.
California to Ireland.
That had to hurt. If you're wealthy, California's terrific.
Yeah.
But you have to be excessively wealthy.
God, I tell you what, this boy's pushing it to the limit. I've got somebody coming to change a windscreen in my car this morning. They said, between half 8 and 10:30. Oh. You've got 10 minutes left.
Yes, no, they never do that. We have we've got every year we have this company that comes in and checks our air conditioner and everything, and they're almost always on time. When they say they're going to come, they come, and that's why we've used them for, since we moved house, and we still use them for over 25 years now. Seriously, over 25 years we use the same company, and they're always on time. The trouble is that nobody else is.
No.
So we have
a company that delivers my psoriasis drugs to me every 2 months, and you get a text message sort of on a Friday night, sort of saying, right, he's coming tomorrow morning between 8 and 10, and it tells you who the driver is. And there's one particular driver, if his name comes up, I make sure I'm out of bed by 7 o'clock.
Right.
He's always early. Always. And
Yeah.
sometimes, the last time I forgot, and yeah, I greeted them at the door in my dressing gown, and my eyes were sort of half closed. And I said, no, I knew you're coming, but I should have realised it was you, because you're always fucking early. He ringing the doorbell woke me up because it was a Saturday morning. No reason to get up. Fuck it. Oh, but yeah, this guy. I mean,
I wish everyone was reliable as our air guy, our people, our air conditioner people.
I'm generally at least 5 minutes early wherever I'm going. If I say, I'll be there at 10, I'm usually at 10 to 10.
Right. The principle we have at the job where I'm now, if you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time.
Oh, yeah.
So
I mean,
I thought,
because I'm here all day, I wasn't going anywhere. But if you say you're going to be here by such and such a time,
yeah,
well, it's still got 8 minutes.
Yep. I did that golf tournament. I thought I'll beat the boss man, and I'll arrive 15 minutes early. So I get there 15 minutes early. He pulls in right behind me. He works the same exact way.
His actual time was between 8:36 and 10:36. I mean, who specifies these times? You say 8:30 to 10:30. Not 8:36 to 10:36. That's silly.
You do Jamaican time. It'll be in the morning, maybe.
Come on.
It may be in the morning, man. It may not.
And look, that's 4 years since I've been out here and changed the windscreen. Because if I look at my text history, 18th of April 2021.
So what do you do that you need your windscreen changed like that often?
This one, it was 3 or 4 months ago, driving to work, I got a stone chip. Oh no, is it worth doing anything about? So I'm in the office all day, and when I come out to the car to go home, it wasn't a chip anymore. It was a fucking great big crack as well.
Line. That's the trade-off, isn't it?
And grew,
Yeah, that's the trade-off. You get a chip like that, it doesn't immediately turn into 1,000 pieces of glass. It's tempered, so it doesn't do that, but it then just turns into lines.
Yeah, and then over the last few weeks, it started to grow a little bit. It was right at the top, and it's turned the corner. It's gone under my rear view mirror, and now it's added another few inches to it. And I thought, well, for the sake of 75 quid,
I
better get it done.
What's car is it?
Mondeo.
They're free stone chips.
I don't miss the Mondeo.
Stone chips are free.
Yeah.
It's probably the same guy from the same place in Milton Keynes, so he'll probably do a double take and say, didn't I do a Mondeo here a few years back? Yes, and it was black as well, but it was a different car.
What's the word when the two people work together, two companies work together? Alliance, that's the word. Sorry, it's late. I need to go to bed. The alliance of Ford and who was it? Who do they align with?
Lada.
No. The British Bond drives those cars.
Who?
Bond. James Bond drives that brand of car. What's it called?
Aston Martin.
Thank you. So Aston Martin and Ford did an alliance. I think Ford bought them or something. What do you know? The next generation of Mondeo comes out, and it's got the front end of an Aston.
The Porsche. What about the Porsche? It had a Volkswagen engine, wasn't it?
No.
It was a Porsche with a Volkswagen engine.
Oh, which one? Just one of them did, yeah. One of them did.
I think it was a 944, wasn't it?
Yeah, the pokey one.
I mean, that goes on all the time. I remember my parents years ago, they got a Citroen ZX diesel. Not a turbo, just a diesel. And I got a Peugeot 306 turbo diesel. And underneath, everything was identical. The actual body shell was slightly different. Even in the engine bay, the only difference was mine had a turbo. But everything else, it was identical. It's the same engine, same suspension, same floor, everything.
Top Gear had a thing when they said, hey, guess who's the head of marketing at Citroen? He goes, no, who? And they pulled up his name. It was like Francois Peugeot.
Yeah, I saw that clip again the other day. Yeah.
Yes.
They all do that. The revised VW Beetle. It's not a Beetle at all. It's a fucking Golf.
Yeah.
What are those old Citroens? The ones what
The CCV?
it was the Pink Panther, the detective. Peter Sellers had one, didn't he?
It's probably 2CV. The
remember
one
what
that the
Yeah,
snail.
they're like fucking. Have you seen how much they are?
Now?
Yeah,
Small fortune.
fucking insane. I see one the other day about 120 grand.
Yeah. Because they're
Pristine
collectible
though.
now. But I remember driving to Corton, and we had a windy road, and there was a 2CV behind us. I remember that. I was looking at the back, just looking back, flicking V's at the guy behind us in the 2CV.
Ain't there one made of hemp?
I don't know if
I'm
the
sure there's
doors
one made
were.
of hemp. I think it was the CV2 Clapham Common version.
I remember being on the M25 years ago in my Cavalier SRI, and I'd got a
Right.
Vauxhall Chevette keeping up with me.
Yeah.
And we got to about 115,
Mhm.
when I just thought I've got to slow down and see what this is, and it was one of the rally versions of the Chevette.
Ooh, 4-wheel drive and everything.
Yeah,
McRae.
'cause you look in the mirror and you think, there's no fucking way this is keeping up with me. What? Somebody's taking the piss. So I eased off so he could overtake me because I wanted to see what it was. I'm sure that's a Vauxhall Shove It, and it was the rally version.
Yeah, the
I'll give
column
it
crate
a
version.
way. Yeah, well done.
What were those old police cars? They look like Beetles, but is it a Humber or something?
Oh God, now you
The
got me.
Humber, yeah. The old ones. You're talking Z cars era, weren't you?
Yeah.
They were Rovers.
Maybe before, I don't know. They were just like a pale blue and white. I had one
these-
popped up. I got a
I must
picture
take
of
my
one.
leave. My man is here.
It popped up beside me one
Right.
day. I was fucking hell. I think you could run faster.
Yeah, they used to have Rovers. The old Cup, British Cup ones were Rovers. Z cars
Yeah,
era, they were Rovers.
That was the Jack Regan
There you
Rover
go.
3500.
And the Granada.
Yeah.
They had a full Granada. That's what they tooled around with him and Shaw and what's his name? I could be so good for you. That guy.
I think that was 75.
Yep. What was his name?
77.
Dennis Waterman.
Yeah, the
He did that song.
Granada.
Yeah, that was the Sweeney Todd Flying Squad. I really enjoyed that one. Really loved the theme song. The whole thing was great.
You gotta watch that film. I told you about that series, Slow Horses. It's fucking blinding.
Is it good?
I'm not really a fan of TV, but like that is quite funny because it's just Gary Oldman playing I think he's like the misfits of MI5, but it's quite fun.
Grizzled old detective, probably.
I thought
Gary Oldman's great.
There's a person who swears more than me, or nearly as much as me.
Nearly.
But it's quite funny. It's got a perfect character.
I miss all of those. I really do. I miss them at the professionals. That was great. Dun 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 dun. Wow.
It was
and the Avengers, the new Avengers.
Dennis Waterman's name in that? Do you remember? Carter. All right, Gov.
All right, Gov.
That's when they say he's a fucking nonsense.
That's just clips. Dennis Waterman and Shaw. What's it?
It's one of the first
John
TV
Shaw
to actually say that word.
Yeah, one of the few.
The
other one was
a nonce.
Yeah. What's the other one that the Bill?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it. That was just ridiculous. The only good thing about that, the only funny thing about that, if you've watched it so many times, there'd be people who they'd use this name of one of your mates or something like that.
Oh,
I remember
same
watching it
extras.
a few times, and like, I've got a mate with just exactly the same name. I'd be phoning him up and going like, "Are you at Southern Hill Police Station the other day? What the fuck are you about?"
The other ones. What? Do you ever watch Crown Court?
No.
That's another one. Yeah, my mum used to watch a lot of them. So she watched Crown Court. She watched Pebble Mill at 1. That afternoon program from Birmingham, BBC, and then we watched Blue Peter and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, we're similar age, so I'm sure you know.
And just to remember Van der Valk and things like that.
Oh yeah,
and that
was
geezer, the 70s private detective. He's the biggest bastard to ring the doorbell or something. I can't remember what his fucking name was. He's right.
There's the Chinese detective. There is Bergerac.
Yeah, before them. This is like going 76, 75.
Are you talking about Good Evening All? That one? What's his name?
No, that's
really old school. That one is. Derek Geiler used to play.
That was Dixon of Dock
Green. That was black and white. Yeah. That was black and white.
Yeah, but it was colour as well. It started off in white and then transformed into colour.
Yes. Z-Cars did the same thing. Z-Cars, I saw a clip, it was black and white.
Yeah, I remember black and white.
And it had Brian Blessed in it. Brian Blessed, he looks like he was 23.
What about Thingy then? Get Carter when he's got the geezer Alf Robinson out from Street. He goes, "You're a big man." Punches him in the face. He goes, "But I do this for a living." He's meant to be a gangster, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a funny old film. Have you really watched that original Get Carter film? There's so many weird things in that. Yeah, there is a lot of the things were actual people where they had people from that area and just put them into the film. There's a guy, he's drinking a drink and he's got fucking 6 fingers. If you watch closely.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, mad things in that.
I shall go to the 6-finger man.
Michael Caine one, not the god awful remake.
Yeah, not the Stallone absolute dog shit one.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I've got is a playlist of 138 tracks of good stuff from back in the day, from our era. 138. I'm still not finished collecting. So I'll start reading them off. Chips, Hill Street Blues, The Waltons, Magnum, Little House on the Prairie, Milk and Mindy, Bionic Woman, Charlie's Angels, the stuff we had back then, The Adventure Game, The Tomorrow People,
Gronda.
Yep, Space 1999, Joe 90, Rent-A-Ghost, the Wombles, the Black Beauty, hold on, Bergerac, here we go, yep, Randall and Hopkirk, Deceased, that was a great show. What else? Farscape's recent. Tomorrow's World,
Tomorrow's People, did you say that?
The Tomorrow People, that theme was weird. The visuals for that theme was weird. Tales from
they
the
talk to each other, innit? Telepathy.
Yes, they could telepathically communicate. That's right. That was just so fascinating when I was a child.
Where are you? They'd always say that. Where
are you? Yes. The Oneida line. Soap.
Oh, Soap was funny.
Love that. This is the Tates, and these are the Campbells. This is Mary Tate and Jessica Campbell. And this is Soap. Man About the House. That was brilliant. I love Man About the House.
Who's that? Richard someone, wasn't it?
Yeah, Richard. Yeah, Richard.
I can't remember.
Richard. Yeah, you got it right. Richard something.
Yeah, the
And
dark
Sally.
hair.
The blonde's
Yeah,
name was Sally Thompson.
Yeah, and then the little dark one, Moira, something. Was it
Yes, and if you watch the theme, the theme is so sexy. When they show her and they show Sally Thompson, and you see her walking, and there's a guy. She's walking down a street. She comes out of a house or a building in a city, and she walks down the street. And there's a guy who's a beggar, and he's pretending to be blind, and he pulls up his sunglasses and watches her. And as her name comes on the screen, it's showing her bum. It's just watching her bum as she walks away from the camera. That's what you choose to focus on when you put her name on the screen. It's her bum. Man about the house. Oh,
Richard O'Sullivan.
Richard O'Sullivan.
Yeah. And Youth for Joyce in it as well. The road.
That's it. There you go.
Who?
Youth for Joyce. You'd know.
That's
it. Youth for Joyce.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, she was Youth for Joyce. She was the neighbour of someone. I can't remember what.
And the other one is, I've just listened. You'll know all of these. Likely Lads, Faulty Towers, Open All Hours, Thunderbirds, Benny Hill, Steptoe and Son, Ain't Half Up Man, Dad's Army. The list, it's incredible how many of these.
It's the underrated comedy ever.
Don't tell me name Pike.
He's got the, I think, fucking...
Your name should go into the book.
He's definitely the best comedy actor I've ever seen. His timing is is immense.
Just brilliant.
Arthur Lowe.
Arthur Lowe. Yes, very good. Very good memories, chaps. Very good memories.
I mean, that will never get repeated on TV, but that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Sergeant Major. Sergeant Major. Shut up! Land of hope and glory. Shut up!
Oh dear, how sad. Never mind.
Never mind. Oh dear. I did that to my kids when they were little. Oh dear, how sad. Never mind. Mr. Lardy-Dargana Graham. Good university degree, Sergeant. A university degree, Sergeant.
He asked him to blow the raising of the flag. You was in the brass band. Yeah, I was the drummer.
That's right. That's in the bugle. He couldn't bugle. So good. And the punkawalla. And he just come up, he's speaking Indian, and then the last line he'd say in English, and it's a joke of some kind. The punkawalla. And then who was the charwalla? And then you had Raja, who was we British are very proud. I watched some of the clips, some of the episodes of that even. It's just so funny.
Yeah.
And I found the part where Regimental Sergeant Major Williams, I think his name is, played by, who played Sergeant Major?
Windsor Davis.
Thank you. Very good. So Regimental Sergeant Major Williams, they were saying, why he hates. They're trying to find out why he hates his troop, because they're entertainers. And he says, "Well, a bunch of puffs." they wear dresses. And he says, "Okay." He says, "Well, it's not natural, sir." Bunch of puffs. So funny. Again, they would not have that here now. That would be not acceptable.
No, that will never get replayed in the UK.
No.
It's not going to happen.
So here we go. Okay, I'm going to keep on the list. Z-Cars. Some others do have them. Last of the Summer Wine. South Bank Show. Vision On. Ask the Family. Vision On. Remember that? It was for deaf children.
Spelled back to back.
Valerie Singleton.
A fucking bug or something, wasn't it?
Yes, the Vision On. That was Tony Hart. Yep, Tony Hart did all the drawings. And Sylvester McCoy was one of the people in that. And it was all done. What was the name of the lady who did all the signing?
can't remember.
You can see a face there, can't you?
Yeah.
I'll have to Google it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-da-ba.
My mate's uncle was Playaway. Brian Can.
Brian Cant.
Yeah, we've been
Give me a
on there.
P.
We've been on there.
Jeremy Irons was on was on Playaway. There was all sorts of people who were on Playaway.
Yeah, it's my mate I used to go to school with. He used to go, "Want to go
Oh,
and play?"
really?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. We told to shut up. We were being destructive. We was only young.
I love Playaway. Ask the Family has 2 different theme tunes. The first Ask the Family theme tune, the first one, when it was really early, was like an Indian theme with a sitar. The second one was a bit more...
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Now you mention it.
It was like boom, bow, 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 boom, 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 bow, 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 boom, 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 bow, bow. Yeah, that was the theme. I got both of them.
Did you like MASH?
MASH, yeah. Yeah, I love MASH.
MASH is one of the first films I saw Schlitz beer being drunk.
Oh, really?
I just know the brand, so like obviously it's
MASH was all right until they put the canned laughter on it.
Yeah, because you were expected to know what the jokes were, where the jokes were, and then they did. That's right, they did.
Need to be told when to laugh.
Yeah, it was patronised, wasn't it? The other thing that was funny about MASH is they had the dartboard on the door. So my son, because of MASH, my son put his dartboard on the door. That's good. Yeah. I missed Trapper John when he left. I missed the Colonel when he left.
Yeah.
That was bad. And then I think who else? I mean, Hot Lips, she stayed. Klinger, he stayed. But some of them left. And then the most reliable one though was Radar O'Reilly.
Yeah.
And his stick was that he anticipated everything the Colonel wanted. So he would say, "Radar," and Radar's already in the room. And then he'd say, I want these orders typed up and sent to the Colonel, the General. And as he's saying that, Radar is saying, "I've typed up these orders and I'm ready to send them to the General." Then he says, Radar, I wish you wouldn't try. I wish you wouldn't. How do you know what I'm going to say before I say it? It's so good. And his reply is like, "I don't know, sir. Maybe it's a gift from God or something like that." It was so funny. Father McGahey was the other character. I like Father McGahey. Trying to put up with Trapper and what's his name? Main character, Alan Alda. What's his name? Hawkeye. Hawkeye Pierce. Yeah. So that show, I just remember it was like MASH, Radar, and the clips. And there's some of the clips of him anticipating the Colonel. So great. Just so terrific. And okay, so I'm going to keep down the list some more. Kojak, Happy Days, Cheers, Dallas, Avengers, Ironside, Invisible Man, Van der Valk, Champion the Wonder Horse. Anyone remembers that? Gosh, so many. Bewitched.
I'll tell you what I hated as well. Black Beauty.
You didn't like Black Beauty?
Fucking hated it.
You have no heart.
Yeah,
I don't know why I like that. I don't know why it was it was for girls, really, wasn't it? I really loved that. The theme was amazing. I think the theme's called Galloping Home, I think it's called. The other one I really liked, I'm not really into horses, but some of the shows I liked. There was another one called White Horses.
Oh yeah, remember that.
On white horses, let me fly away.
Yeah, I grew up near Newmarket, so I have a deep and abiding hatred of horses and the practical.
Near Newmarket, you would, wouldn't you?
Yep. Fucking things. Scared of their own bloody shadows. I had a flat for nearly a year in the stables just outside Newmarket. Racehorses are mental. They're absolutely fucking mental.
Oh, are they really? They're all skittish and nervous. And
Wake up at 3 a.m. and think, what is that fucking noise? That's a horse headbanging.
oh,
Literally. And the top half of the door to the stall, they all had openings so that the horses could stick their heads out and see what's going on. This one had lots and lots of padding around it. Because it would just stick its head out and just headbang and bang, 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 bang. Bloody racket. A lot of their stalls inside, the walls are all sprung wood, so that when they throw themselves against the walls, they don't hurt themselves.
oh,
Yeah, they're all completely bonkers.
yeah. So, do you remember Magpie?
I do indeed, because that was Magpie. There's Magpie, and there was another one on the other channel. There was a BBC one and an ITV one with a similar ilk.
Yes, there were a couple. There was Magpie. There's also How.
No, that's what it was. The guy from Magpie went on to do How.
Oh, did he? Fed Dinage.
Yeah. So it was a bit more scientific, wasn't it? Whereas Magpie was a bit of mishmash.
Right.
Yeah.
But How was all. This is how this works. How does this thing get in that? You know.
How. That's
it.
How does your globe work? Just fucking
Magpie.
Toilet roll with super glue.
1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, and 4 for a boy. Fred Dinage, yeah.
Yeah, Fred
Dinage.
So what shenanigans goes on in here then?
Not to get mixed up with the guy, the steeplejack.
Oh, shenanigans! Much and many shenanigans. We're just 3 Brits, post 50 Brits.
Generation X and proud of it.
There you go. Canon, a Quinn Martin production.
3 Brits is 3 Brits too many.
Fred. I'll see him on his Steam engine once. What the fuck was his name?
The other one I think we talked about was Daktari.
I remember
with the
that
cross-eyed
show.
line, Clarence.
Yes, Daktari.
That was set in what part of Africa was that set in?
Zimbabwe.
Oh, was it? I don't know. It was actually filmed in California.
Well, look at a few dollars more, a fistful of dollars, and a few dollars more. They were filmed in Spain.
Yes, Spain. Yeah, they're meant to be. Is that weird? They're meant to be South America. Why did they do that? Like World War Z, the opening thing in the town square where they first get the first outbreak. That was shot in Scotland.
It's
meant to be
Almeria. You can go there.
Philadelphia, and it's actually Scotland.
They still have the film sets there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can.
The other one I liked was The Saint. I liked The Saint, and then they had, because that was Roger Moore, and then they replaced Roger Moore, and they had a few years later came with a sequel series called Return of the Saint with Ian Ogilvy.
No, I'd like to. I think the better one was like The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Two stylish, proper stylish guys, wasn't it? It was
yeah, Man from U.N.C.L.E. was Ian McCallum.
Yeah, Napoleon was the other guy, wasn't it? I can't remember his.
Yes, that's right.
I can't remember the actor's name, but that was a very, very stylish.
Yes, it was. Man from U.N.C.L.E. was. What's the other guy? Yeah, that's right. Mahoney. I like Bionic Woman. I thought that was brilliant. I like $6 Million Man, obviously. But I love Daktari as well. I love that. That's it. Mastermind.
There's a good-looking woman in that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Oh, Bionic Woman. That was Lindsay Wagner.
Robert Vaughn, that was.
Well,
Man
from Vaughn.
Yeah, just
thank you. Yeah, Robert Vaughn was the dark-haired guy. Yeah.
Napoleon Solar.
Yeah.
Did you pronounce that Bannock Woman? It sounded like you pronounced it Bannock.
Did you know Ian McCallum was meant to be a Russian?
Do what?
He was meant to be Israeli or was he Ilya Huracan or something, wasn't it? Ilya Because my mate's got the same name, Ilya. He's Jewish.
All right.
He's Israeli. So I think he was
So-
like a Jewish or something Russian or Ukrainian or something.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
So Mastermind, the opening theme for Mastermind is called hold on, what's it? It's a great name. It's just a terrific name. I forgot what it's called, but it's like that Mastermind theme is weird with the banging drum, and then the music doesn't always keep time with the drum. Very strange theme. It's called like Imminent Threat or something like that. Impending Doom. That's what the name of the title of the music is. And then Mr. Bean, the theme for Mr. Bean is named, it's Latin, it's Ecce Homo, which is Mr. Bean in Latin. And the theme lyrics, you don't understand them because it's sung by choir boys or whatever. But the theme is actually, all the lyrics of the Mr. Bean theme are, the first one at the beginning is, here he is, the one named Bean. That's basically the lyrics, and they just repeat that. And then at the end, it slightly changes, and it says basically that was the man named Bean. That's all the lyrics are, and they just repeat it. It's like his Vale, Ecce Homo, and they just repeat those words. Or something like that. All right, that's all. All right. That's your lot. Got Dixon and Lot Green right here. That's enough of that. I've said so many words. I think I'm going to go to bed now. Shisky, you have a nice evening, and everyone, please do the same.
See you, mate.
Thanks, Waz.
So why aren't any of you cunts talking?
Sorry, I was busy.
Fair enough. I'm a bit busy myself.
Just trying to use your trick of fitting a quart into a pint pot.
You wait a minute. Say that again, because what I heard didn't sound.
Trying
right.
to fit a quart into a pint pot.
You say cork?
You've not heard that before, then?
Hang on, I've got to turn my volume up. 1 sec. Okay, so what was the word? Trying to fit a what into a
quart.
Pint? Oh, a quart. Right, gotcha.
A quart into a. Yeah, I'm trying to design a ductwork system, and it's giving me fucking headaches.
Square pegs and round holes, eh?
Something like that. Yeah, it's a. I thought I'd got it all sussed until I got a quote for the air handling unit, and it's considerably bigger than I was anticipating. It's like, how the fuck am I going to put that? How am I going to get ductwork to that?
You know, that's what she said.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I can make it work.
She said that too. So what sort of debates go on in here, farmers? Been a while since I've spoken to you, mate.
It has been a while. I haven't been around too much. I've been busy, but now I'm working from home again at the moment. I don't know. I've only been in this one a couple of weeks, and it can get very strange. There's an awful lot to talk about.
Okay.
The usual flat Earth stuff, but you get a lot of religion in here as well, which is.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, see how you go.
Well, globe Earth is a religion, apparently.
Generally, the religious assume that everybody else has some sort of religion, so belief in the globe Earth must be a religion.
Yeah, that's what the religious ones say. Hey, was it you that was doing some work some years ago with Rumpus?
I was trying to help him out with that silly bloody test of his down at.
Yeah, Bedford.
Down at the
Was it Bedford Canal?
Yeah. Yeah. Now we'd got we'd managed to hump the bits of kit down there because they're fucking great big plastic tubes with bits of timber inside. So we'd got them in place, and then I think it got too late in the year. The weather was taking a turn for the worst, and you've got to have the right conditions to make it work. It's got to be, you know, not only has it got to be warm, but the visibility's got to be quite good. Because obviously you're looking 6 miles from one bridge to the next, and
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because my observation depends a lot on the weather, cloud formations, and sunset or sunrise. Depends what part of the day you're doing it.
Yeah,
but so what happened? What happened in the end? I mean, it's been a few years now. The last I heard, you were going to. The last I heard, you guys were planning to get back out there because of these delays you've mentioned.
Yes.
But I haven't heard anything since then. I haven't heard of anything.
I haven't heard it. Well, say it was getting towards the end of the year, so it was a case. Well, we're not going to be able to do it this year. And then I think he'd hurt himself and put his back out or something, which is, that put the kibosh on it. And then, to be honest, I haven't heard from him since. And that's a few. I'm trying to think how long ago it must be. It must be
2 years, maybe 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3 years, maybe even 4. I can't remember. But
yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while, but like I say, I think it's just a factor of things that I it's not like part of my social circle or anything. You generally encounter them in all these places we tended to hang out, and he'd just not been around, and I'd not been around, and then like Jose's channel basically stopped because the old boy got himself a job at last, and I've not spoken to him in 2 or 3 years, I guess.
Well, what about yourself, Blue? First of all, g'day, long time no speak. Hope you've been well. But
It's been a while, was.
Yeah, we'll catch up eventually. Anyway, you've been in touch with Rumpus at all by chance?
I have not, and in fact, I haven't been active very much. At least not on YouTube. I haven't done a video in over a year now. I've just kind of lost interest.
I can hear why. I heard police sirens in the background. I think you're still on the run, yeah?
Yeah, must be. Actually, the television may be a bit loud. I could go turn that down, I suppose.
That's what they all say. Yeah, I hope he's all right. Anyway, I haven't heard from him in years, or I haven't heard anyone mention him either for a while. So I hope he's all right.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, I think we all knew each other and spoke to each other, not mainly due to Jose. And like I say, Jose got himself a job, so he didn't need to stream every day begging people for money and all the rest of it, you know.
Right, yeah.
And I think an awful lot of us, you know, sort of drop out of touch.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Life
just
happens.
how these things go, isn't it?
I mean, it's only the shape of the Earth. Who needs to prove that? It's only the flat earthers that really need to prove it, because they haven't got enough to go up against what's already there. They can kick and scream about how bad they think the evidence for a globe is, yet they don't provide anything on par, at least on par with it. Nothing cohesive. They have all their little compartments, like this. This little compartment deals with that compartment on the globe. But if you look at the globe, all the compartments work together. If you look at flat Earth, they don't.
But that's because all the globe stuff is hijacked flat Earth stuff.
Well, I mean, it's just flat Earth wrapped around the globe, isn't it? Is that what you're saying, Tim?
No, I'm saying that when you measure curvature, that is actually just flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. So it is correct for flat earthers to ask a lot of globe questions and not so much talk about flat Earth.
Well, I don't think you understood. I was agreeing with you in a flat Earth sense, because you didn't understand that I was agreeing with you, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't understand Sri Lankan.
Well, I haven't met a flat Earth Sri Lankan before. I've met a flat Earth Indian in real life.
Sri Lankans, they are very busy people. Like, at least those I know, they always have their fingers in something, business in some way.
Yeah.
Very productive is my word.
Okay, well, let's leave it at that and not discuss that topic any further. I don't want to.
It definitely had no racist connotations. Whatever.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting that in any way.
I'm just making sure.
Not at all.
Yeah, it was definitely a compliment to Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan people I have met in my life.
Yes, well, I kind of understood it that way from you, and I was trying to not delve into how we like to do business, because I'll probably get myself in some shit.
But I think we should take this tangent, because then we don't have to talk about the flat Earth position.
Yes, let's talk about how many flat Earth Sri Lankans you've met.
No.
It should be a short conversation.
Yeah, it's over.
Good-o.
I don't even think I have met a Sri Lankan that entertains like conspiracy. That's why I brought up they're too busy to entertain these kind of things. You know, that's why I said it.
Too caught up in real life, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all a bit of fun, mate. What do you mean, you know? Why no? What we know? My link's broken? Let me check that. Oh, that's because it's... Yeah, okay, right. Hang on. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I think that's the old channel name. Something happened and I had to change my name. I think. Let me just check it. Now I have to do some work. I should probably spend more time working out how to use YouTube.
You don't know how to use YouTube?
I know how to use it. I know how to use it. I know how to use it. I'm just a bit slow at remembering how to use it.
Right, it's just been a minute. You don't do much research then, do you? I'm just messing with you.
It's only YouTube, mate. It's not that important. It's only YouTube. It's on my it's way down on my list.
Yeah, it's true though. For research, YouTube videos are not necessarily place to go for your research necessarily. You might find a YouTube video that's telling you a bunch of nonsense, you know?
Well, I'm referring to my own channel actually.
Oh, really? What you got going on there, hun?
Stuff.
You doing like true stuff, or like for you, or actors? Like, what are you doing? You doing like music? I mean, you don't have to be doing anything we talk about.
No.
On your channel.
No,
Yeah.
I haven't posted anything since probably 4 or 5 years ago. Maybe
Okay.
5.
Yeah.
It's just showing how you can use relative density on a flat Earth argument to show that the Earth is actually curved.
God wants. I'll have to see this. Seriously. Show me. I'm gonna watch this video. I'm gonna have to link. I'm gonna think I'm subscribed to you. You know I'll subscribe to you too, Woz. You're one of my friends, regardless if I agree with your opinions on things, right? Or information. I still subscribe to you. Watch it. So yeah. You want to post there somewhere for me, or send me a link?
I
definitely subscribe
appreciate
now.
that. No, well, I've got a link in my Discord profile, which
Gotcha.
is just been brought to my attention that it's broken. So I'm in the process of fixing it. Yeah, because something happened with my channel and my name changed or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Like I say, it's very low on my list, so I don't commit any of that shit to my memory, which is already difficult enough already. My
Yeah,
memory.
Spirit, it is broken. Broken. Your link.
Hang on.
Is
I'm in the process of trying to work out how to fix that.
You're good. You having a
Plus,
good morning, everybody?
Plus, I'm going to be 60
everybody
next year, so I need a break.
Oh, yeah, right though. Just in general.
Pardon?
Well,
Just in life. 60 years old. Even when I hit 40, I was like,
not
Lord,
this
I need a
year.
break.
Not this year. Next year.
Yeah, next year. Yeah. He's like, I at least have a whole year of sanity left.
Well.
Hey, look, it's Monday morning and the sun is shining, which is good because there's a chap outside replacing the windscreen of my car. So.
Hell yeah.
I thought that would make
fun.
That's the sort of thing that makes it rain, but no, I think he's going to get away with it. Although we are forecast thunderstorms.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Canada too. Absolutely gorgeous. Like 53 when you wake up. So, oh yes, thank you God, because yesterday was like 38. No, thank you. Degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous day.
Thunderstorms at 1 o'clock. So he's been at it an hour already. So he should be okay. He should be done and away before it pisses down.
It hits. We had too much rain over this past weekend and stuff. I'm happy. Today's supposed to be a gorgeous, sunny, like 70-something degrees day here. Hallelujah. That's perfect weather for me. People say it's too hot here in Canada when it's 72. I'm thinking, wait a minute. That's like what everybody dreams of. If it could just say 70s all the time, I'd be so happy in life. Man, is there anywhere in the world that stays 70 degrees mainly? Like, just around that temperature most of the time? At all?
Oh God, I'm trying to think what temperature that is in.
In Celsius? Yeah,
About
yeah.
25.
Okay.
Oh,
25 is too
70
hot.
Fahrenheit is 21
No,
Celsius.
it's not.
That's apparently
25
what
is nice.
No.
25 is beautiful.
No,
What is
that's
wrong
like,
with you people?
With a
Yeah,
breeze,
and-
with a gentle,
Maybe-
cool breeze.
yeah.
Maybe
Not
a
even a
little
cool
less
breeze.
than that.
Oh my god.
60
These
degrees
crazy
Celsius,
guys
that's
are not-
perfect.
No, it's cold. That's cold.
No, that's fucking t-shirt and fucking shorts weather.
60 degrees. That's. I'm gonna stay in a cold bath. Thank you very much.
Yeah. A cold bath. A cold bath.
60 degrees.
Okay,
Celsius.
I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana, and our summers are about 100 degrees and 100 degrees humidity. And I'm gonna tell you something, they are rocking. So 70 degrees when it's there is absolutely fabulous. 50, 60 feels like it's too damn cold. Yeah.
We had one day
For
2
me.
weeks ago where we hit 26, and that was probably our summer.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Uh-uh.
I was playing a game of baseball and it was nearly 40 degrees.
Yep.
Celsius.
Yep, exactly. It's gonna be
That
hot
is
as can be.
perfect for running.
That was freaking hot.
Yeah, it's too hot.
Oh, Celsius. Oh, yeah, that's too hot.
What's 102 in
Yeah,
Fahrenheit,
about-
and then do the damn humidity at 100 and see how that feels, y'all. Like it's so sticky, you can't. You walk outside. There's no air either. There's no breeze. You wake up and you go to sleep the same way. You're like, oh my god, it didn't even drop any temperature. It's hotter.
102
wrong.
Fahrenheit is just about 39 Celsius. Like,
Yeah,
that's
39
that's
Celsius all day
crazy.
long, no breeze. Yep, that's our summers in August. It's insane. The whole summer.
What state
Yeah.
is you in?
Indianapolis, Indiana. Indiana is scorching. Flat land. There ain't no air. There ain't no water around us. You know what I mean?
Did you say flatland?
Flat lands. We are super flat in Indiana, pretty much. Bunch of farmland.
Words.
I know, right? And I don't even mean it like flat. Like seriously, no shape out here. I'm not even talking that way. It's super. Just there's no air. You don't get it that breeze from Michigan coming in. You do a little bit. Not really. Doesn't happen.
Is it a hot? Is it a hot still day? Like there's no breeze, nothing.
Yeah, that's what it's usually like in Indiana.
Yeah,
Hot
that's
still,
a
no
killer.
air. Yes.
That's a killer.
That's what I'm
It's
trying to
all right
explain
when
to
there's
people.
not so bad when there's a breeze, but when it's still like that, nah,
Mhm.
it's too much.
Yep.
Some days here in Melbourne, it'll be high 30s,
Mhm.
pushing into the low 40s, but we can have this horrible strong wind. It's like and it's
Yeah.
hot. It's hot too. It's like living inside a hairdryer.
That's exactly what it is.
It's terrible, man.
There it is. I know. I'm looking as much as I'm looking forward, and I've been begging for the heat this summer. I know when I get it, I'm gonna complain about it too. I'm trying not to this year, because after being in Canada, I'm excited to come back to the heat, hun. I cannot wait to be scorching sauna. Like, I'm gonna love it for 1 year, and 1 year only.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping our winter's only short.
And the winters in
We-
Canada are too long. Too
We're
long.
a couple of weeks away from winter, and it's been quite
Uh-oh.
nice weather. It's been reasonably mild during the day, cool in the morning, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, nice and warm during the day. Low
That's
20s
good. Yeah, it's not too bad.
and sunny.
But winter's coming right around the
hot.
corner. Here we go for you. Your winters
Yeah,
aren't
not
bad though. What is your winter and like your coldest usually?
Look, I mean, some of you guys will probably laugh, but
That's okay.
it gets down to maybe between 9 and 11 say during the day Celsius.
You're right. I'm gonna laugh. I know.
That's up like a spring.
But I mean we get this wind that blows up from the South Pole, and although the temperature says it might be 9, it feels like I don't know if you're a bloke you'd understand shrinkage, And you get that through your clothes, even, no matter how rugged up you are.
Do me Wordle.
Yeah, but I couldn't imagine minus 30 like some of these crazy Canadians live in. That I mean, when you go outside and your eyes are frozen shut because of your tear ducts are frozen, and you can't breathe because your lungs fall apart because it's so cold. That's just too far.
Yeah, I was wrapped this past year, honey, winter here in Canada. Like seriously, I was in the desert, like Saudi Arabia. I was wrapped my forehead, my face, everything with scarves, and I had like 5 layers on, 4 hoodies, 3 pants. Like I'm skinny, thank God, so it didn't look like I was wearing that many layers. But in reality, I was, and I had to just literally take them off when the summer hit. But in reality, I just started taking them like a layer off. I'm still wearing sweatpants and another pair of jeans underneath right now here in Canada because it's still chilly in the morning.
Well, the coldest weather I've been in is minus 4. I think it was. Yeah, that was the coldest.
Really?
That's what the temperature gauge at the ski lodge said, and
Yeah.
there may have been nights that were slightly colder, but it was around there. It's probably the coldest I've personally experienced, which wasn't so bad. I thought it wasn't that bad.
About minus 18. It froze the water up coming into the house.
Yeah, that sort of stuff's just ridiculous. Why would you even want to live in that?
Oh, we don't. That was an exception. We don't generally get winters that cold, but that particular winter, yeah, that night we apparently got down to minus 18, and of course the first thing we knew that the water had frozen up. Somebody went to flush a toilet and
stiff shit, eh?
there because whoever just
Literally.
flushed before we'd used the water and that hadn't filled up, and the water meter was a plastic thing that was sunk into the wall, and it's supposed to have, you could access it from outside to read it, and the insulating thing that was supposed to be in there wasn't. So I spent half the night with that's right, with the wife's hairdryer.
Hairdryer, yeah. I thought so.
Heat this bloody thing up, waiting for it to thaw out, and in the meantime, because there was snow on the ground, we could melt the snow to get water.
Right. Yeah, but minus 18's, I understand that's pretty shitty. But these Canadians, they're in minus 30. That's like minus 18's cold for you, but minus 30. I mean, that's just, you can't breathe. How can you breathe that?
Well, you get used to it, don't you? And if that's the
can you breathe it? Can you actually breathe that? I don't know.
Yeah, you can breathe that. Listen, Indiana, I know it sounds crazy. You can look this up. I'm not lying. Even recently, me being here, and we were comparing weather in Indiana and weather in Canada. Indiana was actually colder than it was in Canada. No joke. So we have our winters. They were ridiculous too. And I'm telling you right now, we drop sometimes down to, with the wind chill, they'll say, of course, it's added in, right? Negative 22 Fahrenheit. What are you talking about? We had one year that was negative 22 with the wind chill, right? So really, it was about negative 10. That's a real Fahrenheit temperature, negative in Indiana. What is going on? That's Fahrenheit. Then we get rocking 100-degree Fahrenheit summers. It's literally insane. We get polar opposites.
Sorry, how much does it go up to in summer?
100 degrees, sometimes 102. And Briggs, remember I was dating Briggs from Texas. He came to Indiana that year. And he was like, oh my God, because we slept in the vehicle and we about died that night. Oh my God. He's like, I can't take it. I'm going back to Texas.
You can get a 70-degree range in your temperature.
Yes. Absolutely.
That's more of a range than we get here. We'll probably get about 30.
Wow. Yeah, we go from just craziness.
Range. But when you get to a certain amount of cold, it doesn't matter how much colder it gets.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
1000%
it's so cold
agree.
it doesn't matter. Like when it gets up to when it's up to like 39 degrees Celsius, it can go up to 42, and there's no big deal.
Much difference.
No big difference. Just there's
Same thing.
thresholds
When you
where
start feeling
they're
like
just
2 degrees
numbers.
and negative, it's over. It just feels the same. Even if you dropped to another -8, it doesn't matter. It still feels exactly like you can't take it. Get me the fucking side. You just run.
Yeah, there's a threshold when it just becomes numbers.
Exactly. I can't feel anything out here. But I do remember the year that we walked outside of our house and actually our eyes were freezing. And that was the year I was telling you,
Yeah.
like negative 20 something with the wind chill. You could not walk outside without your eyes and your mouth covered. It was insane. People were actually buying the
Yeah.
masks that cover your whole face in my state
Well,
because
that's
you had to.
well, yeah. That's what I was saying. That's what I was questioning before. How can you take a deep breath when it's like -30 Celsius? Can you just go
Barely.
outside and breathe? I'd imagine that you'd feel a bit of pain.
It hurts. It hurts. Doesn't
Yeah,
feel
right.
good. To your lungs, to even anything. But honestly, it's the absolute coolness to your eyes. Anything that has water exposed to it, your eyes just feel like unbelievable because that wind chill. You're
I
just trying to
wouldn't mind
squint
it.
to get through it.
I wouldn't mind experiencing that, but I wouldn't want to live in it.
Exactly. You go visit it, you experience it, and go, nope, did that once in my life, don't want to do that again.
Yep.
You've experienced it.
Cross that off my bucket list.
I don't know why I live in that bipolar state of mind. Listen, I love Indiana because it's my hometown. But when you have weather that scorches like that, we also get tornadoes because of this weather, difference of 70 degrees. So 1 minute we can be cold as can be, and here comes in the heat. That's unbelievable. But changing 50-degree temperature, and then we got crazy thunderstorms, and then we have like Bloomington and all those years that we had floods there and just got tore up all freaking summer long and shit. Yeah, it's worse than a hurricane because hurricanes you can prepare for. This is crazy types of weather. And when I was talking about that flatland, I mean more like Kansas. You know what I'm saying? So when tornadoes happen in my state, like it's not funny. That's why you want
Well,
to
if you're wearing the right shoes, you can just click your heels together and it all goes away 3 times.
No place
Except
like
I'm
home.
going, there's no place like home, and I am at home. Oh
That's
no.
it.
I've been trying that weapon here. It isn't working, Moss. I'm just getting no place like home. No place like home.
You need to use different
Doesn't
shoes
happen.
then, Stace.
That's right. These boots aren't working. They're not made for walking. Or clapping.
Try some gum boots.
Some in there somewhere.
I mean, they're high heel boots, but they're not high heel enough. They need to be more classy, right? Just the one.
No, gum
one level
boots.
thin.
Gum boots. You might end up in Australia.
Oh, really? That's actually cool. I'd be down for that.
You got gum boots over there, right? You know what they are.
I've heard of them before, and I'm picturing them in my head. Man, I'm actually looking at right now. We might actually.
What do you call them in the States? You guys call them Wellingtons in the UK, right?
Yeah, I know what Wellingtons are. Yes. They're green boots.
They what?
Kind of like we consider them more like rain boots. They'll call them more here in the States because
Are you
they're like
saying
water.
rain? Rain boots or rain boots? Yeah, okay.
Rain, RAIN, yeah, for the rain. Yeah.
That's a bit
But they
lame.
work in the snow, all that. I know, isn't it? But they're Wellingtons, basically.
Come up with a better name than that.
Right. Yeah. Gum boots. See, even when I type it in gum boots, it doesn't come up gum boots. It just comes up a bunch of different boots, but it never says anything about gum boots. So here we go. Amazon, Canada. Okay. Canada refers to them as gum boots too.
You have to go google.com.au.
True. Sweet. Actually, I wouldn't mind having a good pair again of like really nice boots like that, huh? No. They're perfect for stuff like that. And here.
Yeah, look, I'll post you a picture of gum boots. 1 sec.
Yeah. Now you want me to buy boots. I'm looking at $102 pair of boots I want to buy right now. I love boots.
No, these are like $23 Australian.
Oh yeah, the cheaper
kind. It's like
yeah.
It's like $5 for you or something like that.
Yeah.
What do
I
I
don't know
post?
these tariffs now.
Omnipresence text chat, is that the one I posted?
Yes.
We call them Wellington boots because over here that's who designed them. The Duke of Wellington.
Yep. I never knew that until about 5 years ago.
Got a shoemaker to make these things, and they're called Wellington boots, or as we call them, wellies.
Yep. I had to learn that from somebody from Europe. First time he started talking about Wellington boots, and I love boots. What are you talking about? Never heard that before.
Do I need some special privileges to post? Because I don't seem to be able to post the picture.
You do probably. I don't have it, but can I give it to my phone?
Yeah, ping. Any of the mods actually listening at the moment, they have to give you image posting rights.
Well, I don't think there wasn't. I can give it to you from my phone, though. I'm a mod, but I don't think I have the privilege of doing that from my phone. Let me see if I can actually manage edit roles. Here, let me see here. Image permits. I got you, babe. I got you right now. You're good to go now. Go ahead. I am able to do it on my phone. Beautiful.
There you go. That worked.
Thank
there you go.
you.
Heavy
Awesome.
duty gum boots. $23 Australian.
Oh, that's not bad at all. $23. Damn.
They'll keep your shins. They'll keep your shins dry.
Right.
Almost go up to
your knee. Up, man.
Perfect for
that's
pouring
a
concrete.
willy.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Perfect for pouring concrete. That's what you use those things for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tend to find snakes like to curl up inside of those.
Yeah, definitely dump them out before you put your foot in there.
Yeah, you put one inside the other upside. You turn one upside down
Yeah.
and put it inside the other.
Yeah.
But then the scorpions can crawl up the gap, so you've got to be careful of that too.
We don't have that problem over here.
Or the bull ants.
Right, that seems to work. Oh my God, I might have cracked it.
Man, I don't know why these visas take so long to get. Like I'm sitting here looking at like certain visas, and they're talking about it takes like 1 to 2 years estimated wait and shit to fully get the visa. I'm like, what? Why is there such a long time on these?
What is it?
Like a visa, like even like a K1 visa, like a fiance visa and shit. You know, it takes up to 2 years to get that to go through. You have to like petition and do all this shit. Then you can. It's such a long process. Why are we that far behind or something? Why is immigration so? I don't understand. It's really retarded. Just even you wouldn't even get married to somebody or a fiance or something. They make you go through so much shit, hun. It's just out of this world.
Too many dodgy people making it difficult.
Yeah. No wonder it takes people so long, like live from different countries and everything, to be together and shit. It's insane what they make people go through.
I mean, we had to go to the local council office for something or other. I know it's just a matter of booking a place.
And
getting on with it.
Yeah. But see, it says that I have to, one of them has to petition, like if you're from Canada or the United States, I have to petition for him to even be able to get a K1 visa so that he can come to the United States to even marry me in the United States. And then he has to still go back home and have to go through the immigration process for moving to the United States to get a green card, right? It's like, what in the shit? That's just to even get married. They make you go have a K1 visa.
as we were both native to the UK, I think the only complication we had is because she'd been married before. I think that's why we had to go to the local council office to sort something out to make sure that, you know, the divorce or the 2 divorces had actually happened, blah, 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 and she was okay to marry again. That was all, but other than that, it's a bit of piss.
Right.
But when you're looking at,
Never
you
thought
know,
it'd be this hard.
green cards and immigration and all that,
It's crazy.
Like
I mean, just for him to even say if he didn't want to immigrate and he wanted to stay in Canada, just to even marry someone from the United States, you have to apply for a visa to have it to come over to actually marry someone. Then you have 90 days to do it. What? That's where that 90-day fiance shit comes from. Holy crap! I never knew it was this difficult, even for an engagement and marriage. And you're still separated. That's not even immigration, right? You live in your country, I live in mine. Nothing changes. But then you have to do the immigration process after that. Lots of money involved. That's what they get out of this, guys. Money, 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 and more money. That's really what this is about. Isn't everything about the money?
Yep. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. It's all about the money.
Pretty much. I should expect this then.
That's what we try to do. Well, try to do everything on the cheap.
Yeah, it tries. Keyword nowadays,
just picked,
right?
a private school to get married in because they had some really nice rooms and it was quite a setting. And we said, yeah, better this than some poxy registrar's office. Let's get married somewhere that's got a bit of visual appeal, shall we say? And if you've watched the third Indiana Jones film, you've seen where I got married. It's where they had the Nazi book burning around. That was Stowe School, just up the road from here.
Awesome.
And everybody said, why are you getting married here? Did you go to school here? Did I, bollocks? Very expensive private school. No, I didn't go here, but it's a nice place to get married.
That's neat. Yeah. No, I'm thinking about stuff like that too. I don't know. I don't need to be married in a church. I'm not religious and not to that degree. I was a long time ago, right? And grew up in church 3 days a week. But I'm just not that where I have to. Yeah.
You know, we couldn't get married in a church. That would be rank hypocrisy. You know. Both without atheists get married in a church. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
Why not? No kidding.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, there are so many places that you can get married. It was like, just trying to fucking get with the place. Sure, I had one somewhere.
And not too expensive. Listen, why do we spend people spend $100,000, $200,000 on weddings and stuff? Are you effing kidding me? $50,000 even? What? No, $20,000. No, that's a down payment on a house you can buy. I can buy a really nice RV for that. Like, don't spend all this kind of money.
That's where we got married.
Okay, let me see. Come on, phone. Taking forever. Oh, cause something else.
Not bad.
Sorry, my phone is now freezing. Oh, it's beautiful.
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's a private
grand.
school. That's a very expensive boarding private school. And we got married.
That's a beautiful.
There were 3 rooms in there you could use, and we went for the smallest one because the other 2 were so grand and over the top. We just thought, oh, we can't get married in here.
Yeah.
And that portico on the left, that's where the drinks were served afterwards.
It didn't cost you too much?
Well, no, because they were just about to have a revamp. So the prices were going to go up, but they sort of said if you book now, you know, you'll pay the lesser price. I think the cost for the actual venue was, I don't know, just over £1,000.
That's not bad though for something like that, love.
You know, when you look at a place like that, you think £1,000 to get married here. Yeah, that'll do. You know.
How many people did you have there?
We had, I think we could have a maximum of 40 people in that. It was called the Blue Room. There's the picture of it as it appeared in the Indiana Jones film. That's the same place.
Oh wow, yeah. Yep.
Oh, is your wife German?
No.
I was kidding.
But yeah, the bit in the film where Indiana Jones has got his hand round her neck and saying, "All I've got to do is squeeze." That was the colonnade on the left where we served the wine, because obviously it took quite a while to get all the bloody photos done. I mean, it was the start of a very hot summer. I do remember that day being very, very hot. You know, you're fully suited and booted. It's like, can you get a move on, please? Because I want to take this bloody suit off. You know.
Hey, farmers, I don't know, but just because I do a little bit of modding in other places, I don't know if TOS allows those swastikas to be posted. I'm not sure.
Oh, I didn't
could
think
be
about
wrong.
that.
I could
You
be
might
wrong.
be right. I don't know. I know you didn't mean to post
But
anything like that. Yeah, you're just trying to.
I tend to err on the side of caution.
Oh yeah, I suggest if you can remove it, farmers boy. If you don't, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, though.
But
Thank
anyway,
you for
yeah.
sharing it. Yeah.
If you watch Indiana Jones go to Berlin and go to the book burning rallies, that's Stowe School, just the other side of the circuit here. It's only a few miles away. But yeah, we've been looking at places to get married, and she said, "Yeah, we can get married at Stowe School." Really? Well, let's go and have a look. And some of the
Did they let
rooms
you
are
have a
really-
ceremony or anything out back, like out in the yard or anything? Because it's so gorgeous to just be out there by that the lake or whatever and everything. I'm just looking at that picture, thinking, I like to have it out in the yard, even the wedding, or food out back or something. You know, just even if it was out front. Shoot, that place is gorgeous.
Well, what you can't see, the bottom of that picture with the grass.
Mhm.
If you go a bit lower, that's their cricket pitch. So out the front is where we took most of the photos. The road leading to it comes over a very grand bridge, and he did stop and take a few photos of us there as well. But by the time we were done, we wanted to get into town for the so-called wedding breakfast. You know, the lunch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's about 40 of us, I think.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I mean, I know we've been divorced 9 years, but I still look back on that and think that was probably the best day of my life. That was just everything went perfectly. The weather was, you know, it was the start of a scorching hot summer, so the weather was perfect. Oh, it was brilliant day.
That's really sweet to hear. Like from a man's perspective, just so as you like, you know, you've been divorced for a while, but you said divorced, right? I don't want to
been
make sure I'm
divorced 9
hearing.
years,
Okay.
but
But you
look back
still
on
like
that
look
day,
back and say that's your best day of your life almost. That's still beautiful to hear that.
Do you think if you were still married, you'd still consider it the best day?
I think so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I know what you're saying. Oh man. But you know,
looks
there's
like
a
a
lot of
nice
my
spot.
relationships that would not look back at that walls and go, "That's the best probably day of my life," because they're so hating their exes and stuff like that that they can't get past that. So he's like, "No, that was still the best in my life." Yeah, because it was a good day. It was a wonderful time you can
Yeah.
still look back on and remember. He's willing to say that. That's cool.
When was it, farmers?
That would have been June the 2nd, 2006. It was a Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not that long ago then.
And the next day we headed off to our honeymoon up in the Lake District.
Are you
too late.
remarried or anything now or anything like that?
Beg your pardon?
Are you remarried now or anything?
No,
or?
no. I've had 9 years on my own, and I've gotten quite used to it, to be honest. Quite like it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think you were remarried, but I just want to make sure because you never know. And I'm thinking, is your wife around here or not? Wait a minute. You have a wife, a new one, and you said that's your best day of your life.
The last time we saw each other must have been 4 or 5 years ago, and if looks could kill, she'd be down for life. But there you go. I still see my eldest stepson because he's my mechanic and MOT tester. No, I'm just looking at some of the photos I got on my hard drive here now. I'm thinking that was just a brilliant day.
Absolutely.
Just
you can still value people in the times that you spent with them, in the moments that you spent, and who they were, and what you went through. Yep. That's really cool. But so you're not missing her, like no, missing the relationship at all.
Mainly no. There obviously there are times, but
of course,
it's just one of those things. You know, we had 10
How long were you guys married? Oh, 10 years. 10 years.
Yep.
If you're with somebody that long, yeah, you're gonna have your moments. I don't care what anybody says. that you're gonna miss that person. There's no way you're just with someone that long you don't miss them in ways. On certain days. You know what I mean? When you wake up, you're missing something, the comfort or whatever it is, or when they used to get you a cup of coffee or whatever.
Yeah, that's just natural. That's bound to happen. But c'est la vie.
But there's nothing like waking up every day, doing your own damn shit, own damn thing, no one to complain. Tell you something. There is something freeing to that.
It's nice. The aspects of living on your own is you're beholden to nobody. The problem is, if you can't find somebody, you can't blame anybody else. They haven't moved it. It means you can't remember where you fucking put it.
Yeah. So true.
But of course, I can't share the chores with anybody. I have to do it all myself. But there you go. Could be worse.
How could it ever be? Yes, it can.
Yes, it can.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today?
Good morning. Doing wonderful.
Dr. Pepper.
We had an interesting bunch of evolution and abiogenesis discussion yesterday. I don't know if you guys were around.
No, but I was going to ask you, how's life in a aluminium can?
Aluminium. It's my headphones. I just need to reboot them.
No, you sound fine.
Aren't the acoustics lovely?
It's because you're new.
You sound fine. I'm referring to you being a soft drink or a soda.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's good. Life's good. It's peachy.
You know it's coming to an end when you hear that.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous. Wow.
So
they have peach Dr. Pepper?
And I get to release some pressure.
Right. So what were you talking about happened last night? I forgot what you said.
We had an interesting discussion about abiogenesis, about the last common ancestor, LCA, and stuff like that. And we had a few anti-evolutionists. I don't know if they were creationists. I don't know what they were, but I held a little lecture about the LCA and about abiogenesis and a few things. And I was asked if I could have a presentation on the subject. I've been thinking a little bit about it. It's hard to cover a topic like that because you need to have sort of a good understanding of biochemistry and organic chemistry. But I'm trying to be a little bit creative when it comes to trying to present it in a digestible form while not keeping it too long either. Yeah, I'll see what I can do about that. It's a good question that I received, but yeah, I'll think about it. I don't think anyone here has covered anything in terms of biology. All the stuff that I've seen here have to do with astronomy, which is cool, by the way. But
I don't think it's been held here, but do you know Taylor? Her and her husband are into this, and this is what she does for, I believe, a living.
There was a woman
in a
named
lab.
Taylor that was here
Yes.
2 days ago,
Yes.
and she was bearable. I'm probably
Really?
not down. Yeah, she was.
Okay.
She was practically arguing for about 2 hours how
Oh, I'm sorry.
you can't measure distances by using radio frequencies to turn back the signal from the moon or something. But I don't think that's her.
It might be because she's a flat earther too, with me and all that areas and what we talk about and whatnot. She might be the same Taylor with the heart. But yeah, her and her husband do what you're talking about, all this stuff every day. They also do exactly this, and this is their presentations that they put up. So I love if you did a presentation for Taylor to kind of be like a here, and maybe even her husband to do a back and forth, because this is what their field as well. So it would be nice to kind of have a balance.
Are they biologists? Are they
They're working as yes, I believe biochemists. Yeah, working in that field. I'll have to make sure and verify exactly what she is. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to say it incorrectly. So please don't take it as exactly for a fact.
No. I'm not gonna take your word for it. Obviously.
Thank you. But she definitely is working in that area, honey. Talking about this stuff all the time. Yeah.
Okay. I
It'd
mean,
be interesting because not many people
yeah,
are talking about it with her either. You know what I mean? So if someone else can give a little bit back and forth, be good for the community, be good for science in general. Just to talk about stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. Abiogenesis is not technically my. Hold on, I'm gonna reconnect from my headphones. Hold on.
You gotta take your time. I'm about to make me some coffee. Dun, 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 dun. Lion's here. Lion might even be able to tell you about that too, because I'm pretty sure he might know the exact field she works in. What Taylor
Yeah,
works in.
abiogenesis is not my forte, but I mean, it's also it's such a huge topic as well. It will be hard to cover that in a digestible way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll see what I can do. But I mean, are they flat earthers, but they're biochemists?
Mm-hmm.
Are
I don't know, like, because he's driving a lot. I don't know if she's, I mean, I really wish I knew exactly what her field is and what she's doing. I don't know if she's in college right now and what she's, oh, I think it took his mic off. Ryan, do you know,
What's up?
Taylor, what she's doing, her and her husband? Because they talk about this stuff all the time too.
Her husband's in med school right now.
Okay.
He's
he's
becoming a
med
doctor.
school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's in med school, and then she's like she works in laboratory. I forget her specific field, but she is like something to do with lab work. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I've been trying to figure out this morning too, but this is the kind of stuff that she talks about all the time. Now, she does a presentation with her and her husband. I was just one of the presentations that she puts out. I missed her last one, so he was just talking about him maybe doing one. Yeah.
People get surprised when they hear people who got credentials, they got PhDs, and they're flat earthers. What doesn't make any sense? It's breaking my worldview. Like there's I know it's a couple. Her name's Karen C. I don't know if there's a bunch of Karens, but this one's not the one you guys know about. And she's an engineer. Her husband's an engineer. They're both pilots.
Yeah.
And they actually, they have a hangar that they constructed themselves. They engineered themselves. Architectural engineer. For their planes. Now the planes aren't like commercial. And I'm bringing this up before, and they're like, "Oh well, are they commercial pilots?" And I'm like, "No, they're not." But does that matter? Like they're still pilots, and they're structural engineers, and they're flat earthers, and young Earth creationists.
Yeah.
But Lion, it does make a difference. You can be a construction engineer. It doesn't mean you need to necessarily know about the shape or the size of the Earth in that respect. Same thing as being a pilot. If you're not a commercial pilot where you don't do long haul flights, then you don't really need to know the maps. But I know a couple of friends, they're commercial pilots. One works for Qantas and the other one was for Emirates. When I brought the topic, they said like, yeah, sure, it's definitely flat, yeah. But sarcastic way. So I don't know, but it does make a difference. When you say engineer, okay, it doesn't necessarily mean because they're engineer, therefore when they say it's flat, they have the right or the evidence or the word is has some solid meaning, or the words has some solid meaning behind it. They're just normal engineers. So there's a difference, But it's like
thing is, bro.
Yeah, go.
No, go ahead. You finished. Sorry.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
You don't need to be a rocket scientist, dude, right? Because the only thing that you have to be able to do is falsify the predicted radius of the Earth, which is 8 inches per mile squared. If you can falsify that, dude, that's the biggest evidence that flat earthers have. Regardless of what the sky's doing, what the sun's doing, how far the sun you guys claim is.
No, but like
none of that's really relevant.
No, but like what's really strange to me is how someone can be in the scientific field at all, because and be a flat earther, because it requires a certain level of distrust
in science and how the scientific community and how scientific praxis works, and how you at the same time can have a deep level of understanding of how it works. Like it's to me it surprises me how, because
I get it.
Look, people
I
are
get
flat
it, dude.
earthers for different reasons. Some are creationists and some are not. But the ones that are not, that have such a huge, deep mistrust in science, to me, it doesn't connect how someone can be involved in knowing how the scientific community and how the scientific framework works, and at the same time be like, yeah, they're all a bunch of liars. Like it's very strange.
For me, it's not, because someone who's looking at the model and going, that doesn't make sense, that doesn't apply in my reality, that's not really scienced out, truthfully, right? We're talking about the shape of the earth. And then you're talking about then someone who's dealing with actual cells or whatever, and it's in a lab and dealing with actual things of the world and sciencing it out, doing experiments, hands-on. And if someone's doing that, they can believe what they're seeing in front of their eyes because they're hands-on validating it for themselves. The model, they can't validate. So there's a little bit of disconnect. So you can have a disconnect there and not align with that as science, and then align with science when you're actually dealing with it.
Yeah, but I mean, you could read the scientific papers that actually proves and provides the very basic foundations and framework of our understanding of the physics that exists today. Because that's all you need in order to basically destroy the flat Earth theory. Because once the physics makes sense and the physics can be acknowledged and attributed to how they work in real life, you understand that the flat Earth model just doesn't work. Like just the existence of gravity. Or the existence of how you can measure it. Like I said last time, I
this is the
told her,
problem,
like,
bro. You don't even know what you're saying, dude. You're saying, why would gravity make a difference?
Because
you think flat earthers don't believe in gravity? You think we don't believe that things fall to the ground?
No. We had a discussion about it yesterday. Most of them don't believe
That's
in
what
it.
I'm saying. Like you guys, it
don't
seems to me like
attribute
you
it
have a
to gravity,
misunderstanding
though.
of what flat Earth is. But regardless, the biggest hurdle that Globers fail to understand why flat earthers believe in flat Earth is because how can you believe that all the governments of the world are conspiring against the masses? How could that be possible? They can't. That's the biggest hurdle that they have, probably.
I mean, no. The biggest hurdle that they have is that they can't. I told this how many times, and no one has responded to this in the flat. The biggest hurdle that they have is that they can't explain how even the sun moves, what makes it move. The basic explanation they're getting from them is it's magic, basically. Like they can't explain it. They can't explain the movement.
Bro, hold on, dude. I told you, regardless of what the sun is doing, whatever the sky's doing, dude, is completely irrelevant and non-contingent on the Earth regarding the Earth's surface, right? The Earth's surface can be falsified. The predicted radius of the Earth can be falsified, right? And that's the biggest evidence that flat earthers have, that when the drop over distance, right, 8 inches per mile squared does not match up. Multiple experiments done, it's flat. It's flat.
It's a
So
problem.
granted, there's a 24-hour sun in the south. There's a 24-hour sun in the south, right? That seems to debunk the flat Earth model. But if you're a Christian, you understand that the sun and the moon and the stars are a product of the firmament. And Taylor believes in a firmament. Her husband believes in a firmament. They're Christians. Another thing is you have to separate evolution and creationists from flat Earth, because there are creationists, young Earth creationists that aren't flat Earthers, right?
Okay.
And then there are flat Earthers that believe in evolution, right? So there's it's a mixed bag of people, and then there's also people that are Globers but believe we never went to the moon, that the moon landings were fake. So there's a lot of different types of
conspiracy theory. That has less to do with flat Earth.
Wait a minute.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that you can't label us and put us in one group. Go ahead.
You said that there's proved. It's been disproved. You said there's measurements. I'm going to have to challenge you on that. Where's the measurements of flat Earth?
Before that, Lion.
So Taylor brings up the theodolite measurements, and we have like observation, which is the same things that you guys do, observational evidence of long distance observations that should be impossible on the globe. Now,
Yes,
you
but
guys bring up
you have no
refraction.
explanation
Why
for
these
it.
things are possible is because these things loom up on the horizon. Fine, but there's also been physical measurements. There's line of sight targeting from pilots in the Navy, in the Air Force, line of sight targeting to the target, 300 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles. There's the Navy that rocket that I forget what it's called. It's like a laser rocket thing that they got. Laser cannon. They admit 300-mile on sight targeting.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait, this military stuff. I think it's been debunked thoroughly with everyone. When documentation presented, guess what? There's a other calculation for the curve or other calculation for refraction. Okay, another one was source code for a ballistic missile written in Fortran, and they have to calculate the curve. So these that's the answer to those ones. Okay, it's been documented, and when it's documented, when the documentation presented by the flat Earth side, it just goes, oh, hang on, usual. I don't want to call it anyway. But
Yeah,
when you say
hold on, dude, hold on, bro. See, but this is the problem. This is the problem, dude. You can bring up a source to the contrary, and I can bring up a source to the contrary, and we're gonna end up just a source per source. Because when I was in the Army, I was part of an engineering battalion, and it was an artillery brigade. Hey, so there was all types of artillery. They'll admit to you that curvature is not a factor, dude. Coriolis is not a factor.
On what distance? If it's
well,
okay. So here's the thing. It is. So when we looked into the source code, okay, which I can dig it, find it, and put it in the chat again. Mordvan had it, and we went through it. What would they calculate? What would they measure? What would they calculate, or what would they have to include the Earth measurement? So the Earth measurement into the calculations. What would they have to say? Okay, by the way, this is what we expect. And when shoot a ballistic missile, okay, it has to be calculated. It has to be added to the code.
Yeah, so you can look up. Hold on, dude.
Okay, you do believe, you do understand, you do know ballistic missiles exist. Just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you bring up ICBMs, right, and the information that you have says that they have to account for Coriolis and curve. That's what the mainstream bit says, right? When you actually look into it, like deep classified, they don't actually they don't have to account for Coriolis. That's how we have an upper hand on the enemy. The enemy, they think that we have to account for Coriolis to make the missiles actually hit the target. No, we don't. If you do, your missiles won't be as accurate.
So okay, here's a
not Coriolis, stop curvature. I meant to say curvature. This is you have to understand. When it comes to the compartmentalization of our government, of our military, they have things that are very secret because of national security. One of the things is the idea that you have to account for curvature and Coriolis. No, you don't. If the enemy thinks that, they're going to use that in their formulaic calculations for targeting, for ballistics, and they're going to be off course every time.
So here's the problem. Okay, when you say media, I'm not talking about the media. Okay, I'm talking about something which been used, i.e. a source code, i.e. the code which ran that thing. Okay, that's all I care. I don't care what anyone says. It's like someone says, okay, here's a computer, whatever is happening to it, and I've done A, B, and C. I will go, whatever you've done, I don't really care unless I see the evidence. And the evidence is what I see in that machine, okay, i.e. the source code or the code which that thing is running, okay. So when you say media presented whatever, that's one thing. When you look at the actual source code, it goes, oh, okay, that's how this thing is running. And when you put the numbers together, the numbers add up. So it's not like what media says. I don't really care about what media says. And I said, I'm against media. Okay, I'm dead against media because, I don't want to go to political. I'm not that political. I'm not a political person, but I am whatever. As an Iranian, there's a lot I have on my mind about media. Okay, so there you go. That's how I feel the media. So that's me. But that's not the media I care. It's what I see as an evidence right in front of me. And as a coder, as a programmer, as someone who actually wrote Fortran, when I was very young, I used to write Fortran. I kind of how I started writing code. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That's the problem we have, like not what media says. And again, back to the engineer. Okay, like I said,
but it's the problem. Like you guys don't. Hold on, dude. You guys don't invoke satellites. You don't invoke telemetry data. Oh, look, it says in this code that they're using the relativistic calculations to correct for the rotation of the Earth, right? And you got like, look, globe proof. That's not exclusive to the globe, dude. There are calculations, right, that aren't exclusive to the globe. Even if let's say that I granted you the Coriolis force, right? That's not an exclusive force to the globe model, dude. You could explain relativistic corrections for satellites, for ICBM missiles, not due to the Earth rotation, but due to the translational forces that are affecting the Earth from the sky, the whole sky spinning around the Earth. Theoretically.
I think you said it nicely. It's theoretically.
Yeah, like even like if you really look into it, Einstein and Stephen Hawking and a bunch of the greats agreed that you don't have an exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving. It's like mutually exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving. It doesn't exist. Even people start talking about stellar aberration, stellar parallax, and Coriolis, and all this other stuff, but you fail to realize that all that's possible even on a geocentric Earth.
I mean, even if I grant you okay, so like, even if I grant you geocentric, okay, I'm going to grant you geocentric, okay, but even with geocentrism, okay, it's not still flat. Do we agree on that one? Or do we say geocentric?
No, I get that, but we have so
okay,
you could be a geocentrist. Hold on, you could be a geocentrist and not a flat earther. Absolutely.
Listen, even if you accept geocentric, I'll take it as a win, and I'm gonna go quiet now. That's me. But do you see where I'm coming from when we talk about media and whatnot? I'm like, I don't really care what media says. I don't care what this and that says. Okay, as someone who's semi into science, as someone who has a degrees in maths and computer science, and also doing my other stuff at the moment. Okay, I have to do research. When you do research, I don't really there are a lot of times I have to learn how to read and how to understand. Okay, it's very, very important. And when really understanding, you read scientific papers. You don't go to A, B, and C sources. You read, understand. But again, there's a thing, and you mention it, lightly touched on it. You don't need to be a rocket scientist, but you do need to be a rocket scientist in order to launch a rocket into space. And as a non-rocket scientist, when you read a paper from a rocket scientist, guess what? It sounds complicated. You can make so many wrong, you can make wrong assumptions about it. Why? Because you think rocket science. So it's important if you're making assumptions about something, you need to understand what you do. You need to understand about that thing. You need to understand what you're reading. I'm not a rocket scientist, but again, I know physics. I know a bit of math. I know a bit of algebra. And goes like, I put 2 and 2 together, and like, oh, this actually makes sense. When I put it in a paper, when I put it into a machine, when I simulate it, I go, oh, okay, this makes sense. That's my point. Sorry, I talked too much. Sorry, guys.
That's fine.
Nah, you fine, but yeah, man, it's just you can pull up your sources and I can pull up my sources, right? But at the end of the day, there's always going to be conflicting data for everything on the internet, dude.
No,
for the carnivore diet, for the vegan diet, for anything you can think of, dude, there's going to be conflicting sources. Now, granted, there will be a consensus, and a lot of times the consensus does agree with you guys' side, and that's why if all it takes is to have a consensus agreement, a majority consensus, and that's going to persuade you to go that way, then I can't help you, dude, because our beliefs are fringe and are part of the minority consensus. But we have a guy in here, Danny Faulkner, who was talking about it the other day. He's embarrassed about flat Earth. He PhD, and he's an astrophysicist, or yeah, I think he's an astrophysicist.
No, he's not.
What is he?
I don't know. Probably English major or something.
No, he's an astrophysicist, for real, for real.
No
And is
way.
he a flat earther? I can't believe
And
this.
he
There's
no,
way-
he's not a flat earther. He's a young Earth creationist.
Oh, well, that's
Okay, that's a different story.
slightly more acceptable.
Yeah, exactly. More acceptable, yeah.
He is an astrophysicist, dude. He's got published papers. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're talking about the Answers in Genesis, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's plenty of PhDs. It's a mixed bag of individuals. You can't really blanket label everybody, and we don't all believe the same shit.
He's not a flat earther, though, so.
I didn't say he was a flat earther. I said he was a young Earth creationist. It's just as bad.
That was me. I thought
I mean,
you meant
6,000-year-old Earth. No monkey turning to humans, dude.
He's incorrect about that.
Nasashin. I
It's a pointless
thought my
argument,
argument
though.
is a flat earther. That was my bad. Sorry, my bad. I
Okay.
misunderstood.
It's a pointless argument because I hear it so many times. Oh, you'll never see a physicist, right? You know, that's a flat earther. And then you provide them a source of one that is, and it's just immediately
He's not,
hand
though.
wave dismissal, attack a character.
He's a
And
young
it's like,
Earth
dude,
creationist.
you didn't even read or know what he has to say.
Yeah, I
and
did.
you
I know
already
exactly what he
discredited
said.
him.
I know
No, you have
exactly
no
what he
idea
says.
who am I
I've read
talking
his
about?
stuff. I've read his stuff. That you're talking about the.
Who am I talking
the guy
about?
who was in here. The guy who was in here.
Nope. Completely different person, but okay.
Who are you talking about? There's actually a physicist who's
I'm talking about a guy that wrote a paper on nuclear physics. He's a theoretical physicist.
Astrophysicist.
I believe he. Yeah, I'm talking about a different source. Like I'm just telling lie. It's just lie to God. It's not worth like the argument holds no weight to the other side because they just immediately discredit it or look for ways to attack it.
There's
like just hand wave every time.
There's another astrophysicist. I forget his name. He hangs around with the Ether Cause crew. He started hanging around there. Benner, you know Benner? I forget his first name. Bennett, Dr. Bennett. So Dr. Bennett is a guy who actually worked with people that knew Einstein personally and worked with Einstein. This guy's an old dude. He's like probably hitting 70. But he's retired now. He's got a lot of published papers. And now he's not afraid of being ridiculed or scrutinized because, I mean, he's retired, dude. He doesn't have to worry about losing his career or anything like that, ruining his career. So now he can actually speak more openly about his beliefs, and he's a geocentrist.
Astrophysicist.
And a Christian.
No, NASA. I think Wiesel Wiesel brought him up, and he claims his thesis is about relativity, if I'm not mistaken. So that was his thing. And he was one of those ones like, is light constant or not? And he made a lot of singing dance. But he's a geocentric, so he's not flat earth or anything as such. And
you talking about Dr. Bennett?
Yeah, exactly. Dr. Bennett, yeah. Same guy.
But if you're going to bring scientists with PhDs, why not bring James Stewart, who's an organic chemist and a creationist?
Yep.
That'd be awesome. Another organic biologist, but chemist.
Chemist.
Organic chemist. Yeah.
Yeah, let's bring him. Why not?
There's an Indian American origins of life researcher and a biologist who is a Christian, and he believes in evolution. He's a devout Christian, and he also believes in evolution. So I don't know what that means. Like, are we scoring goals for one or the other side in this situation? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a mixed bag of people. People hold on to the different ideas.
Can you believe in evolution to be a Christian? Okay,
Yeah,
you can. Right?
Yes, you can. Yeah, I used to believe in evolution, and I was a Christian.
How does that work though?
God is the guiding force to evolution. So instead of having no guiding force and all just it being probabilistic, random mutations and stuff, instead of that, you have this guiding force, call it the Holy Spirit, guiding the evolutionary process from that single-celled amoeba, from from inanimate matter to living life. There was a force the whole time guiding that process along.
I think that's what the Vatican says, right? The Vatican accepts evolution and say that God is the one guiding it.
It's called theistic evolution.
Catholicism is fully accepting of evolution, and the age of the earth and everything. They reject young Earth.
They also accept heliocentrism as well.
Yes, they accept heliocentrism because multiple scientists were paid by the Catholic Church
They also
to
accepted the
research.
Big Bang Theory.
Yes, they
to
do.
The whole thing about this priest discovering not discovering,
Belgian
but
priest.
was a huge proponent of the Big Bang Theory, and then
He was the
Vatican
designer
Church
of the Big Bang cosmological model.
He's a
Jesuit.
He was
Talking about
literally Einstein had disagreements with him, and then later on it turns out I forget his name now. His theory is the correct one.
He's a Jesuit, dude, not just any priest. But no, I believed in all that too. I believed in the Big Bang. I believed in cosmology. I believed in evolution. I was still a Christian. I still professed Christ as my savior. Meanwhile, holding on to all that. And I could
Then what happened?
Well, the thing is, like, I loved watching National Geographic and Discovery and learning about the cosmos. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus. Saturn, Neptune, Pluto. I used to be able to name all the planets, dude. I don't know if that was the right order, but dude, I had it all. I had the quantum singularity at the beginning of time, or at least the beginning of our universe. There was a rip in the fabric of space and time, caused a singularity to occur, probably because of some type of supernova that occurred in another galaxy, in another dimension. And yeah, that stuff was, it was cool. It was entertaining watching that as a kid on TV, learning about all that. It's captivating. And then what happened is the more I got closer to God and the more I read the Bible and grew in the spirit, I started to detach from a lot of the mainstream worldview. I had to, because it was dialetheism. It was holding on to two different opposing views at the same time, trying to make
Why
them work.
Opposing, if you don't mind asking. You don't mind me asking.
Well, there's a ton of reasons why, dude. There's a ton of reasons why. So the Bible tells us that the earth came first, and the sun came. So the earth was created, and then the sun was created on the fourth day of creation. The sun, the moon, and the stars.
So
That's a big difference.
So you take away modern science for the words of 4,000-year-old goat herders.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So
but that doesn't necessarily have to contradict the scientific theory. Like at least the Big Bang cosmological model says everything was darkness, and then the Big Bang happened, and the expansion, and then the cooling, recombination effect. Like that could be just like figuratively speaking.
What's the statistical probability of science being right about the Big Bang?
I don't think science works in the way you're implying. Like
that's not how science works. We don't work with how probable, because that would mean that we would have to know our model from how it actually is, and compare the values. Like that's not how it works. That's not how science.
So there's no model, is what you're saying?
What do you mean model? Model of what?
Oh, you brought it up. I'm asking you.
So he was talking about the Big Bang cosmological model. That's the model.
I'm trying to explain to you that our understanding of the Big Bang, you can't compare that into something that we don't know. Because if you're trying to tell us about the probability, then you have to use that as a comparison. You have to compare two different values. We don't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah, creation. Simple.
Yeah,
real simple. Real simple.
Yeah,
it's just a logical.
Yeah, which basically says magic. That's what it says. It says that the sun is moved by magic. The moon is moved by magic. Yeah, you can't compare with that, can you?
Oh, all right. So you can quantify that into magic, but you can't quantify the statistical probability of the Big Bang actually happening.
Oh wait, hold on. If you're waiting for a number, please don't get exacerbated over this. If you're waiting for a number, what I can tell you is that it's far more likely for the Big Bang to occur than creation.
That's just a bold-faced lie.
You asked me for a number and my
How would you
opinion.
put a
I'm
number on
giving it.
magic?
I asked for your opinion. I asked for statistical probability.
I wouldn't doubt that. Actually, I wouldn't doubt that at all. It makes more sense. Because life is way more complex than non-life, dude.
I mean, there's plenty of theists here, and I've always wanted to ask this question, and I ask it as much as I can. It's an interesting question for me. Like, I feel like a lot of theists are theists because they fear death, because it's the ultimate showstopper, right? And they like absolutely with their entire like fiber of their existence, they reject the fact that one day everything will be gone, will be non-existence again. And I think that fear is driving them to adopt like esoteric things like creation, gods, theologies. Because it's scary to die. It's like it short circuits your survival instincts. Like it's probably really, 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 really scary to a lot of people. So the way to cope with that like fear that we're gonna die someday, we kind of embrace these ideas because it feels better to know that there's something after. But I mean, there's no other way I can explain it because I'm just fear. Like I'm like everybody's afraid of dying. Like everybody who says that he's not afraid or they're not afraid of dying, I would say like they're lying. I think everybody has this fear. So I feel like a lot of theists just experience this anguish, existential anguish, and they don't want to like face it. So they have to like go into these kinds of frameworks, right? What do you guys think?
So I mean, that's a reasonable conclusion, but I wouldn't say that that's the only thing that drives believers, because if you think about it, most atheists, non-believers would rather not believe in a God because they don't want to be held accountable for their actions. So it's actually a scary idea, an uncomfortable idea that there is a judge that you have to be accountable to, right? So they'd rather not.
That's not me.
Hold on. They'd rather not believe in a divine being that they have to be accountable to, right? So that way they can do whatever the hell they want and not have to face the consequences after death.
You're characterizing people that you really don't know exactly what they believe, though. You can't tell me that I'm an atheist because I'm scared of judgment. I'm an atheist because I don't see any evidence.
And I think it's
Bro,
incorrect.
I wasn't saying I was. Oh my goodness! Hold on.
I'm not worried about being judged for my actions. That doesn't happen in the Christian worldview. In the Christian worldview, I'm judged solely on whether I hold something that is improbable to be true. If I believe that thing to be true, I'm free to sin as much as I want, as far as I understand the scriptures. So I'm not at all scared of being held accountable for my actions. As far as I can tell, that doesn't happen.
That's the worst straw man of Christianity I ever heard.
Yeah, that's. I don't know where you're getting your doctrine from, dude. But you got to stop going to church.
Framework.
You just want to like.
It's just horrible.
A broken critique of somebody else's worldview that I don't fully understand is an impoverished critique and therefore not a very good critique at all. Is that what you're trying to express right now?
It means that you
it's almost like you just did that.
You should just say you don't know, because you said.
I do. I know what I thought about Christianity. I know what I thought about Christianity when I was a Christian, and I know that Lion doesn't know what it's like to not believe in God. He's got no idea what it's like to be a non-believer, but he's still deigning to tell you that the atheist worldview is being scared of being held accountable for your actions, despite the fact two people just told him that's not the case.
First and foremost, Lion was actually responding to someone else's sort of, I don't know, what would you say, like superficial statement, and he was just coming up with a hypothetical stating that
superficial.
You could
I
say
resent
that's
that,
some
sir.
atheists, at least, right? You're acting as if Lion sort of brought this up out of the blue. He didn't. This is like it was a direct response to sort of you know, I think it was
I felt like he was telling me why I was an atheist, why I didn't believe or whatever. And it's kind of contradictory to say that you discount God because you're scared of judgment. That means you believe in it if you're scared of it.
Exactly.
There is actually sort of precedent for this, though. I think it's in the word line, or you're probably not discounting I would, but isn't the idea of like considering that the Earth be at the center of the universe was found to be abhorrent, and that's actually written into scientific papers. Like,
yes, sir. We were
that
just talking about
evidence
it last night.
Yeah. That's indicative of an atheistic point of view. I'm not saying all atheists. I'm not saying you left lane, right? I'm just saying that this is like there is some sort of psychological aspect to this.
Stephen, that statement's not true. I don't believe
People are
in
freaking
ghosts.
out, dude. Listen, I was just a hypothetical response to what this guy was saying, that believers believe in God because they're scared of death. I wasn't offended by that, right? And I know he wasn't saying every single believer. So when I said that, well, you know, there's agnostic atheists that also don't want to believe in God, not because there's no evidence for God, but because subconsciously they're scared of being held accountable.
But do you see how broken that is? That's like saying, I'm scared of Voldemort because he might, despite thinking Voldemort isn't real, I'm scared of him because I think he might attack me. It's just on its face logically impossible. It is impossible to hold the view that Voldemort is fictitious and will come and get me.
That's unreasonable.
Right?
Dude. And right there, that's indicative. The fact that you're being so unreasonable with this is indicative of your cognitive bias, because if you just understood my position, it's a very reasonable position, right, on both sides of the fence, whether you're a believer or non-believer. Believers are scared of death. I'll grant that guy that. Now, are all believers because they're scared of death? No. Same thing. If there are atheists, right, or agnostics that don't want to believe in God because they don't want to be held accountable. It's a reasonable position. The fact that you think that's somehow unreasonable is indicative of your mental state. Go ahead.
So look, I've got a question. If you came to the conclusion that there is no afterlife, there's no everlasting life, there's no hell, there's none of that beyond your heart stopping beating and you dying, what would that do to your belief in Christianity?
What would it do? I would stop believing in it. If you could prove to me, you know, with 100% that there's nothing after you die, then I would stop believing in it, dude. I would actually enjoy. I would enjoy living lawlessly and fornicating and hooking up with bitches. I would love it.
No, you still got your internal moral compass. You don't need the Bible to be moral and to be smart enough to recognize what's good and what's bad, what's healthy, what's not, so on and so forth. But to my point, it's that afterlife that's driving your whole religious idea. And you act a good way, you can go to heaven, everlasting life, or you're going to go to hell. So, I mean, that is what drives your moral compass, or your belief in Christ is the death. So, why do you act a certain way, hoping that it's a good way, so that you don't go to hell? Is that not fear of going to hell?
No, left lane. I'm telling you the truth. If I didn't have this faith, I would probably be doing coke. I would probably be doing, you know, like literally like frolicking with whores right now, dude. Honestly, I'm serious.
Then there's something wrong with your personal morals. If you have to base
it's
your
bad for
moral,
you do know that it's bad for you, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't care, dude. If you only have one life to live and there's nothing after this, I would live it to the best. I would enjoy all the debauchery that life has to offer.
But you can die prematurely. You do
So
understand
what?
that, right?
Who cares?
All he's saying is he would experience all life has to offer, whether good or bad. He'd take a lot more of it in instead of like letting his moral compass guide him. Right?
I would indulge. I would indulge.
I don't think there's a single atheist who actually is an atheist or agnostic because they're scared of judgment or they don't want to be judged when they die. I think that's only ever been said by Christians towards atheists.
Yeah, it's just logically impossible to think something isn't true and be scared of it being true. It necessitates a logical impossibility that something is both A and not A at the same time.
What?
Yeah,
what
I didn't deny. Hold on. I never denied the fear factor in my faith. I never denied that. I actually already conceded that as a main motivational factor. Fear is a main motivational factor naturally, right? Stress, fear. Now the way the faith works, right, is that the Bible's Proverbs said, Solomon said, right, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of Yahweh, right? The fear of Elohim, the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, the very, very beginning of the walk. Once you start growing in the faith, it no longer it's not motivated by fear, but by love.
We're not talking about you, though. We're talking about us.
Well, no, I'm saying about me, because people.
You said atheists are atheists. Some atheists are atheists because they're scared of God's judgment. But I don't think that's ever been true. I think there's not a single atheist alive that is like that. It doesn't make logical sense. And I think that's a lie that's been told to you through the Bible and through other Christians.
Well,
do you think that people behave?
I wasn't necessarily saying scared either. I didn't say that they were scared. I said that they don't want to be held accountable. Whatever that implies.
There's not a single atheist alive that's an atheist because of that. It makes
but hold on, dude. Like, people have problem with authority issues, right? A lot of people have authority issues. They don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to be controlled. So it has nothing to do with fear
doesn't
necessarily.
mean control. Authority doesn't mean that they control you. That's something that you made up.
Here we go.
Yeah, but now you're making a positive claim, saying it does not exist.
You're making so many broad generalizations that people have an issue with it.
It's cool. You just keep fucking talking. Yeah, you're just making a positive claim on top of his positive claim. So now you both have positive claims in which neither one of you can substantiate, right? Because
I'm not making a positive claim, dude.
Logic.
I'm not making, dude. I'm simply.
In their eyes. I get it. I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, but in their eyes, they're interpreting it as.
I'm saying this is when I said this is a possibility, right? There's multiple options here why people believe what they believe.
Okay, a possibility doesn't mean that it actually is happening. There's a possibility that I'm actually an AI, but that doesn't mean I'm actually an AI. You understand that, right? So how about this? How about you guys grow up a little bit and stop repeating shit
There's a possibility that we believe in a flying spaghetti monster
about people on my side of the aisle. That way, you won't be strawmanning us all the time. You won't just dismiss us. You'll actually listen to our ideas. Maybe you'll understand that atheists are atheists for the same reason that we believe the Earth is in the is a globe that isn't the center of the solar system, and that's because we set aside this biased, like weird, emotional, vibe-based belief in everything, and we try to actually look at things with some rationality. You guys have not once presented a rational reason.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
Dogs, are you like? Do you agree then with Eggshell's description or definition of what Christianity is? Then,
believe. I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Okay, what is your opinion of Christianity in the sense of like, why do you what do you think Christianity is, or what do you think a person who is a Christian? What do you think that they're like? What is the key like characteristic of a Christian?
Someone that has an emotional connection to the idea of a God that causes them to think God exists.
I mean, you've just explained Christ existed, all the Abrahamics, and you've explained all of it.
Well, the risen Christ in particular, they have an emotional connection to the New Testament.
I suppose so. Yeah. I mean, like, what is it? Would you not throw the 10 Commandments in there? And I mean, I know that they have this whole thing about like belief in the death and resurrection stuff, but I mean,
it's just people who have an emotional connection to the New Testament. They kind of vibe with it, and therefore they think it's true.
So you don't think like they just vibing with it? You think it's just sort of like a novelty, or it's just sort of I mean, you could say that about anything, man. Like the reason why you guys are it's like attached to space and stuff is because you're just vibing with it. You just like the idea.
See, that's the difference, right? So if I think that space exists and I'm super attached to space, what I'll do is I'll actually go, what is something new about space we don't know? And then I'll look into it and I'll find it. Or maybe someone else will find it and they'll be, oh, wow, that's really cool. Like, we can actually learn stuff about the universe that we didn't know before about this. But with you guys, it's always the same thing. Maybe we can interpret a passage to vibe with it a completely different way. But there's no way of testing it. There's no empiricism to it. There's no rationality or logic to it. It's literally just
there
this
is wisdom in
causes
the
us to think.
Dude, that's not just simple. You're lying through your teeth, dude. That's not true at all.
Culturally appropriate.
It's not true at all, bro. We've
What did I
to
say
have
that
a
was
faith.
untrue?
You're saying that there's no logic, there's no reason, there's no rationale to it. That's absolutely
100%.
false. No, because, dude, go ahead.
Hey, it's just, yeah, I mean, my only point of challenging you on that single comment that atheists are scared of the thing, I would just say to be careful about characterizing the opposition.
Dude, listen,
I'm
going to bring up your own
still
guys
hung up on that.
Characterizing your opposition? Like, are you
No,
gonna,
this whole
like,
thing
hold
is
them
that's
down?
what this whole argument is when I challenged him saying that
But you
atheists
called out
fear
lying.
going to hell. Yeah, I did, and my conclusion to that was just be careful about characterizing your opposition.
Lion was responding to someone else, and he used it not as like an explicit, like, this is why atheists are atheists. He said, I could accuse atheists of the same thing because he was far out.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Man.
Some of them. Some. I even said some of them, and he still feels like I'm talking about him personally.
They just hear what they want to hear, bro. They want the fight, and they want you to say a bad thing about them so they can bark back at you. It's gnarly.
No, that's not true, man.
Well, I don't know. Are you guys recording this? Go listen back how this conversation initially got started. I think
I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind, but listen, there's an old saying. It goes like this: if the shoe fits, wear it. Which means, like, if you think that what I said fits your personality, your description, just own up to it, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't. No atheist is going to say that they think, or they are an atheist because they're scared of judgment when they die. No one's going to say that. No one thinks that. It doesn't make sense. The whole reason atheists are atheists is because they hold some logical position where they're like, hey, we can't know something if we've never come into contact with it. Atheists haven't come into contact with God, so they say, okay, we don't know if God exists.
The Bible and religion is a logical position. It's just a different form of logic. You know, you're just making claims in dominion over logic, right? But just recognize that the dominion over logic is a broad house, and your particular one that you're applying is only like a version of it.
Okay, so it's not logical because it's vibe-based, because we haven't seen any of the magic out there floating around in society. People that have told us that they're the second coming of Christ have lied to you. All of these different logical reasons for why you shouldn't believe in the magical God New Testament story are really good, and they're backed up by our faculties every single day, and yet you guys still believe it. That's the opposite of rationality. That's an unjustified belief.
No, it's not.
You're
Okay,
never
so
gonna see the globe,
this is the
bro.
problem,
You're
dude.
never going to see the thing that you're fighting for. Just like they're never going to see the God they're fighting for until their death. You're never going to see that globe. These are all just people dealing with beliefs.
If the globe was similar to God,
dude, let me know when I can get
wouldn't
it.
be able to go, hey, let's come up with a test for the globe, or hey, let's make a full model of the globe and see if it comports to reality. You guys don't do that with God. You guys make the Bible change depending on what reality says.
Even the biggest philosophers that are agnostic on the matter agree that believers still have a logical ground that they stand on, right? Like the idea that there's no logic, there's no reason, there's rational, just patently false, bro. You're just lying. Because if you really understood the topic, right, you'd understand that there are some of the greatest minds of philosophers in history were believers.
Can you quote me one of them, please? I'm genuinely
know your
curious.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, because I've read Dawkins. I've looked at some of the other, like, what are they called? The Four Horsemen, the atheist, like the Hitchens.
Hold on. Before we go into that, I do have something pulled up right now that I wanted to read, and I keep bringing this up because this guy is amazing. His name's he's an attorney, Lionel Luckhoo, and I've brought him up before. And I'm sorry if you guys already heard this spiel from me, but you're gonna hear it again. So this specific character was known for winning 245 consecutive successful defenses in murder trials, right? And he evaluated the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ using legal justification. And this is what he says. I have spent more than 42 years as a defense trial lawyer, appearing in many parts of the world, and am still in active practice. I say unequivocally, the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus Christ is so overwhelming that it compels acceptance by proof which leaves absolutely no room for doubt. Defending clients in murder trials became part of his notable career. He later claimed that his expertise and methods in the courtroom were largely based on thorough understanding of evidence, logic, and human behavior, which helped him meticulously in every case. He believed that the cumulative weight of his arguments met the legal standard proof beyond reasonable doubt for the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
That's right. Two things. There's never been that I've ever heard a better fallacious appeal to authority than that one. The lawyer says Jesus rose from the dead 2,000 years ago, therefore it must be true. The second one is that if you look at law only permits those things that we know to already exist in society. So you can't say something like, my neighbor was murdered by a unicorn because there's hoof prints out somewhere. In the legal field, they go, okay, well, you can't say it's a unicorn because we then have to rule that the unicorn exists. And we don't see those in society, so we can't say they exist. It must be a horse or it must be some other hoofed animal that you're confusing.
Here's a lesson, bro. Here's the lesson. Know your enemy.
You're
hey,
so
Lion,
keen.
What is the main evidence that this gentleman provides that seems to justify his position? Like main.
I bet you $100 right now that it's going to be the witness testimony, but the witness testimony is a failure because of 500 on the mound. They never actually saw Christ, and then even some of the apostles that said they saw Christ didn't. They saw they heard a disembodied voice, like on the road to Damascus. So the guy's a failure.
Talking doggy boy.
This is going well.
So I understand that it was an authority figure. That's not the reason I believe in what I believe. It's not because I appeal to an authority figure. I was simply using, you guys asked me for a guy, like some source, right? That was a philosopher. I have one too. You want that? You ever heard of Espinoza?
So there are religious philosophers. I agree with that. But I'd like you to find an atheist philosopher that can give a logical argument for the existence of God.
I don't think most atheist philosophers would say there is a probability, a high probability of God existing. I think they would say the existence of God is one of the possibilities, but it's highly unlikely in comparison to everything else. Naturalists, like at least would say that.
If you're talking about probabilistically, dude, you think that probability's on your side, dude? You're wrong. You're wrong. That's actually one of the defenses for believing in an archetype.
Can you give me a naturalist philosopher that makes the claim?
The probability that everything came about by accident through random chance and random mutations is unfathomable. We're talking about zeros to the dude.
What? Irrelevant. You said, Liam, you said the philosophers made that claim, like naturalist philosophers. I would like to see a naturalist philosopher stating that, like, not somehow, like some of the big guys, right?
So you hold on. Let me get this straight. So you know what I mean? I understand. You guys are saying the random chance, right, of all the events from the Big Bang forward happening in order, and all that chaos or complete randomness, that is more likely than intelligent design or a creator.
Nobody's talking about that. Yeah, and there's no randomness. None of us think it's random. These processes.
Just every philosopher out there, most things determine.
That's absolutely what the model says.
No, the
That's
model
exactly what the model says. You've got to fine tune. Hold on. Literally called fine tuning.
If it's not random,
we'll get there.
You got it entirely backwards. It's not the probability of how things got to where they are now. It's the probability that a creator was involved in the process of what happened.
Correct.
Yeah, so when we use reasoning, right, everything that came to be, if you understand cause and effect had a cause, right? And we see everything has intention. So actually, observational science, which is all you can do regarding the past, is you can see what we see around us, right? When it comes to an acorn in a tree, or the cycle of life, or the carbon cycle, or the water cycle, like all these things are so complex that you guys are saying that it all came about through random chance.
It's not
When
random
clearly
chance.
it shows design.
Don't say random chance. Listen, okay? This is philosophy 101. The options aren't randomness and God. The options are determinism through natural means, like there are laws of physics and there are laws of logic. And the universe means time can only cause one outcome to happen. Then there's God,
Slow
which
down.
means
You
that
jumped
God
way
can
ahead.
cause only one thing to happen. And then the third one is randomness, which just luckily got us to this position. So it's not the dichotomy you think. I believe purely in determinism, in that there is not any randomness in the universe. There's no God in the universe, but the laws of physics force us into the position we are right now.
So the environment, right? The environment or the framework was already created for your randomness to happen. That's your claim. Someone created the framework. Okay, so you have a creator.
Yeah, you should just turn your mic off right now because you didn't listen to what I said and you're saying something that has nothing to do with what
No, I heard you, but you're avoiding the whole point of how'd you get there? How'd you get to physics?
What were the
How'd you get
three
to all them
ways that I outlined that
So
the universe got where it is now?
if we just give them a couple miracles and let them borrow from our worldview, they can make evolution possible. So you need determinism and you need the uniformity of nature. So you actually need
You can't get those without magic, though, Lion.
You have to pick and choose from our worldview to make your shit work.
No, Lion, you can get to all of these without. First of all, you have to define what uniformity of nature means, because I think that most physicists would still be like tentative in terms of uniformity of nature or how the laws of physics behave in different parts of the universe, right? Because we don't know.
All right,
so that's provisional so far, and then we can have all of these things without magic. That's the point.
We're not talking about magic.
I'm not even convinced. I'm open to God. Like, I'm open to accepting God. But you guys make a terrible case for him.
You're strawmanning, dude. You keep strawmanning our position, dude. First, you guys are saying that there's no reason, there's no logic at all, when we have plenty of arguments logically deduced and induced.
I never said there's no reason or logic.
Bro, listen.
I did.
There's the cosmological argument. There's the cosmological argument. There's the contingent argument. There's the teleological argument, which is part of the fine-tuning argument, and also irreducible complexity are wrapped up underneath the teleological argument. There's so many evidences that we can logically deduce and induce that all of this came about through intelligent design and intention.
Right, but
now,
one of the suppositions is that everything has intention, which you said that earlier. We don't observe that. You just say we do.
Yes.
And by the way, the claim irreducible complexity has been debunked over and over.
Even to make the argument, right, that life can come about by accident, by setting up the experiment in a lab, right, and setting up the right conditions and seeing these RNA molecules self-replicate or whatever the case may be. You are the intervener. You have to set up the conditions, which is self-defeating. That's the whole argument, that there was somebody intervening.
Listen, please, for the love of God, okay? We're saying it's determined to happen this way. We're saying the laws of physics got us to this point, that there was no thing that set it up. It's always existed.
It's inevitable, yeah, essentially. What we're saying is that
it's inevitable that it's happened, yeah. There's no free will, there's no magic causing things. It's just one cause after the next, getting to the point
causality because of environmental factors. So whatever you want to call it.
I understand what you're saying. I get your model, right? But you haven't actually mechanically justified that. It's just a belief. You think that we all came from a single-celled amoeba through small processes over time, over millions and billions of years, that led us to this point. But you can't actually back that up.
To
justify that.
They don't have causality.
Hold on, we can observe processes undergoing today before our eyes to back that up.
And can I point out something?
Intermediate forms exist. What the fuck, man?
What created the behavior of everything?
Coming to the conclusion that God doesn't exist doesn't necessitate that one have an answer to everything, right? My view is I don't know how we got here, but if you show me a book that says it happened in 7 days and both of the stories give different orders in which it happens, and it describes when I'm quite confident that the sun predated the earth, that the earth predated the sun, I can go, that's a dumb answer and that's almost definitely wrong and these people have no idea about a creator and there probably isn't one, without necessarily having to replace that story with a wholly different story, right? It's possible to hold the view of, we may never know these things, but that answer almost definitely isn't it. So to foist...
Yes, because you're working with your standardized creation myth, bro. Like, you compared it against your creation.
No, you're not listening. The point I'm saying is to foist the responsibility onto somebody who just says, I don't think there's a God, to then be like, explain every last thing then, is an unreasonable expectation from somebody who's just going, I just think this one thing is untrue, to be like, explain every other thing now.
I get
you
it.
say that we don't have a model that's considered to be... I mean,
That's logical. That's a logical thing for Eggs to say. I agree 100%. I agree with that. You know what I mean? Like, just because it doesn't mean you have to provide, right? I agree with that.
But at the end of the day, if you don't believe in the biblical creation account, right, it's most likely because you find it it's too outrageous, right? But it's really just like your own lack of understanding that's leading you to believe it's an outrageous account.
Well, no, it's because I have better understanding than you. Because if you just look at like the simple logical principle of like Occam's razor, the idea of multiplying potential entities for a cause of something, then that one simple logical reason there will say, okay, well, you either have just deterministic natural matter, which we see in reality happening every day, or you have one where there's also a supernatural being involved. Which one's simpler? Which one doesn't create a new entity that it has to put in the argument to make it work? Ours doesn't have to create that entity, or mine doesn't have to create that entity, so mine is more logical. It's as simple as that.
Your laws of physics are the supernatural entity.
No, they're not. That's stupid.
Any creation account that involves a divine architect is more rational than what you guys got going right now. Any creation account is more reasonable.
Then why does it have matter doing stuff to other matter that then also needs some supernatural being involved? Why isn't it just like supernatural being or just the matter? Why is it that third thing included?
You can't account for consciousness in that worldview.
I fucking can, buddy. Try me.
Okay, go ahead.
All these questions you think we can't answer, I can answer every single one.
Let's please not priest up thing. It's just so derivative and circular and conversation killing.
Okay.
Frustrating.
Okay, no problem. One claim was that you have causality. So can you just name one cause and effect relationship?
Sure. So, cause and effect relationship would be the rotation of the Earth causing nighttime.
That's what causes nighttime, the rotation of the Earth?
The other way.
You could have chose something easier than that, dude.
The other way.
Does everyone agree with that? Does everyone agree the rotation of the Earth is what causes nighttime?
But I agree.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It's not the sun gets behind the Earth. So that's it. There's just only one cause of nighttime, is the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
No, it's everything involved in that. It's everything involved in that. It's just not rotation nighttime. There's a process that causes that.
Exactly. So actually
like
there's more causes.
And then,
right.
Okay, so here's three causes, right? You ready? The universe exists. The Earth rotates within that universe. That causes nighttime. That's it. Done.
Seriously?
Yeah, to say that we can't describe a cause and effect relationship because the cause has been caused by something else is kind of a fallacious reasoning too.
No, that's not what that's not my point. I'm just wondering, so you're saying the rotation of the Earth causes nighttime. Is that the case for tomorrow?
Yes.
For sure. 100%.
You're doing the fallibilism thing, buddy.
100%.
Just presuppers suck so much. No, nothing is 100% except the fact.
But fallibilism is a legitimate framework, though.
No,
But
no,
the
no.
point is,
I'm
like,
not frustrated.
Okay, so how do you know that's
I'm
not
not
just a
saying it's wrong.
habitual
I'm
observation?
just saying.
How do you know
I'm
that's
just
not
saying,
just a
Buckaroo.
habitual observation and you're actually attributing cause and
Buckaroo.
effect to habitual observation?
Buckaroo. I'm
there's
just trying to say.
there's predictive strength in us observing. Obviously, all knowledge is provisional, but there's a predictive strength in us observing certain phenomena in the past, right? And then deducing that this is going to be the case tomorrow, right? Obviously, nobody's saying is that that's going to be absolutely
Oh my God,
sure.
Okay, that's
everything.
called
But
faith.
we have no. That's not called faith. That's called
Yes, sir, it
probabilistic
is.
thinking.
Okay,
Okay, how about
probabilistic
this? Can we just
thinking
stop
would
for a
be
second?
faith.
Hold up for a sec. Can you explain
So
what
can you
faith is?
observe the
Can you just
future?
define that, Tora? Tora, can
Yeah,
you just define faith for me, please?
I believe you just gave that gentleman just gave a definition of faith there, because what
No,
you're
he
saying
didn't.
is, can you observe the future?
That was not faith.
Can you define
It's not
faith, please?
faith. It's not
Can you
built off
define
of a
faith?
probability of
Okay, hold on, real
evidences.
quick. There's no way this is going to
Evidence.
continue like this. It's not faith to say that it's not faith to say that we have observed something. We can take advantage of that knowledge to apply it to the future. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter to the argument. We have observed some cause and effect relationship. It has happened in the past. If it happens in the future, that matches up with the thing we already know. That's it.
Yeah, okay, what's the reason for that?
What's the reason for using knowledge we already have? Are you fucking asking that fucking
No,
question?
my question is, why do you expect the future to be similar to the past? What's the reason
Because
for
it
that?
works. Because when we do that, we're right.
That's called a pragmatic fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. It's called induction. It's one of like major
dishonest.
epistemic principles
In
for reality.
philosophy,
You have induction,
you just
induction,
said
and abduction. Torah. You have induction, abduction, and deduction. Induction works, assuming that because we've seen something before, it's going to happen again. Has worked historically. It gives us predictions, which means it works even better than just like, I don't know, it being true day after day. We can
okay,
actually
dogs,
it's gonna
you're
be true the
claiming
next
it's a
day.
brute.
So all of that is good justification, and it's not a fallacy.
It's not,
We're not
because
saying,
you're
dude,
claiming. Hold on one second. You're claiming it's a brute fact of life.
What is a brute fact of life?
That the future will be similar to the past.
No, I'm claiming that's an inductive fact of life.
Okay, so you're claiming induction is a brute fact.
No, he's
No,
not.
I'm not. I'm
Yes, he
claiming
is.
induction is inductively received. It's something
Okay,
that
then
we've
what-
done so many times that we have justification for it.
Why? You can't observe the future. Why would you make that assumption?
We're not
Because
saying that
we
we're
have done it
100%
and it has worked.
Dogs.
Okay,
He's assuming.
that's not a reason.
Jesus.
That's a
Dogs,
fallacy.
he's assuming is that.
Why is that? I know. Why is that not a reason?
Because I watched the rooster crow and the sun came up. The rooster crowed, the sun came up. The rooster crowed, the sun came up. It was repeatable, observable. That doesn't make it the case, bro.
What do you mean? If you have a rooster
I
and
think
tomorrow's
that's
going
all
to be
you
a new
have. I
day,
think you have habitual
Torah.
correlations. I don't think you
No,
have any cause and effects. And I
No,
don't think
and
you
on
have
the
any
rooster-
reason to assume the future will be similar to the past.
Torah, if
And in
I
the
have
end,
a rooster,
the rooster died
is it-
and
oh my
the sun
God,
still
Stefan,
came up.
why?
Huh? Oh, sorry.
And there was a rooster somewhere else in the world still crowing. What are you talking about?
Torah, mate, Torah, if you have the same rooster and it's going to be the next day and you predict the rooster's going to crow the next day, are you going to be right more often than you're going to be wrong?
That the rooster's crow makes the sun rise tomorrow?
No, stupid, that if you have the
Why do you
rooster
gotta
crow
call me
for
stupid,
weeks
bro?
beforehand and it crows when the sun comes up, if you predict the next day it's going to crow when the sun comes up, does that mean you're going to be more right than wrong if you predict something based off something you've seen again and again and again?
No, yeah, that's not cause and effect. That's habitual observation.
Why are you pivoting
That's the
to cause and
problem with-
effect?
No, but that's the problem with the sun and the sky. You guys are making claims about the sky. You can't definitively prove, like, you
That's
can't even
great.
prove that the
Oh,
Earth
yes,
is
you
actually
can.
moving. Exclusive. You don't have an
That's great.
exclusive
That's
experiment.
really
a mutual
nice. That's
exclusive
great, Lion.
experiment.
But Tora and
The Earth
I are
is
just
moving.
finishing up this conversation real quickly because He's done this thing where he said that for some reason, induction, which has nothing to do with cause and effect, it's just like a pattern that we observe to be repeating and we make predictions of, means that there has to be some cause and effect relationship between a rooster causing the sun to shine, which no one has ever claimed is the inductive leap year. The inductive leap year is on a new day, if you have a rooster and that rooster has crowed previously for a bunch of new days, you're going to be more likely right than wrong if you predict the rooster's going to crow again. Isn't that true, Torah?
It's correct, but you have a problem of induction in your worldview. Do you agree or no?
So the problem of induction has nothing to do with whether it works or not.
Excuse me? I know. It's a justification for the reason for induction.
All of this is just discussing not to mistake correlation with causation. That's all this is.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So now I'm asking you to give me one example of something that that is causation, because if you're saying the sun, you're saying nighttime is only occurred because of Earth's rotation. That's your claim.
Yeah, if the sun's over there and you're on the Earth and the Earth is rotating, every rotation, the sun's going to come up and it'll be daylight, and it's going to rotate around and it'll be dark again.
And you're not
Did
sure.
you just reset to habitual observation again?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we just did habitual observation.
Can we not? There seems like a fairly obvious difference between the two, and one is there's no proposed or testable causal mechanism between a rooster crowing and the sun coming up, whereas there is a testable causal mechanism proposed as to why the Earth turning causes the sun to come up. And we can't, I think it's just ridiculous to treat them as both as valid as one another when they clearly have that massive gaping difference between them.
They're both habitual observations, dude.
Again, you're not
making a justification for why the future is going to be similar to the past.
Did you not just hear what I said? One of them, if you've got a causal mechanism, i.e. the Earth is turning, it's a physical body, it's got mass, hence it's going to continue turning, and the causal mechanism being that photons can hit you when you're facing the sun, is different, where there is no causal mechanism proposed, or at least in your example, nor one that could be true.
It's not
nor one that's tested or shown to be the case. So you need to respond to that. You can't just go, oh, but it's still ad hoc ergo propter hoc. It's just happening afterwards. Therefore, I'm going to come up with this. It's so annoying when theists and flat earthers come up with dumb predictions and try to stuff them into the mouth of other people in the hope that your ability to make a dumb prediction is in some way impugns my ability to make a not dumb one.
That's just an incredulous argument. That's totally incredulous, dude. Nobody has given a justification for why the Earth should continue spinning till tomorrow. Why?
Causal mechanism.
Because of deterministic physical laws.
What's the reason for it?
All right, you ready? Tori, you ready? This is the exact reason. The exact reason is the universe exists. The universe has a set of properties because everything that exists must have a set of properties. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be itself. Those properties determine that this thing is going to happen in the future unless there is some other property that pushes against the ones that are currently causing the thing to turn. There are no other things happening to stop the world turning. Therefore, it will continue turning because that's just how the universe and determinism works.
Are you positive 100% about that?
Oh, of course fucking not. But the only thing that you can know for certain, and this is a challenge to you, is your own existence. You can't know a single other thing for certain than your own fucking existence. Everything
in
else
my worldview, I can.
got faith.
In my worldview, I can.
No, it's justified with induction. It's not faith. Fucking hell.
You haven't made a justification for the induction.
I just did. Induction works because the universe has deterministic properties, meaning that things that happen prior are more likely to happen in the future unless there's a massive change to those deterministic physical properties.
You're attributing a nature to the universe. You're saying the universe has a specific nature about it.
A normative statement.
Yeah, it is. It is 100%. You're saying there are specific naturistic characteristics of the universe.
No fucking Torah. Of course there are. We see them every day. Otherwise, up wouldn't be up.
What's the reason for that?
And we wouldn't see like night and day cycle. Fucking hell.
Yeah. And then what's the justification for that assumption?
That it happens.
Are you trolling? You can't be this dumb. What do you think you're going back to the same thing?
You
You're
just
trolling.
said ipsy dixit. You says it. You said it is what it is.
It
That's
just
not an
is.
answer.
Yeah, it happens because it happens. If you're confused by how we know that there are these physical properties, it's because every time we try to like do a thing, it has to adhere to the physical properties that we've already described for the universe. There's never been a case where it doesn't adhere to these properties. So
Is that
by
the
me
case
saying, yeah, it
everywhere
happens
in
that
the
way
universe?
because it happens that way,
Dogs.
it's because that's all we have ever seen.
Okay, you're repeating yourself. You're on repeat at this point. Dogs, think about it. Is it the same for everywhere in the universe? Is that the case for every single place in the universe?
I think the laws of physics, the true laws of physics and the laws of the universe will be the same everywhere.
Okay, the true laws. So there are false laws of physics?
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god.
We just haven't described. We just haven't described them.
Just bring
100%.
Lion back. Let Lion come back in.
But can I? Okay, whatever.
So I want to go back to the Big Bang. What created gravity?
Me.
That doesn't go to your model.
Impressive, by the way.
Mass.
Congratulations on
time.
going.
Mass moving through time. Inertia.
What created the framework for all that?
Mass has always existed.
So mass has always existed. Therefore, gravity.
Well, I mean, just to get to the bottom of it, we don't know.
Ooh, that's deep. But you have to admit something created it, right? Like it had to be. Gravity had to be there, right? The foundation had to be there before the expansion began, right?
That doesn't mean it's created just because mass exhibits the property of attraction to other mass. Doesn't mean it's created.
Yeah, it's just mass has always existed. One of its properties is to create a bending of space-time, which it also creates that causes masses to attract. Done.
Yeah, the thing that I see creation, therefore it's created. It's a circular argument. It's affirming the consequent. It's just fallacious to the to the bone. Yeah,
it's not fallacious.
No. It would be a circular argument if I said God created the universe, and then I said and then somebody said, "How do you know that?" And I would say, "Oh, because God did it." That's circular. Or
yeah, you just described the Bible.
The Bible says that God created the universe. How do you know that? Because the Bible said so. That's a circular argument.
That's the same argument.
If I say,
well,
hold on. That's begging the question. That's begging the question. But if I hold on, dude. If somebody would have challenged me, how do you know God created the universe? And then I point to the cosmological argument or the teleological argument, or all these other arguments regarding the complexity of life, irreducible complexity. That's not begging the question. Those are lines of evidence. Those are lines of evidence justifying my position.
But that's not
from the non-believer's view. From the non-believer's view.
Simply the idea that creation implies a creator, because it is by using the word creation, you are already assuming a creator. You could say existence, right? Existence means everything, or reality means everything, or the universe means everything. All of these words mean the same thing, but you can see only one of them implies a creator. So saying creation requires a creator fails if you could also use the word existence to say the same thing, because it doesn't make sense anymore to say existence requires an exister, right? It's just obviously dumb. So saying creation requires a creator is a circular argument. But you're right, Lion, which is, if I back it up with other arguments, then it's not circular. But by itself, it is absolutely circular.
Yeah. No, I agree. But that's not what we're doing here. We're actually using inductive, deductive, abductive, all the reasoning capabilities that God gave us. We're using that and the wisdom that God gave us to analyze our reality, to come to a reasonable conclusion that all this is only possible with a divine architect with multiple lines of evidence to support and justify our position.
That's not going to convince a non-believer, though. That's not convincing to the non-believer, right? Because the non-believer doesn't assume. Oh, man. Dude,
yeah,
I would never. I personally wouldn't make the argument for any of those arguments. I would just use the indirect proof of the transcendentals. Because I don't believe any of you have an argument for transcendentals. And then when you claim Lion has a circular argument, the laws of physics, if you just attribute all that, it's eventually a circular argument as well. And what? I
Yeah,
know my
right,
other
so-
question is, why are we not accepting circular arguments? Because
what did-
the interesting part
So-
is, like, once I ask you, like, why are you conscious, it'll be a circular argument. But don't you agree that if I pour
No,
milk
you just say
into a
cogito
glass,
ergo sum.
hold
You
on,
deploy
so
cogito.
don't you agree though? If I pour milk into a clear glass and I want to prove that the milk is white to you, I can just say, look at the milk, it's white.
No,
Yeah,
that would
correct.
be dumb.
So the kalam is
No, that's not a good proof.
everything which begins to
you
exist must
point at
have a
something
cause. The
else
universe
that's
began
white,
to exist,
and you
therefore
do
the
some.
universe has a cause. That's literally describing a fully circular argument. And now the reason that one isn't the same as saying the same for the universe around us is that there's some like different thing we can apply to it. If I say the universe exists, it must have a cause. That cause is like matter always existing, therefore the universe exists, or something dumb like that, and just change it with matter. We at least know that matter exists out there. We know forces exist. We know fields exist. We know all of these other like physical properties exist, but we don't know that God exists. That's begging the question for something we don't have evidence for as the cause for the universe. That's why the Kalam fails for God, and it does technically fail for everything else. It's just that we
Okay,
at least have
that's
some
fine.
justification in
Yeah,
physical reality for it.
that's
It's not begging the
fine.
question.
That's perfectly
course it
fine. So now I ask you for a cause and effect relationship, and you don't have any. You have habitual observations.
Oh, okay, we're just lying. Is that what's happening?
No, that is the case, man. It's not my idea. This is Hume.
Okay,
This
so
is
can you tell
Immanuel
me
Kant.
how would I be able to determine a cause and effect relationship in your worldview?
You would have to beg the question that there's uniformity in nature without a
What do you mean by
justification
begging
for
the
it.
question there's uniformity in nature? Is it begging the question to say I have evidence for something, therefore it's likely true?
No, because you can't observe the future. So you have to just have faith
Answer my
that
fucking question, Torah, okay? Is it
Yeah,
begging
go
the
ahead.
question to say that I have some evidence for something, therefore it's likely to be true?
Dogs, can you deal with it swearing at people, please?
Nah. I'll be gone soon anyway.
You have evidence.
I'm good.
You have evidence for the habitual observation, therefore you believe it to be the case for the future.
Yeah, of course. Because
Yeah,
that's worked with other
that's a-
things, therefore it will work with this thing. It's more likely to work with this thing. That's called evidence.
Yeah, that's a faith-based claim.
How is
It's
that
for
faith?
the-
Faith is
because if it's
faith
something,
is
the future is unseen.
Torah.
Do you agree?
Faith is something without evidence. It's believed without evidence. This has
No, it's
evidence,
not. No,
therefore
it's no,
not
it's
faith.
not. It's not belief without evidence.
Okay,
It's
give
not
me a
what it is.
definition of
Wait,
faith
all
that
he's
doesn't
saying.
include
Hold on. Faith,
no, shut the
faith,
fuck up. Either give me a definition of faith that includes evidence, or shut the fuck up.
Hebrews 11:1.
Yeah, so give me a definition of faith that would mean it requires evidence. Go on.
So faith, you have a misunderstanding of what faith is. It doesn't mean that you've abandoned evidences or reason or rationale. It's not what faith is. You can have evidences, right, and confidence in something, and that's where your faith comes from. Your faith comes from the evidence, comes from the confidence, which confidence and faith are synonymous.
Then it wouldn't be faith. It would be a justified belief. That's not faith.
Well, no, but it's
even
for,
in science.
but hold on. It's
Go ahead.
because you're talking about what's unseen. You're talking about the future.
Buddy, if we have evidence, which is from past observations, that a prediction made on a bunch of repeating cycles is going to be true, that's not just faith because we have evidence. Faith is literally a strong belief held without evidence. That's what everyone defines it as.
No,
so if you guys are so bad in your presuppositional apologetics,
So let me ask
you
you
need
this.
to
Let me
redefine
ask you this.
faith so that it fits our atheist worldview, so you can claim that they're synonymous, so you can dismiss our evidence-based worldview. Then that just means that you need to find good
I'm not
arguments for
dismissing it.
evidence
I'm not
of God.
dismissing it. That's not
Can I
my
give you a
my
definition
argument.
of-
Is hold on. Yeah, pure rigor. I want you to go next, but I just want you to know I'm not dismissing it. I'm comparing it to the worldview, saying, okay, so yeah, you have a faith, I have a faith as well. Go ahead, pure rigor.
Would you accept the definition of like a strongly held belief or theory?
100%.
All right. So a theory
but why is
would
it
include
held
evidence.
with evidence or without evidence? That's a differentiator. No,
But
it
why-
doesn't. A theory can be completely without evidence.
But it can be with
It
evidence.
can't be a theory, dude. It can't be a theory without evidence. It would only be a hypothesis.
It can be both.
Yeah, but
That's what I would argue. I would argue a theory can be with or without.
So what you have is you have theory. Theory isn't faith, okay? So there has to be a
But-
difference between a faith-based theory and then what's the other type of theory you can have? Evidence-based, maybe?
Yeah, but
all theories.
definition-
The reason that they're a theory is because they've now moved up from a hypothesis to a theory because of evidence, dude.
Yeah,
That's in science, not philosophy.
Excuse me, I know I'm new here, but we also have the theory of music. Music is also the theory of music, and that's what we're using right now. So sometimes theory things that are in use. It doesn't mean that they won't change in the future if there's something better that comes around, but right now we have music theory, and that's in use.
So I think we made a strong case for having evidence within faith.
I think I still side with Dogs
No,
on
you
this.
didn't. Not at all. If you
Generally,
look up like the dictionary definitions, the wikis,
Can a theory have evidence?
So
You have
hold on,
evidence in the theory.
real quick. So we might disagree on the definition of faith, but I can literally pull up definitions for faith in both the Strong's Concordance. There's different lexicons that have this definition that I'm saying it is, and probably in Webster's dictionary.
Like
if you look,
give me
it's
one
probably like the
example.
second or third.
Yeah, give me one example. Go on.
Yeah, sure. All right, so I'm on mute, and then you guys can continue while I look this up.
Yeah, I just did. A strong held belief in a theory.
Yeah, and I
you're
think we
saying
can just
theory does
like
not include evidence. To reject that statement, you have to, or to continue on with your debate, right? That you don't think there's evidence in faith, you have to reject evidence in theory. A theory cannot have evidence. That's your only conclusion. If you
I
accept
also
that
think
definition.
we can stipulate the terms. Yeah, we can just choose which definitions we mean, and not. I get really annoyed with prescriptivist arguments about definitions. Like, just go, okay, they think faith does require evidence, so let's use two different words so we can move forward.
Yeah, let's just put faith-based or not faith-based in front of it. So I have evidence-based faith. You guys have non-evidentiary faith. And that's the difference.
Well, the difference is the difference is you're putting your faith in the consensus of the world, right? So you put your faith in the consensus. So basically what you're saying is I can trust all my senses because everyone agrees that all of our senses are accurate up to this point because we all have come to agreement that this is what this should feel like, this is what this should look like, all of this. So all that is, you can grant all that, but there is the possibility because of fallibilism that it could all be wrong at the same time. So you're living based
that's
on
true in your worldview as well, so who cares?
Well, hang on. I want to get in. I want to get in on this. So my faith is based on my internal, I could say sensation, internal qualia. You know, it's not based on nothing. It's not, to me, that is evidence as well as any other sense. So,
like intuition, you're saying, Omni?
it's not intuition. No, it's not an intuition. It is a feeling of rightness, or I don't know exactly how to describe it, in language, but it's a feeling that that God is real, like that God is, I don't know, watching me is the wrong term because that sounds kind of creepy, but
you feel the presence,
listening. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, something like that. So it's not.
Yeah, that's literally the only justification out there is you vibe with God, therefore God. I'm happy with that. People can have that opinion. Just don't tell me it's the truth.
Well, that's
not the only thing.
I can tell you that as far as I can tell, it's as true as anything else I sense.
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell are you talking about, Omnivore? How can that be real?
Wait. But dogs, I fully get that. I can't logic you into that. Like the fact that I have this feeling doesn't mean that I can wrestle you down and try to get you to have logically have the feeling the same way that we can do with like celestial navigation, right? If you go through step by step celestial navigation, I don't think it's possible to come to the conclusion that the world is anything but a globe. However, I can't do that with my internal sensation.
With transcendentals, yeah.
That's fine.
So real quick,
I'm perfectly fine with that.
but it's not the only reason, right? Like intuitive, emotional appeal isn't the only reason why we believe in God. There's other justifications for believing in the unseen.
No, it literally is the
realm.
only one.
No, it's not. There's other justifications for
Yeah,
believing
the
in the
reason that
unseen realm.
nature's uniform.
It's just that, it's just that it doesn't fit the scientific method of acquiring knowledge. That's very rigid in its approach, right? The framework is very rigid. If it's not, if it's not empirically, naturalistically acquired, then you disregard it. And that's not how knowledge works. There's other ways to acquire knowledge, other justifications to acquiring knowledge besides the scientific method of reasoning.
Yeah, but there's no examples. No one has ever given examples.
Yeah, I already gave you. I already gave you
a theory completely made up of things we know to exist already. Here's an argument made of things we completely know to exist. They have to include some irrational, unknown thing into the equation in order to balance it out.
No, it's not irrational.
That's what you're doing. That's what
it's
he's
not
doing.
irrational. See, with faith, right? We can't use the scientific method. Even Hebrews 11:1, it's evidence for the unseen, right? For evidence of the unseen. So you can't see it.
You're a
You
Bible
can't touch
literalist.
it.
That just means you can't see God. That doesn't mean God can't be tested.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. These are things that you don't. All you have are indirect evidences for the unseen realm, right? And that's all we have to work with. So when we use the fine tuning,
you don't even have that.
Isn't it evidence?
Hold on. When we use the fine tuning argument, also known as a teleological argument for justification for a creator, like when we look at the microscopic level and we start analyzing DNA and its complexity, that's not direct evidence that I'm not saying DNA is God, but it's evidence of a God. That's not 100% proof.
It's not evidence at all.
It's not 100% proof, but it's evidence, which you guys don't even work with.
It's not evidence at all.
You guys
there's this thing called
hold on. Last thing. In your worldview, you don't even work with 100% proof. Go ahead.
So it's not evidence at all. There's this problem of underdetermination in philosophy, and that's that you can get any observation and you can apply it to any theory. You need something that predicts outside of that theory in order to get any justification for the theory. And the whole fine-tuning argument also works for fully deterministic reality, the same way it does for a fully God reality. So it doesn't improve the probability of either, so that it doesn't lend justification. So it is not an argument for either theory. It's nothing. It's null. It is true in all cases.
Yeah, but if you actually start comparing the worldviews to see which one's more reasonable, which one's more rational, you'll find out that the idea that there's a divine architect that intelligently designed all of reality with intention is way more rational than that double helix coming to be through random chance over millions of years.
It isn't, because reality isn't perfect. An ultimately intelligent, ultimately powerful being would create a perfect reality. Whether it's good or not, it would still be perfect. It would run perfectly. There'd be no entropy. There'd be no loss. There'd be no inefficiency.
Yeah, but when you say that our worldview isn't rational, right? That's just patently false, bro. It is rational.
Buddy, I've given you so many reasons now, and you can't give a single reason that's actually rational. They're all just.
I certainly find the tri-omni argument to be pretty flawed. So to me, to be all-loving and all-powerful strike me as completely at odds, because if I was all-loving, I would be limited to only the very best act. In any given moment, I must choose the very best act, right? So if helping a woman across the road is the very best act to do, I suddenly lose the power to do any of the other possible things. And that would mean that one of the omnis would be limiting completely one of the other omnis. And that would mean it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Speaking as one of those omnis.
Wait, hold on. But writing, I have a question for you. In that, you're granting the God worldview in that internal critique. And the God worldview assumes that it is possible that God does have that ability and we don't understand it because his ways are higher than our ways.
Then if we're saying we don't understand it because his ways are higher than our ways, it doesn't make sense to make knowledge claims about it such that he is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving, right?
I would have to ask you for your definition of all-powerful.
But what I'm saying is, if we can't know him, the only logical conclusion one could reach then about his nature is we don't know. You can't start with it's impossible to know, but by the way, here's a long list of his attributes. The two are utterly incompatible.
Well, hold on. What do you mean by all-powerful?
The point I'm making is really simple. If it is beyond our knowledge, if it is beyond our ability to know things about God, then it is beyond our ability to know things about God. We can't.
That's all or nothing. That's all or nothing.
No,
I don't have to know everything. No, I don't. I don't have to know everything about
Do you hear how he had to interrupt that?
Well, he's made two fallacious arguments, and I can't get a definition out of him, so we can't define the
Somebody
truth.
has to interrupt somewhere in the middle.
So when you talked about the omnis, were you actually talking about what I said, or the omni argument or the omni
omnipotence, omnipresence?
Omnibenevolent, and
okay, I got it. Yeah, I got it. But I wondered if you were addressing what I specifically had said, speaking as one of the omnis. But so there are a bunch of things in the Bible and in the Old Testament, especially, that I can't wrap my head around.
Perfect.
And I'm willing to accept not knowing. So I don't know how. So I don't want to derail this by going into specifics, but I said, well, I can't wrap my head around X, and some of the people on this channel gave me alternate ways that X could be not as difficult as it sounds to me, and I'm like, those I don't want to call them rationalizations, but those explanations could be true, and I actually liked some of them. I hadn't heard them before. But it's like, yeah, maybe, that could be right. That's possible. I'm talking about some of the stuff that's generally cited as not being, shall we say, omnibenevolent in the Old Testament. Like, yeah, there could be reasons that it's not as it sounds. Just taken.
Yeah, can I respond to Omni?
I just wanted to say that there's stuff. You say we can't know anything about God. I don't know that we can't say we don't know anything about God. We do have a sense, and I'm inclined to trust my religious leaders to a pretty far extent.
What is your religion, Omni? Just out of curiosity. Okay.
You mean what branch?
Yeah, sure. What branch?
Presbyterian.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, my point is that I think we can know. So if somebody says that God is omnibenevolent, I'm okay with accepting that on the face of it, even though the world around us certainly doesn't seem ruled by all-powerful benevolence.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, real quick, hold on. Let me respond to him, because that's actually, I was going to go down this path. So, in order to challenge God's moral authority, moral judgment, right, you'd have to put ourselves on a higher pedestal. Like, we'd have to, like, if we have a problem with his moral judgment in the Bible, like, we'd have to assume that we have a better morality than he does, the one who created us, which isn't the case, right? So, with that being said, when we do this type of moral factoring, right, logical moral factoring, and we start evaluating his judgment calls, and then we think that this is immoral here, or this sounds wicked here, maniacal here, right?
That's what I'm doing now. I'm not making a moral argument. Just to cut you off, sorry, but
Sure, no,
I
go
know
ahead,
this sounds like a problem of evil argument, because that's generally the arguments made against the omnibenevolent God is, why is there suffering in the world? Either he doesn't love us, or he can't fix it, or he doesn't know about it. So one of these three must be flawed. But that's not the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is similar, but it is abdicating any moral judgment. I'm not making any moral judgment. I'm simply saying, unless I misunderstand it, a being that is loving, right? A loving parent will only make good choices for their child, right? So their love for that child will limit their ability to harm that child, right? If they are all loving, then that really significantly limits a lot of their abilities. If they were all loving, there's a good chance that they would sacrifice significant parts of their own life for that child, and it would decline. What I'm saying is, unless there's some solution to it, I've only come up with this myself, unless other people have probably smarter than me have said the same thing. But essentially what I'm saying is, to be omnibenevolent means it is impossible to be omnipotent, omnipotent, because omnipotent would imply that I could do any act that's logically possible, regardless of its goodness. So I could crush a baby's skull in an instant, or I could make a billion more babies spring into existence in a second. And if I was benevolent, I would choose the good one. If I was omnibenevolent, I would be only limited to choosing the most good choice in any moment. So I'm not saying I've got a moral judgment there. I'm saying that benevolence limits the potence of God.
I don't see an issue there if you're saying the omnipotence doesn't apply to the omnibenevolence because he can't have a law of contradiction violation. So yeah, therefore he would act within the laws of logic in both of those aspects of omnipotent and omnibenevolent, in the fact that if he is omnibenevolent, he would not contradict himself by his omnipotent powers.
But that's not a law of logic violation.
Real quick,
That's his own law, right? So that's important. That's not a law of logic violation.
And I want to get in on that too. So go ahead.
The laws of logic that we aren't supposed to know about, right? We're not supposed to know his nature, right?
No.
No.
Not at all.
That's not necessarily true. So one of the theologian that I was reading, and I can't remember the name, so I can't look it up, unfortunately, said that one of the things that belief in Jesus does most extently in our life is the removal of tragedy, meaning that when we perceive a tragedy, we can have solace in that, that it all works out okay in the end somehow. It could mean in the afterlife or in our temporal lives. But ultimately, appeal to the afterlife. And I think, what they were talking about was, kind of the comfort that you can get from faith. But, I think that that's also that line of rationale is meaningful, not just in a personal, observation of tragedy, wherein somebody says, oh, God doesn't give you something you can't handle, which is probably the worst thing to say to somebody caught up in a tragedy. But in a more metaphysical way, wherein something out of all of the badness that we perceive in the world, perhaps good comes out of it. Some greater good comes from it, possibly in the afterlife or in our temporal world. And we can't see that.
I kind of agree with you for once here, Omni. That would be my understanding of what keeping the faith is. Yeah.
I'm now reconsidering.
I gotta get in here because I'm trying to get this out, right? So the creator, God, yeah, he's logical, completely logical. Logic comes from him, right? And wisdom. And he's the ultimate potential for good. in his infinite wisdom, he's already evaluated all the possible positions and scenarios. And he chose this scenario to play out as the best possible option in his infinite wisdom, right? With the potential for evil, with the potential for rebellion. Because that was the other option, the other default is automatons. And now because there's suffering, because there's death, we wrestle with that. We struggle with that. Well, if God's all loving, how comes there's suffering and death? You have to understand that when you evaluate, last thing. So God in his infinite wisdom, he was able to factor out all the possible variables needed, right, to come to a benevolent conclusion. And in his infinite wisdom, he was able to factor in variables that we're not even aware of. So when we do question God's judgment, I guarantee that you're missing essential variables in your logical calculation.
Literally. It's possible, but it's possible you are too, because I mean, if you're saying he is an infinitely wise being that has considered every possibility, why is he described in the Bible as a being that experiences regret, and often regret his own choices? He made the choice to create humans, and then he regretted creating humans. Like, how does an infinitely wise being have regret?
I got you. So in his infinite wisdom, he was able to factor in variables, right, that are beyond our peripheral understanding. And like I mentioned, logic is computational, right? It's a calculus. If P, then Q. And because of that, he had to make choices that he knew would lead in remorse. But because it was the only logical, benevolent, possible conclusion, he had to choose that. Sometimes in life, we have to make decisions that we know are going to hurt us and affect us emotionally. You're going to be emotionally turmoil, but you have to make that decision because it's the best possible logical option, even if it hurts you inside.
But then you wouldn't regret it, right? Like one of the examples I think is right before he calls the flood to wipe everybody out, right? And he regrets creating humans. It doesn't make sense to create something going, oh, I know I'm going to regret this in one day, right? Nor does it make sense to get to that day, recall back in the past when you had no other choice but to create humans because you did it because some other facet of your character called upon you to do that, and then regret it, right? We don't regret choices we didn't make. If you were forced into something, the idea of regretting something that wasn't a choice doesn't make any sense. And the Bible clearly describes him having regretted his choices. So that I don't think that works. If you're forced to do something, you wouldn't regret it.
Because he cried or something?
So real quick, hold on.
Like
so there's a lot of things that don't make any sense in the scriptures that I've wrestled with. Some things you won't receive clarity till 20 years later, to your deathbed. There are things in the Bible that don't make any sense. Just because it doesn't make any sense, it doesn't mean that he's somehow a maniacal, evil dictator or anything like that. Everything God does is. I know.
But everything. It doesn't make him bad. Fine. It just says he can't be all knowing. He can't know every outcome and then get to the point. So Genesis 6:7. Genesis 6. He does. The birds and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. Or Samuel, then the word of the Lord came to Samuel, I regret that I have made Saul king. Right? These are
right, but I got you, dude. Listen,
I'm not saying there's a moral judgment against it. I'm just saying this is somebody who clearly didn't know what was going to happen when he made that choice.
I understand. So basically, the scriptures will be contradicting themselves. They're not. If you look at the word regret, when it was written in the Old English, it doesn't mean the same thing it means today, right? Like he regretted, he regretted making man. It's not what that word means. It means remorse, right? He was remorseful that he created man. He was remorseful that he had to flood the earth.
How does that fix it? It's still the same problem. He's feeling negative about a choice he made, but you're saying he didn't have a choice.
No, it hurt him inside. It was traumatic for him to have to flood the earth.
No. You're getting it backwards. He is not saying it hurt him inside to flood the earth. It's saying he flooded the earth because it hurt him that he'd created humans. He regretted creating humans and flooded the earth.
No, it hurt. Humans hurt him on a regular basis. Our actions are continuously hurting him.
But that's not regret. He's saying The words I've got here are, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race that I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. Not they have done things that I regret.
Hold on,
I am regretting
You have to look at the interlinear.
Hold on,
you
real
have to,
quick. I'll make a comment on that because it is interesting that you say, okay, if he regretted it so much, then why'd he allow Noah to continue on? If it is your form of regret.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is regret is incompatible with being omniscient. If I know everything, then I know how I will feel in the future about a choice I make now, and I will remember with perfect clarity about what I did back in the past, and I will not make a wrong choice, and hence I will not ever have a cause to regret a choice I made.
But eggs, you're misunderstanding the word regret there. It's not the word that's being used there. Regret is not the regret that you think it is. It's remorse. It's remorse. It's synonymous for remorse. He knows the end from the beginning. He knew that Adam would end up hurting him. That mankind would end up hurting him. That he would have remorse in his heart. But he still created Adam.
Yeah, it's based on his preference, right? That would be based on his preference. His preference was it's based on God's preference. I'm saying his preference would have been that we didn't fall, right? But instead, the preference was a disappointment, right? Because we chose the opposite of his.
So why would the perfect being feel disappointment in the first place?
Sorry that I made them.
Exactly. It doesn't fix it. Like, if I put a kid in a room and say, don't press that red button, but I know enough about the kid, and I know enough about buttons, and I know enough about psychology to know that given enough time, that kid will definitely press that damn button. It would be really weird for me to be like, oh, God, shit, he pressed the button.
No, it's not like that, though.
I'll be like,
It's way more.
It's more like having a child, right? And you're like a huge sports fanatic, and you have a favorite sports team, right? And you allow your child to watch the sports with you, and then your child decides to pick your rival team, right? So that father is like, at that point, he's not following my preference of my sports team. He picked a rival team. It's like, oh man, I regret that decision.
But again,
this version
that's not.
says I have sorrow for having made them.
Fine. So how would you have sorrow
that's
for a
what
choice
it
you've
is.
made? And again, this is different to your
for
example,
no,
which is, if this is not regret about somebody else's choices, I'm giving you examples of God regretting or feeling sorrow or feeling remorseful for his own choices.
Yeah, that's what that father is
I'm trying to
do.
explain
He's
it
like,
to you,
man,
bro.
I shouldn't have
You're not
this
listening.
kid.
But he's choosing
You're
the
not
kid's
listening.
football team. In your example, the kid chooses their own football team. The dad's like, oh, damn. In this case, he's the one in control of these choices, and then he's regretting his own choices.
Listen. It's what you don't understand. That you're missing.
The father was in control of those choices by having the child that's going to think for himself. So the father, in that instance, could have just had an abortion or something.
We can all. I just feel like we can fight this, or we can all come to an idea or like an understanding or a scenario where you can feel sorrow for like a great friend of yours who's going through addiction, or something like that, knowing that it's their will that they're going to keep on using drugs or some sort of scenario. I can't imagine that's impossible for people to imagine.
Exactly, funny. We can all relate to being sorrowful. Hold on. For example, if your son committed murder, right, and you knew he committed murder, yet you called the authorities on him and got him arrested, knowing that he's going to spend 20 years, possibly life in prison. You made the right decision. It was the right decision to make, yet you were still remorseful or sorrowful for making that decision. That's a type of word that's being used there, regret, as in sorrowful and remorseful. He still made the right decision.
But non-living father would know beforehand what would happen. That attribute is given to God, that he knows beforehand what would happen. A human cannot know. No, hang on. Like the sports team, the father of that child, could not know beforehand that his child would choose the opposing team.
Yes, he did. He does have that possibility in his mind. If he watched the sports with the child, it is a possibility that that child would come to the conclusion of any sports team. So the father does know, out of all these sports teams, for him to choose mine is my preference. But there is the possibility does exist that he'll choose a different one. The father knows that.
But that's limited
two
knowledge.
completely
That's
different things. Possibility and being all knowing and knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah. So now maybe he doesn't know exactly what choice you're going to make, but he knows the outcome of all the possibilities.
So God didn't know what Adam and Eve would choose beforehand.
If he knows all the possibilities of all the choices, he has solutions for every single one of the choices.
Yeah, it's compatible. It's known.
That's like
known
saying
as
I know
compatible.
who's going to win. That's like claiming I know who's going to win a horse race. It's one of the horses that's running in the race. That's not me knowing who's going to win the race. That's not foreknowledge. That's reducing God to just being a
No. He has complete foreknowledge. He knows the end from the beginning. He knows the end from the beginning, and just because he knows the end from the beginning doesn't mean that free will cannot exist. Free will and him being all-knowing are compatible. It's known as compatibilism, and one does not negate the other at all.
Yeah, but Lion, you have to admit that God is more than just a prediction machine, right? In that situation, God has has embedded like certain outcomes for things that he knows that are going to happen anyway. Why do that? It seems redundant. Like, again, I have to repeat, I'm very open to the concept of a God or a creator God, but like the arguments make it so difficult for me.
That's why I would kind of refer to omnivore's definition of faith. Like I thought that was a good one. You know, that the faith in the goodness of God's nature that he's shown through his attributes through the world, that these things that we perceive as bad are for an ultimate good. I kind of adopt his
But that doesn't strike me as impossible. I certainly think that's, we can see that with parents. You can see that with pets. You take your pet to the vet, they don't like you for it, but there is a greater good that you're doing that for that the dog can't conceive of. But in most of those cases, you can, like the Bible would look nearly identical if you just went, he's very, very, very powerful, and he's very, very, very loving, and he's very, very, very knowing. But there are limits to his knowledge. He doesn't know inside the heart of men in some cases. He doesn't always know the outcome to every action, which is why he might at some stage think that Saul is the best choice for the king of Israel, and then later go, actually new information's come to light, and the free will of the individuals over whom I rule has turned the events in some way that I didn't fully predict at the time, and now I do regret it. And that is absolutely, to me, compatible with 99.9% of the Bible, and all of the stories foretold in it. All
the times it refers to God being omnipotent, it's in the sense that he has the ability to resurrect your body.
And also,
that's just one ability that
but that's why it doesn't. It's in reference to that typically when it says he's omnipotent. So the context matters.
For him,
and that would change it from the modern debate, where many people in the modern debate go, no, he's all powerful such that he has every power except any powers which would entail a logical impossibility, right?
Yeah, like lying, like he can't lie, right?
That doesn't entail logical
because that would cause the law of non-contradiction to be broken, right?
Yeah,
I don't see how. If you were quite powerful,
there's a lot of misunderstandings. That's what it is.
But if God cannot lie, that makes him imperfect, no? Sorry.
No. This is the problem, bro. Like earlier, when we talk about God making decisions, making choices, it might, at surface level, it's like, why did he chose Saul as king when he knew Saul would end up, rebelling or disobeying God? Well, you haven't factored in the domino effect that's involved with Saul becoming king. There's all types of effects, like the butterfly effect. Because Saul became king, now there's like a domino effect that persists through like 40 generations.
Man asked for a king too in the first place, so that was a gift from God. Yeah.
Guys, do you think that God cannot do an action?
Yeah, he cannot lie.
So
that's the only thing.
No, wait. So the explanation that we're given, which I think is a good one, is that God cannot act outside of God's nature, which strongly implies that God cannot lie or will not lie. Maybe God can lie, but will never choose.
Will not just probably makes more sense then.
Well, at some point, it's a meaningless distinction. Either cannot or will not doesn't. Yeah, I mean, cannot makes implications that God is limited. Will not doesn't. But all implies that we have a ironclad knowledge of what God will do, which I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not 100% sure that I have that, but. I think that a lot of the problems come from trying to understand the universal creator in a human way, or the being responsible for the universe on a human scale. So, for example, what if the case is that God describes time in a linear fashion to us? In terms of the narrative that we understand about God, the narrative in the Bible. Well, at the same time, congruently is able, knows the totality of everything all at once. Seems like a contradiction to us, but maybe it's not, right? Maybe, when it says that, God regretted creating the animals or the man or whatever, what's happening is there is a story that we have that has spiritual truth to it or spiritual lessons for us that is played out page by page. It's in a book, so page 5 comes after page 4. And if we read it in order, it has a direction of time. So we're given an understanding of this from the way that, God's eye, if you will, is following us through our journey through time. However, aspects of God already know how it all ends. So
yeah, but sorry, go.
That can just come from, if somebody tried to explain a atemporal point of observation, I'm not sure it would make any sense when written down. Like, I don't know how we would, I'm not sure how I'd write that or how I'd interpret it.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, sure.
Is God outside of space-time? Is he infinite? Is he timeless? Is he outside of the universe?
I think yes. I think he has to be, but I wouldn't claim that I have any just the same way I can't imagine a 4-dimensional object in 4 spatial dimensions. Like I can't imagine a hypercube.
No, I understand, but that makes it difficult in this case.
Yeah, well,
because
that's the way it is, man. Like we don't have the knowledge of God, so it's a humbling experience, is what you're saying, and I understand it is difficult, but just because we don't know doesn't make it not the case.
Well,
I don't know that we have the raw equipment to envision that.
Yeah, but if we cannot perceive or understand, sorry, go.
When we invoke like natural laws, there's heavenly laws, there's a heavenly court, and there are certain, oaths that he has made that now he's bound by. So just because he's bound by his word, because God cannot lie, does that now mean that he's not omnipotent? Well, even that word omnipotent you won't find that word anywhere in the Bible. It doesn't exist.
It's because they call him God Almighty, and then people have inferred, oh, that must mean he's omnipotent. Right. Yeah, it's like, yeah.
So there seems to be a paradox here that we're contending with. But that's why I'm saying that there's a misunderstanding, because God has boundaries. If he didn't have boundaries, he wouldn't be God. If he crossed boundaries, he would be violating natural law. He'd be violating the moral law. He wouldn't be God. So he does have boundaries. And just because he has boundaries doesn't mean that all of a sudden he's like not God. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, go ahead, dude. I don't want to.
But yeah, I didn't mean to be saying.
But these attributes that God has, isn't that based on how us as human needs to define them to be, to fit the narrative?
We get insight in the Torah of God's nature and His character. That's how we get to know His character, is through His word. But there's something that it's counterintuitive, that laws and structure and ordinances lead to liberty, right? And if you think about it, if you don't have structure, if you don't have boundaries, if you don't have laws, you wouldn't have a functional reality. You wouldn't have liberty at all. Liberty wouldn't exist. Freedom wouldn't exist. Life wouldn't exist. So, for life to exist, for freedom and liberty to exist, it necessitates that there are laws in place that are harmonious and uniform and consistent. And that's what God is. God is uniform. He's stable. He's consistent. He's the rock. Right? And He doesn't violate His word. You can rely on Him.
But again, those attributes are human-made, though, aren't they? Based on some things in the Bible, humans have continued to expand on these attributes so it fits the narrative all the time, and it can change. That's how I look upon it.
Yes, you certainly only seem to be interested in a very small particular group of people in the Old Testament as a significant change to His nature from being just the Jews of Israel.
No, that's not the case, because it was a mixed multitude that exit. He's specifically looking for people that want to do the behavior He asks them to do. It's not a specific certain type of people. Yeah, that's right. Because when Egyptians also painted the doorposts, it wasn't just Israelites. So there were Egyptians that also were spared and pulled out of Egypt.
Yeah, and they didn't become Israelites?
Yeah, they do. That's right. You can be grafted. Yeah, because Israelite is a behavior thing, not a blood thing.
So it's still about a particular group of people.
About a particular set of rules or behavior, not about people. It's about people that follow that set rules or behavior.
But on the lineage of people within that specific group extremely important in the Old Testament?
Well, they all came from Noah, so all of them are related.
The oldest prophet in the Bible, Job, wasn't even an Israelite necessarily of blood. Jacob. I mean, actually, he was part of Jacob, but he was through Esau. But what I'm trying to say is that he was considered a Roman, or not a Roman, an Edomite, which today, Rome is Edom, Edomia. There were people that weren't like of the 12 tribes of Israel.
You got Ruth. You got Moabites that were entered in. It's a mixed multitude. That's why it's called a church or an ecclesia. That's what it's talking about. A mixed multitude of people that have decided to put their behavior in accordance with the will of God.
Yeah, it doesn't seem. That seems like it reaches everybody. Like, just participate in this attribute, and you can, and then that would be like an ideology.
I would need to see which bits that's referring to, because the little bits that I've read, I'm not claiming to have read the Bible, seem like the Old Testament is obsessed only with a very small group of people that speak a very particular kind of language that are in a very small part of the earth, and to say that was including Ghanaians and Eskimos and Australian Aboriginals and all these other groups, is, if they follow the behaviour, is to me a massive stretch. The book seems completely unaware.
That's the truth of the matter. And it's unfortunate that the church seems to preach a different message than that. But they're all descendants of Noah, and he wishes every soul to be saved. That's what the scripture says.
You're just saying it's the truth, but you're not showing evidence for it. Like, it is the truth,
I can
isn't
show
it?
you the
But
mixed
book
multitude that
fails to describe. But let me finish. It is the truth, isn't it? That the book fails to describe a single person outside the Fertile Crescent. So it doesn't. It seems to be blissfully unaware of the existence of Native Americans, of
those are all after Noah.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. That's a false premise, dude. That's a false premise.
No, but I've asked a direct question. I didn't ask if they were meant to be descendants of somebody. I said the book appears to be blissfully unaware.
If people landed in one specific location and there was 8 of them,
and I'm going to let him finish.
Yeah, but he's
No,
not.
let me
It doesn't, his premise is all built off of some weird appeal to the future of Native
Let him
Americans.
explain.
When all of the people landed, there was 8 of them landed in one place, and they spread out from there.
Exactly.
It would be a different.
So,
the challenge I'm putting at your feet is it true or is it not that the book appears to be completely unaware of the existence of Aboriginals?
Yes, hold on a second, dude. Wait a second. No, that's
no. It doesn't. Yeah. It appears to be what you're saying. Therefore, is it is untrue that the book is unaware of Aboriginals. Therefore, you're saying the book is aware of the existence of Australian Aboriginals.
Yes. There's
hold on
10
a second,
tribes that went all over the world. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Wait a second, dude. Wait a second. So if you're gonna do a critique of the Bible, you have to get the story straight, right? So like Tor was saying, right? You have to include the flood of Noah, and then you have to include the migration of man since the flood of Noah. Now you mentioned the Fertile Crescent. That's great, right? So you have this area of Mesopotamia known as the Fertile Crescent, the cradle of civilization. That's where all men after the flood originated. So you didn't have Native Americans in the Americas until thousands of years after the flood.
Evolution does even speak to that. Not to bring that in at all, but that is the mainstream story as well. 120,000-year-old population spreading out from that area.
So when we talk about the Persians, the Assyrians, the Aryan, hold on, dude, hold on. When we talk about the Assyrians, the Persians, the Sumerians, right, the Zoroastrians, right, the Medes, right. Japhites. These are city states. These are nations. These are patriarchs that all originated from Noah. So the Zoroastrians were actually Shemites mixed with Japhites that would have known the doctrine that Noah believed in.
But which of these groups is giving an indication that the Old Testament, the writers of the Old Testament, were aware that Aboriginals existed? Because Aboriginals are meant to have been there for 40,000.
You're not listening, dude. You're not listening, bro. There were no when these groups existed. There were no Aboriginals in Australia or in North America. North America was uninhabited. It took to the migration of the lost tribes of Israel in 722 BC before they even migrated to the New World. When they got here, there was no humans here. There was no men here yet. It's a vast wilderness of untapped potential.
Where's Danny Faulkner when you need him?
How do we know this?
Yeah, because we've got records, we've got pretty good reason to think Aboriginals have been here for tens of thousands of years. The best estimate is 40,000 years. What you're saying is, provided I also still believe that the book is true, then I can say that the book did know about Aboriginals because Aboriginals didn't exist. That's
all right,
nuts, right?
One second. So listen. You don't have to agree with the biblical account in the Table of Nations regarding the origins of men and all the different nations, right, that exist today. You don't have to agree with that. But the internal story is coherent and sound. There were no men in North America because if you read the account, right, men started to migrate outwards from the Fertile Crescent, and before those men reached North America, it took like 1,000 years.
How did they get there without taking the story of the origins with them?
They did.
They did.
The Aboriginals knew of God, and the Native Americans knew of God.
Yeah, they all point.
Real quick, last thing: the Native Americans, the Ojibwa, the Inuit, all the different tribes that we hear of today are descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. They're direct
Why
descendants.
did they not have the knowledge? Why did they not carry the knowledge with them as they migrated?
They do. The Cherokee and the Ojibwa specifically do. No, there's plenty of dude. There are men that studied these tribes in the 1800s and connected the links between the Israelites and the Israelites' customs and the Ojibwa and Cherokee customs. There's parallels across the board.
What about the Japanese? The Japanese don't have a flood story.
Well, you know who did
Yes,
have
they
a flood
do.
story? The Sumerians told exactly the same flood story, but their flood story had many gods, Enkidu and a bunch of other ones. And Utnapishtim is visited by one of the heavenly beings who comes down and tells him to build a flood because the gods are annoyed with the humans that they're making too much noise, instructs him on the dimensions of the ark to build. He builds an ark, the animals go on it 2 by 2. Then he goes out to sail and he sends out a turtle dove and then a pigeon and then a something else and the something else comes back. It's exactly the same story, virtually word for word if you change the name of Noah to Utnapishtim, and it is told thousands of years before the one in the Bible. It
Yeah, we
shows
know
that the one in the Bible cannot be correct in its chronology. It must be, and it affirms the existence of other gods. It says multiple gods decided to flood the earth.
Yeah, so we know that the sons of Shem, which are the Sumerians, the Assyrians, the Aryans, Ashur, who's a direct son of Shem, that's where the Assyrians come from, right? They lost their way. We know that in the scriptures it says that from Noah's direct descendants, his sons, they stopped believing in Yah, they stopped celebrating the feast, all the way up to Abraham was born. They lost their identity. They went astray.
I don't know how that responds to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the Epic of Gilgamesh from Sumerians, I think, is it 2,000 years before? Yeah, it couldn't be 4,000 years before. So maybe it's 4,000 BC rather than 4,000 years before the Old Testament. But at least 2,000 years before the stories are talked about in the Old Testament, the same story of Noah's flood is written about with crucial differences such that there are many gods. There is a pantheon of gods. So it is either the case that the story is true, and the more true a version is the older one, and hence it is more probable that there are many gods, or that the story in the Bible, that there is one God, but for some reason they plagiarize the story.
No. So that, to me, that's none of that's theologically conflicting at all. I understand that the Assyrians are descendant of Shem, and they went astray. So now they have a similar story to the original story. It's embellished and it's been corrupted. Now they have many gods. The idea of many gods existing.
The original. But you're calling it similar to the original. But the one I'm saying is it predates the one in the Bible. You can't say the original.
You can't prove that. You can't prove that. No, you can't. How would you know that? Especially when we had the Table of Nations that says otherwise.
Because you know that the Sumerians and the Sumerian like the city of Ur is far, far older than any of the cities in Israel. It is lived and died as an entire civilization twice before the Israelites exist.
Yeah,
so
we have the account
that is around from a group of people that predate the Israelites. That wrote the story before the Israelites is the plagiarized story from the Israelites. It just doesn't make sense. Obviously, the first
that's
people
a false premise.
People copied it.
You're saying that the Sumerians is the older story just because academia leans that way because of the petroglyphs that they found over there. Doesn't mean that that's actually the case. There's plenty of evidence in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the Book of Jubilees, and in the Book of Genesis, and Josephus, if you want to, mainstream historians that can account and justify the different nations, the different races of men, going all the way back to the sons of Noah. And it's very meticulous family tree. Very meticulous.
Just out of curiosity, eggshells. Does the correspondence of two different people separated by distance having the same story, does that help affirm that the occurrence happened for you, or does it make it more impossible?
No, it doesn't make it more impossible, but I guess it adds somewhat to the strength of it. But I mean, like many people have told the story of Romeo and Juliet. Many people have retold many fanciful tales. It's useful in that you can track how the changes happen, right? So one of the crucial changes that I'm harping on about in this is in the ancient Babylonian belief, the Sumerians, the city of Ur, they have many gods. And the original story is nearly identical except for the fact that there's clearly a pantheon of gods. And so what you can do to track a story is track how those changes appeared. And then you get this kind of genealogy of how the story developed. But I don't think it means, therefore, that it's true. Because otherwise it would be suggesting that God flooded the earth twice. or that he flooded the Earth once, and we're unclear on which the first story is. But
Gotcha.
I think it's pretty clear that Utnapishtim is the older story.
Okay.
I think if there were corroborating things, that would add to it, right? So if many people were telling, like the car crash analogy that C.S. often used to explain the differences in the resurrection story of saying, well, many people might see a car crash but have slightly different accounts due to seeing it from different angles. So that could be the case if other people were saying the Earth filled up with water. But if it's the story is just tracking this one dude and how he's told the proportions of the ark to build and welcomes the animals on 2 by 2, I would say just dig up, just search Utnapishtim and read the story of it. It's only like a paragraph or 2 long, really, the short versions of it. And you just go, oh, that's 120%. That is definitely the story of Noah.
I have that, dude. I have the Epic of Gilgamesh. I have the Sumer. Dude, I have a book on. He's from the 1950s, and he's known as an Assyriologist who translated 12 of the Sumerian tablets, bro. And he's seen the parallels between the biblical account and the Sumerian account. There's parallels across the board. But just because there's parallels doesn't mean that all of a sudden the biblical account was plagiarized. Not at all. If anything, this defends the biblical account because now you have hostile witness talking about a world flood, dude. And also a ship, an ark.
I'm not saying it. I'm just pointing out the story had already been told. If it is true that the Epic of Gilgamesh is older than the Pentateuch, or however you pronounce that one, then it doesn't affirm it. It shows it to be false. It shows that they are reskinning old, well-established narratives. Like motifs. Tim talks about this a lot. It's like a fascinating way to look at religions and these motifs, where people pick up these stories and put in. Quite often the other thing you can see is you can see the morality of the stories evolving, where the gods are doing it for a quite nasty, selfish reason in the story of Utnapishtim, which is they just don't like the noise that all the humans are making. But by the time it gets to the Pentateuch, the Noah version, it is about the fallen nature of humans. So it's much more, you can see that you're going from these capricious evil gods to this much more loving, caring version. And those kind of things make a compelling case that this is an advancement as society starts to advance, as civilization spreads out from Mesopotamia, where it's meant to start to reach these other areas. They carry along the stories with them and they upgrade them just a little bit. So it's clearly identical, the same story, but they've just improved it a little bit.
Yeah, so Canaan, right, the son of Ham, existed before the Sumerians, dude. Before the Assyrians. They had Canaan, Cush, Put, and Nimrod.
Yeah, I guess I'd need to look at your sources for saying at the same time, because it's not at all surprising to me that Christian apologists would attempt to resolve these problems by saying, no, their story fits into ours. It's just, it seems very obvious. Because the city of Ur, to my understanding,
it's just your argument back at you, right?
Well, not really, no, because I'm making an argument that is also based on archaeology, right? My understanding is the city of Ur is long gone, is no longer a city. The Babylonians still exist, but not in the city of Ur or Uruk and all of these other major cities that they had back then are just dust bowls. They're just uninhabited by the time the Israelites come along, if I'm getting this right. So it doesn't make sense to say,
right.
These people forward in time after Noah wrote a story that's centered around a city that doesn't exist anymore, but did exist far before Noah.
Well, the thing is, the Israelites came way later, dude. Judah, Jacob, dude, that's way later in the narrative, dude. You have Babylon existing with one world leader, right? Nimrod, one language, and then the nations were divided into 70 nations. But Uruk, the Chaldeans, Aram, Those are nation states in the Bible, bro.
Yeah. Because the story I think is the case. Maybe you can tell me. Is my understanding is the archaeologists and the historians think that the story of the Tower of Babel is written about the, what do they call them? What are the buildings that the Sumerians built? Ziggurats. Yeah, they're meant to be explaining, because, as commonly happens throughout history, these people are living in the wreckage of a far greater previous civilization. And they're like, whoa, what is this? We cannot build this nowadays. Right? Same as the English after the Romans left. They just end up developing these stories about giants and super advanced species because they cannot comprehend how humans could build something like Romans did. Same thing is meant to be the story of the Tower of Babel, is like this recontextualizing of why there was such a big tower. Oh, they built a tower and God got really angry, and that's why we speak all these different languages.
I know it sounds crazy. I believe that's what happened.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't mean to be demeaning of it.
That's all good, dude. I got a tough skin, dude. It's all good.
I think that's an interesting topic, though. Like, how does language come about? I always find that if you guys wanted a topic change or something.
Sure.
It's a good one. I'm going to go to listen because I've been standing outside the gym shouting loudly in the street. The last.
Get that
I can
workout
relate,
on,
eggshells. That's awesome, eggshells.
Yeah, I've done that. But before you go into the gym, I just want to give you like a little fact, right? This is pretty important for a gym guy, right? That chocolate is made from a cocoa tree, and cocoa tree is a plant. So when you're eating chocolate cake, it's like you're pretty much just eating a salad. So you'll be all right. Have a good workout.
Yeah, that's like my salad that I had, I had some bread, then I put some cheese on top, a little bit of sauce. I ate pizza.
I ate pizza yesterday.
Hey, I've got a question for the. I'm sorry I can't see the list of people, but the people who are talking about salvation going back to everyone being descendants of Noah, and that was the idea that everyone is saved because we're all descendants of Noah.
No. That wasn't what we were saying. I was just saying it's a behavioral thing. I pulled up the verse too. It's Exodus 12:38, and a mixed multitude also went up with them, with the Israelites. So what it is basically you have people that want to obey the will of God and people that disobey the will of God. It's not about a bloodline. It's just about a certain behavior, a behavioral aspect of the people, a change of heart. You know what I mean?
Okay, and do you think the new covenant with Jesus? Do you think that faith in Christ's divinity is required for salvation?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. And that would be a
Yes, sir.
renewed. That would be the renewed covenant. So they were given the covenant and then divorced. It was like a marriage covenant.
All right. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't listening to heresy.
No, it's the same covenant. Nothing's changed.
What's say, Lewis?
What's up?
It's good to see you.
Yeah. You too. Still driving.
Me too.
You know what is interesting, Lewis, about that word heresy is Paul actually uses that for sect. So when you say like what sect of Christianity you're from, you're saying what heresy of Christianity are you from? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're all supposed to be of one body, with the head being Christ. Yeah. So it is interesting. Yeah.
What denomination are you?
I would just go with what Paul said, a follower of the way, when he was asked that question.
Yeah, same. Follower of the way. I would like to be considered, part of the sect of the Nazarene. If you were going to ask me for like a specific denomination, that denomination was started in the book of Acts. So, or actually maybe by Jesus himself.
Is there any church doctrine that you follow, or do you derive it yourself?
I appeal to the Bible, man. Like, I try to stay away from, church fathers. But to me, that's not scripture. I mean, I do read it, though. I do study it to see what their thoughts are, to see if they agree with the Bible.
What are your thoughts on salvation through faith alone versus salvation through faith and works?
Well, that's sort of like what kind of fallacy is that, Tor?
Well,
Help me
let's
out.
define faith for me real quick.
Faith, belief in Christ's
What kind of fallacy
divinity.
is that, though? What kind of fallacy is that? False paradigm?
Well, false dilemma. Yeah, I like that.
False dilemma.
Yeah,
That's
because
a false dilemma.
I would describe faith as a complete entire worldview, right? So and it would be the case that whatever you say, your actions would portray what you're saying because you have such a strong belief in what you're saying. So yeah, I would say it would be impossible to show your faith without some form of action. Yeah.
Well, the reason I asked the question is because earlier you talked about, or somebody, I apologize, I don't know exactly who's who, but someone talked about there's a behavior that God is looking for. You mentioned the multitude and you mentioned the word behavior, and that would be analogous to works. So in Catholicism and in Orthodox Christianity, salvation is not guaranteed by faith alone like it is with Protestants. Protestants believe faith alone secures your salvation. So regardless of how many times you sin and in what fashion, your faith can ultimately save you. Whereas Catholics and Orthodox, they don't believe that your salvation is guaranteed by faith, that there are works required and it's a lifelong pursuit to try and do those works that can give you a hope of salvation. But it's an entailment of Catholic and Orthodox faith. The salvation is not necessarily guaranteed.
Can I respond to that real quick, Lion, and then you go? I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, and I would say the Protestant also agrees because they would say you have to repent and confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, right? And those are both actions. So they might say there's no actions, but when you really boil it down, there are.
Amen. Even the word repent, what's repent mean to you?
To acknowledge wrongdoing and express regret, and also a pledge to not sin anymore.
It's not, well.
Yeah, to not do the behavior,
dude.
to not do the behavior that you were doing. So that would require an action again, right?
Yeah, so you would have to change your ways. You change your actions. You have to literally modify your behavior. That's what teshuvah in the Hebrew. That's what repent means in the Hebrew. It means to turn away from your previous behavior. So you literally, by default, have to change your ways, have to change your actions. Now, what I meant to bring earlier, the fallacy that I was thinking of was a false dilemma fallacy. Also known as
I wasn't trying to challenge you with the question. I was just trying to get a clearer image of what your view on that is, on the two belief systems.
No, trust me, I understand, right? But this is basically the number one question that a lot of Protestants use as like a litmus test to challenge us. Little do they know that what they're presenting is a false dilemma fallacy, right? An either or fallacy. But the Bible is dynamic. It's what you're presenting is a false binary, and I'll explain. Because it's either A, you're saved through faith alone, or B, you're saved through faith and works, or works alone, right? But the thing is, bro, like the way that the Bible gives us examples, like the thief on the cross, like technically the thief on the cross was saved by faith alone, right? His hands were nailed to the cross. He couldn't do any good works. But I guess you could make the argument, like Torah said, that actually confessing with your mouth that Jesus is who he said he was is considered an action. And that is sufficient sometimes. and I do believe in death by confessions, right? Does that now believe that? Does that now mean that if you premeditatively plan out your life in a way that you can live lawlessly, and you really do believe in God, but you already have this idea that, I'm going to do my thing and then I'm just going to repent on my deathbed and get into the kingdom? I'm not so sure that God's going to grant you that, right? Because at the end of the day, he's weighing the hearts. So even if you do confess with your lips at the end of your deathbed, if you already planned that out like that, I don't think he's going to save you. What do you think?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. You like,
okay,
I believe in death by confession, but what if somebody plans it out like ahead of time? Go ahead.
I don't think that someone's salvation, at least from an Orthodox perspective, I don't think someone's salvation can necessarily be known just by their confession. I'll have to look more into the doctrine and see what's said specifically about the work of confessing. I think that probably is considered a work, but I'm not. Yes. I think the thief on the cross, it's a given that the thief on the cross was saved because Jesus is God, and so of course he would know that. But we don't have the privilege of looking through God's eyes, so we can't know that about ourselves or other people.
Yeah, right. Our salvation is more of something we hope for than something we've secured, right?
Right.
No, yeah, I agree, and I believe like just like Jesus says, I will be with you in paradise. But that's an example. It's an anomalous example because this guy was saved through faith alone. He wasn't able to actually prove with works his faith, but by him simply saying it on the cross, he was saved.
Yeah, but you said it's because God can weigh the heart, and that was God on the cross there with him, right?
Yeah, that's an anomalous exception. We're not in his situation, right? Right now we have knowledge of the Bible, of the gospel. If we decide to now negate the Bible, negate the gospel message, we have no excuse.
Well, okay, so I think there's something important to point out here. I don't think we can say that the thing that saved that thief was only his faith, because we're not God. Jesus could say that because God knew his heart. Jesus is God, so he knows all the requirements for salvation, and they may not be the same for everybody. Exactly. The second thing is that, well, I lost it. But basically, I'm saying that we can't derive that faith alone. Oh yeah, I remember the second thing. We can't derive that faith alone is the thing that guarantees salvation. It's required. If you don't have faith, you won't be saved. That's guaranteed. But it doesn't. We can't derive that because the thief on the cross confessed and then Jesus said to tonight or whenever you'll be with me in paradise. That doesn't entail that his only requirements for salvation were his faith.
I can agree with that. I mean, yeah, especially seeing that he is the God that knows what the case would be. Yeah, and I think Romans 9, I think it was that. I'm trying to remember where I read it. But it said, like, so then do we say the Israelites are not saved because all they did was their works, and then those Gentiles are saved because they believe by faith? And he says, basically, it's not just a thing you just walk out like traditionally, like, and you attribute because you've done the works. Oh yeah, I did the work, so therefore I'm good. It takes more than that, right? It also takes the aspect of fully believing with all your heart, mind, and soul, and loving the Lord your God with with all of that, right?
Yeah.
Not just walking it out, like just going through the motions or whatever, right?
Accepting Christ's divinity is a necessary precondition for salvation.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Paul talks about there being two Israels. There's Israel, the people, the Israelites, and then there's also the church. He refers to the church as Israel.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
The Israel of God.
Which is a mixed multitude, right? It's not like a specific bloodline of people.
So here's a question for you. Do you believe that Jews will be saved, even if they don't believe in Christ's divinity?
No.
Not if it's a necessary precondition for salvation, no.
Okay, all right. All right. So far, no heresy detected.
I actually think the Orthodox faith is, pretty good. I mean, there are some things that maybe I'll disagree with, but for the most part, I'm in agreement.
You're Orthodox, bro?
No, I'm not. But I like it. I like Orthodox. So I'm speaking a little bit tongue in cheek.
All right. I'm driving. I wish I had all my scriptures and notes in front of me, dude.
I was just asking for Danny Faulkner, and now he appears. What was that earlier topic? What did I ask for him for? Can't remember. Oh, the pot. You know what? It was going to be the pot. You know what I was going to ask him about? It was about the current population, and does it report to with the current population? Because that's kind of what people were getting into. Does that comport with
yes
the age of the
absolutely.
And if he had he's got the facts. I think he's got the numbers.
I've dude, you'll find that pretty easily on the internet. Population growth, like population statistics, and how fast you can actually grow a population from just one woman, one man. In 1,000 years, dude. In 1,000 years, with a 2.1 fixed rate of growth, 2.1%. Right? You can get over 1 billion people in just 1,000 years, with just from one man, one woman, with a doubling every 40 years.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, and that's doubling every 40 years. That's not like 18-year-old kids getting pregnant. Yeah.
I think we've seen that in our lifetime, right? In the last 40 years, the population has doubled.
Yeah, just in the last 10 years, I want to move out of my town. It's like congested.
Right, what's going on out here?
And you can include like famine, pestilence, war, murder, all of that, and the population growth still fits, because 2 kids every 40 years is or 2.1%, which is like 2.5 kids every 40 years statistically, is very conservative. Very, very conservative. People were having 11, 12 kids at one point. Like, look at the patriarchs, for example. Dude, my grandparents on both sides both had like 8 children. So 2 kids every 40 years is very conservative.
And right now it's to 1.6. So you could see the depopulation that they talk about is occurring right now. And where the root of it is, I'm not sure. Maybe in feminism.
I posted some information in text that talks about our current population, and it gives a number of 300 to 200,000 years, but I haven't read the information below it. What all does that talk about, and why they say 200 or 300,000 years?
Based off what, like, number of how many people? Like, every 2 people are producing how many people?
Well, we're looking at population size, generation time. It says the existence of modern humans have been in existence roughly 300 to 200,000 years. And with the species gradually expanding and growing in number, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, so there's some bullet points there that I can't read. I'm driving. So I would wonder if someone would check that. Yeah.
You want me to read it for you? It says the earliest known anatomically modern humans emerged in Africa around 300,000 to 200,000 years ago. These early modern humans then gradually spread out of Africa and across the globe over tens of thousands of years, replacing earlier human species like Neanderthals. The current world population of humans is estimated to be around 7.9 billion as of 2022. The average generation time for humans The time between the birth of parents and the birth of their offspring is around 25 to 30 years. So based on the population size and generation time, it is estimated that modern humans have been in existence for roughly 300,000 to 200,000 years, with our species gradually expanding and growing in number over this vast time scale. This timeline is supported by extensive archaeological, genetic, and anthropological evidence.
So that's what we would have to get into. That last sentence is what we'd have to look at.
That would, and also I'd love to know, like, what is the rate they're saying for every 2 people? How many people did they create?
You have to literally go ahead.
2.1% or 2.1 children per man and woman. And that's a placement rate. I don't think the population would grow just from that. And that's different from 2.1%. 2.1%, that's going to be much more than, especially as time goes on, that's going to be much more than 2 children per couple.
Right. So I 2.1
going to have an accelerating amount.
2.1% and a doubling every 40 years. If you do the math, no, it's still every couple is only having 2 children, 2 maybe 3 children max. And then their children are also having 2 children, and their children are also having 2 children. By the time you get to 1,000 years, you got 1 billion people, dude. Like,
I think what he's saying is this. I think what he's saying, I don't know if it would be 2.1%, because it's like, it's just because if 2 humans have 2 children, that's 100%. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
well, no, I get.
Though you got to think about the people that are dying along that timeline.
Right. If it was just 2% alone, it would decay. The populations would decline, and then it would be stagnant. You need 2.1%, which is the smallest amount that you need to have an exponential curve.
Are you saying
which is every 50th couple have 1 extra kid, but because 2 people having 2 kids keeps you a steady population, and then that's assuming everybody makes it to adulthood. So if anybody dies, you've got a now negative population growth. It's just 2% would be everybody has 2 kids and some people have 3.
It's just a statistical analysis, right? 2.1% it's just a variable number, dude. It's not something that, like, there's all types of variables like life expectancy, longevity, health, plague, famine, disease, war. Like that's why I said it's like a rough estimate. But even if you included all those variables, infertility issues, you still it's reasonable to expect 1 billion people in 1,000 years, dude.
Yeah, I would need to run these numbers. I mean, for me to draw a conclusion on it, I would need to run the numbers and see exactly what the outcome is. I'm not going to like make a judgment or assumptions. Just say, this is what's going to happen. I would have to run all these numbers and see what the results are.
Yeah, I was wondering if Danny has any input on that. Danny, have you ever done any research on that by any chance? If you're available.
He may be busy.
You also got the problem if these percentages are correct, right? Where are all the bodies? If we've been around for 300,000 years, we should have bodies everywhere.
That's a silly one. That's an argument from silence or an argument from absence, and it assumes that you're going to find 100,000-year-old, not properly buried in lead-lined casket bodies. I mean, you could easily just do the same thing and just assume that the Bible is exactly as old as they say it is, and go, where are all the horses' bodies? We don't see them either, but we don't doubt that horses have been around. Hundreds and millions of horses have been around.
Well, think about it, dude. Even right now, like if we all perished and then you had like aliens that came through, like they'd find our bodies all over the place, our cemeteries all over the place. This is something.
This is an argument. But you're doing this as an argument against there being billion-year timescales. If we all perished and then the aliens turned up in 1 billion years, they wouldn't find anything. They probably wouldn't even find cities. They would find rare, weird events like cars and stuff that just happen to be buried in magma or a quick flood in just the right way. but 99.9% of all of the biomass and stuff would have just turned into dust.
If given the growth, right? If we're really getting 1 billion people in 1,000 years, you're saying 100,000 years, 200,000 years, dude. That's a lot of bodies. A lot of bodies.
You can't get a billion.
Hold on, dude. Let me just say this. Anthropologically, what makes us unique to animals is that we have this idea of life after death. So when a loved one dies, we bury them. And we bury them a lot of times with material possessions like the Egyptians did, right? So we should be seeing 100,000-year-old, evidence of bodies all over the place, and we don't have that.
But you get what's wrong with an argument from absence, right? You get why that's about.
I get it. I get it.
And also, the problem is burying with valuables goes both ways, right? One way it's like, okay, they took care to bury them, but the other is anywhere there's somebody buried also means there's valuable shit. Right? So it presumes that everybody that's buried doesn't get ever molested by anybody else.
I understand. And it's not like I'm not arguing because there's no evidence necessarily that this can't be the case randomly. It's a logical conclusion based off of inductive reasoning, based off of the population growth, right? We should have bodies all over the place. I'm not randomly coming to that.
Argument from absence.
Argument of absence.
I think what's interesting about that, Eggshells, isn't that the atheist agnostic position is an argument from absence?
An argument from absence of God, you mean?
It depends.
Yeah,
it depends who you ask.
Yeah, it depends how you look at it, but it kind of is for God. But it's just a simple thing when it comes to bodies of it assumes that every person gets buried, every person gets buried perfectly, when we know you can dig up somebody that's been in the ground 10 years and their coffin's collapsed and they're decomposed, and that those bodies remain unmolested, and that they're not still in the ground, just a little bit deeper or somewhere people haven't dug, or they've already built a car park on top of it and you don't know they're there anymore. Yes, arguing that God doesn't exist, I absolutely agree. Arguing that God doesn't exist because we don't have evidence for him is a bad way to reason. Positive atheism is a flawed ideology. Saying I don't believe in God because I see no evidence for him is not illogical, but saying I conclude therefore he doesn't exist is illogical.
That's what I was trying to say to that Warren dude yesterday. He's going, demonstrate God for me. I'm like, what, empirically? What are you talking about? This is such a dumb argument.
What do you mean? Well, I honestly don't think that that's also what Warren is looking for, like empirics.
That's what it sounds
He's just
like.
looking.
No, he
right,
was.
But there's.
He definitely was, dude.
Right, but there's obviously other ways. There's other ways to increase the probability or the likelihood that such a being exists. Right. That's why we. That's why we discuss
physical evidence of a bloody metaphysics.
Holy
right?
shit!
That's
Why can I not? Why can I not finish my?
Sorry,
fucking
Maxim.
sentence?
I'm playing my game. I'm half listening.
It's all right, Andy. Yeah, like presumably there would be datum to increase the likelihood of such a being existing, but that's why we discuss like those individual arguments, right? Like divine hiddenness and or like Swinburne. Swinburne has a really good argument for Christian. Well, there's just an array of variabilities that like go into like what would increase the likelihood of such a being existing. Right, but I do agree that like just saying flat out that like I don't see X evidence, like, but that depends on the evidence, right? Like,
yeah, I can see what you're saying.
I think the argument from absence is one that, particularly in historical context, one must use from time to time. So it's like, although it's fallacious, it's still inductively an okay way to reason. But on your point, Andy, I don't think that it's, if you're invoking a supernatural being and saying, how do you prove that using naturalism is flawed, but if you're saying there is a supernatural being that intercedes in the natural world, then you can look for the evidence of it in its interventions.
Like what, though?
Like the Bible.
Parted seas. Parted seas, people coming back from the dead, talking pigs, talking donkeys, women turning to pillars of salt, all number of things.
Well, I mean that there's a major change that occurred though in the world with the death and resurrection of Christ.
You know, real quick with
that's fine. I'm just pointing out things that exist in the natural world that are said to have been qualified to be plenty, and those things could be tested.
Well, it's
if the
hard
story
for me.
includes here's why he doesn't show himself to us anymore, that doesn't strengthen.
He did though. He did, and just because you don't trust your grandparents doesn't make it not true. You know what I mean? Like it's from me, from my worldview, the death and resurrection of Christ is just a historical fact. It happened here on earth with people witnessing it, and some people lose it over time. So like once everyone dies that was in the Great Depression, it's going to be really hard to prove the Great Depression, but you're going to look to the stock market, right? And you're going to look like these people have been keeping the records. But then you might say, well, did they fudge the records of the stock market at that time to make us believe that the Great Depression happened? And that's the conundrum you're going to be in.
Yeah, and I was going to say that, you know, he says that there's no justification for our belief. It's circular reasoning. It's begging the question, this and that. But those are lies. There is justification. It's just the justification isn't to his standard. It's not persuasive or satisfactory for him. But we have we have historical records, right? Historiography. That's a justification. That's a line of justification. You have. Go ahead. Somebody say wait.
That's what I thought someone said.
Where are the historical records? But Jesus,
we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there. My point is that there's lines of evidence to justify our belief, dude. History is one way to justify. There's something known as historical justification. You have epistemological justification, legal justification, theological justification. There's plenty of justification for our belief, even scientific justification. Not in the way that you guys would assume, though. More related to biology, right? Like not like the scientific method, but like, you know, biological reasoning for why there must be a divine architect.
Well, this is something that I'm about to cut out. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, that's all, bro. Like anybody can talk. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, but even if you do the reasoning of a divine architect, right? How do I prove it's that book? That still has nothing to do with that book, though, for sure.
Coherency.
So you're asking me for proof. You're asking me for proof.
No, of course they are
evidence.
kind of talking about it in reality, evidence, right?
Are you a coherentist, Stacy? Like in order for it to be true, it should be coherent, right? And logical.
Well, no, we're just talking about logic and reasoning is what the point was, because I know that's what they're going to come from, and it's staying on that. It's not about me.
I kind of have trouble with Lion saying that we have scientific evidence, but it's not in the way that scientific evidence. That's contradictory statement to me.
Well, archaeology, right, is a form of science, right? And just recently there was this incredible discovery of this time. There was a story in the Bible of a time that Lot was told to go to a specific city, and that God was going to rain down sulfur on these other cities. And they thought they knew where this was, and this other archaeologist came by and was like, well, I think it's in this area. And he actually dug in those vacant areas and dug down and found sulfur balls. And it's an incredible discovery, because it says in the scripture, no one will ever build upon this piece of land again. And still to this day, no one has ever built upon it.
Didn't it say the same thing about the Lebanese city of Tyre?
Real quick, left lane. So when I said science, I regretted saying science because I knew I was going to get critiqued for it. Because when I say science, I'm talking about colloquially, right? Like not working through the scientific method, like empirically, right? Like directly evidence for God. No, not in that sense. But there are sciences like forensic pathology, right? Or forensics in general regarding the Shroud of Turin or the sulfur balls, how they're 99% pure sulfur, like that type of science, not like manipulating the independent variable to see if God exists, not like that type of science.
It's finding sulfur. That is straight up confirmation bias. That is, I forget which is the proper name for it, but
No, it's in specific locations, and they dug
it's
all in that area, and they don't find it.
Where?
It's in specific locations.
Real quick,
where
you're
are
writing.
It's still.
Is there something wrong with your mic? Because it sounds like it's underneath your shirt or something, or it's like not hitting correctly. Because it's and then I'm also hearing you sound like you're underwater almost.
I think he's working out.
Oh, maybe it's that.
Looking hench, bro.
My bad.
But yeah, it's affirming the consequent, to look for evidence. And then if you find that evidence, conclude that the story behind it is true. I forget which one, but it is definitely fallacious.
Yeah, then evolution is all affirming the consequent too. That's crazy.
You realize when you fail, like, if I point out a fallacy, and then you point out at something else you think is false, uses that same reasoning, you are just admitting your reasoning.
It's not. It's not the same reasoning. There's a difference between.
Well, that doesn't work as an example.
There's a difference. Hold
on this.
Hold on a second. There's a difference between like a presupposition or fallacy, or pure speculation, and a rational inference, right? And the same way that you can deduce something with a premise, right? Just because you have a syllogism with a premise in it, and you're assuming the premise, just because you're assuming the premise doesn't make it a presupposition. So in the same way, you can invert that inductively, and you can work your way backwards using inductive reasoning. That doesn't mean that automatically it's affirming the consequence or begging the question. If you go look at propositional logic, there's rules.
So let's look at it.
There's rules.
Another example.
All right, go ahead.
Harry Potter affirms the existence of King's Cross Station. If I dug up King's Cross Station, would it prove anything in the Harry Potter story? Or could it show that, like all fiction, it includes bits of reality?
Yeah, that's the Spider-Man argument, right? That's like the Spider-Man argument. I understand that argument, and I do think that argument is a valid argument, but I do also believe that argument takes an extreme amount of faith and skepticism.
Why does it? Which argument takes? Like, I was saying that true things in a book doesn't imply the rest of the book is true.
It's not a book, though. It's not just any book. You know, I mean, it stands alone. This book stands alone compared to all the other books.
So let me finish what I was saying. So
A, that's special pleading, and B, that is assuming your side to be true in order to prove that your side is true. You should be able to. This argument should be able to stand by itself without having to fall back on. But the book is true. If the book is true, then the argument is moot anyway.
I mean, the simple way of putting it is like, yes, there is this aspect of what you're saying of like Superman is more real than like actual real people, because there's some type of like primordial truth that Superman is sort of touching on, right? That wasn't the specific point that was being made, but that's another point that can be gone into. But specifically with like the Bible, right, and the arguments for why that is more true versus, you know, Harry Potter, is that in Harry Potter you have a single author, and there's still a bunch of contradictions or plot holes or like things to where they said, oh, this happened at this time, and then 2 books later it gets like retconned. So you have a single author and you have an unreliable narrative. And then the argument from the scripture side is that you have like a whole bunch of different authors that are writing these books that have a consistent narrative. And from the Christian side, there are no like plot holes. I know that a whole bunch of atheists will be like, oh, hey, here's this where it says this and then this. But the consistency of scripture along so many authors over time is something that just statistically would be impossible to happen.
But that's predicated on the fact that there aren't plot holes, and there are plot holes. There are different people coming to the tomb of Jesus when he's there. The tomb's rolled away in a different time, witnessed by different people. He goes to a different place afterwards, and in one of the accounts, there is a mass auto-exhumation where a large group of people burst out of the ground and many people see them that isn't included in anybody else's account. That one there, just that one, is a massive gaping plot hole. So you can't say it's statistically improbable that everybody got it so similar, but there is this one huge issue in the central story to the whole thing, which is that Jesus resurrected.
Yeah, I don't want to get into arguments of like disagreeing with that, but that just is the argument. I don't want to get into like the very specifics of why that's actually not a contradiction.
Well, it's not a contradiction. It might not be but it's weird that the others didn't mention this more interesting thing, and it is a plot hole that they didn't. It might not be a contradiction.
Because there's an absence to the evidence in the other Gospels of that account, therefore it's not the case?
No, I'm not saying therefore it's not the case. I'm saying therefore it's a plot hole. There is a more interesting event that happened on the day that other people don't mention. That's a plot hole.
So it's another argument from absence of evidence?
No. If the argument is there's no plot hole, but there is a plot hole that involves an absence of an important part of the story, absolutely is there. The argument from absence isn't about is there something missing from one person's story compared to the next story. The argument from absence is an issue specifically in archaeology when expecting to find evidence that one doesn't find, because the issue could be that the evidence still is buried in the ground. The evidence is still there, but you haven't found it in the right spot. You might be making a mistake as to why you think the evidence is there or what the evidence might look like. In the case of, 4 people writing about the resurrection of Jesus, and at exactly the time that all of the most important events are happening, there is a far, far more, it's the most impressive story in the whole Bible. Water into wine isn't that impressive. Loaves and fishes, not that impressive. Raising one person from the dead, not that impressive. One person raising from the dead, again, not that impressive. But hundreds of holy men rising from the ground and walking around town and being seen by many people dwarfs all of the other stories in the Bible in terms of its importance. So to say that there isn't a plot hole when that story exists in one gospel and none of the others is just on its face incorrect.
As an atheist, I would strongly disagree with that.
Why?
I think that all of those independently do raise the prior probability, right? If we can actually show that those events happened in history, it would raise the prior probability that event like not only took place, but that there was some sort of supernatural agent, right? Like you can be willing to grant them that. That's the thing.
I don't understand what you mean. Say it again in a different way.
So, for instance, right, if the Christian is able to show that Lazarus was raised from the dead, that Jesus did in fact turn water into wine, that the loaves and fishes were dispersed amongst thousands of people, that does drastically increase the prior probability that a supernatural agent is in fact working either within Jesus, or that he is that supernatural agent, or that there's an exterior, phenomenon that's happening.
You've misunderstood my argument entirely. I'm only mentioning those not to say that they didn't happen. I'm saying they aren't very impressive. They could well be true. I don't think they are, but they could well be true. And yes, if they were true, they'd definitely be evidences of a supernatural agent, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is these are minor events when compared to the story Matthew writes about as, other people write about there being an earthquake and an eclipse at the same time as Jesus, is it right as the spear thrust into his side? I forget exact details.
Yeah.
And that's it. I just described that. Then one guy is at the time the earthquake happens, the graves of many holy men who had died broke open, and they came out of their graves and they went about the town, and many people saw them. And the point I'm making is that is such a gobsmackingly supernatural event that it is improbable that people in the same town at the same time, including the Romans, by the by, didn't mention it, is a plot hole. It's a massive missing. It's like
the theists use a car crash example to explain this, but it's like you're in the middle of explaining a slightly surprising car crash, and then an alien spaceship came down in the middle of it. But one witness is the only one who saw the alien spaceship, and all of the others just described a car crash.
I understand that argument. I just think that argument would go into more detail of like who each of the gospels claims. Luke claims he's writing a recounting, so not a witness account. Matthew claims it's a witness account. Mark does claim a witness account as well. But I just don't. I also know Matthew as a tax collector, so very detail orientated, and I can see you saying like, well, that detail seems to be something that no one could miss, really, right? That's your argument.
We have the records. They're just we have the records. We have the testimonies written down and recorded on record, but they're just not persuasive enough. One, because these end up being believers, right? So it's a conflict of interest. And two, you don't trust that the records that were given to us are real. You think that maybe they were fudged. Because the records exist.
It's just I'm only saying. Are you saying records exist of the many men breaking out of the ground and going about town, and many people seeing them?
We have records. Yes, we have records.
That's the only one in contention at the moment. No. Don't. So you're dodging it by saying we have records. I'm saying specifically of a mass, like zombies, essentially, a town full of zombie holy men.
Right. But the best records happen to be from the Bible, right? So that's the problem. You're saying you're trying to get it from outside the Bible, and then we do have records outside the Bible. No, but we do. There are records outside the Bible, though. They're just not as detailed as the Bible's account. But yeah, there are records like Papias. I've already mentioned Papias.
But my point is,
early church father.
Even in the Bible, only one person mentions this story. Nobody outside the Bible, to my knowledge, mentions it. The Romans who are in town at the time don't mention it. Only Matthew mentions it. It just makes it so much more likely that even if Jesus did rise from the dead, Matthew zhuzhed up the story a bit, or the person who told Matthew the story zhuzhed it up a bit. Right?
Well,
the story
actually,
being
Paul accounts it as led the captives free. So
did you say eggshells? Did you say zhuzhed it up a bit? That's fucking
zhuzhed it up a bit. Did you like that?
Yeah. Hey, listen, zhuzh ye lest ye be zhuzhed.
Are you drunk, Andy?
No,
I'm playing. God forbid. I'm just joking.
That's an old Frank Skinner joke. It's just made me laugh.
Yeah, that's I'm not saying it to say that it's false. Just if we're saying the historical accounts are there and perfect, we need to deal with that. And you're right; it is somewhat an argument from absence, but I'm making my case as to why it's a valid one. In that we're not. It's not that we're digging for archaeological evidence and failing to find it. It is absolutely. If you were in town that day and you were asked to recount those events, what on earth could compel you to tell me all these peripheral things, like what the thief said right before he was killed, and who the names of the other people on the crosses were, and then not mention that bit?
Just for clarification regarding reasoning, right? When it comes to either having a logical premise that you're working a framework off of, right? What makes it a presuppositional fallacy is if you don't have any evidences to support the premise. That's what, if you just blindly assert a premise without any evidence, that's what would make it a presuppositional fallacy or pure speculation. Now, in the same way that, when you argue from absence, right? If you're asserting with a positive claim that based off of the absence of evidence, that you're making a positive claim, that would be fallacious, right? But if you're just agnostic and you're not making a positive claim based off of the absence of evidence, that wouldn't be fallacious, right? And same thing with affirming the consequent. If you're working out a logical deduction, a logical inference based off of inductive reasoning, you can actually work your way backwards from an observational point, or you can work your way forward. That's the difference between deductive and inductive reasoning, right? If you have evidence that's available to you, multiple lines of evidence, and then you work your way backwards from the present moment, that's not affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequent is when you make a positive claim based off of weak evidence, and then you're asserting it. But if you're just simply allowing it as a possibility that this is the area of Sodom and Gomorrah because there's sulfur balls, you're not asserting that this is definitely proof, 100% proof, because you found sulfur balls. We're not saying that. It's just supporting evidence that this might be the location of Sodom and Gomorrah based off of multiple lines of evidence. That's the difference. It's a nuance, but it's one that we have to understand, because a lot of times I hear people saying, oh, that's circular reasoning, or that's affirming the consequent, or that's a presuppositional fallacy. No, it's not. You guys are mislabeling what these logical fallacies actually are. Anyways, I gotta go. But what you just did right there, I wouldn't even consider what you just said an argument from absence. What you just did right there, are you asserting for a fact that the resurrection didn't happen?
No,
Are you agnostic?
No, I'm not even touching the resurrection in this. I'm just impeaching, and I'm saying it makes it to me far more probable that Matthew's account is used up a bit. If his includes some really wild event that nobody else records, then to me the most probable answer is that wild event didn't happen. Somebody's used it up a bit. But I think on the issue of the sulfur balls, I don't know that story, so I only know it from your telling of it. But what sounded to me like the poor reasoning is to go, okay, so I should see sulfur, and I should see it in this area, and then I go digging in that area, and then I find sulfur balls, and I use that to conclude that I'm probably true. And that just strikes me as similar to water divine, right? Where unless you also dig holes where you think they shouldn't be, right? Unless you dig sort of
your mic can hardly understand you.
Sorry, I was walking past a noisy bar.
Eggs. When I said the resurrection, I meant the what you're talking about, the story of the bodies all coming to life.
Yeah, but isn't sulfur on the sulfur thing? Isn't sulfur known to be found in the ground in concentrations around the world?
Not to this concentration. The sulfur ball is found near the Dead Sea, which we have multiple lines of evidence supporting that is the area of Sodom and Gomorrah geographically, right? So it's geographically accurate based off of historical records that where the Dead Sea is today was the location of Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And the Sodom and Gomorrah existed before the Dead Sea was there. The Dead Sea is actually the location of Sodom and Gomorrah. The bottom of the Dead Sea is where Sodom and Gomorrah used to be. But because of the destruction, because of the destruction that happened, there was like a cavity there. Someone's echoing. I can't even talk.
Yeah, he's right. It's riding. It just sounds to me like everybody from all sides are just going to confirm the bias. That's what it sounds like to me. Respectfully, of course.
No, but hold on.
The story of Sodom and Gomorrah, but it doesn't seem to me that's even a why would anybody dispute that? Like, I think it's entirely possible that cities existed and were smited by volcanoes. I don't know how that would.
Well, this is why it's unique. This is why Sodom and Gomorrah is exclusive, because you won't find anywhere in the world like 99% pure sulfur balls. It only exists in Sodom and Gomorrah, as far as I know. And it's the lowest point on Earth. It's the lowest point on Earth because of the destruction that happened.
That's what I'm saying is the idea that there were cities there isn't at all exclusive to the existence of a Christian God. So that a city like Pompeii? It's just like a book that contained mythology also wrote about Pompeii. If I find Pompeii, that wouldn't necessarily mean that Romulus and Remus founded Rome, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's supporting evidence that this location that was biblically accurate, right, for thousands of years. And then in recent times, we've been finding sulfur balls there. Like, come on, dude. It's not random. You know what I mean? It's not illusory correlations here.
I also don't think eggs is saying that it is entirely random. Just that how much should it raise our priors to think that, you know, we now have sufficient justification to say that, you know, this specific event was done by X metaphysical agent, right? Like, there's still a lot of work to be done to make that work.
Yeah, obviously somebody who's doubting the Bible or something, like they're just going to ad hoc or say that the Bible's ad hocing, that there was a destruction, and but it's, you know, natural.
But is that anything inconsistent in that? Like, as I said, I gave the example of King's Cross Station existing in the Harry Potter books doesn't mean that finding King's Cross Station does exist means that I can go and join Hufflepuffs, right?
Yeah, so but you do agree that takes faith, right?
No,
your argument takes
it's entirely
faith,
possible. It's entirely possible that Sodom and Gomorrah existed and were wiped out, and then people tried to come up with a justification or a reason for that, and they ended up invoking a god. Right? That's entirely possible and logically consistent and probable.
Would you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist then, considering that the scripture is trying to tell you this is the account, and you're saying no, that isn't? I think that the Bible is a conspiracy.
No, he's just weighing the evidence given his priors, right? Like, we all do this, right?
There's no evidence. He's saying the absence of evidence.
Is that what you're saying, Eggs? Are you saying that you're not evaluating it against your prior experience, or like just?
No, he's saying it's the Spider-Man argument. It's the Spider-Man argument. If we go into an apocalypse and then you stumble upon New York City and you find a Spider-Man comic, is now Spider-Man real?
It's not far from that argument. Yeah, I'm saying that there is no, even if they dug it up, and I'll be back in a.
Well, I would say to that argument, it raises the prior probability that Spider-Man exists. You have to take all the evidence into account, right? Like,
yeah. So now you would look for like archaeological evidence of when this story was written. Is it written before the creation of New York City or after the creation of New York City? All these things. So yeah, and from my understanding, I think a lot of archaeologists agree, I won't say a majority, agree that the Bible is historical in its context, and the people that were there were actual people.
Sure. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that is entirely probable and possible. And those people could have lived through a cities called Sodom and Gomorrah getting annihilated by a volcano which would spit sulfur balls at them. I'm just saying that in and of itself isn't proof that God did it.
Where's the volcano?
Or anything, any sulfur explosion, anything that's raining down on them, that can happen.
Yeah, what's the evidence for where the sulfur came from?
Hang on, is there suggestion that there are sulfur balls there, but they didn't come from inside the earth? That's getting even wilder.
They rain down out of heaven.
Out of heaven?
Correct.
Do you see how, like, to me, here's the issue.
I mean,
it's like
sky. I should say just from the sky is what I mean.
I mean, yeah, that would be the
volcano, right?
Mutually exclusive. Like, there's no volcano there.
Yeah. So where is the volcano?
Where is Sodom and Gomorrah? All you've got is sulfur. Anywhere you find sulfur, you're going to find geologists saying there must have been a volcano here. So the less improbable argument is anywhere you find sulfur, the more probable argument is there was a volcano than, well, this must be God.
Okay, so you're saying there's evidence that there was a volcano there?
No, I'm saying sulfur is better evidence of a volcano than it is of a god.
Okay, but if we have a book that specifically notates geologically where this, or geographically where this is, and then we go to that place and we find it, and we're like, and I don't see a volcano anywhere, or evidence of a volcano.
So now
which one do we take?
Right?
Yeah. So what do we take? Do we just go, this Bible is a conspiracy? There could have been a volcano here.
We don't find sulfur and go, therefore there was a large city here, right? The evidence of a large city is finding a large city. It's not finding sulfur balls. right? Sulfur
but
balls.
there is.
They bury down. They bury down, and they find stuff more than that.
There's you could
I'd
see
like
the
to see
old
evidence
city
for that.
still there, dude. You could see the melted city, the building's still there, dude.
Well, I'd like to see evidence for that. I thought what you were saying is just that they found sulfur balls.
Oh, no. There's like the archaeological evidence is there that there's cities underneath that, like by scanning the ground and whatnot.
Right, and even if we
those ground scanning is horrendously ineffective.
Well, yeah, but all that aside, I still think that it's reasonable. I think from Eggshell's perspective, it's reasonable for him to say that, well, given my prior experience, right, all that I know is that sulfur is generally derived from volcanic activity, right? Now, what could happen is the case that the sulfur was deposited there years prior, and we would be reasonable to assume so because that's based off of our prior experience of volcanoes. And they build a city either in or around that area where it has had that activity, and based off of that, they would write a story stating that, oh, this is what explains these geological, formations of sulfur.
They're on top of the city.
The sulfur is on top of the ruins?
Yeah.
You're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Seems like nature retracted the study about the sulfur balls. I'm only finding it from biblical pages. I'm trying to find one that's not just answers in Genesis.
What's the historical evidence, Torah, that that this is the geographic location of the place?
Well, when they looked into it originally, they thought it was this one area, and now more research has been going on, and they're more convinced it's this specific area, and it is all taken from the scripture. So
right,
I see Eggshell's issue.
Is there something you could sink your teeth into though? Like, is it saying, well, Jerusalem was here and this is here and that kind of thing? Is it sort of giving you some idea of where it is? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm saying, did they find the sulfur and then say this must be Sodom and Gomorrah? Then, that's obviously
right. Well, no, for thousands of years, that area was known as Sodom and Gomorrah, like the place was Sodom and Gomorrah. Like Josephus talked about it. You have ancient historians talking about the location where the Dead Sea is today. And there are buildings. If you go look, you can see on the mountainside, like you can see the old city. It's all melted. You can barely see it, but it's there. You can see the structure of the. It's just turned. It all turned into like just dust, dude.
I remember seeing a brief clip of something about King David's castle or something like that, or palace, and they just followed instructions from the Bible, and sure enough, archaeologists found whatever they were looking for, something to do. So I kind of believe that there is some historical context to the Bible, like I don't know. It's a tough one because I'm quite happy to look at the Bible and see it as a sort of more of a spiritual text than literal sort of thing.
It'd be weird to name books though, like First and Second Chronicles, and just be like, "This is not historical." You know what I mean? Like,
is that what they're saying? I've never heard them called that, Torah.
Yeah, there's books called First and Second Chronicles.
Right. I didn't know that.
So, also another interesting thing to note is that, right, you've got the account that it's raining sulfur from the heavens, right? I would, again, this is just something we'd have to look into, but presumably sulfur could be somewhere, that could exist elsewhere in the universe, right? Like, I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah, I believe it does. Yeah, in the storehouses of heaven. Yeah, exactly. And that's why it rained down. It's stored there. Yeah.
No, I'm saying, well, from our perspective, right? We have an understanding that there are other celestial bodies that are either similar to Earth or have similar types of geological events, like meteorites and asteroids crashing into other celestial bodies, and those deposits that are broken off get blasted into the rest of the universe. So I mean, it's also just as reasonable that it's just a meteor shower of sulfur from another distant celestial body.
Yeah, for sure. I understand what you're saying, and I can grant that. I mean, I think this topic's a little bit exhausted, but I do appreciate that feedback. But when you said all that, it just reminded me of the idea that Russian satellite or whatever is in orbit, right? And it's going to come to the Earth, but they don't know where it's going to land. So I'm interested to know from the heliocentric position of we can make super accurate predictions. Why can we not predict where this thing is going to fall and we don't know where it fell to the Earth?
Good question.
Plus, there has been satellites found with balloons attached to them in people's backyards. Just FYI.
But have you heard of this, Andy? This Russian satellite okay, so there was a Russian satellite they sent out in the 70s that was supposed to go to Venus. On its way, something happened to it, and it got wrecked. Not wrecked, but it was just orbiting the Earth since the 70s. They've been watching it just orbiting, and they know its orbital trajectory. And for some reason, they're not sure where it's going to fall and crash into the Earth. And this thing was made, it ain't going to burn up in the atmosphere because they're sending it to Venus. You know what I mean?
Well, that could be just one of those misleading stories, though, as well, couldn't it? Look, I'm just jumping into
very true.
Flat Earthers paradigm for a second and just saying, well, it would be interesting if they just said, "Oh yeah, well we sent it up and miscalculated, and look, it just orbited the Earth. It didn't even get anywhere close to going towards Venus." So that would be that's the way I'd look at it anyway, from a flat Earther's paradigm.
It's been validated. Yo, Andy, check out the chat. I just tagged you in some videos regarding those sulfur balls if you haven't seen them yet.
Oh yeah, I think I remember looking into it a bit back when we were talking about it before. I think I remember North talking about it actually.
It's been verified. It's on mainstream media.
But yeah, it reminds me of the geological column that Kent Hovind talks about, where he says, "Look, they date the fossils from the rocks and the rocks from the fossils, but trust me, it's not circular." It clearly is. So, yeah, I don't know. I suppose there's other inferences as well. Is Riding an Egg still here, or is he gone now?
He's deafened.
Looking at his PSP. He's having the Barbie.
Okay, so he's
throwing another shrimp on the Barbie, mate.
He's trying another shrimp on there.
Oh, Zoidberg's here. Zoidberg, you can entertain us for a bit.
Grill than on my Barbie.
I'm not your personal jester, Andy.
Well,
I think I find that really offensive. I'm considering even talking to you after this comment and the laugh. I think that's incredibly disrespectful.
Oh dear.
Yeah, nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. Now you got to go eat worms, Andy. Come on.
You know what my assumption is why they can't figure out where this thing is going to land is because it brings evidence to the fact that maybe all of eclipses and all of our predictions are based on postdictions. And this item hasn't been observed for a long enough amount of time to specifically pinpoint where it's going to land on the Earth.
Yeah, I just don't get too carried away with these sort of claims. This fucking level's so dark, I can't see anything.
Well, it's landed on the Earth and they don't know where.
Oh, right. Okay, so somebody's going to call it in then at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually now landed.
I thought it was still going. I thought that's what you were saying.
It's crashed into the Earth. No, it's crashed here. We're not sure. They think it could be in the middle of the ocean somewhere that someone wasn't looking, And I just think if this model has all the ways to predict all these orbits and stuff, I'm just confused on how we don't know exactly where it's going to land.
That's why they said it was out of control. They said that was out of control.
I bet you I know where it's going to land on Earth.
Did it lose like all its location monitoring devices on board and capabilities?
1970. Imagine.
You can. I would think they would use some kind of radar to definitely, like, you know how the ham radio guys can ping the ISS. I wouldn't see why, you know, there wouldn't be some military thing sending out radar to ensure we know right where this thing is at all times. That way, you know, we know right where it's
Right.
going.
That makes way more sense because
Or it never went up.
I don't know.
It never went up in the first place.
I don't know. Maybe it's a little terrifying that they would be that stupid not to be able to figure this out. I guess. Does that make sense?
That's my point. Yeah, that's my
They
point.
can't be that dumb. Come on now. They, like you said, their model can predict so much.
You'd think they'd want to find it because it's Russian.
This reminds me of there was like an asteroid that was predicted to hit Earth not but a couple of years ago, and they didn't even detect it because, you know, it has to come within such a distance to the Earth's atmosphere, low Earth orbit, and the scientists didn't even get the notification that it passed by Earth until like a day later. So it could have just impacted randomly, and nobody would have been the wiser.
Is that the DART mission? Was that the DART mission you're talking about? Yeah. Oh man, yeah. We flat, you know, in the flat Earth community, that's called redarted, right?
What did Witsit used to call it?
I try not to think about that guy.
Do you think do you think he betrayed the flat Earth in some way?
No,
I think he's a fun guy. Nah,
never really liked Witsit. He's always been kind of an egotistical narcissist.
You know, there's been an update on the missing satellite.
Yeah, let's go on to the satellite.
What's it say? So let's see.
Saturday splashing down in the Indian Ocean west of Jakarta, Indonesia.
Yeah, that's what I heard last. They suspect it fell into the Indian Ocean. Now, do they have it
So they
in
don't
hand?
actually know. God damn it.
Wait a second. Hang on. It's so silly, right? About the point on like Witsit is that during one of his recent, you know, anti-Israel streams or whatever, he made a point of like a common conspiracy point of, oh, Israel has a secret nuclear weapons program, because like he's really pivoting into like anti-Israel. But then also, like today, he had a tweet of essentially saying that nukes aren't real, but nukes are totally real when it's Israel having a secret nuclear program. It's
Could
like
it be that he's just anti-Semitic, or
it's just selective. It's selective conspiracy theories of like nukes aren't real until Israel has a secret nuclear program, and then nukes are real.
It takes the coherency out of the position, which therefore falsifies the position, in my opinion.
Yeah, but does it mean they're researching the tech? You know what I mean? Are they researching it? There's a program where they're, you know, researching nuclear capabilities, but he doesn't believe they yet cracked the code on nuclear weapons.
I think it would be less of research and more of like having the thing, you know, having the nuclear weapon.
Pure Rigger, are you from Boston?
Where are you from?
I'm from the Midlands in England.
Yeah, me too, man.
You sound like you're from Boston. I could listen to you all day.
No, it's south of Boston, man.
It's a Harvard bar.
Perpendicular to the
Yeah,
but if not, forget about
Harvard,
it.
yeah.
So yeah, I was just going to ask you: does anybody know if Austin's sponsored by Jews? Zoidberg, are you sponsoring Witsit?
No.
You guys don't like the kid, huh?
Well,
him being
Adam Green, who spends all his time criticizing the Bible on his channel, he's quite good. I quite like Adam Green. I'm not knocking him, but he put out on his channel that what's her name, Candice Owens and Stu Peters, who were both doing the whole anti-Israel rhetoric. They're both sponsored by some Jewish company, right? I forget the name of the company, but that doesn't surprise me at all.
I know.
I mean, just think about that.
In any war, the Jews have funded both sides. Like the bankers have funded both sides, and the top banking families just happen to be either Iranian or Jewish. So,
hey, I think we just got like 2 warnings. They were posting right earlier in the text chat about certain topics we can't talk about. Is this one of them?
Yeah. In the meta,
I mean, just wait until a mod says. If a mod says something about it, then it can stop.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think it's bad talking about it. I think posting certain things,
right?
Certainly mass casualty events, medical misinformation.
I think we have to avoid things like the JQ, if possible.
I mean, you are. Are you a mod?
I'm a mod. I think it's good to talk about like Israel, the state of Israel, and like influence and lobbying, but going into JQ is probably not good for Omni's YouTube channel.
Is Omni Earth is Life?
No, Omni is streaming, I think this. Omni
for YouTube.
It's Earth is Life.
Yeah, it's going on to YouTube, so I don't think YouTube's a big fan of that. I don't know.
No,
maybe they.
JQ is probably not a good idea. Like we can talk about Israel and how Israel is lobbying governments, the U.S. government, or like other entities, but to just start talking about Jews funding all wars, that's a Nazi JQ conspiracy.
Also a fact.
No, the bankers.
At that point,
I specifically meant the bankers fund wars, and they just happen to be Jewish and Iranian.
I mean, that's fine. You can talk about bankers being Jewish or Iranian, but like blatantly saying that.
Like,
I completely understand. I'm just saying, blatantly saying that Jews fund all wars, which is at least classified by the ADL as like a Nazi anti-Semitic conspiracy, part of the JQ is not a good idea for Omni's channel. That's my point, guys. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, it's not Omni's channel because on Discord it's perfectly fine to talk about that in VC. It's Earth is Life's channel.
Okay, but this is being streamed somewhere, so we don't want to harm the personal people like that behind the YouTube stream.
That's totally debatable.
Are we sure it's being streamed? Like, are we 100% about that? Because I know I've tried to look.
This is posted to everyone saying that the channel already has 2 warnings, so no more medical bullshit.
Ooh.
Stay away from topics.
It's just the problem
about the
medical. To play for.
Yeah, it's just the problem with that.
This is what you have to do on YouTube. You have to make it a
all I'm
live
saying is
that deletes itself after.
All I'm saying is we can discuss all types of topics in relation to Jewish influence or the state of Israel. Just if we can steer away from the JQ and any sub conspiracy related to JQ would be good.
Stream to Rumble instead of YouTube, and then keep.
Well,
them
I mean,
on
it's
Rumble,
not my choice. I'm just here to like facilitate the conversation.
I'm just giving solutions, bro.
Yeah, it's just the problem. The problem with
you can DM Omni and talk and give him those solutions. Yeah, I think he'll greatly appreciate it, like for sure.
Yeah, it's just the problem with the like solution that you have, Cosmonaut, is just the idea of like you can talk about this subject, but only under very specific pretenses. In the sense of like that's kind of like, oh, you can talk about cosmology, but you can't talk about flat Earth. You can't defend flat Earth. No. I'm giving an analogy in that okay, you can talk about this concept, but you can only talk about very specific viewpoints. It's like going back into something that was talked about in VC. It is just the idea of like, this thing is bad for you, right? and then you're not allowed to defend, oh, hey, maybe this thing actually is good for you in certain contexts. I'm trying to be vague to like, but it's in that idea of like, if you can only discuss certain viewpoints, then it shouldn't be a conversation that's like allowed to happen whatsoever, because then it's like, okay, I can defend my point and I can talk freely about what I want to talk about, but somebody who disagrees with me, they're heavily limited and heavily stifled. And so like that's just not a good base to have a conversation from.
Yeah, that means you forfeited when you say that.
Yeah, as soon as you engage, you lose.
In one star.
Yeah.
Do
So
you at least understand what I'm trying to say?
We can talk about the Jews, but we can't talk about the Jews. Then you forfeited, mate. Sorry.
I think I quite impressed with Yesuke, even though he says some really silly things about. So we'll not go into that. But I'm quite impressed with you, the fact that you also spotted the fact that between the Semites and the anti-Semites, quote unquote, they've created a perfect circuit. And
for sure.
That is absolutely necessary. I was quite impressed with you, seeing that pattern as well.
That was something I was going to say, is that like the two greatest exports are Semitism and anti-Semitism, in that like they both kind of need each other to coexist. That was a point that I was going to make.
I mean, if we can actually have a conversation, so do you guys think that it's healthy that the Israel lobby is so strong in the United States, for example? We can talk about that. I think that's.
Oh, that's slippery slope. I wouldn't go there.
Well, no, I mean,
it doesn't have to result in JQ stuff. It can just simply result in geopolitics and the influence of one country over another via like lobbying groups or political or economic influence or whatever.
That's kind of
So
what
are you taking
going.
over SDs?
Yeah, anybody in the Senate shouldn't have dual loyalty, right? That's obviously wrong. That's silly.
I mean,
that's like America should come first if they're in that Senate. That's just
they're not
obvious.
supposed to have any titles, anyways, according to the Constitution. Like,
Well, you just skirt around that with calling it religion, right? You skirt around all that, just call it a religion, and boom, done, non-factor.
Is it a fact that Islam is the fastest growing religion, or?
I mean, there's probably some statistics on that. We can just Google, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just asking.
I think it's based on their current birth rates, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say too. Yeah, isn't it told by how many babies? Yeah.
That would
not
make
so
sense,
much
especially
that
if
you've
got multiple wives as well. Oh my god!
Right, and it's not so much that it's like all of these people are suddenly being like, "Oh yeah, Islam is based in true. Let's do this." It's more like, "Hey, my child."
At all. I was just saying that. I was just thinking about sort of, the sort of West having this ally. I'm doing so many sorry, you know what I'm saying. Having this ally in the Middle East,
theoretically, right?
That's sort of a barrier, if you will, to sort of the Mohammedans again. I mean, it's history repeating, isn't it? It's so funny.
What was it before Israel? What was the ally before? The Holy Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire?
No, I was just thinking it generally as the sort of Holy Land, and
yeah, but the Holy Land belongs to all three major religions. Not major, Abrahamic religions, not major.
Right, but I was just sort of doing I was just doing the pattern recognition, the overarching thing. I was thinking, okay, so Islam's the fastest growing religion, and they need this presence in the Middle East. So I'm connecting dots, I don't know if you ever do that. Could be the, the dots aren't there as well.
It's useful to deploy pattern recognition if the patterns are real and true.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just check in with the thought police. Are they real and true, Zoidberg? I'm just a dumb guy. What do I know?
I don't know, Andy. I feel like you're just trying to antagonize me for no reason. I've never been cruel to you.
Just play with you, man. Come on.
I feel like I don't deserve this. Okay.
Well, that's the point. He's trying to get at that. He's just joking. He's not trying to be serious. He's not trying to antagonize.
Well, I can't tell because like.
Do you apologize if you're trying to antagonize Andy? I don't know. That's what I would do.
I don't. Well, I mean, they said they were joking, so I take it as it is. So there's no need for them to apologize. It's fine. Oh, by the way, guys, no talk about medical misinformation, and no talks about medical stuff in general. So that obviously has to.
No. And no talk
Please
about
don't say that.
satellites, and no talk about satellites not being able to be predicted where they're going to land on the Earth.
Yay.
But we can talk about that one. I don't think that's.
The best one is that they said that there's satellite trackers tracking it, but they don't know where it's going to land.
I think the main thing about it, they know the track. It's just going to disassemble when it comes in, and it's going to spread debris over a large area.
No, that's not the case. This thing was built to land on Venus, bro. It's made of all these crazy materials that the Earth's atmosphere ain't gonna affect it.
Yeah, and it's as big as Moscow.
What? How big is it?
Big as Moscow.
Well, if that thing makes it, at least we'll know. At least we'll know if it does make an impact if it's that big.
Apparently, it could house 1.5 million people.
No shot.
Yeah. Only temporary accommodation.
That's cap. That's cap.
Does it have a Holiday Inn?
No, it's got a La Quinta, or whatever the Russian version is.
I wonder if they put a swimming pool in it, and does that water inside the swimming pool, is that curve in space?
It would be a swimming ball. It'd be a ball of
Not if there's that, or if there's artificial gravity.
If it was rotating.
Yeah, did you ever see, what was that, Space Odyssey, right? 2001 Space Odyssey?
It'd have to curve, like space-time, right? Space-time bending it?
Bending walking?
Yes, it would. The space-time would absolutely bend something that would be perceivably and measurably and actually a straight line would bend within space-time, if you got far enough away from it, of course.
Imagine the black box from that.
Better get your floaties on before you get in that water. That's going to be a rough ride.
You must have a recorded of its flight path, surely.
Ground control to Major Tom.
That's the part I don't get, right? They know everything that's going on with it because what somebody said they have satellites tracking satellites. So
yeah,
how come they can't figure out the trajectory? Where's the confusion?
Some astronomer has been tracking it apparently. They gave 20 locations of where it could land.
Extrominer?
Yeah.
Stroganoff, I think he said.
An extrominer.
What do you guys think about the India-Pakistan conflict? Do you think that's going to escalate? Do you think Trump is going to resolve the situation?
I thought he stopped.
I think it's very bad.
Yeah, they had a ceasefire, and I think they broke it almost immediately after Trump made his famous call to them.
Right. So Trump went, I hope this, I want him to stop. I don't know.
It's very bad. We need this to stop.
It was ineffective.
Do you think he did some threats or what? What made them stop?
I don't think he can threaten India and Pakistan openly. That would just be ridiculous.
You don't think he could threaten them?
No, because he benefits from them.
Easily, India.
At least when it comes to India, yeah.
I also heard
India, and Modi is his friend, so I don't think he'll try to endanger that relationship.
Yeah, but I also hear he's trying to make the deal with China as well, right? Like for this tariffs thing.
Yes, but they're not even talking about any. They're just talking about trying to get to a more amicable situation. I don't think they're talking about removing tariffs at all, or trade deals or anything like that.
You guys should check because the deal was done already.
What's the deal, Essie?
From 125 down to 10, apparently, is the latest one I heard.
Wow. So it is a change of the percentage of tariffs?
A huge change. In other words, Trump buckled from 125 down to 10.
And do we still have the same tariff for stuff coming in from China or what? Or did that change as well?
I think China met the same thing, so they backed down as well.
What about the film?
Beautiful. That's nice, right? When they can come to an agreement like that?
Yeah, or else we would have been screwed. Both. What
about the?
You don't understand, bro. We had 1 month left of supplies in the docks. If this deal didn't go through, we would have ran out of stuff.
And it's always the end user who pays. The purchaser
It's got
pays.
100% tariff on film as well, isn't it?
Interesting that you said end user and not a consumer.
Once the consumer pays too much, the businesses just lose business and go out of business.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I understand that concept. I mean, I do pass on like the increased price of refrigerant onto my customers or whatever. But good business owners, a lot of times, will try to meet you in the middle or something like that too.
I mean, I provide all my own materials. I'm an artist, but still, like, I make sure
You
to
don't
provide
have a
everything I
job.
can.
You mean you're homeless? Just kidding.
Starving artist, you know how it goes.
What kind of art do you make? If it's not too personal.
He's got clown shoes or clown nose.
No, I do balloons. I do stilt walking. I juggle. I fire dance, and I make custom design shoes.
Oh, like a performer. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Oh, I also do hat, shoes, and tie dye.
Can we get some new material? Can we get some new material, Flat Monkey? I'd love to hear some.
Can you step dance? Are you good at that?
Well, no, I tried to learn how to dance. It was the salsa, but I got lost in the sauce. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Salsa. Oh my god, I studied salsa for 4 years, man. It's not that difficult, but it does require lots of practice.
Oh, thank you, Flat Monkey.
I did Rueda de Casino, which is Cubano, and then I did LA style as well.
Bro, lost in the sauce. Lost in the sauce.
I mean,
that was the key
once I got in the swing of things, you know. Either way, have you guys heard about that farmer?
Which farmer?
That farmer what?
Oh, bro, that guy was outstanding in his field. I mean, in the end, he had to bail. But he was trying to clear the field so he could plant for the next season. And he got to the last tree. The tree's like, wait, I am a talking tree. He says, okay, let's dialogue. I know. It was a great conversation. He made to cut in the end. He had to plow through. He got so bored, they nicknamed him Master Splinter. He does not give a rat's behind. Anyway. Dude, I could literally go on for like 15 minutes. I don't want to take over the chat.
Oh, thank you, brother. That's hilarious.
You want to hear my joke?
That's worse than the afraid not joke.
What is an electronics component and your sibling? A transistor?
Bro, I would find my son chewing on an electrical cord. He's grounded. Doing better currently and conducting himself properly. In fact, they're both pretty negative that they're grounded, but double negatives keep me positive.
Nice. Wholesome jokes, I like that.
I have a question to kick things off. Why can't a baller draw a straight line?
All right. What's the punch? Go ahead, finish it up.
What?
That's a question.
Oh, I thought it was a joke, man.
I don't know.
No, it's not a
See,
joke.
I can't
You
ball
told
a straight line.
Can you
Because
define
those
a
straight
ball
lines
earther
are
first?
curved.
I can draw a straight line.
As those pens they sell at Home Depot.
You guys, did you hear my flat Earth joke? I had a flat Earth joke. I'll try to remember it. It was it's kind of related. It was let me think. It was why did the nymph what why did the nymphomaniac woman choose the flat earther instead of the globe earther? Because all directions on a flat earth take you south. That was my joke.
Does that make
Take what?
sense?
I didn't catch the last part. You keep breaking up.
Out.
It's talking about oral sex.
That is correct.
Yeah, it sounds like it's about going down on someone, but it needs more work. I love that.
That's a dirty flat earth joke.
Yeah.
Have you heard Kosho's joke about a glober? I think it's fucking great. So this is stolen from Kosho, who made it up. But it's what did the glober say when he caught somebody in bed with his wife?
What did he say?
Wait, I can explain everything.
See, it takes a good man to be able to make fun of themselves. You know what I mean? That's what I do with most of my jokes. Is I'll either tell random stories or I'll make fun of myself, and people just love it. I don't know why.
There's also this slightly repurposed flat earther joke. You know, I think some might have heard of it. Feel free to jump in with the punchline. But the flat earther gets up to heaven and he's talking to St. Peter, is it, the pearly gates? And St. Peter goes, look, your wife, I'm about to allow you entrance into heaven. So he's talking to the face of God. He's talking to God. You've been a good guy. I'm letting you into heaven, but I'll answer you one truth. And so the flat earther says, all right, give it to me straight, God. Is the earth flat or is it a ball? And God says, I'm sorry, you were deceived. It is a ball. And the flat earther says, it goes higher than I thought.
That's pretty
good. Dun, dun.
That's funny.
Man.
Dum dum da dum.
Dun, 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 dun.
Are you doing Imperial March or the Funeral March?
God's in on it.
Hey, riding on eggshells.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, I've asked a flat earther if God were to show her that the earth was a sphere, would she believe it? And she says that's beyond God's capability.
Beyond
God's... That will make this person not a Christian, I think, Leo.
She was a Christian.
We would describe that as an agnostic Christian.
What she should have said is, how does he know that?
How does God know that? Because God created it.
Well, I have the question that I've tried with some, particularly biblical flat earthers, is imagine that you were convinced, I'm not saying it's the case, but imagine you were convinced that you suddenly got a new Bible, and not a new Bible, but you realized that the Bible had excluded canonical passages that unequivocally said ball rotating eastward 93 million miles away. Would you come to the conclusion, let's say the Bible said the earth was a ball, would you come to the conclusion that the Bible is wrong, or that that the earth is a ball? Which is wrong, the flat earth or the Bible?
I didn't listen to any of that, but how much do you bench, pussy?
Isn't it funny that the Bible doesn't say that it's a ball, though? That's funny.
I did.
You're riding on eggshells. Irony. Most Christians that believe in the flat earth are Bible literalists, but yet they believe the earth is flat, which the Bible never literally says.
Well, I do think that that's defensible in that there are many passages in the Bible that are very difficult to interpret on a spherical Earth. Just like one of them is the temptation of Jesus, where he can see all of the kingdoms of Earth. The others are, what do they describe?
I'm a Christian.
You don't want infinite refraction? Like, come on.
Hey, I'm a Christian writing on eggshells, and I don't know how to explain that scripture. Even though I believe the Earth is a sphere, I don't know how to explain that.
Well, he uses his omniscience, right? He taps into his omniscience, and he can see all the emperors, or the empires.
At first
mountains
glance,
to
the
do it.
Bible is you'll even hear the. Again.
You don't need to go up a mountain to use your omniscience to see all of the kingdoms of Earth. The story specifically describes Satan taking Jesus up to a very high mountain. The same stories in the Quran about Muhammad, but Jesus getting taken up to a very high mountain. I think it's Mount Meru or something, but a very high mountain where he can see all of the kingdoms of Earth. If he's using his omniscience, the mountain is unnecessary to the story.
Yeah, I would agree with that because, I mean, he could see from the beginning to the end anyway, right? So, like, seeing all the kingdoms of the earth wouldn't require him to go to a mountain.
Yeah.
What about when in the book of Job, he says that the earth is pressed like a clay steel?
Yep, upturned at the edges.
What does the word "like" mean? Is that a literal word or a
It's
word
like an
describing
analogy.
something?
Yeah, Leo.
It also says
it's
God
like an
has
analogy.
wings. Do you believe that is literal?
Does that make it into a sphere?
Well, it also says God has
That
wings.
analogy.
Is that literal,
Does
or do
that
you take that as
analogy?
figurative?
Can I ask my question again?
So you can't
Does that
say
analogy?
the Bible's literal
you
and then
don't want to let
reject
me ask.
verses
This
that
is
don't agree with your
hilarious, you
literalness.
guys. Just like to get my question out. That's all.
Answer my question.
Okay, fine. I'll answer your question first, Lil. Are you going to answer mine? Probably not. Go ahead, Lil.
I'm spiritual.
Answer my question.
He's
You're taking that verse.
We're kind of talking past each other in a way.
No,
Whale is
no.
asking if God has wings.
I am not. He's taking
that not what I just
very
heard?
literal. He's taking a verse very literal, so I'm showing him another verse. And since he's taking the Bible literal, do you literally accept that God has wings? Because the Bible says he has wings. I'm giving him an example of his literalness, and then all of a sudden, now it's not literal when he doesn't want to accept.
Been drinking Red Bull.
Yeah, where does can you give me a chapter and verse? Like I said in Job, that he said, like I can find the exact verse if you really need it, that it's pressed like a clay steel, right? I can find you that exact verse. Where is the exact verse that says God has wings?
No,
like
it doesn't say God has wings. It says, and God drank a Red Bull.
No, it doesn't.
No, there's plenty of verses that describe God having wings, but when we're dealing with scripture, you guys got to understand that there's different types of literary devices. I've talked about this before, like symbolism and hyperbole and metaphors, analogies.
Why is the clay
that's why I gave the analogy of the clay seal. Leo, just relax for a second. Just give me 1 sec. Leo, I gave you the analogy of the clay seal. Does that analogy mean that the earth could be a sphere?
Yes. It
okay, I'm glad you can interpret it that way. Thank you, Leo.
Because God created a three-dimensional item. A three-dimensional circle is a sphere.
Well, hold on. There's the clay seal. There's four corners. There's what's the other one? There's one more. There's the Joshua stops
the firmament.
The sun. The firmament is mentioned, but no, there's more. There's not just the four corners. Oh, it's held up on pillars.
Joshua 10.
I a specific example of the wings. Jesus saying, "I gather you as a chicken, a hen gathereth her wings under her wings."
Jesus is making an analogy.
Wings or not? Is he being literal?
So
or is he not being
Jesus is
literal?
making an analogy in that sentence, right? Leo?
Why is it an
Context.
analogy in that, but not the clay thing?
Because the
Why is
context.
that
The clay thing's an analogy too, you dummy.
Why is that? But your flat earthers interpret that as being literal, as in the Earth is a flat disc.
No. We're analogizing the Earth as a clay seal, but that doesn't mean that the clay seal produces spheres.
That does not mean the Earth is a clay seal either.
I didn't say the Earth was a clay seal, Leo. You're purposely misinterpreting what I'm saying.
I think it's kind of obvious, guys. Like the first auto response, somebody who never heard of flat Earth kind of thing, it's kind of obvious. They'll say, "Oh, you're saying the Earth is flat because the Bible says so." Like I think people kind of know what it's leaning towards in the Bible, but then people would take that as just an analogy. Maybe it's just the best description at the time.
I think they're just speaking metaphorically, no?
Yeah, I mean, to Leo's point, I guess a lot of times it will tell. I mean, maybe all the time. I haven't confirmed this every time, but most times it'll say this is an analogy, like pretty much saying, it'll say, and then Jesus said to them this, and then they didn't understand. So Jesus said, well, let me give you an analogy. Imagine you went into this and this, and it's laid out as an analogy.
I'm not saying I don't understand that him gathering his people like a hen gathers the chicken, or his under his wings. I'm not saying that he has wings. I'm just showing that as an example of they'll say in one instance something's literal and that makes it your such and such, but then when they go to another verse that says it in the same like manner, they'll say, well, that's just figurative and not literal. Why is it literal in one sense, and then in the next verse that says something
Can I get
that's against their belief? All of a sudden, now it's literal or figurative.
There's no specific.
Let Andy respond.
They actually have a specific word in Hebrew which refers to a ball, and that is obviously, if that was going to be referring to the Earth, they'd use that word. So when they say circle, they obviously don't mean the Earth. In that particular passage, I did actually go and look it up, and it meant
that's awesome. But
honestly, I'm more concerned. Just incidentally, just quickly, when he said circle, it meant more of a sewing circle. That was the sort of context of it. Anyway, but neither here nor there. More importantly, how come every time I hear your voice, Lael, you sound depressed as fuck? Are you all right? What's happening?
No,
you need
fine.
to be looking at yourself. You sound like blue all the time. Are you all right, dude? What's
Demons?
going on?
You don't sound like you actually care for him the way you're asking.
I do. I'm worried.
No, you don't.
It
No, you
seems to
don't.
me
Don't lie
you
to
should
yourself in the
I'm
room.
more concerned with that.
No, you're using
this
that
nonsense.
as a way to like get at him or something. Okay.
No.
Yeah,
and you too.
Nice
Actually, you
of
too.
you.
Lael, you
divine
destroyed
his
him. You destroyed him.
Nice of your demons to divine his motives, concaver.
Well, that guy too. He's even worse. He comes in squealing like a girl. Like,
you got
this guy's on his period.
I don't know what the heck's wrong with you. You need to perhaps address that first before you start telling people what the Earth may
all
or may
those
not
things
be.
you recommended Lael do, you should do that yourself.
Oh, I have done. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, do it again, like quickly.
Breaker, sounds like you need to do the same thing.
Hold his hand and join him, bud.
You see what I mean? That's all you seem to bring to the conversation, though, bro. That's what you bring to the conversation.
I'm not sure you're. I'm not sure.
Can we get a free gin CBR1, please?
I'm not sure you're really showing anybody up by joining in with this. I think we can just move.
That's what happens with
Can we not have people in the room that says you can't trust your senses? Like, isn't that obvious? Hey, Mr. Gatebreaker, do you trust your eyes? Do you trust your eyes, Gatebreaker?
Let me know when you have a map and a model, bud.
You can see the horizon. You can see it rise to eye level.
Daybreaker needs a map and a model to live on the earth.
Yeah, you can see the horizon rise
Hey,
to eye level, and then everybody else wants to assert. Oh, go ahead, dude. Gatebreaker.
Hey, you're speaking over no tanks. How disrespectful.
Chill, guys. Let's be chill.
Yeah, if you want to avoid my question, it's disrespectful.
No questions for you. Go ahead, no tanks.
So
I honestly
Gatebreaker
think we need a few sessions of dealing
Just one
with
at a
old
time.
emotions. There seems to be some issues here where people they've got some old stuff and it's hanging
Oh,
around
let's
inside, and
Let's not.
it's causing a terrible problem in the present.
When I was a kid, I had this one time. Man,
That's
the fuck
it.
are we
That's
on
pure.
about?
He gets it. He gets it. There's some
Let's
terrible
hear
trauma
it.
around these people. We need to be
Going on,
addressed.
Andy? What
No,
is
I'm
this?
telling you.
The first premise
You
of
can
the
hear it in the
conclave is
voice
that you can't trust your
Can you hear
eyes.
it?
God.
I think it might be
First
like how light goes through a spectrum. You know what I mean? And it like reflects.
Yeah, Zant or Zank.
Malachi
however
4:2.
you say Zank. Right? For a concave earther, they perceive with their eyes the horizon rise towards eye level. Imagine you're
It does
sitting
not.
in the middle of the ocean, right? And now you see the
That's a
horizon.
paradox, bro.
You see the horizon all around you. You don't. It's not below you. It's above you. Can you now? I would just ask you: is the water rising over the distance?
Oh god, let's not talk about the horizon. Jeez.
That's just a
that's
No,
a paradox,
this is
bro.
concrete Earth.
My friend,
What's the
that's the paradox.
paradox?
Their
Very
first
simple question. You describe the
inference is that
horizon
you
all
can't
around
trust
you.
their eyes, and then they go on
If I
to do an
turn,
observation, like
Guys, come on,
as
four at a
the
time,
thumbs
please.
to
Four at a
what
time,
they
please.
see.
I'm kind of curious though. If the horizon is all around you, that means, and if I turn 360 degrees in a circle, that means at every point during that circle,
Same elevation.
there's a horizon, correct?
Yeah, that point.
That would point to the Earth at least being a circle, and then you got to ask, if the circle is three-dimensional, what shape would that be?
That might be a good question after Zant answers mine.
Answer the question. What shape would a three-dimensional circle be?
You got to think to yourself, why is it got to be a shape?
I would love to answer.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Let's
see Axe get in there,
By
please.
definition, if you turn in a circle and the horizon's on every point during that circle, the Earth has to be a circle.
Yeah, nice job.
You don't need to repeat it, Leo.
This is what I'm talking about. Jeez. Can you hear, Leo? Honestly, you must be a riot at a dinner party. Oh my god.
You should see him on a bit of
You're not answering. You're not applying knowledge. You're just
okay, so
attacking my
horizon.
Come on, Leo. Let them respond, Leo.
You are
I
just
can't talk.
Okay, guys, hold the fuck on. Wouldn't it be a lot
Did
easier
you
to
wake
answer
up
his
yet?
fucking question? Wouldn't it be easier to answer his question?
No, I already asked the question. He cut
I'm
in and
trying
was like, let's change it up.
I said,
I
why
don't know.
is it
Y'all
got to be
acting
a-
like a
why
bunch
is
of
it-
teenagers.
Why does it have to be a shape?
That's right. It doesn't have to be a shape. We could just say maybe physical objects don't
turn
have
in a
shape.
circle, and every point during that circle is a horizon.
Why is this teacher
Would that
always
not
going off?
logically deduce that
I don't know.
what you're looking at is a shape?
Where's this self-entitled teacher?
Can we? I'm going to start moving people to over talking. Can we pretend we can hear that other people are speaking?
Yeah, that would be great.
Lil says
But
that because
let's
you
not
look in
pretend
a
that
circle
actually here.
and you spin around. Okay, sorry, Stiac. Go ahead.
All good, man. All good. You know, you're good. Just keep going.
No, it's just I guess we need to repeat that if you spin in a circle, the Earth is a sphere, according to Leo.
No, that's not what I said.
Not what he said.
Yeah, that's
Words
what
in my
you
mouth.
said, Leo.
I said,
You logically
would
deduce
not
that you
that
look in
say
a
that the
circle.
Earth is a circle?
Yeah, you
And
said,
then
and
I
then
asked,
only
if the Earth is
three-dimensional
three-dimensional,
circles
what
are spheres.
shape would that be? And you guys won't answer that question.
Yeah,
would
you
just
say
say
it's a sphere.
So what about
what shape
the
could it
horizon?
be?
Yeah,
What about the horizon being okay? What about the horizon being the line that terminates the view? Is it that is so hard to get? You can have that over a flat surface, over a curved surface. Man, I can even see it now when I'm driving on the road. Sometimes I have an horizon on the road, and it terminates my view. It seems as if I'm actually looking at the mirror on top of the asphalt, but there's not
And
really
now
a mirror there,
the question is being changed.
So I
Right,
can
there's a
answer it if you want,
horizon that
Lyle.
everybody sees. But the fact of the matter is you can turn in circles and all around you is the horizon, and you can also see the ground. So would say that the earth is at least a circle. Now is that circle three-dimensional? And what different shapes are three-dimensional circles?
I wouldn't say that. I just wouldn't call
disagree.
I wouldn't call the
Why?
water the earth. I wouldn't call the I wouldn't call the horizon the earth either. You know, so you have a lot like some premises in there.
Yeah, a lot of things can be different than they appear to be, you know?
You're objectifying the earth.
Yeah, well,
Okay, bro.
I mean, a physical
All
object
bros in here and some hosts, I guess. You see,
is the Earth
horizon
physical?
simply-
Can it be seen and touched? Is the Earth
Yeah, the
physical
water-
and can it be seen and touched? If yes,
the
then
water, the water you can touch as well, but the water is not earth.
That's another thing. Not the whole earth not the whole earth can be touched and measured, and you know you can't. You don't know what the hell is underneath it or what's above it.
Well,
your world, you know.
You guys are just moving away from my point.
Your
Dude,
point is,
you're objectifying the earth, bro. Like,
hold on, his point is the same as the flat earther saying it looks flat, therefore it's flat. That's not a good argument, dude.
No,
not
it's
only that, bro. Like,
no,
it's like,
that's
dude,
not my
when you're
point.
dealing, hold on, when you're dealing with abstract objects and stuff, like, dude, what's the shape of a cloud?
That's not my point. My point is, if you look all around you and the horizon is all around you, it would logically
Be
deduce
retarded
that
to
thing
assume
that
that-
you're looking at, the thing that you're on.
Yeah, it
is
looks like a circle, therefore it's a
and then
circle.
it's three-dimensional because we live on three-dimensional landmass, right? And it's just three-dimensional. What shapes could a three-dimensional circle be?
No, dude, you're oversimplifying a very. Hold on, you're oversimplifying.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes,
That's
you are. Hold
perfect.
on, dude. I'll explain to you. For example, right? We're living on if we are living on a heavenly body, right? If I were to grant you that, what if that body was what if that body? What if that, dude?
Yeah, come on, bro. Let a conversation.
I don't know, man.
Happen.
Just let the conversation flow. I'm trying to entertain a scenario, dude.
That I didn't say.
I think it's a bit
Leo,
rich.
I was trying to work a hypothetical scenario, dude. Which
yeah, I think
Don't cast pearls to swine, bro.
Fucking hell. That doesn't add anything, man. I think Lael did interrupt that time, but I think each time Lael speaks, three of you jump in over the top of one another to babble incoherently. Please.
He's asking the same question back to back. So, okay, Hale, go ahead. Ask your same question. If the Earth is a circle, what would it be? I'm trying to explain to him, dude. You're objectifying the Earth. You're oversimplifying it and acting like it's a polygon shape.
Why couldn't it be?
Polygon. It's an abstract. It's an abstract object, dude. It doesn't have like a polygonal Euclidean shape.
How did you determine that?
Because you look at it, dude. Look at it.
Polygons have 5 sides, by the way.
Now, unless you can say that you can somehow, from a third person perspective, evaluate the shape of the Earth, which you can't. You have no idea what it is.
And while you guys bicker, concave, not only is the Earth's a circle, the heavens a circle, the universe is a circle, concave
No one
wins.
cares about
you guys,
concave.
yeah, I know. You guys debate
No
over
one
second
cares.
place. Carry on.
No one's a concaver.
Guys, I endorse concaver.
Debate over second place. Carry on.
Debate over
Second place after globe.
You should do a presentation, bro.
Queue up. You're unqualified to speak to me. Shut
No
up.
one cares
Carry
when you
on.
talk.
Gatebreaker. Do you have like a presentation?
No. You
Wait,
guys
what
are
are the
debating over
qualifications?
Earth being a circle. The heaven's a circle. The Earth's a circle. Concave Earth has it all. It's
What are the-
stationary. It's the
Except for an
container.
explanation
Everything.
of gravity
Everything.
going outwards.
Yeah,
Do you
debate
have
over
a
second
beginning
place. Thank
and
you
the
very
universe
much.
being tiny.
Do you
Wait,
have
what
like
is the qualifications in order to speak
video?
with them?
Can I understand your point on that, Lion? Are you just saying the Earth doesn't have a very clear, perfect geometric shape, as in a perfect circle or a perfect sphere? Or are you saying even if we include shapes that are a bit wonky, the Earth doesn't have a shape.
So yeah, we don't know the extent of the Earth, its boundaries. We have no idea where its boundaries are to even start to discern its shape. Right? We can make assumptions, inductions, or deductions based off of the surface of it, which is just a property of the Earth, one of many properties. So what? So it's circular. It's circular at the top of it. That doesn't mean that the whole thing is a circle.
So similar to what I'm asking, but what I'm asking is not do we know its shape, but it sounded like you were suggesting it can't have a shape, known or unknown.
And then yet you say that it's shaped like a clay seal, which is a circle.
That's the property. That's the property of the surface of it. So you could have the surface be a circle, right? Like a pool.
So then it's a circle
like
and it's three-dimensional.
Right? You could have in the depth of the heavens, in the cosmos, you could have this circle engraved into an icy foundation, but yet the icy foundation could have pillars, could be ragged and jagged on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Holding the Earth.
So
what I'm guessing from what you're saying is,
seal, which is a circle.
So what it sounds like you're saying is it does have a shape, but it's impossible to discern. Is that right?
Yeah, he says that it's shaped like a clay seal according to the Bible.
Well, that's the top.
If you think about the clay seal,
and a clay seal is a circle, so it does have a shape.
All clay seals are circles. Hold on. All clay seals are circles.
Oh, come on.
Drop the clay seal. Move on.
You're breaking up. But I understand that passage to be describing a sunrise. Do you agree or no, Leo?
Well, he's saying stamped like a clay seal. That's different than saying a sunrise. And the sunrise is circular.
Just read the couple verses beforehand.
Concave Earth at every portion of it is
going by
stamped
what
in like
he
a clay
says and
seal.
what he believes. So, I mean,
There's no clay seal like a concave
What
ball.
you're saying in that though, Lyle, which is that we can know that the top is a circle. It sounded like what Lion was saying is we can know that the top is a circle, which is what we live on, but we don't know what's above from there or below there, so I don't know its shape. Is that right, Lion? It does have a shape, and we know one aspect of that, but we don't know beyond the seal.
Yeah. It's one attribute, one property of the whole Earth. The whole Earth is made up of the firmament and the foundations of it. So if you include the firmament and the foundations, what do you end up with?
Firmament would also be
like saying,
circle because it's
hold on. It's like saying what shape is a snow globe. Now, if you just simplify it to just the globe part of it, and you leave out the inside of it or the foundation, what do you got? You got a dome. But if you include the foundation, the thing that's holding the globe up, what shape do you got?
He's making no sense. If the Earth is a circle according to the clay seal analogy, then the dome itself would be circular in shape because it covers the Earth and attaches to the Earth.
Drop the clay seal, would you? Move on.
Actually, why don't you guys get together and actually try and go out and measure it? You know, it seems like for all these years, right? Globe earthers have sent up a balloon, right? We had somebody create
measure the dome for me.
But
What's going on here?
The only thing flat earthers have done is gone out to the beach and looked at things far away. That's it. None of you guys have actually gotten together and tried to actually do something or measure something.
That's how you guys measure too, bro. What are you talking about?
Not only that,
I've actually
when they say too
proposed
far, they won't define how too far is.
I've proposed a couple measurements. I've done a couple measurements, and the measurements that I've done, I've been told aren't large enough or far enough away in order to determine the shape of the Earth. So
They would go do measurements, but you've got guys like QOP that hold the whole community back. He's a final experiment denier. He thinks
Damn
that
right.
is fake. So flat earthers like to circle around people with big mouths like QOP, and he holds everyone back in the community. So blame him.
Everyone's going concave.
I've got an analogy with measuring stuff. If I go outside and measure the length of my backyard, can I deduce the size of the whole entire United States by just measuring the length of my backyard?
No, that's not what the measurement is. The measurement would be of plumb bobs at a distance of 10 feet apart. But apparently we don't have a tool sensitive enough to give us. Hold on. Why is this guy allowed to interrupt incessantly? I was just trying to explain.
Everyone's
Dude.
interrupted.
Yeah, okay. So I didn't interrupt. I heard space, so I came in. Okay, so I'm coming in with this idea that plumb bobs are parallel to one another. But then when I actually say I measured that, they say I don't have a tool that measures 90 degrees.
But hang on,
So if I took my analogy and yours and did that with my backyard, is that comparable to saying the size of the United States? Yes or no?
Hold on, Leo. Guess who already measured that though?
You.
Bill already measured that, which every time he brings it up,
Shoebill doesn't use plumb bobs in his measurement.
But answer my question.
Angles.
Answer my question. If I used a plumb bob and measured my backyard with plumb bobs, could I determine the size of the United States by just that measurement alone?
You should be able to
That's
work
not
it out
my
for yourself.
argument. Yeah, that's not my argument. My argument
but
is
it is
plumb
the
bobs are
argument
parallel.
that I was talking about. It is.
Come on.
The
Why are you
size of my
interrupting?
backyard does not compare to the size of the United States, which does not compare to the size of the entire world.
Okay, but my claim is about the angle of plumb bob. If the angle of plumb bobs is 90 degrees at all plumb bobs, then it's not like if you scale it up, it's going to change all of a sudden. If there's no deviation. What?
What are plumb bobs 90 degrees to?
Like if I get a 10-foot, I'm gonna get a 10-foot spirit level. I'm gonna get a 10-foot spirit level. I'm gonna put a hang of plumb bob on each side, and I measure the angle of the string of the plumb bob and the spirit level. Okay.
So my backyard is bigger than 10 feet, and
both
you're
those things
rejecting
are
my
just
measurement
detecting
of my backyard.
They're both just detecting local plumb. Like you're just going, is plumb plumb?
No, I'm using a straight bar. I'm using a level that's not curved, right? Do you agree the spirit level is not curved?
My backyard is bigger
Not
than
what
10
I'm
feet
asking.
across.
Not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the spirit level just puts a bubble in the middle by finding plumb.
I just put bubbles all the way across it. You know how it normally has bubbles in the middle? You know how it has a bubble in the middle normally? We'll just put bubble levels all through it the whole way. We'll put 1-inch bubble levels the whole way through the whole 10 feet. So now I'm the line off.
This is a good test. Like I wouldn't admit to dreaming up tests so poor because it just says we flat earthers wouldn't be able to find curve if it was there.
I think you need to
Well, that's your claim. That's the claim on the globe side.
And he's
the globe side
rejecting
says it's such a Hold on. The globe side says it's such a minuscule amount of curve that over a small scale like that, we don't have tools that are sensitive or accurate enough to give us the amount of deviation from plumb that you would expect on the globe.
But so if you're doing a test, you want to be able to test, you want to be able to show, hey, here's the number one should expect, and here's how my measurement will be more precise than that. And you can't do that. It doesn't make sense to go, hey, I've designed a really dumb test that people told me was a dumb test, and now I'm complaining that it's a dumb test.
That wasn't my argument, though, because Earth is Life said all flat earthers have done is looked out at the ocean. And I was just saying, no, I've done dumb tests as well that you guys declare are dumb. But
they are
that's
dumb.
all.
You can mathematically determine how dumb they are before you do them.
So how is measuring 10 feet in your backyard and saying it's plumb compared to the entire United States or the entire world, for that matter?
Lale, you're not even. I'm not measuring 10 feet, bro. What are you talking about?
You said you took a 10-foot spare level and you hung a plumb bob on it. 10 feet does not compare to the size of the United States.
Is there 10 feet
or
within
even one
the
state?
United States? Yeah, okay. I'm making the argument for parallel.
Level does not even compare to the length of one state.
Okay, but do you guys agree if I have a 10-foot spirit level and I put 1-inch bubble levels all the way across it, that I couldn't get all of those bubbles in the center?
Why not?
Okay. If you're going to deal, at 10 feet, you're dealing with the absurdium. So why you take it to the infinitesimal? Let's get out there at a couple of miles and actually measure it. Because yeah, at 10 feet, at 10 feet, 10 feet, you're talking values that are in the nanometers, minute, so minute. So let's get out there and let's get out there and deal with real distances that we experience.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What if we just did 400 meters? What if we just did 400 meters horizontal? Can we do that? I've been told no, we can't do that.
At 400 meters, yeah, you can.
You can give me something perfectly horizontal, 400 meters.
It's really infantile to dream up tests and get them verified by Globers before doing them when we know you're not going to do them anyway. When this is a mathematical question,
what if I've already done it?
You can solve this maths for yourself before you even do the test. Where you go,
what about
what's the amount of error? What's the amount of error in using a bubble level, and then how long a straight thing would I need before a bubble level could do it? Both of those things you can just Google right now. What's the accuracy of a bubble level and how long would it need to be?
I'll tell you right now.
But if you dream up tests that are shorter than that are dealing with far slighter things than that and going, oh, but the Globers tell me I'm wrong. It's like, yeah, my big brother does my maths homework for me and I can't work it out. And what are you doing?
And if you have to go to Google, if you can't do that calculation on your own and you have to Google it, then you're not up to the task.
Okay, how about the Jesse Path of Light experiment with dragging the line underneath the water? I think that's a good experiment that we could all get on board with.
Has it been done yet? No.
He's been talking about doing it for 3 years, and I have a sneaky suspicion that he has done it and he got results he did not like.
Well, you're sneaky wrong.
Hey, Bill, question for you. If I take a sphere level, like this guy's saying, you have plumb bobs on each side, does that compare to the size of one state alone?
No, well, yeah, we already talked about the dimension thing. Yeah, if you're going to go take two plumb lines 10 feet apart, yeah, the difference in parallax of those two plumb bobs is fuck all, the square root of fuck all. Get out there, real dimensions, stuff we exist in like major all wet gravity systems of a city.
Okay, we can move on from that with the string test, you know?
Okay. String test and Jesse's string test
and pull it underwater. You Bill. If
you guys are breaking up.
Experiment. Is anyone qualified enough to do this experiment or no?
It's not a good test.
Yes, you are, but just don't pick a dumb test. Do the maths beforehand, check if your result is going to be bigger than the error bars, and you're done. You're fine. But if you dream up a dumb test where your error bars are massive and the effect you're looking for is tiny, and then you go, why won't these Globers agree with these tests? It's just admitting I'm bad at the
argument
curve.
That's not what my argument
Yeah, it's just like saying water in a bathtub is flat.
Like that's what my argument was. If someone states the only thing flat earthers have done is looked out at the ocean and determined the earth was flat, and I'm like, no, there's been other tests that have been done, including laser tests, the plumb bob tests that I've given you, but they're not.
Jaron had a couple of good tests.
Doesn't mean it doesn't. Okay,
yeah, Jaron has had a couple of good tests.
That's the only test. Yeah, so that doesn't mean that's the only test that flat earthers have done. That was my whole point.
Not a test. You test.
I got a question.
If you test R spirit levels, right angles to plumb bobs, it's not a test. A test needs to be able to show you're wrong, whereas plumb bobs are perpendicular to spirit levels everywhere on flat or round and on concave. It doesn't test, so it's not a test.
How come not one flat earther or group of flat earthers have tried the Eratosthenes experiment? How come not one flat earther has sent up a balloon with a rectilinear lens to see if there's actually curve? That's something y'all can do.
Could I ask a Globster a question?
I got a quick experiment.
We don't think that's efficient.
I got a quick experiment right now that any flat earther can do. Okay, this is the experiment. Go to timeanddate.com and look at your time. Look at the angle that the sun is according to timeanddate.com. Okay, grab a stick of any length, and you get the cosine of the angle and divide it by the length of the stick and see how close it is to the length of the shadow.
It'll be spot on.
Fantastic.
That is a thing you can do. That is a thing I have
we live
done,
on a
and it
Mercator.
actually
We
matched.
live on a Mercator map.
And it actually matched, and it can work anywhere on Earth, any time of day, any day of the year.
Yeah, you can get a sundial and do the same thing.
Which verifies that the angle to the sun that timeanddate.com give you is correct.
Yeah. Right, look.
Yes, I mean parallel light rate. Yeah.
You know what else we could do?
I just want to ask Sherbill a question. If I could draw a line, Sherbill, 35 miles long, horizontal, what would be the deviation on that? From one end to the other, you know, like, say, like, I've got it here.
Oh my God.
It's 90-degree angle. It's 4 foot above the ground. I went 35 miles along, done exactly the same, got the same height, and the line is horizontal, level.
You went 35 miles.
Yeah.
His argument is if you can't.
About the same.
His argument is, hold on, Lale, bro. His argument is if you can't figure out the math, you have no business doing the experiment.
Exactly. Yes, 100%.
Well, I just wanted to hear it from the globe side in case I got my calculator.
At 35 miles. Yeah, at 35 miles, the plumb line at the beginning and the plumb line at the end are not parallel by a half a degree.
Half a degree. So when you look out to the sea and you see the boat disappear, why did it disappear?
It goes over the curve of the fucking Earth.
Oh, come on. You got 35-mile long line and it's zero. It is no deviation.
Yeah,
I have no idea where this guy's going.
I'm so glad Fitzy is on the flat Earth side. I would destroy it.
Another thing that you guys can do, every flat earther that's in the United States right now can go outside at noon, right? Measure an angle to the sun. And then if it's flat, everyone should get the same exact angle. Or not the same angle, the same height. If the earth is flat.
No, dude. You're assuming. You're already assuming that. No, dude. No, bro.
No, we're not.
I've already, dude. I've
we're
posted
not
so much
assuming
information on this,
anything.
dude.
I'm not done.
No, because you're not including the apparent
Oh my
position
God,
of the
dude,
sun,
I
dude.
just finished what I
You're
said.
only including the geometric position of the sun. The apparent position has an effect over distance, causes the sun to appear lower on the horizon than what would normally be possible.
Stop. The sun has a GP, right? Anywhere it is, it has a GP over the surface of the earth, right? If everyone went outside, we could do it right now. If everyone outside and measured an angle to the sun right now, if it's flat, everyone is going to get the same exact height.
It's overcast. What do we do now?
Well, some people are not overcast.
No, if it's flat, it's not going to get the same height.
Why wouldn't it? It's a flat baseline,
perspective.
Right?
Well, then we can't have every flat earther.
We're making a right angle triangle to the sun, right? From the GP to my location to the sun.
All right, dude, we get it.
Is
Dude.
the
You're
sun-
triangulating the sun, dude. But what I'm trying to tell you is the closer you get to the sun, the closer the observer, the higher the sun's going to appear.
Yes,
No, we're talking about the
as you move away from it,
Is
the
it the
sun's
same
gonna look,
height above the
sun's
surface
gonna
of the
look
earth?
Exactly.
Everywhere.
Over a flat plane, that'll make a right angle triangle, and we can figure out the height. And if
It's
it's
a pretty simple question.
everyone would get the same exact height if it's flat.
Earth is pretty a simple question. The simple question is this: on a level plane with topography, is the sun the exact same distance for everybody above the surface of the earth? Yes or no?
Should be.
No, I'm asking them. I'm asking the flat earthers. Is the sun on a level plane with topography the same exact distance from the surface of the earth to the height of the sun for everybody on earth? Yes or no?
We don't all agree on that, so it can't be a yes or no. Everyone has a different opinion.
It is a
of what
yes
the
or no.
sun is.
The sun doesn't change in height.
If there is no official opinion on what the sun is or how far it is, how could it possibly be a yes or no?
It has a GP over the surface of the earth, right? A place where it's exactly 90 degrees.
It doesn't matter what the sun is anyway.
Position? Like a general position or a ground position?
Ground position, where it's directly 90 degrees above you.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally like, I mean, I could probably move like, 100 feet from where I was standing, and that still would be typically about 90 degrees, because the margin of error of trying to measure the angle that you're going to be dealing with, is so crazy. I don't think this
Because you
test
have to
really is
walk
sufficient.
69 miles for it to drop 1 degree.
So we all know that the sun does not change elevation above the surface of the earth, right? So that means it should be
I
the
don't know
same height
that.
for
No,
everybody.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
We know that.
What about at any given point in time? Could it be at different altitudes at the same point in time?
Yeah, that was my point.
If it's in an apparent location for each person, it might apparently look to be at different altitudes, but I don't know
Not
if it
whether
actually
it apparently is. Is it?
I don't even get to finish, guys. What's going on? I don't know
Apparent
if
is
it can
not the same thing
actually.
as a physical thing. Like, for example, a bookshelf that's 7 feet tall is 7 feet tall, no matter how far you move away from it.
No, it's not.
Can you guys
How did you measure it?
Can you guys
No, it's not.
but it's still a 7 foot tall
Holy
bookshelf.
fuck, man.
No, it's not.
Leo,
It's not exactly 7
control
feet tall.
yourself.
How do you know that? What is your like measurement? What are you using to measure it? How precise are you getting to 7 feet tall? It could be 6
Does it
feet,
matter? Like,
11 inches, or
Yeah, but it's
11
not-
and 15 16th
that's not the
inches, and you
point.
would still
The
call it
point
7 feet.
is, no matter how tall the bookshelf is, just because you move away from it, that exact height of whatever the height is does not change. It will appear smaller, but the exact height does not change.
Yeah,
And
the
that
difference
goes
is
for
between the
anybody
two.
on Earth at any point walking away from the bookshelf.
Yeah, there's a difference though. I can go up to the bookshelf and measure it and put hands on it, and I can't do that with the sun.
You do that with mountains, right? You can't put your hand on the top of the mountain. You can measure it from a distance.
I mean, you can
Yeah, I
climb
mean,
to the top
and I'm not exactly sure if
That's just
those
an angle again.
measurements are accurate to the extent that you want them to be. Like if you say Mount Everest is this high, I still believe you have a plus or minus in that measurement.
But it's
Let's
not
go
going to
back-
be. Yeah, but
let's
it's
go-
not going to be plus or minus 1,000 feet.
Let's go back to my bookshelf example. Why do I have to have a 7 foot bookshelf measured to the trillionth of a millimeter? Can I just say it's 7 feet tall if I've measured it and it's 7 feet tall, or do I have to have the accuracy of it being 7 feet tall and 1/trillionth of a millimeter for you to accept that it's 7 feet tall?
Okay, then why do I have to have an accurate measurement of the plumb bobs diverging when they're 10 feet apart, and it has to be to a nanometer in your opinion?
Because you want a bigger.
I got him.
You want a bigger
It's the
distance.
same argument on both sides. Every single
No, it's
time we
not.
notice
No,
this,
it's
when
not.
we follow the
No,
argument to
no,
the
it's not.
end, I just
No, it's
use the
not.
same refutation you used against me, against
not
you,
the same.
but my refutation is not good enough, but yours was.
No, because
Okay.
10 feet's
You're
not
saying they're
wide
not
enough
diverging
to
though.
measure anything. You're not
It's
gonna. You're
not
not
the
gonna. You're not gonna measure that with a ruler, are you?
You're not
No,
gonna
an
measure it
angle,
all.
I would
Like the
never
thing
use a
that's like put
ruler
out.
to measure an angle.
So
The thing
trying
that's
to
put
measure
out
the height
as
of the
like
sun, it doesn't matter. Everyone's gonna get roughly the same. Hold on, you're breaking up really bad, man. You're breaking up really bad. So if everyone went out and measured the height of the angle to the sun, everyone's gonna get roughly the same amount if the Earth is flat. If it's not flat, then
I don't know that. I don't know that to be the case.
everyone's gonna get wildly different amounts.
I don't know that to be the case. I don't accept
maybe
your
you guys
first
should
premise.
try it.
It might be
Maybe-
true. It might be true,
maybe
but
you
you
guys-
would have to make an argument for it. So you would have to tell me, why do you believe that because we're on a flat Earth that the sun should have the same angle for every single person?
Because because we're making a right angle triangle over a flat plane.
Okay, and is the sun,
we can scale it down. We
in
can scale it down and show that that's not the case, bro.
Why wouldn't that be the case?
Okay, let's scale it down. The table I'm sitting at right now is about 4 feet long. And if the sun rises from east to west, which you would agree with, at any time during that passage across the table, would the sun go below the height that it naturally is?
What do you mean that it naturally is?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. In order for your model to work, you have to make two base assumptions.
Hold on,
All right,
Leo.
dude, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
finish the table analogy. If we place the sun,
Leo, hold on.
let's say 5 feet above the table.
Right? Hold on. Let's go in a parking lot. We got 50 people in a parking lot, and we got a light pole, right? Every person in that parking lot is going to measure an angle to that light pole. Every person is going to get the same exact height of the light pole, give or take a few inches. So the same thing would happen if the sun is above this flat Earth, where it's a flat plane. Everyone get an angle to it, and we would all get the same exact height.
That's a conflation error there, because you're talking about something that is terrestrial to something that is extraterrestrial.
No, so let's go back to my analogy of my table, 4 feet long, and if we were to scale the sun to a size comparable to a 4 foot long table, and then place it above the table, is there any point during the daytime that the sun say like we place the sun 5 feet above the table? Is there any point during the day that the sun goes below or above that 5 feet?
I don't know.
All right, so the same reason you can't triangulate the position of the sun with the Pythagorean theorem, right? Because you're gonna get around 3,000 miles, 3,500 miles.
No, you're not.
If you try to triangulate the position of the sun right now, even on the globe, on a planar surface, right, it's gonna come up to like 3,000 miles away from you. But clearly, you guys don't believe it's 3,000 miles away from us, right?
Right. Then everyone on Earth should get 3,000 miles. Then that's the point.
No, because you have to consider perspective. You have to consider the apparent. Dude, you guys don't let nobody talk, bro. This is unbelievable. I get a couple words in, you guys get triggered.
Come on, you
I
guys.
can't
This
say
is
nothing.
fucking ridiculous.
It's been like this all day, dude. It's unbearable.
Why are we letting Lael do this? Earth is light. Are you moderating or are you not moderating?
All right, stop the matter. Go ahead, man. Thanks for your saying. Go ahead.
Does this?
No, not you, Leo.
No, he's talking about me, dude. So this is why when Aristophanes made his measurements, there was two base assumptions.
We're not talking about Aristophanes.
Hold on, dude. Bro.
Yes, he is talking about Eratosthenes.
You have to understand that you have two base premises that have to be true, otherwise your model falls apart, right? The first one is the distance of the sun. It has to be at least 1 million miles or infinite miles away. Same thing with the stars. You have to have an infinite distance. And the second assumption is that the parallel light rays. If one of those assumptions is off, your whole model falls apart. And then if in fact that we have a local sun with diverging light rays, guess what? It works out on a flat Earth.
Well, then we should be able to triangulate it. If it's a specific distance above the surface. If it's a specific distance above the surface, everyone should be able to triangulate it and find out.
I regret the if. I regret that if. I just don't. I don't accept it, dude. Why? If the sun is above the surface at a specific distance, how would I know that?
The fact that it doesn't shows us that the sun is far away.
It's not a specific distance in your own model, dude. It varies from 93 million to 90 million.
No, it doesn't go to 90 million. It's between 91 and 93.
Okay, ever since about 1535, it's been within a couple of percent of 93 million miles. Couple of percent. It's never been 3,000 miles. It's never been 100,000 miles.
So it's not in a fixed position above the Earth's surface, correct?
Yes, because the orbit is oblique.
Well, we have the obliquity of the orbit, so it does change a couple percent throughout the year. But every single day, we do know the specific distance, yes.
Okay, then why should I make the assumption on the flat Earth that it's a specific distance above the flat Earth?
You could try, except it doesn't work out.
And also, the distance it's changing from the Earth is changing over the course of a year, where up until now, we've clearly been discussing the sun at any given point in time, where it is.
Okay, what is it today? What is it right today?
What is it today? And how did you measure it? How did you measure it? Hold on, Lael, dude.
We're talking
you're
about the
ridiculous,
orbit of
bro.
the sun, and I'm trying to
back isn't
clarify
a counter
something.
to someone's
The
counter.
sun is not moving
No,
closer
I want to
to
know
us
what
than
the
the orbit.
distance
We are
is
moving closer to
today
the
and what
sun.
the. I want to know what the distance is today and what the margin of error of that measurement is.
What's that going to do for you?
What's going to add conversation?
Because if the margin of error is great, then at that point you don't know the exact distance it is above the Earth. So then we can't prove anything with this idea that the sun must be at this specific distance above the Earth to perform the observation you're claiming if there's an error margin of 500,000 miles.
So how much more
I
different?
think the error margin for it in any given point of time, I think you're going to find is like down to tens of meters. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe it's a bit more than that, but at any given point, it's going to be very precise.
We're talking about the difference between 91 and 93 million miles.
But that's not an error bar.
Is there, is there 2 million miles on the Earth somewhere? Or is it 24,000?
Also to clarify, that's a confusing answer Earth is Life gave, which is it's going between 93 and 91, which is between perigee and apogee for our orbit. But it is not that we guess between 93 and 91. It is known to a very high degree of precision on any given point in time where it is between those two.
Not only
Okay, can you be more specific on the very high degree of precision?
Just Google it, man.
I was talking and then he started talking. Not only is writing correct, but it's not the sun moving closer to us, but it's us moving closer to the sun.
Yeah, fair. But it's like, what's good evidence that it's not? What's the best evidence on the flat Earth side?
By the way,
error of the shadow. Hold on. The mean error
to
for
answer
the
the previous
shadow
question,
method.
I'm going to answer your previous question if you'd let me. Your previous question. Today, May 12th, 2025, the sun is 93,901 miles away.
And what degree of error?
Thank you. And within what distance of error? Because this says for the shadow method, calculated sun-Earth distance is relatively accurate with a mean error of 8%.
That's because a shadow method is a poor approximation with proper instrumentation. The accuracies.
That's what we've been talking about this whole time.
Yeah, proper instrumentation for proper measurement. Yeah.
But the thing is, he was estimating the circumference of the Earth. He wasn't necessarily trying to be 100% accurate on the distance to the sun.
Well, Eratosthenes, put it out hypothetically, okay? Yeah, he might not even have existed, but the geometry was clear. The sun is very far away. That was as far as he could tell. It was very, very far away.
Yeah,
I was talking many times farther away than the moon, and he put it out hypothetically. And you know what? It bore out to be true.
You're gonna have why? If you do the angle measurements with the moon, you're saying you get a different result if you measure the shadows of the moon than if you measure the shadows from the sun?
Yeah, because the moon's a lot closer. So you're going to end up with the moon being a lot closer. The moon being a lot closer, you have other things to take into consideration. The sun being so fucking far away that those minor like 9 arc seconds of parallax is just not going to make a big difference.
Well, the issue that you have here is we have two instruments in the world, in reality, one called a sundial and one called a moon dial, and you're saying there's a mechanical difference between those two items. So go ahead and explain the mechanical difference between a moon dial versus sundial.
No, I'm not going to talk about a sundial or a moon dial. I'm going to talk about measuring angles to the sun, measuring the angles to the sun.
They both give you the same result. They both give you the same result. This guy right now is claiming on a full moon, the light does not come in parallel. Is that right, Bill?
The light from the moon comes in pretty damn fucking close to parallel, yeah.
Okay, so that destroys your whole argument of assuming now that the sun is at a further distance than the moon. There's no
No, the
reason
moon
to
is
assume that.
definitely the sun is definitely many times farther away than the moon.
100% certain? Are you 100% certain?
Yes, 100%
Fact?
certain.
Okay,
This is
perfect. What method did you come to absolute certainty by? What method of science did you come to absolute certainty from?
You know what? I'm gonna side with every industrialized country for the past couple of centuries.
Yep, appeal to consensus. That's a fallacy.
You're right. In this case, exactly. You're right. You know why? Because we have orbiting satellites.
I'm right. You're an illogical individual. Yeah, I'm right.
Yeah, I'll go with that. We have things orbiting the sun, so
Yeah, no problem. You
I
guys
guess
are all
those are right.
admitting right now that you're saying, we use fallacious logic. We are illogical, and that's fine.
We know there's
okay.
things orbiting the sun.
Enjoy your illogical life, bro.
Behind
know there's
that
something
fallacious logic is a lot of science that they're apparently having those satellites in the air. So why are you forgetting that part?
Oh, okay. So you can have fallacious logic and it be the case. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this picture where it looks like the sun is inside the clouds. No, look at this picture where the sun looks like it's inside the clouds. We know it's a lot closer and a lot smaller.
Have a heart
or we can go with the science.
In response to your point, yes, absolutely, you can use fallacious reasoning to reach a true conclusion. Absolutely.
It's just funny. Like, yeah, you guys might be
Well, there
right
are
about the conclusion.
absolutes. There are
Can you hear me?
absolutes and truths in the world.
Yeah, there's facts and then there's not facts.
But yeah, to say, you can get to something true from fallacies is, you can. You could.
Okay,
you could
that could be
use
the
poor
case, but
reasoning.
how do you? But isn't it going to be a high confidence value? Are you really going to have the truth?
Yeah, we know the sun's far away.
It doesn't mean that you can't reach the truth. There's one between where you're saying, do you have good reason to think this is true? No, but could it still be true? Yes. Right? Having satellites in orbit is a pretty good indication that we have it pretty locked down about the shape and size of the Earth. Which is why Flat Earth knows this. Which is why Flat Earth disputes the existence of satellites despite them being fucking clearly, obviously there.
So the thing is, you cannot logically prove that the satellites aren't just satelloons. That's the entire issue with your thinking.
You can come to a very high degree of probability that balloons can't travel at 10 times the speed of sound in a dead straight line day after day.
Wait. Can you admit?
You might not be able to conclude they are in the vacuum of space. It might be difficult to show that they are as far away as they are, but specifically that they're satelloons traveling at over 10 times the speed of sound.
Yeah, I don't think a human could either, right? Because we have humans that travel Mach 3 and start to pass out in an airplane.
Yeah, that's
in a straight line.
Traveling Mach 3.
Yeah. Why are they wearing a face mask with oxygen?
Mach 3 is linear. There's no acceleration. There's no force on the body traveling at Mach 3. The force is getting
you don't need
Mach 3
to get into an airplane.
No,
Okay,
no,
so
but
you
it's a
believe
simple
that
point.
the
It's
air,
simple point.
you believe the pilot of a fighter jet that's going Mach 3 doesn't feel that.
Yeah, they don't. They feel the acceleration. They feel the deviations in the course. If you're
Do you have
traveling
any pilot? Do you have any pilot that agrees with you on that?
Yes, Wolfie 620 would say that.
All of them. Pick a pilot. They will say, if I'm traveling and I'm steady at Mach 3, it won't feel like anything. What I'll feel is air turbulence and changes in vector. It's
Now,
just obvious.
getting to Mach 3 is different.
Yeah.
But like an SR-71, after it achieves its altitude of 70,000 feet and is at a cruise speed of 2.5 or 3 Mach, yes, then he can hold a coffee cup in his hand.
If we take his face mask off, right? We take his face mask off. We take everything that's giving him oxygen off.
Yeah.
Having an oxygen mask has to do with the pressure, the cabin pressure, and the oxygen density.
Yeah, because when he's traveling at those speeds, where is all the oxygen going?
Just like every single time you fly in an airplane. You don't feel.
Yeah, do you believe the oxygen is displaced or it's staying within his cabin?
not displaced.
In his cabin, it's all traveling at Mach 3. It's just all.
And it's not displaced at all? Well, because a
And the
helium
cabin-
balloon in
and
my
it-
vehicle.
And by the way, in an SR-71, the cabin is pressurized to an equivalent altitude of about 20,000 feet. And so he does have an oxygen mask on to supply the additional oxygen required. And he's on an oxygen mask because he has to be prepared for an ejection.
And oxygen mask doesn't fix G-forces. Like what you're talking about is G-forces, and G-forces are only caused by acceleration. Mach 3 is steady, right? It would be Mach 3 per minute or something in order to be an acceleration.
Yeah, they're going to experience 2 or 3 Gs getting to Mach 3. Once they're at Mach 3 and leveling out.
Yeah, that's my point. So once he levels it out, does the oxygen redisplace and go all into the cabin equally everywhere?
Yes.
Oh, we're
To a
still
certain
within
degree, it would, but
radius.
it's not the oxygen. They use pressure in the flight suit to keep all the blood from running to their legs when they're doing certain maneuvers so they don't pass out. It's not just about oxygen, it's also about blood flow. And the G-forces, when you're in these highly maneuverable, like supersonic jets, especially fighter jets, that's what they're fighting against. It's not, you're making it sound like it's all about having oxygen, but at a high altitude, there is no oxygen up there that you can breathe properly. They need that to stay alive. Especially if
This is the issue. Hold on. This is the issue that I'm having. The satellite is clearly taking a curved path, not a straight path.
They launched them on a curve, and yes, the orbit around Earth is a curve, and the ones they've sent to the sun as probes also curved.
Is that acceleration? Is a curved path acceleration?
It is acceleration, but when it's a very long, gradual orbit, you're not going to feel that the way you would on, say, like a NASCAR track. Every time.
And by the way, in an orbit,
on that one, it is not acceleration. This is a much better question, Tora. The first one was really dumb. This one, it is not. It is in free fall the whole time. So while it is in certain frames accelerating, it is traveling on what's called a geodesic, which means it's just in free fall the whole time. So
it's experiencing balanced forces. So yeah, there is no perceived acceleration while in a free fall orbit.
Hold on, it's not in perfect free fall orbit. Hold on, it's not in a perfect free fall orbit because they have to boost it back into orbit constantly. So it's not perfectly
ever so slightly decaying orbit. Fine. Like this is about a question.
What is the purpose of the question, though?
That's why it's called
why are you trying so hard?
Yeah.
You're trying so hard to find a gotcha. With every question, he's trying to find a gotcha.
No, I'm not. I don't believe that man can travel. I don't believe man can travel at 17,500 miles an hour, just like you don't believe a balloon can travel at that speed. So I'm just trying to educate myself by asking you questions.
I smell troll.
The difference with the balloon is balloon only gains lift by being lighter than air, which means you need some amount of air to be there. Any amount of air that's there is also going to be drag. So the problem with a balloon, like if the balloon goes up in a vacuum of space, there are some satelloons that are not as in floating balloons, but they are satellites in orbit that inflate in orbit to have a surface to bounce signals off. They can travel as fast as you want because they're in the vacuous space. They're not held aloft by their balloon nature. They just happen to be balloons. But if it's a balloon, if the thing that's holding it up is that it's lighter than air, then there ain't no fucking way that thing's traveling faster than the speed of sound. It will travel at exactly the same speed as the surrounding air, which won't be the speed of sound.
What is the sun made out of?
Oh no! Look at that.
Helium, but what the fuck?
Is this just random
helium? And what's the speed the sun is traveling at?
But hang on, are you just randomly galloping through questions? What is it? How does this relate to satelloon?
I'm just saying,
atmosphere.
I'm just asking you what the speed of the sun is moving and what is causing it to move at that rate and not bust apart since it's something like
it's not moving through an atmosphere. It's not like a balloon. It does have plasma. It does have plasma phase, hydrogen, helium, and some other elements. But you're trying to compare apples and fucking army tanks.
Yeah, can you?
Well, they both can be the same color, an apple and an army tank.
They both begin with the letter A too. But like, what the fuck are you trying to accomplish here?
He's just a scattergun.
People don't understand why you're asking the question, unless you're being totally disingenuous.
Yeah, he's a scattergun of unrelated words.
I'm doing it to educate myself.
No, you're not.
I think he did.
If you wanted to educate yourself, you wouldn't be here arguing with people about the most basic of things.
Yeah, if he was here to educate himself, he wouldn't just dismiss the answers to his questions.
I'm not dismissing them. I'm taking them all and evaluating them and then asking further questions to expand on the knowledge. It's called the Socratic method.
But then what you should do, you take the information like, oh, okay, that kind of, oh yeah, you know what, that kind of makes sense. Let me go and research that further. That way I don't come back and make the same exact ridiculous claims.
I don't. I believe that I'm one of the people that doesn't come back and make the same claim day after day.
The thing that Torah did was expose that to believe in the globe model, you must be fallacious. You must accept that the government is telling the truth.
It's not just the government.
You cannot come to this conclusion in a logical, basic, reasonable way. You have to have fallacious arguments that you can trust. No. He exposed it, and you guys just admitted to it.
No, you're misusing fallacy. You're misusing fallacy.
That is the true awakening. We're not proving the shape of the earth right now, but the true awakening.
Misusing awakening is that fallacy is a garbage argument.
The true awakening right now is that our entire mainstream narrative is completely void of reason. If you break it down to the base level, you have to make assumptions. You have to have faith-based beliefs that are blind. You have to blindly believe. And if you try and explain it in a reasonable way,
on your own,
like a grade school reasonable way,
all right, at
you
some point you gotta let someone
go ahead and
respond.
check it.
Some point you have to let someone respond.
Can I just understand, is this related to the conversation we just had, or are you just randomly saying flat Earth's speech cues?
No, he got one of y'all to just admit that the argumentation was fallacious. But it doesn't matter.
Hold on. He's got to prove it's fallacious. If you appeal to a consensus or an actual legitimate authority, it is not fallacious.
Well, that's the whole thing. What makes it legitimate? That is what we are trying to get down to. You guys blindly believe it because it is consensus, and it is because of they're in an authoritative position.
I don't know what kind of science class you took, but it wasn't the same kind I took. That's for damn sure.
Like, where's the blind?
Well, we do have working technology, so I'm going to go with working technology.
The blind belief, yeah, that's a pragmatic fallacy. So the blind belief is the fact that you believe.
For the word fallacy,
hold on.
You would
Here
not
you go,
win
Lefling. You just asked me to explain it to you, and now you're interrupting me. The blind belief is you believe all men are fallible.
No, I didn't ask you to explain anything.
To men, and that is why it's fallacious.
Yeah, but you blindly believed people on YouTube. That's why you're a flat earther.
No, I don't, and I don't claim to be a flat earther.
Exactly. They try and pigeonhole us. All the mass awakening right now is that our entire system of belief is just a house of cards.
Holy
yeah, like when you try and scrutinize flat Earth and it falls apart. Yeah, I
it's
agree.
born of fallacious reasoning.
You can scrutinize the globe Earth and it falls apart.
It never fucking does.
No, it don't.
No, it's
Not
crazy.
if you think like you guys do, which is void of reason, basic elementary reason.
It's crazy how some people need proof to believe a lie, but demand endless proof to accept the truth.
So does that mean we have to go back to truth in your worldview? Science does not come to a truth in the end, bro.
But the claim was made, it's fallacious. Does that mean we need to go back all the way back to scratch, where the first beginning of, if you want to call it, science started, and reevaluate every single basic knowledge we have acquired?
Yeah.
No, but yeah, when I was in high school, we did exactly that. We took ancient experiments and more modern ones and very modern ones, and we redid them in our class at high school level. It's ridiculous that we don't check these things, that we just accept them. We never accepted them until we did them and saw with our own fucking eyes. You're pretending that science verges from that once people are paid to do good science.
Okay, do you believe science? Do you believe science deals in cause and effect relationships? Because if so, can you name one? Can you name one cause and effect relationship?
Yes, I can name a cause and effect relationship. You say something stupid. You say something stupid. I refute it, and you look like a dumbass. There's the cause is you saying something stupid, and the effect is me telling you why it's dumb.
Okay, here's a cause. Okay, here's an effect.
Can I talk real quick?
No, here's an effect. The sun, 24 hours of daylight in the northern hemisphere summer, and the sun 24 hours in the Antarctic during its summer. Those are the effects. The cause, the rotation of the Earth, the shape of the Earth. Got it.
I'm going to address what Trucker says about how he did high school experiments, and they didn't believe any
I didn't believe
because they repeated it with new technology and stuff. Now listen,
but
when you
I also
break
did
it down,
technology.
I never even got to make my point. I'm addressing what you said.
I just want to make sure you're clear that I wasn't doing old experiments with new technology. I did old experiments with old technology and newer experiments with new technology.
Okay. Now the thing is that you are not like able to come to terms with is if you break those experiments down, there's a lot of assumption, there's a lot of circular reasoning, and you can't get over that with these experiments that you do if you break it down to a basic reasoning, like elementary reasoning level.
Okay, sure. So
you guys agree with cause and effect, so there could be another cause.
You want to destroy.
But you agree there could be another cause to the cause and effect relationship, right? Like if I say a lack of sleep causes car accidents, right? Do you agree with that statement?
That's correlation. You have a lot more work to do to show causation.
Okay, but does a lack of sleep lead to car accidents?
It seems to be an accepted idea now that if you do not sleep enough, that you are likely to be almost as impaired or as impaired as someone who is impaired with like a substance that can intoxicate you, like alcohol or drugs.
Okay, do you agree studying leads to good grades?
What's that?
Do you agree studying leads to good grades?
Yes. Not necessarily. I did better on stuff I didn't study for.
Okay, so do you have any exclusive cause and effect that isn't a correlation?
Yeah, I do.
Like, go ahead.
If a BMW tries to if a BMW driver tries to occupy the same space I'm in my truck, they end up dead.
No,
but
the point is
still firmly up their ass.
No, the point is in correlation.
Collision. If we both are in the same place at the same time, there's a collision.
Wait.
Hang on. All cause and effects are correlated.
Every single time.
All cause and effects are correlated. You just have to be careful not to mistake a correlation as a cause.
Okay, if all cause and effects are correlated, how do you make that distinction that it's not the cause? Are you doing the process of elimination?
Experiment.
Because if you're doing the process of elimination, that would mean you would have to manipulate every single variable in the universe in order to eliminate it's not something else. So therefore, every single cause and effect relationship that you have is simply a correlation. Because there might be information out there that you don't know. That's not fallacious. This is Hume. This is not me. This is David Hume.
All right, so let's take a solar eclipse for instance, right? What's causing the sun to be obscured if it's not the moon?
So the cause of an eclipse is the moon?
Or a pizza.
What else could it be? What else could there be? Could there be something else?
A very large pizza.
Is it possible that there could be something else that we learn in the future?
Is there any evidence that it's anything other than the moon?
Okay, so what you're saying is there is no evidence to the contrary, therefore we are pretty confident in the fact that the moon is the cause of the solar eclipse.
And we can see the moon before, during, and after.
Absolutely. Correct?
We see the moon before, during, and after. So you're suggesting somebody swaps it right for the eclipse and then slides the big pizza out of the way and the moon shows back up again? Does that make sense?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, is it possible that there could be another explanation, and it's something we are not understanding?
I gave you everything is possible. It's a fallacious argument.
Okay, so then we don't have any cause and effect relationship.
Okay, here's
so
evidence.
whatever you're doing in science, whatever you're doing in science is not dealing in cause and effect. It's dealing in correlation. With the fact that there is no evidence to the contrary of your correlation.
Okay,
here's some evidence. Want some evidence?
Your religious faith is wrong? Is it? Is there a possibility your religious faith could be wrong?
Yeah, except I'm not going to make that gamble because after life, I still lived a good life. You might have a penalty.
Possibility in the way you use. No, the problem is the way you are using possibility is we can use.
I agree.
Everything.
I agree that we can't know things. I agree that we can't have cause and effect relationships. That's what I'm pointing out. I'm saying we only have correlation and there is no evidence to the contrary. Therefore, we can claim it to be the case.
So if I mix the night,
hold on, you guys are talking
in the lab.
Let's talk evidence. Let's talk evidence. As the moon is eclipsing the sun, we can see in the silhouette the outlines of the moon, and the same mountain outlines we see during the full moon. So we can see the mountain outlines, the silhouette of the moon with its topography in silhouette as it's crossing the face of the sun. So we have a positive ID of the profile of the mountains and it's in front of the sun and the mountains that we see in the full moon.
Yeah, but there's other things that can eclipse the sun, right? Like the Earth.
Well, except not with an identical mountain profile.
That means someone's trying to pull a trick on you, and it's a very, very elaborate one.
No, I'm just saying that's fine.
I mean, both Venus. No, but hang on. Both Venus and Mercury goes in front of the sun, as we observe.
But neither one of them look like the moon.
Exactly, and they're way too small.
I'm not sure who was speaking, but whoever said that was a very astute observation and something that would be hard to replicate. If like my pizza, it would require making the dough a certain way.
To say all solar eclipses are caused by the moon is not true.
It is true.
What else could it be?
No, it is not.
We've never seen one from something.
No, hang on.
Venus eclipses the sun.
Have you ever seen a solar eclipse where it was not the moon?
Well, talking about a specific thing we call the solar eclipse, but there are other things that eclipse the sun, right?
Oh,
yeah, but how small is Venus? How small is Venus when it travels across the face of the sun? Tiny,
very small. Yeah, but it's still so Venus could also be the cause to an eclipse.
No,
not like the eclipse we are talking about.
We're talking
absolutely not.
With the moon.
Yes, I agree. But Stephen, you agree that it is possible that in the future there could be something else that creates that effect, and it is not the moon, right?
Incorrect. No, because again, the profile of the moon, the profile of the mountains of the moon is the fingerprint of the moon. If you ever see an eclipse that does not have that profile of the mountains of the moon, call somebody.
Why? What if a huge spaceship from another galaxy moved into our universe all of a sudden at some point?
Wait. I would love that. Wait, hold on. Let's entertain that. Let's entertain that. Let's say that's the case. Let's say that's the case. What would we expect under that hypothesis? Right? What would we expect to see?
I have been waiting to shoot aliens in the face my entire life.
No, seriously, like if we run with that hypothesis, right, we can make some predictions. What would we see? What would the spaceship look like?
Well, it would not look like the topography of the moon. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yo, real quick. So I got here a couple quotes from his Sir John Frederick William Herschel, or however you say his last name. He lived from 1792 to 1871. An English astronomer, photographer, and inventor of the blueprint He says, quote, invisible moons exist in the firmament, unquote.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, let's take that.
Invisible moons.
Invisible, yeah,
What did
invisible
he mean
bodies.
by that?
Yeah,
What did he mean by
Hold
that?
on. I got a couple more. I got Robotham. It says here in the report. Hold on, guys. You can hate Robotham all you want, but let me quote him. Let me quote him. In the report of the Council of the Royal Astronomical Society for June 1850, it is said, quote, we may well doubt whether that body which we call the moon is the only satellite of the Earth. In the report of the Academy of Sciences for October 12th, 1846, and again for August 1847, the director of one of the French observatories gives a number of observations and calculations which have led him to conclude, quote, there is at least one non-luminous body of considerable magnitude which is attached as a satellite to this Earth. Sir John Lubbock is of the same opinion and gives rules and formulae for calculating its distance, periods, etc. Philosophical Magazine for 1848, page 80.
Where's the evidence at?
Yeah,
he's wrong.
And today we have the system that is observing all the asteroids passing close to us, and suddenly just one gigantic object should not be detected and appear just like the moon. Come on.
You also have John Heinrich Lambert, a Swiss Frenchman who made important contributions to the subjects of mathematics, physics, optics, and astronomy, and map projections. Johann Lambert, in his cosmological letters, admits the existence of dark cosmological bodies of great size.
All right, so because he kind of agrees with your position, therefore he's correct?
What I'm saying is that there are multiple credible researchers in history from different backgrounds, from physicists, astronomers, mathematicians, all of this, including the ancient Hindus, bro. You ever heard of Rahu and Ketu?
Hidden moons.
Can we respond to that?
Yeah. Could you think about moons like the Phobos, which we couldn't see at that time? Or Uranus, which was not observed before after it was calculated, based on the trajectory of Neptune. Or was it the vice versa? Can't remember.
Well, no, I'm pushing back because even though Tor brought up Venus as an option for eclipsing the moon, I have quotes talking about objects of considerable size, satellites of considerable size, but they're non-luminous bodies.
Yeah,
they're invisible bodies.
No. Real quick, if you don't mind me asking, Lion,
those were put out hypothetically and have since been found incorrect. Okay.
Yeah, how come no one else has observed any of these? With all these
it has been observed recently in the most recent eclipse, and I actually got a video of it.
Which one,
dude?
Can we see the video by chance, Lion? Would that be possible?
Yeah, I got a picture of it, but give me a second.
Wouldn't these invisible objects block starlight as it moves around the Earth? So we should see that. Yeah. So we should see starlight disappear and then come back again on the other side.
Yeah, and how come not one backyard astronomer has mentioned this? Because there's tons of them on YouTube.
I don't know, dude.
I mean, just gotta be careful where you're getting your information from. Vet it.
So I took this with my iPhone, but give me a second, dude. I literally took this with my iPhone, bro. You guys can do the math. I'm gonna post the math in a second, or not the math, but the elevation angles.
Yeah, that's a cloud.
Yeah, it's a cloud, light refracted through a cloud. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying this is the eclipse I'm talking about. But hold on, I'm gonna post with Sean. Oh, right here. Is this it? No, that's not it. Hold on. Just go ahead, talk while I find this.
What date was this? Because we'll know if there was an eclipse on that day.
Oh, right here. Right here, I got it. Okay, so reckon me this, dude. I don't. So right here we have actual location of the sun and moon on October 4th, 2023. This is another eclipse, not the one I just filmed there, but it says here actual location of the sun, location of the unknown orb phenomena posing as the moon. The moon is actually right beneath both of those things. Actual location of the moon is 45 miles directly below the sun. Moon is in its new moon phase, zero illumination, no light, void of anything, invisible.
Yeah, but where
There's another object that's, acting as the moon, or it looks like the moon, but it's not actually the moon.
Where is this from?
So you got the longitude right there, bro. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, but
this is from Sean. This is from Kingdom of Context, Sean Griffin. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, of course, of course. Of course. Probably not the best source to get this stuff from.
Did you say Sean Griffin, Lion? Just so I understand.
Yeah, from Kingdom in Context, yes.
Is he I'm not familiar with who that is. Is he not typically a reliable source of information?
Yeah, well, he's
I was just going to say it's miraculous. It ought to be.
You're breaking up hardcore.
Yeah, you're roboting like a fuck. Lovely.
But I do agree it would be something of interest to look into if that was the case.
So first, we need to know the exact location that this person took this picture from. And I mean, I just see a circle in blackness. How do we know that that's supposed to be the moon? The actual location of the moon is 45 miles directly below the sun.
I'm on my phone, but I reckon someone has a PC up and running. I can't see if there's any object in that lower circle. Can anyone else see if there's anything
No,
there?
I don't see it.
What is that though? You got three bodies right there. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, but no. Hold on a second.
Well,
but
we
look,
can't see
it's
it.
just a circle in blackness. There's not. How do we know there's anything even there? Again, we need to know the actual location where this picture was taken from. I mean, and then we can go on October 14th to see if there was an eclipse on that day, which I don't doubt there was.
Anyone having confusion with the bottom left where it's like the red, right? The red circle and then the yellow circle. All he's doing there is demonstrating the size of the circles. He's not highlighting anything. He's just showing you like they're different sizes.
No, but it says actual location of the moon is 45 miles directly below the sun. Is that supposed to be the moon right there or what? I don't know.
I don't know. I see three bodies.
Yeah, but there's no. So there's one eclipsing the sun, which is the actual moon. Then there's a circle below that, a dotted circle. What's supposed to be? Is the moon supposed to be there?
The moon is supposed to be doing the eclipsing, dude. But
yeah, the moon is doing the eclipsing.
The possibility that we're entertaining that maybe there's a third dark body, invisible body, non-luminous body that could be orbiting the Earth, causing the eclipse. That's not the moon. The moon is still in the same vicinity as where the eclipse is going on, but it's below. It's right below. Go ahead.
So what could be done, right? Is someone could actually film this eclipsing stars, right? At nighttime, you see it in the sky where it's just eclipsing stars, where there's just something there, and then show it that way, and then show where the moon is at actually, and then show this dark body where it's just eclipsing stars and there's nothing, there's nothing to be seen. That's how you would be able to prove it.
Yeah, I find it a bit strange that no one has noticed that stars are suddenly disappearing and then reappearing behind a dark object in the sky.
October 4th. I'd love to know that the location this picture was taken from, because then we can find out where the moon actually was, and if it matches that what we're seeing right here from that location.
It was across the USA though, wasn't it? In 23.
Yeah, let me see.
Isn't it saying Missoula, Montana, April 8th?
It's not going round the whole time, or it might be. But you raised a good question of why no one sees the stars getting blocked out. So I was going to suggest it just manifests just before the eclipse.
Yeah, everything is impossible.
Wait.
I got a question about this mysterious disk that you're suggesting. Why do we never see it interact with the light from the sun, the way we do the moon? If it's like a second moon type object that's doing the eclipsing and did this?
Oh,
I saw an image of a disk in front of, I guess, the sun. Was that image taken from like a film where we saw the moon being in one place and this other thing came up out of nowhere, or was it like just one still image where we might have to wonder about its authenticity, or we know this is definitely cool, it is definitely a real image because everyone saw the before, during, and after of this, like we have with so many other eclipses?
Yeah, this was the 2023 annular eclipse that went straight through Texas. I think I might have saw that.
Okay, all right. I remember the one from 2024, but I'm sure there was one in 2023 as well.
Yeah, it made like a giant X. So there was the one in 2023 and then one in 2024 made like a giant X, like right over Texas school. I see.
Okay, no, that's cool. I don't remember it, but I'm sure it happened. I probably just wasn't paying attention that day. But but like I'm sure it was filmed by multiple people, right? Like everybody saw the moon being in one place, and this mystery disk came up out of nowhere and did the eclipsing, right? That's what's being put forward as a hypothesis about what the image was. I'm driving now, so I can't look at it again. But I saw something that looked a bit like a partial eclipse. It came up on the screen. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I think the person, whoever filmed this, had to be like in the southwest of the United States.
Well, you can't do it from a place where the eclipse isn't visible, right? Like, so that's the Texas sort of starts to be it's definitely in the south, and it is towards the west. I think.
No. I'm sorry.
Depending on your definition, but I don't know.
I'm sorry. No, it probably would have. No, I'm sorry. It probably would have had to be in the north. Yeah. Hold on 1 second, because I'm going to post this here.
Well, this eclipse would have had a path, right? The eclipses don't usually happen where
he's talking about the location, so you don't get totality. There's a totality path, and then he's talking about relative to that path, where this would be because the video's not totality, but it's partial.
Yeah. But I'm thinking usually like a lot of amateur and professional people who are interested in astronomy and the moon and eclipses and just they're kind of really cool and they don't happen that often. A lot of people go out and film these things. Like it would be odd to find out that just one person got one still image of this weird thing and the moon being somewhere else in the sky, which is what I heard somebody say is a hypothesis we have to consider. Did I misunderstand that? If I did, that's fine. That's what I heard someone say.
That was me quickly making up a myth for the flat earthers on the spot. But
it seems
to think.
What it looks like to me is a completely dark space with a circle on it, but you can't discern that being an object of any kind.
So it might not be the best evidence if it's really not discernible, right?
And I wonder the position.
It doesn't mean it isn't evidence, but it might not be awesome evidence, right?
But I mean, as it says, the actual position, is that based on calculations or what?
How do you mean, like the position of where you would get the image from?
Yeah, I mean,
Dude, I don't know.
What the image says is that there's an object 45 miles below the moon or something like that.
Yeah.
In that image. I can't see any object there, so I was wondering where he got that position from.
Say 45 miles? Like, wouldn't they have done it in degrees? Or is that what you meant?
Yeah, so I just posted one I filmed The most recent one, what was it? What was it? Last April?
Like April, yeah, it was like April 8th-ish. I can't remember. It was early April 24. There was like a near totality eclipse that went across the U.S. and Canada, and I'm not sure if it didn't go over like places like Greenland and maybe like very northern places in Europe. I'm really not sure. I don't know how far up it was able to go. It was in spring, so it's sort of like 50-50. Like there would have still been some darkness in the north, but it would have been like what is most even times, not one of the most sunny times, one of the most equal times, right? We've been close to the equinox, right?
Yeah. So I think the one that he posted was probably somewhere might have been in Canada. Looking at the image,
I experienced it in Canada and southwestern Ontario. I experienced it. I wasn't able to look at it because I was working, but as I was driving through an area where there was near totality, it got extremely dark and there was a really weird sort of color to the light that was reaching me. And people were freaking out and pulling over on the side of the highway, and I was dodging idiots and stuff. I remember that. But yeah, and a friend of mine was stopped and videoing it and recording it in upstate New York, probably a good 5-hour drive away, and it was only a few minutes later they experienced the same.
Yeah, that was
thing. We did a live stream while we were doing that.
Yeah, that must have been
the 8th of April rings a bell.
Yeah,
but it's like that's not the one that this other image is from. It's what
no,
it's from one the year before. There was another different type of eclipse. October, yeah.
And I'm guessing it was somewhere in the northern, central northern, or probably even Canada, where it was taken from.
That could be true, yeah. There's a lot of Canada to take images from, and I've been to a lot of it, but I got a lot left to see. It's a big place.
Yep.
Yeah, that first image also says that the moon is 45. Oh, that object is the actual position is 45 miles directly below the sun.
Yeah, how do you figure that out?
Yeah, I wonder how we measure the distance to the sun and to the moon at the same time.
Is this from a YouTube video or what?
What when they say 45 miles, they mean like the point that the sun is directly above, like where you could do a 90-degree measurement exactly to the sun at that point where it was taken, and then 45 miles south of that point where the sun would be at its perfect, is it called the apogee during the day, and then so it's 45 miles south of that point they took this photo, because obviously we're not measuring anything away from the sun in miles like that, right? Like that's not realistic.
Now maybe we should get a bit more information by the guy who posted the image.
That would make sense. Like the date it was taken, the location it was taken.
Yeah, I don't have all that right
no
now,
need
dude.
to dox themselves or whatever, but if it's their own photo and it's like at their home or something, they may not want to dox themselves. But I certainly think representing a lot of detail about what it is and what they're suggesting is going on. And
the two guys that I'm getting this stuff from there's a guy called George from GeoTruth, who's an engineer, an architectural engineer, and Sean Griffin, who's a theologian. I don't know, he's an author. You guys know him or not? He's from Witz has had him on before.
Okay, so these people are highly regarded in astronomical measurements and like astrophotography and stuff like that. They're quite experienced at eclipse photography and
no.
Okay, no, none of that. Which in your mind would probably make them better experts, I think, right? Because they're not trying to hide the truth.
Necessarily, dude. Not necessarily.
What is the postulation they're making exactly? What are they suggesting is going on?
It's not a positive claim here, but the possibility that, like I said, that there's a dark body satellite that's a satellite that's causing not every single eclipse is caused by this dark body, but some are. Some eclipses are a result of this dark body, not the moon.
The only satellite I can think of in in orbit around the Earth that's large enough to make a lunar style eclipse like would be the moon itself. It's the only satellite I can think of. All the other satellites we've sent into space are significantly smaller than the moon.
Yeah, he's not talking about that. Goddamn, I hate when you guys are so fucking off track. There's a proposition of a dark body object that's in the sky. There's some religions that talk about a dark body third object, et cetera, and then it's being explored as a topic of discussion. Fun.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, a black body which has never
people
a
call
black
it Rahu.
body.
Some people call it Rahu, don't they? Rahu.
Yeah, but it's never been observed, measured. You never see it occlude starlights. As people has been studying the skies for thousands of years, no one has ever experienced this or observed this claimed.
That's why it's called dark. That's why it's called dark, Stefan. Just like dark matter.
Yeah, well, it would still. Is it black opaque? So it let the starlight pass through it, and then as it gets to its eclipses, suddenly stop
There's
doing
just
that.
one star it won't let the light through from, and that's the one that happens to be the brightest, hardest one to occlude.
Well, no, we have here Sir John Lubbock. Apparently, he actually created formulae for this dark object.
Formula?
Yeah, yeah. It gives rules and formula for calculating
dark matter.
its distances and periods, etc.
Okay, so we can predict when we'll see it again because of this formula.
Go look. Yeah, I haven't looked at his work, but Sir John.
I'm driving a truck. I'm not going to look anything up.
All right,
I'm just going to take your word for it that a who was knighted apparently somewhere, has managed to do some sort of mathematical calculation on the period that we should expect this magical dark object to come back.
Dude, this was a topic of conversation in the 1800s, bro. Just we're only talking about a century. Yeah, 1800s.
In the 19th century, seriously, they talked about things.
No, they talked about this dark body, so it's not far fetched.
No, not anything anyone talked about in the 1900s. Not far fetched at all. Some of the famous things that have been rigorously investigated from the 19th century and turned out to be true are vampires. And
oh yeah, they definitely vampires
hysteria in women.
Hollywood,
another thing rigorously tested. Let's see what else. The cure for which is giving them an orgasm.
You're destroying the conversation. You're destroying it. You're absolutely
destroying the conversation.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I gotta go.
But they talked about it in the 19th century. Or don't you understand how important this is?
No, because listen, it is retarded. It is. But you're destroying a discussion of a thing that can be explored scientifically, where someone can learn.
Okay, but this guy came up with it. So we should find out when we're going to see this again, and get some of the Fleur astronomers to go out and record it.
Yeah, that'd be a productive thing to suggest. It'd be productive to ask about.
I don't think we're going to be doing any scientific work there.
Yeah, we don't do.
But hey, you guys talk about dark bodies all the time and black holes, and we're just expected to believe this shit, right?
Like in a way, sort of. Like not the dark matter stuff, not the dark body stuff, but just intuitively. If we can now communicate to people all around the world, and let's say we have flat earthers, South Africa, Australia, Europe, Asia, South America, all at the same time, and then when the solar eclipse happens somewhere on Earth, then you contact everyone on all these continents and say, hey, can you see the moon? If no one can see the moon, isn't that pretty good evidence that it's probably the moon in front of the sun?
Yeah.
Be good. Yeah, be good guess, maybe.
And then wouldn't it be weird if
biodual, is that because there's no evidence to the contrary?
A little bit, yeah. Like for example, if there was three things that existed, and let's just pretend we could see all three. When one thing is in front of another, that first thing disappears, right? But we could still see that third thing. So it'd be like, oh yeah, there are three things because one is covering up one. Then we can see this third one. There are three things. But if we only ever see two, then when one is covered up by another thing and we don't see a third thing, I can only conclude that there's only two things.
Joe, you forgot the moon only comes out at night, so it can't be the moon.
Good one.
That's hilarious, but also wrong. And obviously you're joking, but like, but I do like the idea of checking with people in other places on the globe. Like you could have some of the flirts be at multiple places on the globe checking where like the moon might actually be visible only in a different hemisphere. And then there's an eclipse with this third object that Sir George knows when it's coming, and I would assume where as well. Because it was I didn't catch the guy's whole name. It's Sir George something or other.
But the point
formula,
is,
so
right?
we could do that and find out when we're going to see this, and then
Now,
we could
Tucker,
be outside watching for it. Yes.
The point being, though, right, originally is a cause and effect relationship, right? If we haven't observed every single solar eclipse in the past, can we really make the claim that the moon is the cause to all solar eclipses from the past and into the future?
Depends on what you mean by the past, all the way to the formation of the Earth, as by the globe model.
I guess, yeah. I mean, like,
yeah,
like
right.
it would be harder to say with his great certainty.
Yeah,
it would be unlikely that observers here observing the same effect that we see now would have been observing it, other than the fact they would have been different occasions in time. I don't understand why we would assume there was a different effect for it before we started looking at it and figuring out what it was. But it is possible. It is possible that
confidence in our belief,
this is
right?
a weird
We have a confidence
situation.
in it.
When we see something happen over and over again, and we can predict what it is, and we can investigate what it is, and we send probes and people out to see what that thing is, and then we see it. We have all sorts of observations of the moon. And as I think it might have been Schubel, I can't remember who was talking about how like we know the shape of it, and like it has an outline. It's not just a perfect circle. It has topography we can see. That thing goes in front of the sun and then comes back the other side. It's kind of weird to think that it was actually another thing that took the moon's place just for, I don't know, 10 minutes or something, right? Like the amount of time it takes for it to
no problem. So we have
right?
Yeah, we have a confidence in our belief from the past evidence. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
I agree.
There's good. Yeah, I
agree
have
with
confidence in that.
Yeah,
But
okay.
I'm not
I would attribute that
certain.
to. I would attribute that as a definition of faith. But at the same time, my question would be, at this point, do you believe they landed on the moon?
Oh, deflect.
I'm confident that they landed on the moon, and so because I'm confident in that, I'm also confident that the moon is the thing we see. I've looked at it with a telescope. When I was a little kid, I was about 10 or 11 years old. I got a telescope for Christmas. It was cold out, but I went out one night. I let it sit for a while so I didn't have too much condensation or fogging up of the lenses. And I went and I lined up with the moon in my backyard. And even though I lived in a big city, it was great. I was able to see the moon. I could see like little craters and stuff on it. It was fantastic. I love that. I had a great time doing that.
Yeah, same with me.
You're basing this belief on the moon, right? That there's confidence and evidence, and you believe that. So,
yeah,
because if any of those, if any of those were refuted, like sufficiently in your mind, does that change your belief? Okay.
It would change my view of things. Yes, if I found out something new, and it was something that was reasonably verified, I would change my view of things. Yes, I'm willing to do that because I'm not going to. When I find out that something I used to think was true is not true, I'm willing to say, well, I was wrong about that. I now need to change my understanding and update it. And
why
that's
don't we
what
go back to
usually
the moon?
people that are cool with science do. There's a plan to go back to the moon. It's a really expensive endeavor that doesn't necessarily have short-term benefits, and we live in a capitalist society largely. And so if there's not a lot of money to be made, it's really hard to get people to just go and spend their money on that. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Doesn't mean no one will do it. But it's an endeavor.
There's nothing to mine. There's nothing to mine on the moon to bring back for a resource.
How the fuck are you going to do that? I mean, I don't mind being a space trucker, but it's hard to move things on the Earth of great mass. Moving them to and from the moon takes a lot of fucking energy. I don't know if you've ever looked into like what it takes to get into orbit. Like, never mind going to the moon, but it takes fucking energy. Like, it costs money to engineer something that could do it, and then to put like they go out of their way to make things lighter and lighter to send them into space to try and save cost in fuel. When you start bringing something heavy, like some sort of aggregate type material that might have valuable minerals in it, that's going to cost a fortune. It's a little easier to bring it back than it is to take it out there, but you still need to take a suitable vessel out there to hold a lot of shit and get it to go back and forth. That's expensive.
And then re-entry. Then you got to get the last, but the last mile, you got to get it through re-entry. Good luck with that.
Well, I mean,
hypothetically,
we need
a lot of butter to grease it up. That's for sure.
We could have processing facilities in orbit, right? We don't have to like necessarily bring it to.
What do we get? Like, even if we dump the stuff off, so maybe we never maybe this is the beginning of like spacefaring society, and we mine it, but we only use it to make additional spacefaring equipment. And we never bring it back to Earth because escaping Earth's gravity is overly expensive.
No, we can, but we can
through the atmosphere destroys it, right? Like,
sir, please hear me out. Please hear me out. This is obviously conjecture and it's hypothetical, right? But the idea of going to the moon is not necessarily like in conflict with capitalism, right? Future investment for future profits is a thing, right? So you could hypothetically, please, sir. I'm begging. I just need to finish my thought.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Thank you. My point was, it could be the case that we find the resources on the moon, then we process it in orbit, and then we just dump it as a lump of matter on Earth, right? As in, we don't use any expensive vehicles. We just orbital dropped it, right? On a specific location, for example. Let's say we can guide it some way, right? That could be the case.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, right? And then I have evidence. I posted a video in the chat of them bringing a barbell and weights to the Skylab, the one before the ISS, for what looks like a performative experience, like entertainment value. So
yes, and they were beach balls, and they were beach balls. They weren't barbells. And yeah, that was a little bit of a joke, but you couldn't see that, could you?
Wait, so you're saying this is them playing a joke on us? This is actually not. This isn't heavy.
They were beach balls. Yeah, they were inflatable beach balls. Yeah.
Wow. Really? Okay.
I thought they were actual steel or iron.
How do you know that, Shoebill? Do you have a citation for that?
Yeah, I could find it. I could find it. All I got to do is look at the. I could find it, but all I got to do is look at the damn video. It's obvious to a discerning eye.
Everything that you see, everything that you see is exactly as it's seen.
Let me just add this into the mix. Let me just
Tora,
add this
I
into
have
the mix. If no one
kind of
wants to
3 questions for you.
Right.
Is it okay?
Hold on, Jin wants to get in.
Oh no! But then he can go after me. I'm not taking 5 hours, so.
Oh, well, I'm going to go now because I'm not going to take 5 hours. You tend to take 5 hours. Thank you. But the point I was going to make was this. Someone mentioned the guy speaking about the moon, the guy that was confident of the moon landings, stated that, they're making things better, lighter to save money, but not really because the planned mission to go to the moon this time round is going to cost more in space, more in fuel. They want to have filling stations because the rocket they're going to use is going to need petrol filling stations. Then you're going to have a starship that you're going to dock with, and then from the starship you're going to then go down onto the moon. So it's going to cost more money.
No, that's to the Mars.
Time,
that's the Mars trip, Jen.
No, I'm talking to the moon. I'm talking to the moon.
No, they're not going to have fueling stations between here and the moon.
That's what they've said. That's what they've said. To the moon, they want to have filling stations on the way to the moon. It's what they've said. And they're going to have
I just want to make sure they have good coffee and donuts.
No, yeah, Jin is actually correct. Jin is right. He's for whatever reason they need a fueling station halfway from the Earth to the moon this time around. Where the first time around they didn't.
Maybe they've engineered a different flight to the moon than the one they did in the 60s and the 70s. They did multiple.
They don't burn fuel. All they do is they do a burn to get them up to speed. And if you go too fast, you'll blow by it. So you don't want to go too fast. But you get yourself in motion and cut the engines off. and glide the rest of the way.
Why does it take so long?
They've
Why does
never
it
been
take
to
so
the moon.
long for
They've
them
never
to
been
get
to
to
the
the
moon anyway.
ISS?
But this is the plan from Elon Musk. Sorry, yeah, go ahead, everybody.
That's to go to
Well,
Mars.
they do have to line up.
Yeah, Elon
They have
Musk
to
is to
line up.
Mars. The Artemis missions have nothing to do with Elon Musk. That's totally NASA. That's the moon one. I think you are confusing it, Jim.
Well, and to answer Tor's question, at least to the best of my ability, I believe that the reason why it takes such a while for them to dock with ISS is because they have to the precision with them making contact with the ISS has to be pretty damn spot on.
The problem
So
is
it's 250 miles away. Oh, sorry.
Docking something in the orbit is a tricky thing, because if you accelerate, so if you're faster than the thing that is in orbit, you will fly higher. So if you're at the same height and you accelerate, you will fly off, so you increase the distance to the planet. If you will be in front of the ISS and you brake, you go lower, you fall down to the Earth. So you can only be kind of in a slow in a slow approach, because otherwise the orbit doesn't work.
It's 250 miles away, and it takes 3 days, and they go 17,500 miles an hour to get there.
No, they
But
don't.
it's not a 250-mile trip though.
They don't
It's
have
as
this speed related
I know.
to the ISS.
The Earth is
Yeah, they're chasing
24,901
but they're
miles
chasing a
around.
target. They're chasing a target that's also going 17,500 miles.
Yeah, I know, but if you're going 17,500 miles and you got to go around the Earth once, that's like an hour and a half.
Yes, and they are
If you
orbiting
got to
the
go around
Earth
twice,
multiple
that's 3
times
hours.
in the
You got
time
to
when
go
they are
around 3
closer.
times, that's 4.5 hours. You got to go around 5 times. You guys know the math here. Come on. Why is it taking
But they are,
3 days?
they are decreasing the distance between the capsule and the ISS slowly, because they need to stay at roughly the same speed as the ISS, because otherwise they were either thrown out of the orbit of Earth or pulled back onto the Earth's crown.
Okay,
they
so
have to
how
match
many
that
times?
orbit.
How
They have
many
to match.
times?
They have
How many
to match
times
that
do they
orbit
go
so
around the
carefully.
Earth?
Yeah, they have to match that orbit so carefully. They have to virtually sneak up on it very, very, very carefully. So they take
Okay, how
time.
many
So what?
times, Shoebill? How many times do they go around the Earth before they could dock at the ISS?
Don't care.
You
Okay.
can calculate it. 3 days, 90 minutes. So 90 minutes, one round. How often does it happen in 3 days? But Tora, I have a question.
And the Russians did it in one.
Yeah. They use a different path. But Tora, I had a question regarding just back to the eclipse and if it's the moon or not. 3 questions. Then you can go on as you like. So first question: do you agree that we know the path of the sun in our sky very well, and we can calculate it and predict it very, very well? Do you agree
Yes,
that?
based off previous assumptions. However, I don't know if we 100% know it'll be the case in tomorrow. But yes, based on previous assumptions, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you have date, time, calc, and all that stuff, so we can predict eclipses and all this. So we know where the path will be tomorrow at my location, independently of the shape of the Earth. We know when the light in the sky will be at which position. Okay?
Yeah, with 100% certainty, because if that is the case, then why didn't they know where this satellite that they sent up to Venus back in the 70s, they don't know where it's going to fall
that has
to the
nothing
Earth?
to do with the path.
There's nothing.
Wait. Not deflecting to a different topic. So we can predict the position of the sun on a specific time at the sky. Do you also agree that we can do that with the moon?
Yes, just not for the future, for sure, 100%.
Why
Nothing
not
is for sure
future?
100%.
I mean, like
Because you
tomorrow
can't
or
observe
so.
the future, so you don't
Do
know
you
for
think
100% that
we
everything
can?
is going to act the same exact way.
Do you think we can predict very precisely where the moon will be tomorrow at the sky for a specific location? Like
As long
with
as everything
stellarium or
stays
so.
as long as everything stays exactly the same as it did in the past, tomorrow, yes.
Okay, yeah. Unless the moon just makes a loop-de-loop or so. Okay, so we can predict based on the previous observations where the sun will be tomorrow. We can also predict where the moon will be tomorrow, unless any of those will do a funky move which it hadn't done before, right? So
correct, yep.
Then we also know that at the position where the solar eclipse happens, we know that this is the moon because we predicted the moon exactly at that position at that time. And we also predicted the sun at that position at that time. And if we continue looking, we see that the moon stayed on the path because it appeared back there where we could see it. And how do you then think? And by the way, we could also see pictures of the solar eclipse with with details of the moon, high exposed pictures where you can see actual the surface of
Yep,
the moon
I
in
agree.
front of
I
the
agree.
sun.
Yeah, I agree.
So
That
how
wasn't what the argument was over, though.
so
The
how could it
argument
be
was,
something
is that a
different?
cause?
Something else if we know that both these objects will be at that position at that time.
Well, so are you claiming it is a cause and effect relationship? That every time we see a solar eclipse, the cause of the solar eclipse is the moon, for sure, 100%.
Yes, because we can see it. We literally see the moon in front of the sun.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I think it's interesting you would make a claim for 100% certainty when science doesn't come to the conclusions of truth values like that.
Now, if we can see it, we know we are certain, and that's there.
Yeah, I know, but you haven't eliminated all possibilities in the universe yet.
So next can talk. I'm done. So this is just appeal to magic. It's nothing logical what you come up with.
Not at all. No, it's not. It's just trying
It
to
is.
show to you that it's not a cause and effect relationship. It's a habitual observation. And then, yeah,
No,
it
it's
has
definitely a cause and
predictability.
effect
Yeah,
relationship
because
because
you
we
even
can
admitted to it.
directly
Why are you
observe
interrupting
the
me?
thing.
Why are you interrupting me, sir? You even admitted to it's predictable based on the fact that everything stays exactly the same as it is today and as it has been in the past. Yet you have absolutely no reason to believe tomorrow should follow those laws unless you do have a reason for induction.
How many years have you been around? How many days have you been alive and conscious of what's going on up there?
What does that have to do with anything?
It gives you a very good reason to believe tomorrow will be like it was today.
Okay, yeah, if that's a good reason, then you're saying basically you're just doing what's called begging the question. You're saying, since it has been this way, therefore, even though I can't observe the future, I'm just going to state that it will stay this way without a reason, but my reason is because it has been this way. So you see how you
based on
use the
past
premise,
experience.
that you see how, yeah, you
That's
used
not
your
begging a
premise.
question,
You
though.
used your premise in your conclusion. It has been this
You're
way.
wrong.
Therefore, hold on, let me finish. The logical syllogism for you. It has been this way because up until this point, it hasn't been a different way. Therefore, the future will be the same because it has been this way.
Yeah, the has been this way part is a reason to think it will be the same tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's begging the question. That's your original premise. What you're doing is affirming your. That's what you're
No,
saying.
it's
It
not
has been.
begging the question. You're going off a past experience of all your life. It's not begging the question. It's not something you've never experienced, something you don't know. It's not begging the question.
Okay, what's keeping it uniform like that?
The laws of physics.
Are they subject to change?
Nope. Not that I know of. That would be begging the question.
The laws of physics are not subject to change. So if we go somewhere else in the universe and we see something acting differently than the laws of physics states, what happens?
I don't know why you would even speculate on that. That's begging the
Because it
question.
isn't. It's in the scientific community right now that entropy doesn't act the same exact way it acts here on the Earth, everywhere in the universe. Is the second law of thermodynamics a law of physics?
Yeah, what's your evidence for that?
That I'm just appealing to the authority here. This is what the authorities tell me.
Maybe give us
And
a reference.
exactly what are they telling you?
that the way that entropy works on the Earth may be different in other parts of the universe.
Well, what does that mean? Give us a reference.
Yeah, citation.
What level of certainty are you basing this on? Like for like your speculation and doubt. Like if you were to bet $1 on this, would you bet on your side or the other?
That the laws of entropy can be different. The laws of entropy can be different in another part of the universe than here on Earth.
I would say the majority of your claims across the board. You know, someone said earlier they're 100% certain, and you know, you kind of played the semantic game of nothing can be 100%, which you're correct. But he's using a hyperbole to say basically he's probably 99.99999% certain. And what you're arguing is a level of doubt that's well beyond reasonable. And it's very not practical.
Well, I'm actually looking for an actual justification for your reasoning rather than just begging the question to say, because it seems like it's been that way. That's not an answer.
Well, just on your point, I mean, there is no law of entropy. There's the second law of thermodynamics that says entropy can't decrease. And I, for one, would be very much interested in seeing a reference to something that says somewhere in the universe entropy can decrease. I mean, it's almost a tautology that it can't, because
don't we have like local and global entropy, and local entropy can decrease or global entropy increases? I think
essentially.
Hold on, I'll find this.
Sure, that's right. But that's not a violation of the second law. Second law of thermodynamics applies to closed systems. Yeah.
I didn't say it was a violation. We didn't. Yeah, nobody's saying it's a violation.
It's different, and the only way the law could be different, because you're referring to the second law of thermodynamics, which says that entropy can't decrease. The only way that could be different would be if it said it can.
Well, I think you were just given an example of it.
No, I wasn't. The second law of thermodynamics says that the entropy of a closed system cannot decrease. And the only way that law could be different is if it were that the entropy can decrease. And that I would be very surprised. When you start talking about the whole universe, there are questions as to whether the second law of thermodynamics applies in that case, but that's not about it being different in some other part of the universe. That's not what the question is about.
That's what you just said. You just said in another part of the universe, it could be different.
It's not what I said.
You literally, that's what you stated in the beginning.
Literally not what I said. What I said
Go ahead and repeat it.
What I said is that when you start talking about the system consisting of the entire universe, then there's a question as to whether the second law applies to the entire universe. The second law of thermodynamics talks about closed systems. We know that if you take a chemistry beaker, whatever, you talk about a closed system. It's obeyed everywhere in the universe, because if it weren't, it would mean you could have a beaker in some other planet where the entropy of the stuff inside decreases, and that's just not very likely for lots of reasons that I could tell you. And nobody, to my knowledge, has ever said that the second law of thermodynamics is different in other parts of the universe.
Different rates, I would say, is what I was explaining. It could be at a different rate of increasing or decreasing, but the whole point of what you're saying, but the whole point of what you're saying, the conclusion is therefore the universe is a closed system.
No, it wasn't what I was saying at all. And once again, the second law of thermodynamics says nothing about the rate at which entropy should decrease. It simply says or increase. It simply says that it can't decrease in a closed system.
Okay, and therefore, if everywhere we go that entropy can't decrease in the entire universe, the universe must be an enclosed system.
No, that doesn't follow.
Go ahead and give the refutation.
I'm not even going to do this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you're done.
Wow.
You are trolling.
Yeah, ironic.
Wow.
Torah's cooking today. I love it.
Rob the cheerleader.
That was if Naha is that cooking? Wow, big
Is the necessary antecedent to the law of entropy a closed system? Or the second law of thermodynamics?
The second law of thermodynamics applies to closed systems.
Okay.
It isn't clear how that applies to the entire universe because it isn't clear in the sense that we talk about the second law of thermodynamics. It isn't clear whether closed system or not. The second law of thermodynamics says when you have a defined closed system, in a local environment, local meaning the galaxy if you want, whatever you want, but something that's clearly closed, not the universe, that the entropy of that system cannot decrease. And that law is the same everywhere in the universe, presumably. I know of no evidence to suggest that there's a part of the universe where that law is different. And the only way it could be different would be if it said that the entropy can decrease.
Okay, so let me walk them through it real quick. So the necessary antecedent to the second law of thermodynamics is a closed system. We look out into the universe and we do not see anywhere that entropy is doing something different than what, it may be a different rate, but it cannot increase or cannot decrease, right? Anywhere in the universe.
That's incorrect.
Since the necessary antecedent is a closed system, then the universe therefore must be a closed.
You have to stop. Your second part's incorrect. That's the thing.
Okay,
you
what
keep
I
on
say
going.
wrong? What I say wrong?
You're defining it to the universe. He told you that it's not defined to the universe. It's defined upon a grouping. I don't know what else you define it on. Is
there anywhere in the universe that doesn't apply?
I would say, for my limited understanding, it would be based upon it.
The point is simply that there is no evidence. If you have evidence, I'd like to see it, but there is no evidence to suggest that there are places in the universe where the entropy of a closed system can decrease. That's just nonsense.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. And you're just saying the antecedent to the second law of thermodynamics is a closed system. Therefore, since entropy cannot decrease or increase, I might have it backwards, whatever it is, anywhere in the universe, therefore, since the antecedent is a closed system, the universe would be a closed system.
How about this? It's highly unlikely that it would decrease across the universe. Therefore, we cannot determine whether or not the universe is a closed system or not. That's a better way to say it.
So you're saying there is a possibility that entropy can decrease in the universe somewhere.
I would say the
universe somewhere, right? If you have a closed system, a system that does not have matter transferred to or from or energy transferred to or from, then the entropy of that system cannot decrease. That's the law. It doesn't apply necessarily to the universe as a whole. It applies to closed systems.
Why can you not deduce that or induce that and take it to the entirety of the universe?
Because we don't know whether the universe qualifies as what we call a closed system.
So you believe there's something outside the universe importing energy?
We don't know.
That's the religious part. Is there any effort on your end to get to know besides the we in their efforts?
Well, I do believe that there is something importing energy outside of the universe.
Okay.
We don't know is an answer that a religion or a group, a belief system.
The question that would follow that would be why?
Because we can't see it. I mean, the universe is constantly expanding. You know, it's insane that, you know, the science can state, I don't know this, but I do know this. And when we state, we don't know this, but it's a very low probability that you're arguing, but you're arguing the same thing on the other side. You know, like we're telling you that is a very low probability, like extremely low, of what you're saying is a reality. I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't true, because I can't tell you that, but I can tell you is a very low probability of that being a reality.
And based off habitual observation. And if you think habitual observation is justification, then all you have is correlation.
What else can you explain to me? What else could we have? Because we've explained to you
we can't
math.
have anything else. But then don't tell me that science deals in cause and effects, because you just admitted that's all we have is correlation and habitual observation.
I didn't admit that. I asked you, what else are you asking for? I'm asking
You're saying because
you've
there is
gotten the
no
math.
there
You've gotten
is
the
no
math.
evidence to the contrary. Therefore, you can hold your position in confidence, in a belief, in faith.
My question was, what else? Because you got the math, right? You got you're like he's explaining to you very complex math in English. That's what he's doing. And so you got the math and the English and the explanation, and you got the correlation. What else can be told to you? That's my question to you, because it's not only correlation. You were explained another side of it. So the question now is, what else? What else could be spoken to you for you to understand what you're saying is essentially nonsense?
Okay, that's fine. If you think what I'm saying is nonsense because you don't have a justification for your reasoning for believing it to be true, then that's fine, dude.
That's not why I say it's
I
nonsense.
deal in philosophy. I don't
That's not why
deal
I say
in
it's
science.
nonsense. Well, so if you want to have a philosophical conversation, you can't have a scientific conversation, because
Yes, you can actually, because it's
not really,
epistemology that we're discussing epistemology right now.
I thought we were talking about whatever nonsense you were talking about.
Well, I thought we were talking about stuff we know.
Yes, we were talking about things we know, and
Yeah,
you're
that's called
hearing from.
epistemology.
Okay, you're hearing from someone who knows what they're talking about, and you reject hearing those words, and you keep on asking questions to beg the question when you've received the answer. You've received it in two forms, in correlation and in math. And now I'm asking you again, what else do you need to hear?
That's fine. If correlation and math is sufficient evidence in your opinion, that is not, in my opinion, sufficient evidence.
So what other
It's a
type of
begging the
evidence?
question
What
fallacy.
other types of
There
evidence
is
would
not
you?
going to be evidence for this claim. So then, therefore, I would never claim it as knowledge like I know for sure this to be the case.
And no one has said that, other than the guy messed up and he said 100%, and that's when you dove in on this trove, and I knew what you're going to do, because
Well,
it's
there you
kicking at.
go. Don't say it. Don't say 100%, then, and you
But
won't
he
have to
said
hear my nonsense,
he
bro.
said 100. But his statement of 100% is basically like saying like 99.9.
Well, then just say 99.9 if that's what it is.
And that's what I understand.
I don't even grant you 99.9 because that's arbitrary. Why isn't it 99.8?
Because you're dragging colloquial conversation into precision of science, and it's dishonest, man.
Yes.
And then once the precision is provided, it shifts to logical conversations. And it's like this back and forth dance of not figuring anything out.
Okay, I'll disengage. Sorry, guys.
No, I think you were doing great.
Yeah, go ahead and continue with your conversation about how your model is able to predict everything, but it can't predict a satellite where it's going to land that's been in orbit since 1978. Yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of whack.
Yeah, that's totally whack.
Yeah, I got a cause and effect for you. Because it just happened. I had to pull over and mute myself. I thought I'd already muted myself anyway because I had to do some other shit. So I pulled over because I saw a strap come loose on my load. And I went to go tighten it, and I noticed that a light had gone off in the back of my trailer. And I got a screwdriver. I opened the bezel ring on it, pulled it out, and it turned out that the cord was no longer plugged in, despite the fact that I know that light worked an hour ago. And I plugged it back in, the light came back on. So I think the cause of it stopping working was no contact between the connectors. And I think the effect was that the light went off. And I think the cause of it coming back on was reconnecting that 12-volt DC power to the light. And
okay, so you have a cause for electricity.
So are you saying that's a core? Wait, hold on a second. Don't move to what electricity is. Is that cause and effect, or is that just? It's just that being plugged in is correlated with light coming out of the bulb.
Yeah, from past habitual observations that when the wire is disconnected, the electricity doesn't flow through. Yeah.
How do you know that 100%
Why are you jumping to electricity flowing? What even is that? Why are
because
you?
Because there's a bigger cause to the effect. There's a bigger cause to the effect.
Oh. But is there a cause and effect in making the physical connection between the copper connectors in the bulb and the ones in the wire loom?
No, correlation is all you have. I don't believe there is any. I don't think you have cause and effect in the universe. Yeah, I don't believe cause and effect.
So you just don't believe in cause and effect. Okay,
yeah,
so you're just hung up. You're hung up on definitions. All right, got it.
Hung up on definitions. You don't think it's important to define terms?
I do. I think you're defining them really shitty. I think your ability to define them is like horrendous. But that doesn't mean that it isn't worth having a conversation.
It's not an argument, bro.
No, it's a fucking opinion. Like, do you want me to define opinions?
Yeah, is that what we're here to do? Just talk opinions of people? Is that what we're here?
My opinion is that you're a pedantic, circular, logical fucking jumping bean of a fucking human. Is what my opinion is, and I've got evidence of it in the last 2 fucking hours of talking to you. How about that?
I think you're awesome, Tora. Keep up the great job, Tora.
I thought Canadians were meant to be fucking nice.
I think it's hilarious. This is what ends up happening because you cannot refute any of my arguments. You have to ad hom me. You have to ad hom me in order to prove a point. You feel like you've proven something because you called me a moron. Good job, bro.
You don't even know the definition of ad hoc.
Not hearing anybody when you're both talking at the same time.
Blowbirds are spiraling.
All right, we got it out.
Because like when King talks like this, everyone thinks he's a fucking king of flirts.
Shut up.
No, we get it out. We're good. Let's don't pursue it. Let's don't pursue it. Let's just let it die.
I think you need to mute him, don't you, Left Lane? Or are you?
I don't know. Maybe I might. Just let it go.
Don't mute me.
Focus on
just let it go, man. Let it go. Let's change the subject or something.
Let's keep over talking everybody.
Why do you engage with Why do you engage in philosophy if you don't enjoy it? Like that's just on you. It's all on you, and you're blaming him and attacking him. It's so fucking dumb. You engaged into a philosophical debate, and then you're mad because you're in a philosophical debate. Like
No,
this is your brain.
It's not why he's
Like,
mad.
use
It's not why he's mad.
I'm not even mad. I'm just playing
His
a part.
wife is cheating. He's angry.
You can't blame him. That philosophical debate was a science one 30 seconds before. It just keeps jumping back and forth. So
I call him a jumping bean.
To be fair to Tora, right? Like he obviously understands just as I do that science involves itself in philosophy, whether it admits to it or not. Science can't escape that fact.
Nothing can.
But you
Yeah,
can't
like-
use philosophical arguments to determine what science is. You can't,
Absolutely, you can. Absolutely, you can. And science, that's why scientists, the best theoretical physicists in the world, will often send their papers to the Department of Philosophy to have them review it and make inferences to the best explanation and make it understandable and palatable to laymen.
The people who score the highest on the LSAT
It's why they give them a PhD, Renee. It's why they give them a PhD.
You didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I
Philosophy
said.
does not refute science.
Yes, precisely.
One
You
at a
didn't hear what I
time,
said.
please, you guys. You guys are making this so hard to listen to. If you
Tor is not
talk
saying
one at a time, we can't understand what's being said by
we
the
got it.
one person.
We got it.
No, you don't get it. You keep on talking. You guys are fucking ridiculous.
So again, Torah might hold to the position that philosophy can refute science, which is right. But it does. I'm agreed with him here that philosophy and science are intermingled. Like they can't escape each other. It's just a consequence of. Go ahead.
I didn't say that. My statement was exactly that he's trying to use philosophical and basically semantical arguments to try to refute scientific arguments. You can't do that. I agree that there is.
That's what debate is. You literally just define debate. It's over semantics and philosophy. And it uses, when you enter into debate, you grant the laws of logic.
How do you debate science?
They hate semantics because they
don't. I'm asking a question. Do you debate science? You debate science.
How do you debate science? You debate theories in science, right? Like the gravitation theory.
And then you have experiments, and then you have other things that come out, right? You're trying to do the full debunking of a scientific like theory without experiments, without outcomes, without anything that will disprove the original theory.
This is not my position. This is not my position. This is David Hume's position, bro. This is how they destroyed Western thought and empiricism.
In philosophy, you can do what you're doing. You can destroy thought. You can destroy these things with words and semantics and tricks and things like that. But you can't do that with science. They are most of the time. But you can't do it with science without evidence of the claim.
Science doesn't claim to come to any philosophical truth.
Science comes to the most probable outcome. It would be the way if you could just understand science like this. It tries to point to the most probable real world outcome. That's what it tries to do. And the results of that have come through to be reality more times than it hasn't. And especially in the modern day that we're even looking back to things that we thought were true 20, 30 years ago, and we're having to rewrite it. And things like that.
I disagree with you. I disagree because I don't look out at the world. Yeah, I don't look out at the world and believe they're describing what they show me on television. So I disagree with you.
Hold on. You don't why you think the world's flat then? Or something?
I'm not exactly sure what the world is. It could, I don't know. It's something that I don't think is discoverable by science.
What's the philosophy of how you would figure that out, though?
How the world's flat or not?
Well, I wouldn't even make a claim.
Philosophize me into understanding how to investigate that.
I'm not. I just did. I just told you you're not going to be able to scientifically prove either way.
I didn't ask for science. I asked for philosophy.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to philosophically. You're not going to be able to philosophically prove it in either way. The concept is what even made. No, philosophy will ask you the question. Dude, philosophy will ask you the question, what even makes knowledge possible in the first place?
It could. Sure, why not? We could argue about that, but I can measure the Earth.
How?
There's a number of ways to do it. So are we going to go through all of them individually, or are we just going to admit that we all know there's real ways to measure it?
Yeah, let's get a water level.
Let's do two ways.
Well, are you using a water level to build a fence? What the fuck why are you bringing up a water level?
You know that you can get a 400-meter water level? Did you know that?
Fuck yes, I know you could do that. Why would I use a water level for that though? That's a useless tool to do anything useful with that. I'd rather hire a surveying crew to lay shit out at that size. Like that just doesn't make sense.
Sherbill
Do it the way we've been doing it for years.
$50.
Yeah, but it's like it's just not a very useful tool to tell you anything. Like I want to know where the easements are. I want to know where the road allowance is. I want to know where the property lines are. I want to know where to put the building that we're going to build. I want to know how big it is. I want to know about the topography of the land. I want to know what do I have to stop from running into waterways and shit like that. And that can be measured with a geodetic survey.
Can I explain the water level that you don't understand? Can I explain the water level that you don't understand? Because you don't seem to think that it'll prove or disprove anything. Can I just give you an example?
You can tell me how a water level works, but go ahead, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you have 2 points, what's the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's a straight line, and even on a globe, it would be the chord line, but you'd have a lot of fucking trenching to do.
So it wouldn't be straight then, right? Because chords are
they'd all be straight. A chord is a straight line.
A chord is not a straight line.
A chord is a straight line.
Chord is not a straight line.
A chord is a fucking straight line.
You said go with definitions. A chord is a straight line by definition.
As far as I'm concerned, it is. Is there a curved chord somewhere? Above the chord there is, or below, depending on where you're taking the chord.
Let me answer you. If you have a basketball and you wrap a string around it, is that string a straight line?
Yes, it is.
You're
on spherical geometry. But the chord, that doesn't stop a chord line between 2 points on that basketball. Like if you drilled a hole in either side of the basketball and pulled a string all the way through it and held it taut, that would still be a fucking straight line. It's not a straight line on a sphere. It's a straight line that's a chord to a arc on that sphere. Do you understand that those two things can be true at the same time? Or do we have to get into like super pedantic arguments?
Yeah, because a line can restricted to the surface of a sphere has just 2 endpoints, no angle points. That's why it's called a straight line. But we know it to be an arc on the surface constrained to the surface. So
then it's not a
we
chord.
say the way, so we try to get away from saying straight line and we call it the great circle, a portion of great circle. There you go.
That makes sense to me. No, a chord line is something different. That would be like the line I described where you drill 2 holes in the basketball and pull a line taut. That's chord. And it's still a straight line. They're both straight lines. One's a straight line that conforms to the surface of a sphere, and the other one is a straight line that's just a straight Euclidean line that connects 2 pieces on a circle. But it can be on a sphere.
It doesn't work, buddy.
Yes, you can have a straight line with a curve in spherical geometry. The fact that you don't understand what spherical geometry is doesn't concern me. It means that you need to go find a better dictionary, because the one you've got is pretty pedestrian.
We have working technology. You don't.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
Your arc is not a straight line, so you don't have straight lines on a sphere, and spherical geometry is 2-dimensional. Two-dimensional.
Wow! Holy fuck! I mean, I don't want to hear. I don't want to have ridiculous conversations with people that don't understand the subject matter. This is not useful. We're not getting anywhere. We might as well get Bev in here to give us a fucking geometry lesson at this point.
Wow. Oh.
Is there a circumference going on? It's a circle, yes. Circumference. Okay, so when you wrap a string around that globe, that is a curved line going all the way around. It's not a straight line. So if you don't know what a straight line is, you need to go back to school. You shouldn't even be here. You need a checkup. You shouldn't even be
No
opening your
one
mouth if you don't know
was
what a
talking
straight
about
line
great
is
circles being straight.
between a horizontal line and a curved line. You don't know the difference. Shouldn't even be in
Okay,
it.
walk a straight line between my place and yours on the Earth, then.
I agree with you, Jen.
Yeah, the man
Then
should
we were
be
talking
Because
about
you're
more.
just as dumb as him.
No, you're
Actually,
dumber
you're
than
probably
shit and twice as
dumber
stinky,
than all
mate.
of us here combined if you believe
Yeah.
what you believe.
And by the way, your mouthwash ain't making it, mate. Your mouthwash ain't making it, yeah? Start doing something about that as well. Stupid ass.
Holy
I know.
fuck.
Pointing a finger at someone has three pointing right back, so maybe he's dumber times three.
No, it's just
I may be dumb, but like, holy fuck, you guys are so detached from reality. It's just not funny.
Projecting.
But I'm laughing a little bit anyway.
But you
I'm
can't
laughing a
argue,
little bit.
right?
Focus on the road.
Why'd you get so angry if it's just a...
I'm not angry. I'm pretending.
Oh,
I'm pretending to get myself worked up. I don't give a
Get some
shit.
new mouthwash, buddy. New
I'm
mouthwash.
just pretending.
You don't really care about
You think I really give a shit if a few idiots think the Earth is flat? It doesn't affect me in the least. I don't
He
give a
doesn't
shit.
care, guys. He just said it from his own mouth. He doesn't care.
Why would you pretend?
Because it's
He's
fun.
not
It's
pretending.
funny. It's totally
He's just
funny to laugh at you guys.
Pretender.
Oh, you're really actually just insulting your own intelligence.
Who am I?
He's trying to
Oh,
save
yeah, big
face. That's
time.
all he's doing. He's trying to save face and make it look like he's not getting upset over all this shit. And it's like, no, you get worked up. It's so obvious to anybody.
It is fun. It is fun.
You were just insulting people, right? You overtalk people like, holy shit, right? Your
Children don't even do
voice-
that. Children in
your tone
school don't even
keeps
do that
going
anymore.
up and up and up, and then you just it gets louder and louder, and then to just I'm showing all the signs of anger.
Big
and
time.
I can feel the veins in your temples.
You can't blame him. I mean, he gets asked questions nonstop. He tries his best to answer,
I'm not-
but it's never
I'm
enough.
not blaming anyone. I'm just saying it is what it is. Don't
Yeah, two
deny
people
it,
can be
and then it makes you
bombarded.
look
One
worse.
person can remain calm. The other one can be triggered.
Yeah, if you've got no self-restraint, then
That's right. Lack of self-control.
go with the flow.
Yeah, I got none of that shit.
Maybe even lack of self-love. Because if you can't
Unless
even
you've got
love
some
yourself, how
issues
can
that
you
you
love
want to get off
others?
your chest.
Oh, yeah,
I'm here to
Did any of that shit make the Earth flat? Did any of those stupid comments make the Earth flat? Seriously, any one of
When you
them.
have trouble addressing questions, right, or like conveying your argument, that's when you start getting worked up.
And you
That's
guys
what
are
I mean.
gaslighting him this morning.
Zero trouble. I have zero fucking trouble with any of that. But some of the
you
people
definitely
that
did.
are pretending
you
to
had a
ask
lot of
questions have some trouble with that.
You
I
had
don't
a
think I
lot
had any
of
issues at all. I had no issues at all describing what needed to be described. But a bunch of people that don't have any intellectual honesty or are really fucking dumb made it super funny and super difficult.
How dare you?
I just did. I fucking did it. It was easy. I just said, holy fuck, there's a bunch of numpties in here.
I'm just out of curiosity. Is it possible to have a discussion between people who are not in line with certain conspiracies or conspiracy in general and people who are conspiracy? Is it possible to have a non-hostile discussion?
No, not with people like this. No.
I think I'm an asshole. But there's some,
here,
there's some pretty reasonable
emotional
people.
in the conversation. They get emotionally invested. Absolutely not. It's a
I can
bad
answer your
topic.
question, Zoidberg.
Hey, some people are passionate about this topic. Don't just because they don't numb themselves to the manner that you do, that doesn't mean that they're wrong. For example,
Rory, I'm not saying
you
I'm
have to
numbing
be able
myself
to
to anything.
You have to be able
Why
to
do you
control
stick
your
up for the
emotions
globe, concrete Earth?
to actually convey your point without losing
So real
your
quick
shit.
to answer Zoidberg, I would say it's logically possible. Is that okay?
Nice, man.
Oh, fuck.
Hmm.
So that's it. We're done. Everything's all sorted out. That was great, guys. Thanks.
Okay.
Good chat, guys. Good chat.
Is it possible? Is it possible to have a too much of an open mind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think the mouthwash line done him up there. That little uppercut with the mouthwash line.
You weren't suggesting he was talking shit, were you, Jin?
Does any Glober here actually care about the shape? Or you guys
yeah, and its lack of circumference. Radius.
So if I was to approach this from a different position, I'd say, does it really make much of a difference to my immediate like day-to-day life? I don't know.
You know what? I'm glad you said that. Because it would mean if you are not to take this importantly, then you are pretending to live. Out there, people are telling you that you're living on a globe, and we, the flat earthers, know full well it isn't. So it's very important because it's the one thing that we get, where we get our substance from, you see, right? It was created for us by the Creator. I'm not talking as a religious man here. I'm just talking to as it is, as God has done this. We call it Creator God. He created this planet Earth. It's important to know that. Many people have died not knowing this. Many people, because they believed in the fantasy that the system has put down for us to believe in and live in.
What if you don't believe in God, though?
Oh, well, if you don't believe in God, that's your position. But clearly, it's obvious that God created you. No man created it. God created your sorry ass that doesn't believe in God. That not you, but whoever doesn't believe in God and thinks man did it, well, he's confused there. God created the majesty of God.
Can we get in for a response there, Jen, real quick?
I got a question for Jin. I just want to know how it is that shipping uses great circle routes, spherical math, spherical navigation, but he says it doesn't matter because it's flat. I don't understand that, Jin.
They're using it fraudulently. That's why all that action is happening on a flat Earth. But they're telling you they're using spherical. But it's all happening on a level, actually.
Actually, you know what?
Anybody else?
Real quick, if I can respond to Shoebill, I think that one thing you often bring up, Shu, is how there are technological advancements all throughout the Earth that are dependent on the shape, right? So I guess that I would have to reframe my original statement because how I travel from point A to point B using GPS, like you've talked about before, that definitely is dependent on the shape of the Earth. So I think I'd have to agree with you there.
The greatest advancement, the greatest advancement to Western civilization has been successful and safe and routine navigation. So he wants to deny that or think it's all false. Yet we have, for 20 years now, there's been a scheduled flight twice a week by Qantas Airlines from Sydney to Santiago, and they cannot wrap their head around that.
Whereabouts?
Sydney to Santiago. Sydney to Santiago, a round trip flight. And yet they want to say, oh, the wind, except the wind doesn't necessarily follow the wind doesn't follow the Great Circle Route. And by the way, the plane has to fly back from Santiago to Sydney, so it'd have some incredible stupid headwind, which would also make it further impossible.
That's a really good point. And I'm navigating with GPS right now, and it works. Doesn't matter how crazy far they send me out into the bush. I live in a country where there's no cell service for like hours and hours over the road, and the GPS coordinates bring me to the right place.
Yeah, they're pretending the distances are not known, or we're being lied to about the distances, yet time over distance and miles per hour and fuel consumed are not only just perfectly well known, they're also demonstrated in the entire fucking world in every industrialized country, for at least with aviation, for the past nearly 100 years, and for for marine navigation for centuries. But it's fraudulent? Are you fucking kidding me, Jen?
Works in trucking too. It works in trucking. It works for cars. It works for motorcycles. It works for everything. Everything travels. Now, you could say that the roads are laid out, but the fact of the matter is these roads wouldn't be the lengths they are. Things wouldn't be the distances they are from one another accurately all over the globe if it weren't a globe.
Are you Canadian, sir?
I've heard Flurf say Australia hasn't even been measured yet.
Canadian. Where the fuck you think I'm from there, by?
Lasers respond the way they do over flat plains, right? That's where we're going.
The only flat plains I've ever seen are ones that went through the crusher.
What about the salt flats? About like a 28-mile laser shoot, perfectly straight line. They can see the receiver.
But even those salt flats are perfectly flat.
Kansas State, 400 miles.
It's a great place. It's a great place to prove how well a theodolite works.
Yeah, no, it's not how it works. You're gonna use a theodolite 28 miles. You dumb shit. Good job. Good fucking job with that.
Limited tool, mate. Limited tool. You don't know your tool.
No, just let them keep going.
Regardless of
Are
what
you kidding me? Are you kidding me? A purpose-built theodolite 20 purpose-built theodolite 28 miles isn't even
limited tool, and you know it. Be honest with me.
Are you speaking from experience?
It's like just
which model of theodolites do you routinely use?
It doesn't matter, mate.
Yes, it does matter.
It's a fucking limitation on the tool.
No, it's purpose built for that. I can measure. I can measure just as good an angle to Polaris as I can to a radio tower.
No, we're talking 28
You're not
miles
measuring
out.
from Polaris, are you? You're just getting the.
Can you guys talk kilometers so I can understand what the fuck you're talking about?
We're not talking angle.
Whatever.
We're talking distances here, straight out.
Yeah, I know. An angle to a target at a distance.
Oh man, this guy's insane.
I don't think these guys know how math works.
Yeah,
they don't know how anything works, and they're talking without any. They're talking without any field experience.
Can you explain how refraction with a laser works over 28 miles?
Yeah,
dance for me, Larry.
Yeah,
I could explain that, but what does that have to do with the theodolite?
Yeah, but laser is light, and it refracts like all other light.
Have you got a try?
Oh, it does. Lasers refract like every other light.
Yes, it does.
How so? What's causing the laser to reflect?
The same thing that causes all refraction.
You don't even have to.
Bro, you can't play arrogant and ignorant at the same time. Pick. You either know and you're telling him, or you're asking him and you don't know.
Two-bill don't even have to have a retro reflector to shoot some mental distance. You just like, boom, got it. Imagine
mental
that.
Distance?
Like he didn't answer the question.
How do you shoot mental distance? Can someone help me with that one?
I don't know what the fuck that even means.
You project with your mind and use telekinesis. That's how.
He's a professional.
Do we have telekinetic surveying? That's a fucking new one. I love that.
You got a truck?
Hey, I'm open to try it, man. If we can think just hard enough, maybe we can measure the shape of the Earth.
If I think just enough, I can start vibrating with the same frequency as the atoms around me, so I can pass through walls. Yeah, true. It is the case. It is the case.
What units are used for mental distance? I wonder.
I hope it's kilometers, because like you guys are freaking me out with all these miles. Okay?
One mentat per square parsec.
Fucking theodolite guessing the shape of the Earth. You're absolutely just fucking. I'm sure if you're sure.
Man, that British accent is
regardless
so thick.
of what you're thinking,
so thick.
Little teeny weeny heads.
So you don't have to insult.
And
I've heard
Shoebill
all afternoon, yeah. And you like to.
Please don't insult the gentleman from the UK.
Hold on one second.
Like to gang up on people, and you don't like it when someone's got the bollocks to stand up for themselves.
No, I don't think it's conducive to a good conversation if we just insult each other. That's what I'm saying, man.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
It's funny listening to you, though. Kubel, the priest, giving out his measurements with his theodolite.
I think, you know what, from my persistent involvement in these surveys and in discussions. I found out like we all want to know the truth, and we all don't, even if we're not using it in our daily lives, like the shape of the Earth, we still want to know the truth, right? We all want to know where we live.
Why has it got to be a shape?
I think accusing each other of lying is definitely not helping get to that truth, because that's just delaying the inevitable, right? Like, but
but a curved line is not straight. You ask any child that, they're going to tell you. When you hear a grown-up saying that, you know the.
Did you say a curved line is not straight? I mean, that's trivially true.
Yes, thank you.
Well, you better tell your boys about that.
That's what the other side is saying, isn't it? The other side is saying that a curved line is straight.
Steve, there's the dishonesty.
No. That's not what they're saying, though.
That's not what was said.
They're saying a great circle straight.
They're talking about you.
You're saying a curved line is straight.
It depends on the perspective.
That's not stupid. It's not mistaken. It's dishonest.
Guess what else they say? You can fly around the globe. You can fly around the globe, and you won't be upside down. That's another stupid thing they say.
You won't be upside
down. Only Smurfs say that.
But to address that other
that's what
point,
you say. You cannot be upside down. You will be upside down in reality. So
no, you'd be in total. That's not the same as being upside down.
Upside down in perspective.
You can be
for
upside
what?
down, but you're not upside down. The
But in
curve is saying you
perspective
can't
of what,
see it.
though?
Captain, they'll be asking you if it's straight.
upside down in perspective to, I mean, Jin, by that point you're sideways right now because you're in Japan.
You see, well, that's right. I should be sideways on that ball. I should be, because that's reality. But I'm not. Because I'm not on the ball.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
It's not a straw man. That's reality. It's not a straw man. That's reality.
I mean,
yeah, people are perpendicular.
If you want to buy into the magic ball of the Globus, that's up to you. I don't buy into the magic ball. I'm living in reality, and they're bringing me a stupid magic ball. I tell them about their ass. Your magic ball doesn't work in reality, okay? Now fuck off with it.
Brilliant.
I've got a magic 8-ball that says otherwise.
Well, that's working on a flat surface. That 8-ball ain't going over any curves. It's operating on a flat, linear, slated pool table or billiard table. Thank you.
Instead of being humble and trying to find out the truth by working with others, you do this.
I'm a champion at this. You better believe
it. That's terrible. Then you're a champion at being a terrible person.
I am a champion at telling the truth, no matter how much it hurts. I told you before, I'm not a nice guy.
What if people don't believe that that's the truth?
Not a nice guy to the Globers. I never will be. I'm not a nice guy when it comes to this topic matter. I'm never going to be nice. I'm going to tell you it as you deserve to hear it when you are lying. Sorry.
See, how do you think you're lying?
We're not just dealing with
a mistake. I can forgive you for one mistake, but you keep making a mistake, it's all over. Sorry. Punishment. Jin, the Punisher.
Thank you.
That's kind of cringing.
Punisher.
Jin's gonna go down in the history
I'm allowed
books.
to do that. I'm 63. I'm allowed to do that. Punisher. I'm gonna punish you.
So like, if you just want to do like, just compare, let's say a flat model. If you ask a question, what's on top of your flat Earth? What's on the bottom of your flat Earth? Could you answer those simple questions?
Oh yeah, I could answer those questions for you gladly. I would say on the top of the Earth where I live on, obviously there's mountains, valleys, lakes, ponds, rivers, what we observe on the top. Mm-hmm. Underneath, I do not know what's underneath. I can tell you what might be there within 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers, because Russia drew that hole. All that evidence and material is there, but I can't tell you any more than that, really. I haven't explored the deep depths of the ocean, okay? But I can't answer any underneath. I can't tell you. I haven't been there.
But I believe in I believe in the shallow ocean theory, Jen. I think the oceans are much shallower than they present to us. And all of these government organizations like OSHA and whatever, I think they're lying to us.
Well,
so if I were,
I don't think the Mariana Trench is so deep. I think it's a lie. There is no way to prove it.
Well, I mean, there is a way of proving it. Of course, we can prove it.
How?
People have gone down there, haven't they? They've gone down that deep. That's why. You got what's his name?
The director. He's a government show. I don't believe him.
August Picard's hang on. August Picard's son went with a naval officer or a naval marine officer, and they went down into this submarine yellow-looking thing.
A military man, a government shill. Why should I believe him?
No, I don't call all military men government shills.
No.
Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. The ones who die are not shills. Sorry. The ones who are in the higher echelons, the colonels and the commanders and the brigadiers and the generals.
Yeah, I think they're lying to us. I think the Titanic did not sink so deep because the ocean is not that deep. I think that they just destroyed the Titan submersible because they didn't want others to find the truth.
So by that logic, then you're a flat earther, right? Because then you don't believe NASA.
Yeah.
By that.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. No, I believe in the globe. I just think that the oceans are not that deep.
You know, the ocean is.
So you're
the
just
ocean
a
is
dumb
deep.
conspiracy theorist, in other words.
Yeah,
No. I'm taking a lesson from my compatriots here, from their books, right?
Yeah, he's just following your line of inquiry.
We don't operate like that. So now you're taking the mickey out of us now. We don't.
No, I'm not taking the mickey of
the
anything.
ones.
I truly believe
the
that the
ones.
oceans are shallow.
Okay.
Good.
We have for example the Caspian Sea, which is being drained, right? And it's not as deep as people say it is, right? We can see the bottom of the sea, and it's not that deep.
See, I wouldn't even care. I'd be like, cool. That's what you think. That's what you think. All good. I wouldn't build like a community around attacking a community that doesn't agree with me. I think that's just nonsense.
Nobody's attacking shallow Earth. At least not for now.
Right. So you're safe. Nobody's going to build that community. That's good.
You feel attacked for your beliefs?
No, flat earthers, we get attacked every day, get muted, and get banned in places.
No, I think there's an
knowledge, not our beliefs, but our knowledge.
It's 100%.
Yeah, I'm gonna post something in chat. This is in relation to shallow Earth. Yeah.
How come you don't?
Light cannot reach beyond 1,000 feet, and they use radar to scan the depths of the ocean, meaning that the depths are less than 1,000 feet. Shallow Earth.
How come you don't support concrete Earth? I mean, concave Earth.
He's not talking about concave Earth.
My conspiracy about shallow Earth is much more scientifically sound than flat Earth.
Concrete Earth.
Concrete Earth made of concrete.
Well, now you're being insulted.
Do flat earthers and hollow earthers, do they hate each other?
We never mentioned.
Do flat earthers and hollow earthers hate each other?
There's more hate in the globe community. You can see what happened to James Storm, right? He's a Glober, but all the attacks he's facing. So Glober on Glober violence is a real thing. Glober on Glober violence is a real thing. It actually goes beyond violence.
Yeah, what were you saying, Eden? Who attacked each other?
Oh yeah, the Globers attack each other viciously. Like, you just look what happened to James Tour and all the other Globers that aren't evolutionist believers, right? Or
James Tour.
James Tour is not an evolutionist believer.
Yeah,
I know when you bring up like relativity, they start getting heated at each other. Ooh. So in fabric of space time, you start bringing up that. Oh,
well, I mean, Tour also tries to like push back against an entire field of science that isn't his specialty, but claims as it is.
Yeah, and it's like you listen to them, and some of them don't agree with the mainstream model either. When they talk about it, it's like, well, that doesn't match the model.
Yeah, and I've heard a PhD call in this room call another PhD a crackpot, and they're both Globers.
Yeah.
By the way, Jen, if you believe that the Soviet Union, known liars and communists, actually drilled 12 kilometers under the surface, then you are a fool.
Well,
the Soviet Union, liars and murderers communists are telling the truth about this is ridiculous.
Yes, it's
the
very,
Earth is shallow.
It's absolutely very possible that they could be telling the truth.
No, they're not. They're liars.
Just
They're
because
communists and
cut
liars.
throats and murder. Just because they're cutthroats, murderers, rapists of children, mean that they can't tell the truth sometimes.
I will never trust a rapist of a child.
So here's a question. So let's just say they kept drilling in the flat Earth model. What's on? Like, does it just go through to space?
No, same as the globe, isn't it? It's a
There it is. He showed his hand. We have a flat disc in space floating around. There you go. So that's the model.
Renee, there's three different models.
I'm
you got
asking
the Flat Earth Society, you got Infinite Plane, and you got the biblical Flat Earth.
Hey, at least he didn't say turtle model. You know.
Well, I'm comparing it to the globe model.
Yeah, that's
you know, I'm comparing it to the globe model of an orb that is in space.
That's what most globes do when they think of the flat Earth. They conceptualize it.
Okay,
you know?
so help me conceptualize essentially the
There's
so I have
model.
a
There you go. There's no
we
model.
don't even know. We don't know. We don't know, man.
So the thing is when I can answer those basic questions of
but then we can tear them apart, and then you still.
So tear this apart.
Your model's right.
But that's what I'm saying. So if you tear it apart, but you don't, though. That's the thing.
You just don't acknowledge
we tear the globe apart.
Any claims against your model, you don't acknowledge them. You don't accept them. You move past
Can you tell me a claim
you
against
just
the globe
talk
model?
around them, right? Kind of like
Can you tell me a
claim
claim
now?
Can you tell me a claim against the globe model?
There you go.
Lasers, salt flat, boom, 28 miles. How does that happen on a globe? It can't.
Yes, it can.
Kansas State, 400
Okay,
miles
how?
flat.
Explain it.
100 miles.
Explain it. You just said it can, so explain it.
Then take lasers down on the salt flat and turn them on. Boom, lasers on the salt flat.
There you go. That's the right answer. Congratulations.
What's your answer?
That's what I'm saying. You just don't address it. You just talk past it. Now we're on to something else.
You're saying that this laser.
Another topic.
So you're saying that this laser is flat on the ground and it shoots straight across the salt flat and it reaches 28 miles.
But it's not. But it's not flat, right?
There are probably portions of it that are super flat because of the creation of that area. But at the same time, like I'm trying to understand.
It doesn't exist on your model.
Yes, it does. You can have a flat surface on a globe. Yes, you can. You can condense it down. There are multiple places. It's not a uniform.
There's no flat spots on a sphere. I'm sorry.
That's not how
we didn't say we say spherical and globe. So yes, I agree with you. There are no flat spots on a sphere. No one says the globe's a sphere. No one says the globe's a sphere. We said it's a globe. It's like some oblique spheroid. If you want to be like
spheroid. I know oblate spheroid, which means it's
isn't it more like a
yes, spheroid means of a circle, looks like, resembles of, but not purely that. It's a shadow of a sphere. It's oblique in places where there can be flat
spots.
Potentially, yes. Are there 28 miles? I have a question. Are there 28-mile oceans? Are there 28-mile oceans? Yes or no?
All right, so all the oceans. All right,
are there 28-mile oceans? Yes or no?
The Salt Lakes, everything's flat.
Are there 28-mile oceans? Yes or no?
Yeah, like 70% of
are there 28-mile oceans? Yes or no?
I agree. No, I agree with you. I agree.
So,
I think 70% bare minimum.
So in your model, that water always finds its level. That would be a 28 whatever from Atlantic to the Pacific.
Guy.
That would be forever. That would be forever.
You're trying to peg me to some
forever and ever and ever until the day you die. Water will always find its level. It will that statement.
This is the model I'm talking about.
That's how permanent. That is a permanent.
This is the statement I'm talking about right
water
there.
Is permanent,
do you agree with that statement that he's just said? So we could now that you just claimed confusion about me trying to implicate a model, and I just got religious basic fervor of my claim. Do you support that claim?
You actually got facts. You got facts.
Water do you support the facts that he presented?
Until we all die, if you will.
Do you support the facts that he presented?
Yeah,
are you asking me if I support what Jin's putting out?
Yes.
Have a conversation with Jin.
rigorous.
I'm asking. So Jin said that water always finds its level. Do you support?
Shit.
Oh, so you support that, correct?
At rest, yeah. A body of water at rest will find level.
Okay, so in your model, there's the ability for there to be a 28-mile flat plane, correct?
There are 400 miles.
Are you? Is this your way of answering your laser? Right?
This
Instead
is my
of
way
like
of telling
answering
you
the question,
this is my way of saying to you that there are ability to have flat surfaces even on.
What does any of this have to do with a laser on a globe being able to see at 28 miles? Zero.
So
but this is what I mean. This is what I mean. You can't explain it, right?
Flat,
You know damn well you can't explain it, so you talk around it.
I know. I
because you don't know how to
didn't. I
address
spoke
it.
directly to it. I just did.
But
I
you
told
still
you.
believe it.
I told you. I spoke directly to it. I said. Yes, I did. You said the world's a sphere. I said it's not a sphere. It's an oblique spheroid. You say, oh,
no, yeah,
word.
it's oblique spheroid. Yes, but what about this laser thing? Is so special. Who did it? Who did it? Who did the laser that you're talking about?
Oh, I forget the name of the group.
It was Epicor.
It was in
Epicor, was that
Concave. The Brazilian guys.
The Brazilian guys did it. They did a 24-mile one.
It was another group.
Those have a little Martian friend named Bilu.
FE Core, maybe?
No, I want to talk particularly about this observation that you're talking about is evidence for flat Earth.
I didn't say it's evidence for flat Earth. I just said it doesn't work on a globe.
Okay, why not?
I said,
why
I
not?
can pick your globe apart. You said, go ahead, do it.
Well, no, I want to know why a laser. You can't just say laser on a flat. You got to tell what they did and how they came to the determination that it lacked any curvature.
They shot the laser with a target, right, at the height of the laser, and the laser hit.
That's why I'm asking who done it, because I've never, ever seen a laser test done where they actually had a laser hitting a target at 28 miles.
No, they did it in Salt Flats.
miles.
They're doing it right now in overseas. Where is it? England. I think it's England. You're gonna make me look up these videos now?
I mean, I've seen them. I assume that I've seen them all. Maybe there's one I haven't seen, but I would probably guess I've seen them all. And none of them you could draw any conclusions on the shape of the Earth from.
Well, it disproves it. You can draw the conclusion that would not work on a sphere because the landmass would be blocking it.
No, you
I
can't draw that
disagree.
conclusion.
Why
I
not?
disagree.
That's what. All right, you. all that shit, right? You can get a general idea of where it's going to be, right?
Yes, you could. Yes,
Hey,
you could. Yes, that could. Yes, you
so
could.
where? So where? Generally speaking,
it would
where's
be,
it going to be?
within the realm of the reflection model. I don't know. Like that's like you're asking a very fucking stupid question a bit, and you're not giving me any direction of rationality. Like I ask you where like you shoot it and where is it going to be? You move it up. Like that's your problem with being flat earth. You don't understand relative like you need something to define up. You need something to define these things. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking silly. Can I just have 2 minutes, please? 2 minutes, please. Listen, the distance that my colleague Rigorous, who's been very rigorous today, is talking about is 25 miles. The curvature that you would be experiencing to expect would be 460 feet of curvature. So if we remove the Earth's hang on, please. If we remove the Earth's atmosphere, so we've got no atmosphere, it's dry. Okay, and then I fire that laser beam, I won't be able to hit my target because Earth's physical curvature would block the laser beam from hitting the target 416 feet. Okay, so now we're back on Earth with the atmosphere now. We're still hitting the target, okay? Still hitting the target. How can you explain it? You can't explain it away with refraction of 416 feet of curvature. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, so your number of 416 feet, what is that based on? Because I don't think that's accurate. I think that's
point A to point B, point A to point B, using the Google Earth calculator. Straight shot. It's the curvature you would expect to encounter is 460 feet. So that target would be behind that, and I wouldn't see it. Okay, but we're seeing it, hitting it. That's just 25 miles, by the way.
Across a lake, right?
It could be across. It could be across a lake. It could be across land, even. But in this case, it was across Lake Titicaca. I'm saying that if we remove all the atmosphere, take out the lake water, the water from the lake, remove that. We're going to hit that target straight and dry, no refraction.
According to your gospel.
But the point I'm making is this, that the Earth's curvature should block the laser beam because it's 416 feet of curvature. So it's going to be in the way. There's no way I'm going to hit that target, but yet we hit the target. Give me refraction. It doesn't refract to 416 feet. That's ridiculous.
I don't hold on.
I'm gonna return you back to Rigorous, who's doing a very rigorous job. Go ahead, my man. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm kind of over it. I know he's not going to answer it. I know he can't answer it.
So over 25 miles. Oh, I said 25. Sorry. I'm trying to answer your question, dude. I just don't understand what you're asking me, and I'm trying to figure it out. And if you want to call me a retard and all that other shit, that's fine. So the formula they use is 8 inches per mile squared. Convert to feet, 416 feet, 417 feet of expected curvature. So this experiment was done, and you're saying that the end conclusion is that it hit
No, I'm saying
target.
hypothetically. This is all hypothetical.
So now we're back.
Because I'm not digging up sources.
All right. Okay. Hypothetically?
Yeah, just hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically speaking, like was said earlier, you could try to calculate this. Does it equal that amount? I don't know. I'll look up the refraction. It could depend on the atmosphere, depend on the time of day. It was stated earlier that refraction is less than it is at night, but that was refuted. You know, multiple things about this experiment that I'm supposed to accept to be actually have happened has inconclusive results. And
the problem is you don't know what refraction is. That's the problem. No, you don't.
Yes,
okay, what is it? What is it?
He didn't know what refraction was.
What is it?
Can I get an answer? Can I just get an answer?
Listening.
Isn't it just the bending of light through a medium?
Yeah.
That's what I said earlier, but
That's what I thought you
that's
said
the
earlier
problem.
To where it should be,
Yeah.
like a guess, just a guess, a ballpark figure.
You got a citation for that? Because I
Wait, but
posted a citation.
doesn't he have to do the
I
calculation for
posted
that
a
based off of?
citation.
We need so
Let's
to
see,
do the
what if-
calculation. So tell me all this information. I need to know what time of day it is. I need to know the temperature. I need to know the water. I need to know the consistency of that because it could be releasing sulfur or something like that. I need an atmospheric survey of all of those factors, and then I can tell you whether or not these things can be the case. I can't do it based off of just refraction. Refraction depends on different things.
You can agree it looks flat, though, right?
Yeah, that's not enough. So who was asking for the definition for refraction? And what did we say? We said it was the bending of light, right?
Yes.
So here's a definition. Refraction is the bending of light, the bending of a wave such as light or sound as it passes from one medium to another.
There we go.
Wow. So you admit there's two mediums. Thank you.
What do you?
I don't think anybody disagreed with that.
Said the bending of light, light or sound through a medium, not two different mediums, right?
A temperature gradient.
Read it again. Read it again.
Changes, that means that the medium changing also. So air with the different density would be, different medium technically.
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't agree that it's going to lift up an object 25 miles away from 416 feet up in the air, so I can see it from my position.
It depends on the amount of refraction.
I'm hitting it with the laser beam, but what's happening is that I'm hitting the target with my laser beam, but somehow refraction is assisting on that. Ridiculous.
Do you have can you post this thing that you're talking about? We need to know
I did give the link many times in the last 45 to an hour we've been talking about it. It's called The Convexed Earth, the full documentary. I said it about an hour ago now. So click on it.
Talking about the one that was done down in South America where all those people were actually paid to do that, and they were actually turned out that they were lying.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay.
The one we're talking. That's what I'm talking about. It's called The Convexed Earth. The full documentary, Lake Titicaca, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, they're not lying because you actually see them do it.
The one done by the people that were proven liars.
They're not proved like those people were never proved liars, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. You had one, like I've said before, you had one individual who had some kind of criminal tendencies years ago. Yes. Before he did this flat earth thing, everybody deserves a second chance. And like I've said, if every single one hang on a minute, please. If every single one of them were cutthroats, rapists, murdered all your families, but they still prove flat earth, okay? That doesn't go away. Doesn't matter what they did. They could be the worst killers on earth. They proved flat earth.
How confident are you in their measurements?
That is worthy of mentioning. Thank you. I'll stop there.
How confident are you in their measurements?
On a flat earth. That's how confident I am. I'm living on flat earth. Why would you ask such a stupid question? How confident?
I mean, I'm not confident because you really can't show.
That's you. That's a you problem. That's a you problem.
I mean, I need more than just hearsay.
That's a you problem. That's a you problem. Sort yourself out. Go and sort yourself out. Get yourself fixed up, man. Go fix yourself up.
Watch the video.
Don't cry to me about it. Don't cry to me about it. Don't cry in the river.
What do you mean you need more than? What do you need? What do you mean? What do you mean you need more than just hearsay? I mean, the entire globe is hearsay.
I need to see the actual laser hitting an actual target.
He said the entire globe.
I need to see the actual curve and not just assume one.
Total statement.
It's called convex Earth.
Wouldn't refraction keep the laser from hitting the target on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Probably.
It was.
If you factor in the radius, it's going to cause some serious problems.
I'm saying even on a flat Earth, wouldn't it have problems?
I mean, that's just a no-brainer. Once you add to the calculation, it's like It's gonna do all kinds of shit. It's gonna match a fucking sphere.
What if I shoot a laser from, I don't know, 10 feet across 15 miles and I hit the top of a building?
Why are you asking me a laser question when I asked you guys one? You won't even answer it. Now you're gonna put it back on me.
Hypothetical nonsense.
Dumbass shit.
Say.
We did answer your question. I don't know why you keep on saying that.
No, I asked. All I want
I'm
to
going
know
to
is
say
where
to you,
the,
can you level your, can you
laser's
make sure
gonna
your
end
spirit
up.
level, sorry, can you make sure your laser beam is level? Level your laser beam properly. You haven't done it properly.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I said, hypothetically speaking, where would the laser end up? Generally, like a general location. I never got to answer that.
And all of that depends on atmospheric conditions.
If the laser's level,
Yeah,
right,
so pick
parallel with the water.
Pick the highs and the lows.
Okay, so
the
if
atmosphere.
the laser's level and parallel with the water, it should hit at the same exact height, right? Yeah. So when I shoot a laser across a body of water and it hits the top of a building, what am I supposed to assume?
Did you do that?
Technically, yeah.
No, you shot a camera. That's not a laser.
Properly. You haven't set it
Don't
up
lie.
properly. You set it up wrongly. Is what I'm going to
Technically. So back to the laser question.
Properly.
Okay.
Back to the laser question. You were asking. You wanted the variables, something to do with like you wanted the weather, right? The weather.
Yes.
Just take your highs and your lows, right? I'm not asking for complete precision down to an inch. Just take like whatever the temperature could be, like the highs and the lows, right?
Okay.
And then what's your other factor?
There's other factors.
Yeah, such as.
I don't know. Like you
Moisture
said,
content,
fog,
humidity.
fog. Yeah.
Did all the factors.
Yeah, so we'll say no fog. We'll say, I don't know. What do you want to take? You want to take like something like 60? Is that good? 70% humidity in the air?
Yeah, and then depending on the difference in temperature at the surface compared to difference in temperature.
Standard.
All right, we'll say what's I don't know, what's the typical?
I don't know the answer to these.
If you have
what's an extreme case
at the surface, then you're going to get a lot of refraction.
All right, what's an extreme case? 120 degrees?
No, like 100. I don't know how they measure it, but it's like definitely something like high.
If you see lots of mirage,
20% humidity.
All right, let's say 20 degrees. 20 degrees temperature difference.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of miraging. Possibly, yeah. But that's, I mean,
all right, well, I'm just giving you variables. That's it.
Yeah, but it's
throwing shit out there. You guys want to hypothetical.
high altitude, it's going to be less.
Yeah,
that's
but what we're saying is within those variables that on the globe model, that laser beam can do exactly what you said. We just don't know those variables to sit here and tell you the answer.
So what? I just gave you random variables, and I just asked you the projection of the laser.
If
why do you need the final?
You heard. He said if there's that 20 degree, you heard if there's that 20 degree gradient, there's going to be a lot of miraging. That's refraction.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, so that's like massive.
So that's extreme. So that would be extreme. I would say 419 feet is an extreme. Would you say that distance is within a definition of extreme that you would accept?
Your miraging won't bring that back.
Would 419 or 17 feet be an extreme? Could that be? Yeah. Could that be to you?
To me, I would say it's impossible. 419 feet to go around a curve with a laser.
That's impossible. Okay, so nothing's impossible.
I think it is.
This is the crazy thing. The word nothing's impossible. Nothing's impossible. So that you can't build your argument.
It's possible.
So it's possible.
Feet refraction.
So it's
nothing's impossible.
Nothing's impossible. So
right,
it's possible for something else to eclipse the sun besides the moon.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes.
Damn, that was
theoretically.
Subject.
Yeah, go on.
No, I said that was quick to change the subject to the eclipse.
It was a joke, dude.
No, I mean nothing's impossible. The Earth may be flat. That's not. That's
right.
Nothing's impossible. Nothing's impossible. So now let's open your mind Now that nothing's impossible. Now answer this question.
Where's the laser going to end up?
No. Answer this question. Is 419 feet within the realm of the term you chose to use extreme? Would that be an extreme to you? Or within the realm of extreme? Yes, okay.
25 miles. Gradually.
So remember how you kept on saying I didn't answer questions? Remember, do you remember saying that I didn't answer questions? Do you remember saying that?
I'm trying to answer you.
Are we going to go down this road?
Okay, so you do remember saying that.
Come on.
You do remember saying that. So like I said,
so you don't want an answer?
If yes.
All right,
is that
then shut the fuck up. I'll answer it, guys. I don't have any problems. Not dodging you.
Go.
I'm trying to say, for that laser to go 25 miles and have a consistent bend with the curvature of Earth, yeah, I think that's damn near impossible.
Well, first of all, you have to confirm that what he's saying is actually what happened. I think you're kind of just blindly believing that can happen.
Yeah, I don't think
it's just a hypothetical.
I mean, what's the point of having a laser beam?
Okay, so no, hold on. I was told to shut the fuck up so he answered the question. I was told to shut the fuck up so he can answer the question. I was told to shut the fuck up so he can answer the question, and he didn't answer the question.
You're talking. You're not letting me speak.
I'm not talking to you. He told me to shut the fuck up so he can answer the question.
It's a laser bend. It's a laser
bend.
Did I
miss the question?
No, you didn't answer the question.
Laser curve beam.
You didn't, and you went back. You didn't answer the question, and you went back to saying that it's impossible.
Up your nose. You're doing too much coke up your nose as well.
You're the one who has bad mouthwash.
But like, I said it's damn near. But what was the actual question? Then,
so here's if you can just answer this, yes or no, you can just answer the question. Would 419 feet be extreme? Yes or no?
Over 25 miles, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So you asked a question and you were given an answer that says there can be extreme variations within the criteria
within
that you
the
laid out.
Context of refraction.
Yeah.
In the context of refraction, extreme. In the context of distance, 400 whatever it is feet, extreme. They're not relatable, buddy. I don't know why you're trying to draw parallels.
I have a question. Do you think it's more possible to
just answer the question?
What's the question? What's the question?
Where's the laser going to end up? You asked for variables. I gave you the variables. I don't know what more you want from
me.
The
laser will end up within an extreme.
Yeah, so you're gonna dodge it. So all this nonsense, so you can run from the question.
Do you want a number? Do you want a number?
You're not even answering the question. Answer it. Don't give me.
I'm okay with you not answering. I don't care. I don't fucking know, right? You could be honest. It'd be like, I don't fucking know. Who the fuck knows? And I'll say, okay, that's cool.
This is the problem. It's just like, okay. I told you when you asked me this question the first time, I told you I don't know.
Stop the coke, man.
I told you I don't know. I told you that. I said, I don't know. It would be within, and then you asked the question, how would I explain that? And then I said, I would probably say some form of refraction, right? I'm just trying to go through this so you understand what you're saying to me. So now we're at you tell me.
You're just trying to narrate a new story? Is that what you're doing? Trying to write a new book?
Now we're at you tell me where the laser's going to go. I told you I don't know. I told you I could maybe figure it out.
That's where we're at now. That's where we're at from the beginning. From step one.
I'm talking about where we're at now. 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 And I said, okay, I need these variables. You hear a variable. So now I ask you a question. 417, 419 feet, could that be defined within your idea of extreme? You said yes.
In relation to what?
So
No, I didn't say yes. I didn't agree with you. I just said you're taking it out of context. I addressed that. I addressed that. You're trying to put it in. You're trying to put extreme refraction in context of 416 feet. We're talking about distance, and then we're talking about refraction. You want to make it all convoluted like this? No, it's not how it works, buddy.
What's convoluted about what I've said? Explain that.
Because you're trying to say extreme refraction is equivalent of 416 feet. It's not.
So to you, 416 feet is not like you're saying it's impossible. It's outside the reality. I don't know that because I don't know the numbers. And I don't know the variables. But I'm pretty sure if it hit that light and we live on a curved Earth, that's why it happened. But at the same time, I can't tell you. I can't tell you where it's going to go. I can't do that without all that information. I can't. And the crazy thing is, I can't even replicate it. That's the thing. I can't do it over and over again because those variables are going to change. So, like I said,
that's a good point. That's a good point. What if all the variables kept changing, right? But you did it multiple times and got the same result.
That would lead a lot towards your conclusion, but that's not what happened.
I don't have a conclusion. I'm just
your conclusion is that the world's not circular. Your conclusion that the world is not. Your conclusion is the world is not curved. Your conclusion.
I'm asking for what your conclusion.
Your conclusion is the world is not curved. That's your conclusion.
No, I don't have a conclusion in this.
So what's the point of talking then?
I gave you a hypothetical and asked you what would happen.
And I told you.
That's all this discussion's about. No, you never told me where the laser would end up. You never told me where the
running away
laser would
from
end
your
up.
position, man. Stop running away from your position. Your position is the Earth is not a sphere. Stop running away from it.
It has nothing to do with the hypothetical.
Yes, it does.
Absolutely nothing. You guys just want to pivot away to not address what the hypothetical is.
We addressed it. We addressed it. We did.
You don't know how you're supposed to answer the question.
We did answer it.
So you
did
dodge the question. Okay, where does the laser end up?
I told you. Okay, remember how I took you to that whole narrative, and I told you in the beginning, I don't know. Do you remember in the beginning I told you I don't know, which is the nature of science?
Thank you.
I told you I don't know. I said that.
All right, that's cool.
That.
You don't know.
Okay, good. Yeah. So you don't know. Okay.
Fair
enough. You don't know. Then let me explain. Let me explain.
Does anybody else know?
Feet. Hang on a minute, please. 416 feet.
Hold on, wait, Jin.
Too extreme. That's what.
No,
don't Jin me. I'm letting you know now. You don't know, so I'm telling you.
Has anybody
416 feet refraction is way to the extreme. Okay, out of order extreme. Go to gel extreme. Okay, if you're telling me that the refraction is 416 feet, you're going to gel. That's how extreme it is, okay?
Okay, that's
What
was the question that someone didn't know the answer to that was requesting someone who did know?
Where would the laser end up? Is the question. That is the wording, the exact wording of the question. That is what's been delivered to you. Where will the laser end up?
Yeah, over a distance of 25 miles. Over a distance of 25
there's
miles.
not enough information in that question to answer that.
I can give you the hypothetical. What do you need to draw that conclusion? I went through it with Rainey.
What I need? I would just need to know the target height, the observer height.
There's no target. You're predicting the target.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Oh.
I'm
You're
confused.
Predicting the target.
What he's trying to say is, can you model out
the laser?
You model out where this laser is going to hit? Can you model it from what I hit go? Laser initiates where it landed.
If I knew the lapse rate and the exact structure of the layers of air near the ground or an approximation thereof, then
it's going to end up a lot higher than 3 feet.
Just use standard refraction.
It's just going to be on the if the moon.
Standard refraction would be enough, to be honest.
If the moon is rising though at that moment that you're shooting a laser and you know it's in that direction, like you would just predict it would hit the moon, right?
Of course.
No, it wouldn't. It would attenuate through the atmosphere and spread out before it would. I think there would be so much scattering. You'd need an extremely strong laser to actually hit the moon.
All right, say.
Yeah, I've got some details here if you want it. It was at 12,500 feet, 35 kilometers.
How high off the ground, though, because the altitude isn't that. The altitude, it matters less than the distance above the ground.
No, the altitude is actually a major factor because the higher you go, the less refraction. Even Sherbet will tell you that.
Correct.
Yeah, less
Sure, there's
atmosphere.
less refraction as a function, but the
you'd use
here's the
standard
thing.
refraction.
The problem with these tests is they're always done right near the surface of the ground.
Yeah, but you
Like,
guys got a
few
full
feet off the
functioning
ground.
model, right?
Not-
you got
not this
everything
particular
figured
one.
out on your model. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. If
Well,
you
I
got
just
everything
need
on
the-
your
I
model
just need the
figured out,
data.
all
Can
your
you show
science
me-
is
can you
right,
just
you
link
should be able
me?
to predict this like nothing.
Well, you just have
It's
to look
chaos
into the
theory,
test
dude.
and see what was actually collected, and then I can run the numbers for you if you
All right,
like.
run the numbers. I'll give you what. Tell me the variables you need.
And when you get the
I
numbers,
would
what is that going to
need-
tell you? I can
Hold
tell
on,
you
hold
that
on.
Mason's gonna
Pierre,
hit a
hold
lot
on. Let Mordwan
I would
answer
need the
because
height,
this is a good argument, bro.
I would need the height above the ground, the altitude, and then some estimate of the temperature, humidity, and time
All right,
of day.
we'll stop. First one, 3 feet, right?
What's
The
the big-
temperature, we'll say, I don't know, pick a temperature, right? Whatever temperature
No,
works for you.
stop, because that's the problem. The problem
Yes.
is that there's a significant gradient in temperature right above the surface. That's why we don't do surveying and geodetic measurements directly above the surface. So
Okay, so
without
you can't make
knowing-
it work if it's 3 feet? That's what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a huge confounding variable that I don't have access to in what you're providing me with. So just saying pick a temperature just shows that you don't have what I need to do what you're asking.
Well, I'm saying it's irrelevant. Is what I'm trying to point out. It's irrelevant.
Very relevant.
It's arbitrary to
Very
me.
relevant.
No,
because-
let's
because
clarify
near
something.
Near the surface, you can have inferior
40% temperature.
mirages. You can have extreme distortions of optical effects because the temperature gradient between 1 and 6 feet off the surface can be something like a degree per foot or a degree per meter, which
Alright,
is
60
like
degrees.
several
60
orders
degrees.
of magnitude. Several orders of magnitude greater than what would be expected in a normal situation away from the surface. Because the
More
surface
controlled one.
interacts with the atmosphere significantly through heating and cooling.
Right. I get all that. Like, that was addressed already.
Yeah, just apply standard refraction and see what it says.
Yeah, I don't know that standard refraction is going to be enough. I think
It's not
that's
gonna be
why they
enough.
use tests near the surface.
Renee,
Well, go
please.
by
You
how
tagged
we
out? Has
anybody got access? I didn't tag out.
Yeah, you tagged out. You said, I don't know.
No, I didn't.
All right. Let someone else.
I said I don't know based upon what he said. You're not giving enough information to get the answer that you're seeking.
All right, you don't know. Okay, you tagged out.
No, I
Let him
didn't.
deal
No, I
with it.
didn't. You should tag out because you speak nonsense.
I think this is great, dude. Keep it going, Pierre, bro.
Has anybody got access to the? Sorry, has anybody got access to the online resource that shows you atmospheric refraction, where you put in a temperature coefficient
Yeah, I'm about to
gradient
post it
on?
right now.
Pardon?
I'm gonna post it right now and use Walter Bisland's refraction calculator.
Yeah, because that's got emulations of the black swan observations and things like that. Yeah, that's that.
Yeah. Okay,
uses-
so then you're gonna use
Hang on,
that
hang
math,
on.
right,
Here we
Pazza?
go. Here we go.
I was addressing you, Pazza.
Okay, what? Go on. And what are you going to say to me?
I was gonna say you're gonna use that math, right? That is in that, and then take any number, and then you'll know if we shoot a laser beam what it's gonna hit, what target it's gonna hit, and where
the
at
math-
in the distance, right?
The maths in that could be used to tell you where a sorry.
Could or will?
Well, you can use it
don't
to.
know.
Okay. It's not set up to do that because it's set up to render graphics, yeah. But the maths in there can be utilized to work out. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and do it. I'm going to try and set it up for that purpose. See if I can do it. Yeah.
Predict where a laser is gonna hit. Yeah, like above how high on the surface. So that way you can set up like a target, and you could like start charging people money. Like, bet I hit that target, bro.
Well, the thing is that what that calculator does is it uses quite a sophisticated model for temperature gradients. You know, so it's got a mechanism where you can put in different temperatures at different altitudes above the surface of the water, and it uses a spline curve to build a temperature gradient, and then the light that travels through it obviously gets distorted at different points along it. So in reality, if you're going to do it, you'd have to do a sweep of temperatures from where you are to out to sea, because that effect of the diffraction isn't just what you gain by plugging just one number to a system. Because if you've got extremely hot air over cold water, for example, you have lots of thermal dynamics there which change all of these variables as you go along. So it is quite a difficult thing to predict, but I think that would probably go some way to helping us.
It's possible to do. I thought about
I think if
using
you do
computer
high
vision to
altitude,
do it.
oh, go on. I think if you
Yeah,
do
but,
high
but the thing
altitude,
is that when you're talking about altitude, yes, altitude changes refraction, but the effects of density gradients near the surface are still present at high altitudes. Like
yeah,
the
but
issue
it's
is
less,
that
isn't it? You could just say
it's
that
less.
it's not going to deviate from 10 degrees, more than 10 degrees. That's for sure.
Oh, definitely could. You have no basis in
No,
saying
I
that.
don't think so.
Again,
It
well,
definitely
you don't
can.
think
It
so,
definitely
but
can.
your opinion is completely irrelevant, I'm afraid. Because when you
Yeah,
look at the density gradient above the surface, which is the issue, that's where you see these extreme refractions.
That's why you're going to do it. That's why you're going to do it at high altitude. It's more controlled.
every single measurement that's presented or claimed measurement
here
that's
we go.
presented by flat earthers is always done less than 10 feet from the surface.
You're just going to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Hold on, so Morwan, what you're saying is down at the surface level, because I've experienced this, that like almost my shoes melt, to like the rooftop I'm on or something like that. But that'll happen on a rooftop either. Isn't it specifically the fact that there's a surface right below you? And you're saying though, no, it's also because the molecules I imagine are tightest together, right? They're the dentist, and then they're moving really fast, and then that's causing all kinds of optical variations. But when you get up higher, how could that possibly, like, at what altitude do you think you stop seeing those effects?
It's not the altitude. I think that's the misunderstanding. It's the distance above the surface. So yes, refraction does decrease with altitude. That's known. But the problem is that when you kind of said it well, actually, Torres. So to your point, when you're near a surface is going to have a very different heat distribution than the air. It can be colder in the case of like a frozen lake, or it can be hotter in the case of, say, hot pavement. Near the surface, there is a tremendous exchange of heat between, on the order of like what we're seeing in the actual atmosphere, between the surface and the air. That's why if you drive in the desert, you see mirages on the highway. You don't see them way up in the sky above you. And same thing, if you go up to, like, let's say you're in a basin in Nevada, like a desert, basin of marine photography. If you're standing down in the basin, you're going to see tons of mirages. When you go to a peak and look from one peak to another, I guarantee you're not going to see a mirage on that peak, because the density gradient is only unstable enough to produce things like inferior mirages right near the surface, as a function of the fact that the density gradient is more extreme, and I'm talking like orders of magnitude more extreme than what occurs when you're further away from the surface. So it's a question of how far you are from the surface, or your observer height relative to whatever surface you're measuring over. That's important. The altitude does play a factor, but the bigger factor is the fact that the density gradient is unstable and extreme near the surface. And that's the main criticism of all these tests, is that to my understanding, none of these results have ever been replicated going 500 feet off the surface, for example. Because once you're that high up, the density gradient is stable, and refraction always causes an apparent lift in the height of objects.
What the surface, though, is made of, I think, would also be a factor. Just like you said, how pavement could get hot. But I'm thinking, like, these places that are surrounded by water, including, like, the Florida Keys, have a very, like, low temperature swing. It's, like, 73 at night, 75 in the day. You know what I mean? It's not a big difference. So that to me, would mean you would have less refractive effects over the water, but that's not what we see. Because it's not as big of a temperature difference. Wouldn't you agree, or no?
Well, I think again you're confused by the overall macro picture and the micro picture. Not confused, but I think what you're missing. I don't mean to be like sounding like dismissive of you, because I think you're bringing up good points. But like when you're correct that and I could show a paper that shows how refraction varies as a function of time of day. There will be less of a change in refraction on a daily basis if there's less of a temperature range, all else being equal. But that being the case,
also
near the surface, you still have the same effects because the surface is, and to your point, the surface matters a lot. If it's water, if it's a frozen lake, if it's a salt pan in a salt flat, like in the most recent one that I've seen from Taboo Conspiracy, all of that will have an effect. But the nonetheless, the point being that near the surface, you will experience optical effects and refraction that are far, far greater than those above the surface. And depending on the temperature gradient and density gradient profile, you can go out with a theodolite and measure it, that you can get either what appears to be a flat Earth result, a globe result, or a concave Earth result, depending on the distortion of the temperature near the surface. But when you go above the surface, that ambiguity collapses, and every result is exactly what you would expect to see on the globe.
I will point out, since Florida was mentioned, that the water temperature there in Florida, especially in the summer months, can be wildly different than, say, California. California has pretty stable ocean temperatures, and Florida's temperatures are.
They're not the swing, you mean the temperature swing from winter to summer?
I'm talking about the ocean temperature.
Yeah, the ocean temperature, the swing of it from winter to summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying in like Los Angeles, California, they have like maybe a 5-degree temperature swing, and then Florida has like a 10-degree temperature swing.
Essentially.
Well, no, there's a bigger swing than that between winter and summer. What I'm saying is that the temperatures of the water in Florida is still, a wider swing than it would be in, like, say, so.
We lost you.
Florida, messing things up for everybody.
I mean, I'd have to verify that because I live here, I fish, I check the water temperatures regularly, and when you go offshore, especially into the Gulf Stream and stuff, it's pretty similar.
When you're under the surface.
It's not
Are
that
you a
crazy.
diver at all, Tora? Just curious.
No, I don't. I'll free dive, but only like to 20 feet. That's it.
Oh, nice. That's cool though. That's fun.
I'm terrified of scuba diving.
Yeah, I mean, I'm terrified of water too, bro. Like people that do that cave diving shit, like I'm like, why? Like, no, thank you.
I watch the videos of it though. I do find it fascinating, but yeah, I just couldn't do it myself. Yeah, I couldn't do it myself. Especially the cave divers when they go down those springs. I feel like, how are you gonna turn around? Like when do you get there?
Yeah, for real. That's the thing I have with whitewater rafting in Colorado as well, because it looks fun, but I don't want to drown. It's kind of just, I don't know why. Like heights don't really scare me. Like I do like 14ers, like the 14,000 foot peaks and stuff out here, like rock climbing or whatever. But there's something about drowning, man. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't mean to take us off topic, but I was just curious.
Just don't get waterboard.
Wait, do you have any Salt Life stickers, Tora? Just out of curiosity.
No, not at all.
How about a Guy Harvey shirt that you can wear with jeans?
Yeah, of course.
First,
Did we give up? Did we give up on the projection of the laser?
You know, I've thought about doing what you're describing. It's more of a project than it's not something that you can just get offhand on Discord. It's going to be a significant project.
Yeah, I think the laser would
We could ask Andrew Thomas Young, the world expert in refraction.
No, because
Yeah,
when it shows that it doesn't match what they're saying, then of course it's going to be wrong or
No, I
lying.
just wanted to like a general idea. You know what I mean?
So the question
is about 20 feet off the surface.
Yeah, the
Even to get a general
that.
idea, you'd have to know the specifics of the density gradient near the surface. That's why we never do geodetic measurements exactly at the surface.
So
and if we do, we choose the time of day and time of year to make the measurement appropriately so that these sort of refractive effects don't occur, because they're known to be chaotic, turbulent, difficult to predict, and have a heavy impact on measurements. So it's just funny that flat earthers choose the least controlled environment to do their tests in.
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
The question to you is:
I don't
You already
think they do
tagged out,
that
guys.
deliberately.
You tagged out. You tagged out.
419 feet within the realm of extreme
I'm talking
of being able to find within that refraction model?
Try not to interrupt.
But 416 feet refraction, that would be extreme in my book.
No, I'm asking
like
the
I said,
expert.
if you remove the Atmos, I'm going to hit that
I'm
target
asking the
same
expert.
way. And if my weapons of mass destruction, I'm going to blow that target up anyway. And refraction can go to hell, because
I'm asking the expert.
ain't got no place with my weapon.
Within the realm, what is 416 feet? Is that within the realm of refractional possibilities?
Yeah, I like the color green too. All right, so Mordwin, can I ask you so if I came to you, right? With,
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Curb your goddamn ego, man. Just give it a rest.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking.
I'm trying to have
right, but he's asking somebody
here with Mordwin.
I'm not talking to you.
You tagged out
I'm not
a
talking
long
to you.
time ago.
I'm not talking to you.
Hold on, he does have a question.
Why are you talking?
I'm not talking to you.
Renee,
Why are you
let him
talking?
ask. Let him ask the question, and then we'll get back to the second point of conversation. I'll get us back there. Promise.
Yeah, I try to shut up the whole time you went through the whole refraction thing.
Just
And all the
ask your question. What's the question, Rigger?
All right, so if I came to you with all the variables, right?
Yeah.
I gave you you want the surface temperature, the atmosphere, the altitude, atmosphere, density, basically location.
The observer height above surface would be the key one as well. Yeah, sure.
Right. So if I provided that information to you and then gave you a distance, you could potentially project it with the laser going to end up. All right. So you believe you're confident that you could do that though, because I don't want to waste my time.
If I had the correct data. But to the reason that we don't do these measurements at the surface during times of unstable density gradients is because actually getting that data is difficult, because you have to be able to have some measurements near the surface. But if I had that data, sure, I could give you would I be guaranteed 100% accurate? No. But give me enough
I'm not
measurements, and I could compute what you're looking for. Yes.
All right. Yeah. Then I'll do it. Then I'll dig up for the source and everything.
And one thing I've thought about doing is actually using computer vision, because you could train a neural network, for example, to look at an image and based on the distortion of objects in the image, determine what the refractive index is. And that might be a way to look at the corpus of all these measurements that have done and try to estimate the refractive index in the absence of temperature measurements. But I don't know how well that would work because there's not that much data to train on. But I've thought about doing that as a project because I've had people sort of ask me this question before. Anyway, Renee, what were you saying though?
My question is 417 feet within the realm of refractive possibility for that to be the outcome? Is that a number that could be achieved through the variables? Like, have you seen it before? Or that's my question, essentially.
At 28 miles, it certainly is. I don't know why there's a problem with that.
It's like less than 1 degree.
And is the laser right up against the water, or is it 10 or 20 feet above the water?
Exactly.
Or is it even on water?
So it is. So refraction is an answer to the question that Idiot Stick was asking earlier.
You're still bad.
It can be. So
okay.
The number of feet alone is not enough to tell you whether or not it's possible. The feet and the distance tells you the angle, the total angle of deflection. That angle can be up to, in extreme situations, close to surfaces, as large as half a degree or more. So you have to know all of the details in order to come to a conclusion, because the number of feet alone is definitely not enough to.
Yeah, so you guys are pretty confident then. You guys are pretty confident you can get within
I'm very confident in my statement.
90%. You think 90% accuracy, or you want to drop it lower?
I'm confident in my statement.
Not you. Oh, Mordwin left.
I wouldn't call it accuracy. I would say I'm confident that could happen at 28 miles, but it's not a matter of accuracy, just whether it can or can't happen.
What do you mean can or can't?
Yeah, so we
with low
It's a high probability. That's what he's saying. It's a high probability that will happen.
Of what?
Right, so let me. I can do the quick math for you. If it's 400, what'd you say? 417 feet at 28 miles.
Yes.
So the laser would hit well above its original height if there's minimal refraction.
Yeah, that looks like 0.16 degrees, or what is that? 1/6 is 10 arc minutes. Yeah, that's possible.
Just like I said, very less than a degree.
Yeah, 1/6 of a degree is well within the realm of reason for 28.
So consistently bend.
So all of the things you've been saying for the last 30 minutes, all of them.
Oh, is this you coping? Is this
No. This is. I want you to. No, I want you to remember.
Instead of just saying I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I want you to. I told you.
Stand down for a second, Nicholas. Hang on.
I just want you to remember.
All along.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What you're saying is this, yeah? So when I laser beam, I set it up and I hit a target, which is called a total station. So it's a light, it's another laser actually at the other end, 25 miles away at the same height. It hits it. That's refraction.
Yes.
He's 25 miles
It doesn't.
away.
Hold on.
He's set up.
It's a different experiment.
I'm talking real about quick. What I'm talking about. The one
Okay,
I am
real quick,
talking about is the one
total-
from the one I am talking about is the one from the convex Earth. That's the one I'm talking about, and they hit a
Right,
total
they didn't
station.
use the lasers to do that though.
They did.
Yeah,
they used a laser beam test. Yes, they did. Shut up, doofus. You're a cunt. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Either way,
the total station was
it is
not
possible.
Shut up, doofus. I've kicked you in the teeth.
okay.
Shut
The
up.
total station
Don't
was
talk
not
now.
part of the
Your
laser
jaw is
test.
broken.
That's
You
not the
shouldn't
same
be
test.
speaking. It's a
But
laser
I
beam
understand,
test.
but I've seen the documentary
Lake
that you're
Titicaca.
quoting, and the total station is
Over
not
Lake
part of the laser
Titicaca,
test.
25 either 2 meters above the lake, hit it straight.
You believe guys
That's
that told
no
that
curvature
told
there.
them,
Well,
that
They should
aliens
have
told them that the Earth is flat. So there you go.
416 feet.
You remember
been
the target issue that we were
460
having? He kept talking about a target, and there was no target. He's now saying that the Adelaide was the target.
The total
No,
station.
it's
Yeah.
not the theodolite. That's not what I said. You see,
Oh, dear.
you're lying again. You're not representing me.
Right. He just said total station.
I said to Jem Pounder after 1 week of arguing with this idiot, was a total station installed. His colleague Watts actually brought him to the realization. The target is called a
total station is just a theodolite with a laser rangefinder. That's all a total station is.
Okay, well, that's what it's called. Let's call it by the right name so we don't have to have any confusion. Total station was hit.
Okay.
Hit it and hit it.
But at the
good.
same time,
All right?
But at the same
No
time, lasers are
refraction
not
there.
pinpoint accurate
Refraction,
at
no
dozens of
refraction,
miles.
thanks. Yeah, no
Okay, but
refraction.
lasers
there,
are subject
thank
to
you.
refraction
But they
because
should have
lasers
been
emit light, and all
416
light is subject to refraction.
416 feet of coverage there.
It was a 90
It's
feet.
another
beam,
one of these
too.
dumb things that some of the less intelligent flat earthers, I know that's funny to say, some of the less intelligent flat earthers will say lasers are not subject to refraction, and this is one of those examples.
Doofus lemon. Okay.
Tell me how they
16 feet
shoot
of
that
coverage.
laser from
You get
Earth
it?
to
You get
the
it
moon.
now? Curvature. Thank you.
How did they what?
When they say that they shoot a laser to the moon. If you're talking
You're talking about the Yeah, you're talking about the observatories when they do it.
Yes, we're talking about the observatory.
Yeah, it's like a 500-watt laser. It's a super powerful, super duper whammy-o laser.
Yeah, and they don't do it close to the horizon. They do it with a higher elevation angle.
Yeah, it's like an insanely hard task too. They got to predict where it's going to come down. What is it? Something like they shoot millions of photons and then get one back if they're lucky?
Well, that part is true. They don't have to predict where it will fall when it comes back down, though. That's why they used a retroreflector.
Wait, how far in space did they move by the time the thing came back?
That's not relevant if they received a return.
Yeah, but hold on, you can't say that because you can't just shoot up out of into space, have it come back, and the planet hasn't moved.
Well, I mean, if you look at the moon,
it's
look,
literally
no. Here it is. This is it. This is it.
Motion.
Look at the moon for 2 seconds. How much did it move?
How much did the Earth move?
Yeah, how much did it move?
Doesn't matter.
I mean, this is your saying. You're here saying that this is a relevant figure. You have to know the figure.
And as
if you
far
don't
as
bring the figures for your claim, then you can't say that it's relevant.
And as far as setting out billions of photons, getting one back, yeah, that's in one pulse, and they'll do that for an hour. Okay, so they're getting a lot of return over a length of time in the pulses. So it's not like they got one photon. Let's go home.
True statement. Also, I want to point out the retroreflector and the laser both, well, the laser specifically, the spread of that beam, while tighter than your handheld pointer you get from a gas station, is not perfectly tight. It will spread out too. So the stuff that hits the retroreflector is also spreading out on its way back to Earth. So it's not like it's going to miss the Earth.
But to be clear, they're using a hefty amount of signal analysis for this.
So it
And I don't think
diverges
people
that
understand
much?
that. I don't think people realise the quality of the signal coming back is not fantastic, and you're using an awful.
Yeah, they got a huge amount of horsepower. They got a huge amount of technology. They've been dealing with it for a long time and making refinements, and it's been very consistent over a long period of time.
Okay. Why are you getting so worked up, dude?
Answering the question is all.
It's just one of those things where, you know, a continuous long-term study is being made, and then Schlitzie has asks like the most stupid question, like, how do you know?
I will say it's a better quality question than to ask, can you define light when talking about the return signal you get from.
I mean,
See,
we
I would have
talked
figured the
about
light would
the
go up.
retroreflector on the moon like 3-4 days ago, and we've been through this in a very highly detailed manner, and everyone agreed that it actually exists and that it actually works, and that the distance between the Earth and the moon is confirmed by this retroreflector. Like, we've been through this.
Oh, I thought you guys did it with radio.
Right,
or
but
something.
Also
radio
done with
waves, yeah.
radio. Yeah, they're both done. Yes, also done with radio. Yeah.
And they have conservation of momentum, those things. So that way.
See, random words.
See,
Well,
there's
like
an
if-
example of a dumb question.
Since when does light not have conservation of momentum? It's light.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever heard of light slowing down or speeding
Yeah,
up?
we just discussed it a whole bunch
we've
called
been through this how many
refraction.
times? How many
That's not
times?
slowing down.
Yeah, this is
Like-
an example of them asking the same exact question after being told.
Is this called sea lining or gaslighting? Well, it's one of the two. I think.
Y'all pretend that
all of
the light's
the
going to be
above.
different colors from whoever looks at it, but yet you pretend that the photon doesn't conserve momentum. But
Hey,
then
I
you say
wanna
that
go-
it does. I mean, you guys can't make up your mind on it. It's hilarious.
Hey, I
It's
want
the
to go
cake-
real quick
Cake boys.
and dig up that
What's the
info that
question
you guys were
about?
looking
What can
for.
we make up our mind on?
But like, so what do you think, like accuracy wise, right? Because I'm gonna go right now. I'm gonna go research and see what I can find for all the variables you guys were requesting. But so what do you think? Like 80, 90%, 70, fucking 60%, or something like that for like target accuracy.
You can't list it in percentage. You can't list it in percentage terms, and that all depends upon the quality of your data.
Yeah, doesn't it go out in a beam? It's not like they're not shooting directly at the retroreflector. It goes out in a beam, and some of
No. I'm talking about like the shooting just the long distance laser over Earth.
Right, he's still on the laser observations.
Well, I'm about to leave. That's why I want to. I was just curious.
Given the amount of data, given the amount of data they get back in one measuring session, yeah, they end up with standard deviations at the sub-meter. They talk centimeters.
Wait. I think we're in two different things here. So
Yeah,
what was the question that we couldn't make up our minds for?
Whether or not refraction could show reflect a 407 degree foot drop.
No, whoever's asking that question, man, if you want to go to the side room, I'll talk to you about it.
I don't have that question.
Momentum.
Was it a question about whether or not light conserves momentum?
No, I thought we got to a conclusion on that.
Yeah, that's what Don came in and asked, or Don.
I'm not asking it. We've been through this for years. We know that they do not have an answer on if the photon is released at point X, is it going to hit the wall at point A or B? We know they have no consistent answer on it. We've been through it 1,000 times.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's not true.
Wait. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about the wave particle duality or something else?
No, just the particle.
Okay, so if I release a particle at point A, like firing it at a slit, it won't go through the slit? Is that what you're saying?
Not every time.
If you're on our space, you shoot it out perpendicular to you. Is it immediately where you released it, or will it continue on with that rocket?
Your internet is cutting out.
Went out the window.
And you guys, when you're breaking up, real bad.
Okay,
you're breaking up real bad.
I don't rail y'all shit with this, man. If they're asking me, this proves that they don't have an answer, right?
You're breaking up. Nobody can hear you.
Dude, your internet is cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out, bud.
I don't know.
I think my Wi-Fi got booted. My bad. Look, the fact that he's asking me shows that he doesn't have the answer. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm asking you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
It's
that's bullshit.
Yeah,
Can you tell me what the question is?
If you release a photon perpendicular to your direction of travel, like a baseball, will it retain some of that forward momentum, like a baseball, or will it immediately stop that forward momentum and hit? If it's infinitely far away, light years away in the distance from you, what's going to happen?
What is light years away?
If your wall that you're shooting at perpendicular to your direction of travel.
Okay, so I have a target and I'm moving perpendicular to it, and I release the single photon towards the target.
Yeah, you don't. Why are you thinking about this? It should be like, oh, automatically, yes, it's a baseball or it's not. Is it a baseball or not? Answer it. You said it has momentum, so you said it should happen like a baseball. So therefore, when you do that shit, when we're moving galactically, when we have all these galactic movements, how are radar signals not lost in the sauce? Like, what you talking about, bro?
Right. So the answer to your question about where it eventually hits something in the distance depends on the velocity of the object. That does matter. However, the angle that we're talking about from the observer's perspective, being fixed at 90 degrees, kind of throws a wrench into it.
We have been through this before.
Where it goes at, I understand, and you're still asking the question after it's been explained to you.
It's never been explained, doofus.
Kosho did this for you. Kosho
he didn't.
drew diagrams. He drew diagrams.
Yeah.
He threw animated
And there
GIFs
was
in the chat.
never a consensus at the end. That's the problem.
He explained this to complete. It depends on what is going on. You need more information than what you're getting.
No, you don't.
Well, Don may reject it because he doesn't like it. Maybe.
No, I need a simple answer. Is it going to act like a baseball or not? They don't have an answer. Kosho didn't have an answer to this.
He did. And it's not a baseball.
He didn't have a yes or no
Light
answer.
is not a baseball.
See how you're not answering it? See how you are not answering it?
Right, because you don't have enough information to give a definitive answer. The question does not have enough information.
You want to tell this gentleman that they conserve momentum, and now you want to pull out special asterisks, bruh.
So do you
Okay.
know
Because
how,
light is not a baseball. It is not something that has mass. It behaves a little differently, especially when you consider the motion of the
photon has
observer
mass.
that is observing the photon leaving.
You claim a
leaving
photon can never rest and have rest mass. We've all been through this.
I'm
It's
glad that you
another
started
fucking
up
thing you
again,
guys
right in
lie
the middle
about.
of me trying to finish
I'm
my
not
goddamn
gonna listen
sentence.
to you lie
Right in the
over
middle
and
of my
over,
damn
bro.
sentence.
Wait. Let him answer the question. Let him answer the question. Press on.
Right. No, because it's the same answer he already heard 2 years ago. It doesn't fucking matter. Never mind.
And
Just
a
never
month ago and last week, and you don't have a consistent position. I'm still gonna call you out for it. You can answer the same bullshit all you want.
What is the answer to
Right,
this question?
Kosho gave you the consistent position.
You are
He
so full of
explained it
shit.
to you
You're
2
not
fucking
saying
years
nothing.
ago. He had
Why aren't you
animated
saying
GIFs and
anything then? Why
everything.
aren't you?
He drew it out for you.
Okay, so finish answering the question, and then I'll unmute Don.
Okay. So, well, I think I already did answer the question. Just if the light is at a right angle for the observer that's on the platform that is emitting the photon, doesn't answer the question as to what specific angle that light will have for any other observer, because the velocity of the person emitting the photon changes that answer.
Right, exactly. We don't have an answer because here's the deal. We're not talking about we're talking about one observer down at the fucking wall. We're talking about the wall that the photon is going to hit. Where is it going to hit on the wall? Not who's looking at it, what color, doofus.
Calm down, dude.
Right, because the person at the wall is not the person that's at the emitter. I explained
not a person.
specifically that
It's a wall.
I explained specifically that the observer that is at the emitter is going to see a different result, or is going to see the same result, which is the light leaves at 90 degrees. But depending on his motion, the wall will have the photon hit at a different spot. The observer, which is the wall, yes, the wall is the observer in this case. The observer at the wall will see the light. The observer will. The observer at the wall. The observer at the wall. Don, you son of a bitch. Don, calm your fucking tits.
Yeah, okay.
The observer at the wall.
Go ahead and answer quickly, please.
The observer at the wall will see the photon hit the wall at different points depending upon the velocity of the person that emitted the photon.
So if we send out I want quick yes or no's. If we send out one photon and we have a ruler on the wall with marked positions, whatever, 1 to a billion, is that photon going to hit whatever scenario you want to create? There's some scenario where to different people, however you want, it's going to hit more than one spot on that wall is what you're saying. Yes or no, doofus?
I'm not saying that at the same, like for one scenario, the photon's going to hit 2 different places. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
yes or no,
the details of the details of the scenario matter to where that photon will land, however.
What is this, like an interrogation? What the hell's going on here?
So will one photon?
There's no simple yes or no for special.
Doofus is positioning. Let me get a turn here, bro. Doofus is positioning like this has been done clean, all this and that, with fucking vigor and with fucking disdain. He's acting. I'm gonna get beast mode right here because they never fucking have answered this question, and he's acting like I'm some rude person here. I'm the one that's got it all wrong. That's absolute fucking bullshit. You guys can hear him waffle. Unable to say, is one photon going to hit on one spot on the wall, yes or no?
So
no.
He said yes.
I did actually answer that question.
Yes. Do it again real quick. Yes?
You were too
yes?
You were too triggered to answer, to hear my answer. I bet you everybody else heard
He
sounded
did
like
answer.
You cleaned up and you tried to say yes at the end. I just want another confirm.
You said the observer's going to see it hit at different points depending on the velocity of the emitter. Is that what you said?
Don, why are you?
Yes, that is what
I don't understand why this is so contentious. It seems like we went
okay. It gets deeper, but he wanted to tell this. Somebody wanted to tell this gentleman, yes, the photons, the light conserves momentum, right? That's what y'all want to act like.
Oh my god!
And then they're going to try to twist it around on you, right? Whenever they want it to be back in their favor again. That's the problem, dude. You cannot sit here. You cannot let them get away with this shit, bro. You give them an inch, you're going to take them out.
Word, dude. I agree.
Nobody's
you don't think that point is important? Especially when talking about sending radar to the moon and
let me explain
far
something.
everything has moved in space.
So when light gains and loses momentum, it does that by lowering its frequency.
But does it hit one or multiple spots? Does it hit one photon?
It'll hit one spot. It'll hit one spot, as I understand it. Yes.
Right. Now, is that spot going to be
Nobody said it will hit multiple spots simultaneously.
So now, if we had a straight edge, if we had, whatever, iron rods, light years fucking long, perpendicular to our direction of travel, it's touching the fucking wall a light year away, 10 light years away, right? And we're moving forward perpendicular, and we let that shit out. We know the baseball is going to be, have that forward momentum. Is the photon going to be like the baseball, or is it going to hit exactly where that pole was touching that wall when released? Answer the question.
To my understanding, it will hit where the pole is touching the wall.
Right, meaning it did not conserve the momentum of the forward.
Wait.
No.
Hold on.
Not physically, not to that observer.
It did.
Okay, so I want you to listen to this, Don, because to my understanding of how it works, for a photon is not a baseball. All right, so it doesn't conserve momentum like a baseball. It conserves it differently, and it conserves it by gaining or lowering its wavelength, or its frequency, rather. So what will happen is, if I'm moving super fast when I emit that photon, it will have a higher frequency than if I'm moving very slowly.
I get it, and that's fine. And if you want to go like, okay, so we're going to see like the observer would see a different color flash, or where it was released from, or when you're at, however it does that shit, right? For it to slow down, stay in its speed limit or whatever. Here's the fucking weird, tricky part. You want to give it that special non-baseball ability, right? Which takes away all this orbital shit that we have. The baseball ability. Yeah. Yes. Well, let me go on then. The baseball, for what I think it's whoever, it's Earth is Life, whoever, John. But the baseball and all this other shit with rockets and going to the moon, we have all in that galactic conserved momentum around the sun, around the center of the Milky Way. We have all that, like the baseball. But the photons and the radar signals, they don't. The radio signals don't have that.
Right.
Right. So we should be leaving them tens of thousands, 100,000s of miles in the dust.
So how fast do you think we're moving compared to that beam of light, or that photon?
A portion of it.
Well, a teeny tiny portion. We're basically we're standing still compared to that beam of light.
No, I don't agree with that. No, wait. Your model has super galactic motion, dude. What are you talking about?
So you can say that, but how fast are we moving compared to that beam of light?
What is the super galactic motion?
I guess he's talking about the speeds at which, like, the moon is moving, the sun is moving, stuff like that.
Yeah, I got it. So these things are in motion, but the speed of light is the fastest that anything goes in our universe, right? Especially in a vacuum.
It's still gonna drag. The point is, you still would have drag, dude.
What do you mean by drag?
Whatever.
What do you mean by drag?
You still would have lag. I'm sorry, lag.
Are you going into ether drag now?
No, just
I
lag.
don't know. I don't know. What do you mean by lag?
We would have to lead ourselves with any signals, man, and we don't do that.
Well, we do. We do lead the moon when we're firing stuff at the moon. We do lead it very little.
You only lead it. Yeah, you only. Oh my God. You guys, you don't lead it based off of the Milky Way rotation. You use your little.
Yeah.
Right.
That would be inaccurate.
How fast?
Motion is relative.
Yes.
But it's not. Because this isn't a baseball. This isn't a baseball, dude. This is physical motion. You get what I'm saying?
What is this?
Y'all
We can't hit the moon?
No. Your geodesics and all that are with things with mass. This is the thing. You got your special asterisk. It doesn't act like mass, remember? Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. Freeze. You want to come in with the bullshit again? Y'all are obfuscating the galactic motion every time on this. You got you with a micro motion, the Earth, the Moon, whatever. You're not leading for no.
Well, are you talking about bodies moving within the galaxies? In in correlation to the center of the galaxy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
No, it would only have to do with the projector and the target and their motion relevant to one another.
No, because this is not a mass thing.
Okay, if you
Remember,
have
you said when you let that photon go, it's going to hit right down to us. It's not going to be moving forward with you like the baseball. So every radar signal we send out that we think we're looking at the thing right there, perpendicular or wherever, straight in front of us, we're going to leave that shit in the dust, dude, depending on which way we're moving through the Milky Way. Well, you're saying no, but you're not saying why. That's the problem.
Yeah, I did say
he did
why.
tell you why. Yeah.
Yes.
He did tell you why.
So the reason is because the movement of the galaxy, or circling the galaxy or whatever, doesn't have is so small compared to the speed of light.
No, it's not.
It doesn't matter.
No, it still is an amount of lag. How fast are we going around the Milky Way, dude? Because I know light's 186,000 miles a second.
What's that?
186,000 miles a second is light. So how fast is the Milky Way going?
Yeah, in miles per second, please.
Yeah, in miles per second. Yeah.
We are moving at
matter.
approximately 800,000 kilometers per hour.
Miles per second, please.
Just put it to miles per second.
400 miles per second.
There you
go.
go.
Do you see the difference,
right?
Sorry, not 400 miles per second. 400 miles per hour. So you can figure out what that is per second.
You're saying we're only going around the Milky Way at 400 miles per hour?
Yes.
I can't be right.
Not true.
No, something happened there.
It's definitely not right.
Yep.
Pretty sure we're going around the sun faster than that. So
142 miles a second.
get your numbers straight. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The point is, it's any. That's the point. It's any, dude. So you guys, listen, you have wishy-washy responses. The first response was, it's relative motion.
He told you
relative motion is not the answer.
He told you the difference, and he just showed you the difference.
Actually, he said that there'd be lag. He said there's 140 miles a second of lag. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear the response.
What was the speed of light? What was the speed of light? What was the speed of light? You said it. What was it?
So again, stop patronizing. Let's get back to the thing.
There's no patronization. What was the speed of light? You said it.
If you want there to be a consistent answer, you don't get to say it's relative on one hand and then say it's very minute on the other hand. Either way, you end up saying you should have this differential. That's it.
So what's the speed of light? What's the speed of light? You said it.
You guys are getting smoked, bro, and all you're asking him for is the speed of light.
Please, Tora, this is not helping. They're having a discussion. Also, Don and Renee, please don't over-talk each other. It's impossible for us to understand any of the arguments you're making. We just want to say this as a moderator. That's all it is, Don. Jesus.
The thing is, what you're saying is no, but he told you the reason why. He told you exactly that.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did. He told you.
He agreed with me, dude. What are you talking about? He can't agree with me and then act like he doesn't agree with me. That's what you're missing.
I don't.
He agreed. There will be lag. There will be whatever number of lag you just said.
Words in your mouth when I say any statement I made. Have I put words in your mouth?
Dude, if you're aiming at a target and you're moving 146 miles a second, are you going to hit the target? No.
It depends on where you aim, dude.
You're an idiot.
It depends on where you aim.
You have to lead it. That's the point. You have to lead it. And we don't.
So Don, it takes, what is it? 2 seconds round trip from the Earth to the moon or something like that?
Do you know how baby, when y'all aim at the moon with your little fucking laser, how baby y'all act like it's got to be dead ass on when y'all doing that reflective shit?
So
can you imagine? Can you imagine? Listen to me. No, listen to me.
Radio 2.6 seconds.
I'm asking you.
You gotta stop cutting off my response. So, moderator, I'm going to go on and make an actual example, right? So, if you think that they're going to say it's a baby amount of lag, and they're aiming at this retro reflector, right? And 1 minute we're like circling this way, the next minute we're circling that way. The positions of it, it's not going to always be a relative parallel, basically, right? And whatever your orbit, if it wants to be Earth rotation, the moon, the sun orbit, the galactic rotation, all of that. Think about this, guys. The lag is going to be in a different position. right? So if they can hold a signal there, if you can hold a signal there steadily, and that shit does, and you're supposed, oh, well, we got it on there. We must be leading it minutely in this direction. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but we must be because of electric motion. We know it's not like a baseball, so we must be leading it, right? Okay, well, if it can stay there consistently, then we don't have all this galactic motion and shit then.
So you're okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's stationary Earth. You guys just proved it.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So I'm glad to hear that. So guys, if you can calm down for a second. When we're firing it at the moon, first off, the laser spreads, right? It's quite large. And therefore, only some portion of that laser hits the retroreflector.
Only the mouse back.
What?
Yes, only part bounces back, right? We only get that.
So only part bounces back. So we're in the cone. It's in the cone coming out. It's in the cone coming back.
What's the spread on that beam?
I don't know off the top of my head, Tora, but so
well,
I want
the retroreflector
No,
is going to reflect it back.
I'm gonna continue the answer. So there is what is called the Socratic asshole method, wherein instead of doing the Socratic method, you keep asking question after question. What was the piece of equipment you used? What was the serial number on it?
I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like that.
So, and the ideal is you hope the person will say, "I don't know," at which point you can declare victory. So, you know.
No, you made a claim. We're not trying to do that. I wasn't trying to do that. Omnivore, you were saying you think it's because it makes a large V. So I was wondering what the beam spread is on it, but I still don't see how much we've moved. How you're saying, yeah, we can catch one of them photons back.
So
I just don't think the beam spread's going to be wide.
It's a cone. It's a cone.
We've moved almost a negligible amount.
Oh, but the movement changes orientation, dude, and the almost negligible, to hold it there consistent. That's what gets me.
We're not holding it consistent. What do you mean by holding it consistent?
When they lock it in, man, it's like there, dude. It's like there.
What do you mean by they lock it in? What does that mean?
Oh, there, we got it. I've seen 15, 30 seconds on the YouTube video, bro, where they're just the signal is clicking back from the reflector on the moon. It makes that staticky ass noise.
Yeah,
how can they hold it there? How can it just be there consistently like that? Come on.
You're sending out a broad beam and you're getting back individual photons. You're getting back a small portion of that, but you're still
it's connected to a telescope that has tracking.
Yeah, that's true, right?
Yeah, so you aim ahead of the target to hit it because the moon is moving, right? So then you hit it, and then you get a reflect. That would mean that the moon is moving and you are not moving. Yeah.
No, why is it that they cannot both be moving at different rates?
Yeah.
Well,
because these are
because of the photon, because of how the photon doesn't conserve doesn't conserve momentum. That's why.
Photons, there's this constant referral to photons and momentum. Photons don't conserve momentum. They have momentum, and momentum in any process is conserved.
So I think what the problem is that you're saying, well, they lock it in, so I have a beam that's constantly going out and hitting the target, and I'm getting a signal back. But what you're doing is you're sending out a beam that's quite wide when it gets to the moon, and then you're getting pieces of that reflected back at you. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah, when a photon bounces off of the moon, of course it's not a photon, it's a photon being absorbed by the moon and then re-emitted ultimately, if you think of it in a quantum fashion. The moon has a recoil velocity. It's not very much, but momentum is conserved in any photon interaction. Different people will measure different momenta, but whatever they measure in a collision with a photon and something else, momentum is conserved. This is a fundamental property that's used in analyzing every interaction at the Large Hadron Collider, at any accelerator. Photons have momentum, and momentum is conserved.
Doesn't this lead to the train and the laser, and you shoot a laser in each direction, and it takes? Are you saying one of them will take longer to hit like a target at the same distance away?
Well, I don't know what you just said, but the point is you can give me any specific situation. It can be analyzed and made perfect sense of from the point of view of anybody. It's a reference frame thing.
Okay, so here's the circumstance. You have the observatory telescopes that are shooting the hundreds of watt laser towards the moon, and it hits the retroreflector, and then they receive it. Now, that's the condition. The telescope, of course, is tracking. The laser, of course, is in some sort of a cone, and the peak reflection is coming from the retroreflector, and you'll have some background reflector from the regolith. Can the distance be measured by any elapsed time? Yes or no?
Well, I don't think that's a question for me, but of course it can.
That cone's about 6 kilometers wide at the moon, too.
There we go. That's how wide. I didn't know that.
How far is that spread of light then before when it's traveling up to the moon? How far does it spread out?
That's what I just told you. 6
About
kilometers.
about 6 kilometers. Yeah.
And what comes back? The 6 kilometers.
The light that hits the retroreflector is the stuff
Yeah,
that
but
comes
how
back.
much
A tiny
of the
little
light? How much
fraction
of
of the
the
light
light?
that hits the moon comes back.
How much of the light?
Well, the
I
aperture.
don't know.
The
You can
aperture.
calculate.
That's important, isn't it? How much
Yeah, it is.
light
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
returns?
yeah. The retroreflector array is about 2 foot by 2 foot, 4 square feet, maybe even a square meter of glass reflecting back a portion of that 6 kilometer diameter light disk.
And when you ask for the distance, what distance? The amount of like distance we've moved in that amount of time, and the distance to the moon.
We don't get that.
Yeah, well, that's what you have to figure out what reference frame you're talking about. In the reference frame of the Earth, especially given the fact that we're talking about, 3 seconds, less than 3 seconds, it's perfectly reasonable to consider yourself, use your reference frame in the Earth. You're not moving. The moon is moving roughly perpendicular to you, so the distance isn't changing that much. They end up calculating distances, as I understand it, to the centimeter. That means they have to take into account the delay through the atmosphere on the way up and on the way back. And I don't know the details of that, but once again, this is why we have experts, people who spend their entire life doing these things.
And propagation through the ionosphere has been a high science for ever since the invention of the satellite. They've been broadcast in dual frequency, multiple frequencies, and they can map the delay based on frequency and then give them a cross section of the ionosphere. Yeah, the delay is very well known. Thank you, GPS. Thank you, Transit.
And how long ago was that? Satellite?
GPS is current. That's today, right now.
I know. You said since we've invented it, or since we've started setting. How long ago was that?
Since the invention of the satellite. So you'll just peg 1960. So for only 65 years, yeah.
The same amount of time
we know
over
it, like,
which we've had pictures of the Earth from space showing that it's a globe.
Okay, so that many years, and you're confident, like, yes, we have this down to a science at this point.
Yes, absolutely, because GPS is a working technology based on the success of that understanding.
I don't know. Mine sometimes when I'm driving puts my car like in the ocean.
Well, that's because there's 100 reasons why GPS, in a car environment, in an urban environment, may give some erroneous thing, depending on the integrity of the chipset. But I'll guarantee my $50,000 GPS dual frequency geodetic receiver doesn't fuck up.
Ooh. Like it's literally the algorithm or the programming on these things incorporates the rotation of the Earth, the location of the satellite, the location of your receiver. It has to calculate that and the rotation of the Earth in order to figure out where you are in relative to things around you.
So yeah, you're agreeing then that light conserves momentum.
Well, the idea is that
light doesn't conserve momentum.
Right.
It has momentum, and momentum in any process is conserved.
Okay, I was asking JL Warren.
and you got to think relativistically, like from a relative standpoint. These things are from the frame of reference of the light itself. The two objects, the Earth and the Moon, may as well be standing still. So I don't see why it's this giant issue, because the speed of light does what it does. Whether we're bouncing that light back from the moon. So I'm not exactly certain what the primary issue is.
Like how many miles did we move in that 3 seconds?
Okay,
in that 3 seconds, let me answer. In that 3 seconds, the moon moves relative to us about 3 meters. That's all.
And they incorporate all of that into their algorithm to do the proper calculation. The highest level of science has been dealing with all these motions, which you think, they aren't thinking about.
Remember, it's not linear trajectory. Okay, it's rotation. And so we're talking about degrees, like how many degrees it has rotated in an amount of time. And the Earth rotates 15 degrees.
I thought we're all moving like the sun, the Earth, everything is like shooting.
Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, so we're not talking about like linear trajectory, like a bullet moving from point A to point B. We're talking about things in motion relative to other points. So, for example, the Earth orbits the sun at an arc trajectory. So, relative to the sun's position and where we are in physical space, there is a speed, but it's not like linear speed, like you're driving down a road. Okay, it's relative motion as to where we're at. The moon has relative motion. We have a relative motion. Everything is relative to everything else. All right. So, for example, if you're standing on the moon,
how many miles per second are we moving right now, like through the galaxies, through the universe?
That's not a thing. You can't answer that question if you want to say with respect to some frame that's not
I said
rotating,
to the entire universe. To the entire universe.
Well, that's a hard question to answer, because you have to decide what it is you're going to take to be your reference frame. Things don't have velocity. It's not a property of an object.
Venus.
So like Earth's rotation, you've heard people talk about like the Earth is rotating like what is it, like 1,000 miles an hour? Well, not really. Because
that's not what I'm talking about.
No. Hang on a second. I'm getting there. I'm talking about
like we're getting dragged by the sun through this whatever infinite.
We're not getting dragged. Okay, I'm trying to explain it.
Here we are.
Listen,
we're tethered to the sun, dude.
If you would listen, I'm getting there. Okay, you've probably heard people talk about like the Earth is like orbiting around the sun at like so many thousand miles an hour. All right. That's not like accurate, because when you're talking about 1,000 miles an hour, something traveling 1,000 miles an hour, you're talking about in reference to another point. Okay, in other words, it's passing. We measure it passing us by.
Okay, how about around the Great Attractor then? Around the Great Attractor, how many miles per second are we moving?
Okay, I can't. If the guy's gonna keep just interrupting, there's no point.
Yeah, there's no point
keep interrupting because that's what he does.
No, he would, dude. He was talking about the spin of the Earth when he's obviously not understanding the question.
I'm trying to finish. I'm using an example in order to set up why trying to equate rotational velocity to miles per hour doesn't calculate. I'm trying to set that up so that you can follow me along, so I'm not just dropping in. But if you have a problem with that, we don't need to have the conversation, because you're not interested in being intellectually honest about it. I don't care.
Okay, so we're not moving around the Great Attractor, being dragged by the sun at a certain miles per second.
We're not
being irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the topic
1.3 million
at
miles
hand.
a second.
1.3
million miles an hour.
At 1% the speed of light.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just answer his question. 1.3 million miles an hour relative to the cosmic background radiation.
Thank you.
Stay on topic.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So light is, you're saying in those 3 seconds, right? 1.3 million miles per hour. If we got that down per second, that's how many miles we would have moved from the position when we sent the signal to when we received it. Unless you're saying light is conserving that. Like, yeah, it's just it's just going with us for some reason.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because Don gave a perfect example of the long stick and then shooting the laser out the side of the train, bro.
So you think the laser beam should be peeled off, bending back behind us from the direction we're going?
Yeah, well, no, I think you shoot it straight up. You say you lead the target so you'll hit it, but then I don't think there's any chance of you getting it back with how far you've moved.
It would, because relativistically, for the frame of reference of the light that's traveling, the two objects may as well be standing still. Okay?
They're not,
so if
though.
no, they aren't to us, to the people on the Earth, and if there were people standing on the Earth and people standing on the moon. Okay, the objects are in motion, and visually you can see that. But from the frame of reference of the light itself, those two objects may as well be standing still because of the speed of light. Because when you're calculating speed like that, you're talking about reference frames, okay, like points of reference. That's the whole point. When you're calculating like orbital velocity, like how like the speed of which a thing is doing, you do it in degrees, like the degrees around an object. Okay? So it doesn't calculate like miles per hour. That's not how that works. So I was trying to utilize an example of how we calculate miles per hour so that I could show you how that doesn't work when trying to calculate linear rotation and orbital velocity. Okay? It's two different things.
Okay, yeah. I would say
That's what I was trying to do.
We're on such a big circular path that it's practically linear around the great attractor.
Well, if you talk about the things, okay, so we orbit the sun, and the moon orbits us, and the sun, and the rest of the planets orbit the sun as well, because that holds us into its. Technically, we orbit it. Orbit is falling around it. We fall around it without falling into it. And then the solar system itself also orbits other things, and then things orbit around the Sagittarius A, which is at the center of our galaxy.
Okay.
The Sagittarius A is what holds our galaxy together.
Is that are you claiming a center then?
Yeah, well, the center of the Milky Way Galaxy. The center of the Milky Way Galaxy is Sagittarius A. It's a black hole.
It's a massive black hole.
Yeah, like the center of the Milky Way Galaxy, the galaxy itself, all the arms, the spiral arms of the Milky Way Galaxy are held together, are held in their orbital rotations by the gravity well of Sagittarius A.
And this has been observed in other galaxies as well. This is a common phenomenon in galaxies. This isn't something that we made up right on the spot.
And then is there like a great black hole in the middle, like somewhere that's holding all of these galaxies in their orbital velocities?
Well, that's the thing about space. When you're talking about space, like the universe, there is no center. Because there's no up, there's no down, there's no left, there's no right. Okay, when you're in space, there's no, because these are points of reference. These are points in directions in reference to where the gravitational attraction is. So if you're on Earth, down is towards the center of gravity. If you're out in the middle of space, there is no gravitational center. So there is no up, down, left, right. There's no center point. Because center refers to where the gravity is attracting to.
You're saying so in order to have a center, you have to have up, down, left, and right reference points?
In order to calculate where the center, when we talk about center in relativistic, in relativity, in space, when we're talking about space, in space-time, a center point, like the center of something, is where the gravitational center is. So the things pulling towards it, they pull towards the center of that gravitational point. Okay? But when you're in space and there's no like gravity, like if you were literally in interstellar space, like say you were just floating in interstellar space, okay?
I don't think it's floating. I thought it's free falling. What are you talking about?
Well, no,
floating?
because if you were in, there's no gravity. So when you are in interstellar space, say you're just
no
in
gravity is free fall.
Torah, will you please listen? If you were in interstellar space and there's no gravitational bodies around you, okay, there is no up, down, left, or right. There's no orientation because orientation is determined by where gravity is.
Or
we determine an up orientation in the opposite direction of the gravitational pull.
Well, do you have any empirical evidence for that claim?
Okay, so we detect a gravitational pull. It pulls towards the center of the gravitational well, towards the object with dense. Don't say, hang on, with the object with mass. So the object with mass has an effect on space-time. We call that effect gravity. Okay, the closer you get to it, the more intense the gravity. So the opposite direction is what we call up. The direction towards the gravitational center is what we call down. But that requires a gravitational well in order to calculate. If you are in interstellar space around no gravity wells, if you're just in dead space, there is no gravitational center, so therefore there is no orientation. You can't orient up, down, left, or right, or whatever. You could do it to yourself. You could say, I'm turning left or I'm turning right, but there technically is no up or down because there is no gravity.
Okay, so no empirical evidence for the claim, but so then you're saying at the center of the Earth, at the center of the Earth, then if I were to go there, is that no gravity then in the very center?
The center of the Earth? No, that would be the gravity increases the greater the density or the greater the mass of the object. So you understand how gravity is calculated, right? The direct relationship, the 1-to-1 correlation between an object's mass and its gravitational effect.
Yes, I've been told that.
Okay, you understand how we calculate that and how we empirically confirm it, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the greater an object's mass, the greater its gravitational effect. Now, you can get outside of the gravitational well of an object.
Okay, I was asking about like the center of the Earth, like drilling down into the Earth, and you get to the center point. You think that would be a point where there would be no up, down, left, or right? And then at that point you would just be in zero gravity,
well,
right?
at that point, if you were at the center of the Earth, then technically, yeah, it would be akin. But the problem is if you're talking about like pressure, the pressure would be so intense that you would just be liquefied. Because the closer you get to the gravitational well, the more compressed it gets. The hotter, the denser that area becomes. The further away you get, the less gravity. The closer you get to it, the greater the gravity. This is why you weigh less at the top of a skyscraper than you do down on the ground.
Okay, yeah, I get that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is if there was a material that could survive in that scenario, it would just get trapped into the center of the Earth and just stay floating.
It would just stay there because literally you're at the gravitational epicenter. You're just there. And so there technically would be no orientation of up or down because you're technically there. The orientation that you would call up or down, technically you could go left and right. I'm turning to my right, I'm turning to my left. But like looking up, where is looking up when there is no down?
Oh my goodness. What's with the half stepping? Like you'll grant left and right, but not up and down. Like
well, left and right is an orientation from where you are. So you know your right hand and you know your left hand.
So it's up and down. It's an orientation
up and down. Up and down. Well, no. Here's the problem. If you don't have a downward accelerating force, you can't tell where up is.
Yeah, it's up. Your up is your head and down is your feet. Like left is your left hand and right is your right hand.
No.
Well, I mean,
I remember this argument goes back a while. Remember Ruhif? I don't know if anybody goes back that far. I hadn't seen him around for a while, but he used to talk about, they used to try and trap Ruhif with this one. Because right to the center, you're essentially being pulled in all directions. So it would be sort of ground zero, if you will. There would be zero gravity in the very center.
I think sometimes in these conversations there's a tension between our natural tendency to think about Newtonian gravity and the fact that relativistic gravity makes a lot more sense. So you need to be able to translate back and forth. An object in free fall is what we call an object that is floating. An object in free float is free fall. An object in free fall experiences no gravity because there literally is no gravity in a freely falling reference frame. When we say that the astronauts are weightless, they really are weightless because there is no gravity, no gravitational force in the International Space Station. That, despite the fact that it's really close to the Earth, And so when I say that, I'm talking kind of in a relativistic viewpoint. From a Newtonian viewpoint, you say, no, there's gravity, but they're just falling along with the International Space Station. And so I only break in just to say some of these things are a result of willful sometimes and sometimes just confused mistakings of relativistic ideas and Newtonian ideas. It's not that there's no gravity at the center of the Earth. It's that if you remain stationary, you won't feel a gravitational force. If you're at the center of the Earth in an upward accelerator, in an elevator that's accelerating toward the surface of the Earth, you will feel gravity. And that's because there is gravity in that reference frame. So I know a lot of this gets confusing, but I just think the point is that we make a lot of mistakes by conflating relativistic ideas of gravity with Newtonian ideas. You can make sense of things either way, but you have to do them both differently.
Offer the solutions, man.
Let's hear the solution. Let's say this better be good. This better be really good.
Please offer the solution, sir. Since you think
I thought you were going to offer a better one, Don.
Well, here, how about just ignore this extra gravity's not there, because gravity's there in all reference frames. Okay, what does relativity get you? Your decay rates, your different decay measurements, like, because Newtonian does everything you need, and you know it does.
Well, it does everything we need for the discussions we have around here, but it doesn't, for instance, explain the precession of Mercury's orbit. It doesn't explain gravitational lensing. Doesn't explain lots of things, but none of those things are important for conversations about the shape of the Earth.
I don't know how you think it doesn't.
Well, I don't know how you think it does. So
I think it does.
Yeah, Newton didn't actually. He hated mass attracts mass, didn't he, John?
He did. He specifically said, he didn't say it in these words, but essentially he said it's a crazy idea, and yet it works.
Dude also drank mercury for its curative powers. So,
There you go. So that ought to be reason enough to dismiss him.
No, to each their own. I mean, people can be smart in one area and not be smart in another area. Just because you're an expert in one doesn't make you an expert in all. I mean,
wasn't he an alchemist?
Think if Darwin had access to Mendel, think if Darwin was aware of what Mendel was doing, wow, how things would have been different if literally Darwin was aware of another contemporary of his and the work that he was doing in genetics. Okay, before understanding of the work he was doing in heredity. So imagine if he'd been aware of that. Because he wasn't, because Mendel didn't publish it in an obscure journal, and nobody was really reading his stuff. So
wait, so Newton died of mercury poisoning? You're saying
he used mercury as a curative.
Wait, did he die from it then?
I don't think he died. Yeah, obviously, I think it might have contributed to some of his health issues, but
did it? How do you know that?
That's historical record.
Yeah. So he was an alchemist, right? And that's not like a strange thing in the people of alchemy that they boil down metals and then distill them and turn them into stuff and then ingest it. Right? And the dude didn't die from doing that, and you're saying it wasn't true?
Say that him being an alchemist makes him less trustable? What's your point?
No, that's what I felt they were saying. I felt like they were saying because he's an alchemist, we shouldn't trust him.
No, it's just that some people some people can be experts in one area and not be experts in another. So yeah, you can say that, boom, Newton was right about these things, but he was wrong about a lot of other stuff. Like he had some really silly beliefs. It's kind of like there was this one guy who was instrumental in our development, I think in the development of rocket propulsion in like fuel. Like he revolutionized rocket propulsion. And I can't remember his name, but he was also like, a weird new agey. He was a weird
Kelvin.
new
Sorry,
age.
my bad, Lord Kelvin.
Yeah, no, was it Kelvin? I can't remember. Like it was some other guy, but
you're talking about Jack Parsons.
Jack Parsons.
Yeah.
Oh, my
and
bad.
so you can do excellent stuff in one field.
You're not seeing the connection between all these people.
So,
bro.
I'm just saying you can do great things in one field and then still be really, really silly in other ones. So,
but it wasn't silly to do alchemy at the time of Newton. It wasn't at all silly to do alchemy. Nobody knew anything about chemistry, nuclear physics. It was completely reasonable to do the kinds of things that they were doing then. We now know better, but there's lots of things you do that are good science before you know why it didn't make sense to be doing them.
Well, I mean, it must have made sense to a certain extent because we still value gold the same way. And the alchemists, you know what they did with gold.
Yeah, but that didn't have anything to do with the fact that there was alchemy.
How do you know that? You don't know that for sure.
Gold is valuable because it's rare and it's pretty.
Yeah, that's retarded.
no, that's exactly the reason why gold is valuable.
No,
because
it would be better as a pragmatic approach. Just like every single time you go to why does this work, and we know it works because of its pragmatic abilities, there would obviously be a reason for gold to be valuable more than its rarity. That's ridiculous, and that it's pretty. That's
What's
absolutely
ridiculous is
ridiculous.
to think that that's not why gold is valuable.
there are better metals than gold. Like there are better metals, but they're just more
You don't
common.
know
which is
for
why they-
what purpose, though. You have no idea what purpose.
metals. You know, like there's only so many purposes, so many uses you can have for metals. Typically, they're utilized for conductivity. Okay, because that's what metals do. They conduct.
Have you ever heard of monatomic gold?
There are different varieties, yes, but gold is not the best metal out there because structurally, it's one of the softest. Okay.
Also, alchemy, when it refers to gold, it's just kind of the allegory for what alchemy is. Like the idea of like taking base metals. It's like actually take like plastic. You know what I mean? It's like a form of alchemy. You're putting all this shit together and creating plastic. That's something you can use. You know what I mean? So you're taking all this shit, putting it together, making something valuable.
Alchemy was the predecessor to chemistry. I mean, alchemy turned into chemistry.
It's from an Arabic word. It means I think it means transition or transmutation. I have to check. But it's alchemia, which is alchemy.
Yeah, it's just like the ability to take base. Like the concept is just eloquently described in regards to people who would take base metals and try to produce gold from it and then sell it so that they could get value for it. So it's like, it's just an allegory for any kind of, it's like any kind of allegory to that.
It's in the word itself. Alchemist, alchemy. Alchemist.
No, it means alchemia, which is from Arabic, which means the art of transmutation of metal, and the is the art of transmutating metals. That's what it means. It's from Arabic and Greek.
Yeah, and I think it's just an example of like what it is to, create something and produce, and have it be valuable, and then.
Yeah, but there's evidence of people like ingesting.
Well, I don't know, not that there isn't, but people also drink piss, fucking, just saying, but also the idea that being that, gold is, it is like an ancient form of a symbol of beauty and all this stuff. But I don't unless you're going to get into the Enki theory that gold was needed for the spacesuits so they could go through the Van Allen belts, because that's where that goes to. You know what I mean?
Why couldn't they just use lead or water or rock? Anything dense can stop radiation.
Oh, right.
I think we need to explore. I think we need to explore the Enki theory more.
And that's right, and that's where you get into if gold. Well, I mean Zachariah Sitchin, if you're going to take him seriously, you know what I mean. And then if you're going to take all those, if you're not going to take all those people seriously, then you have to also
it would be okay if I used your address.
I think you have a mic left.
Darlington, you're hot mic.
Mute him.
Jeez.
But alchemy is just I think just that. It's not. We've kind of turned it into the term of chemistry or, use the all sense and all purposeful meaning of that, of taking all the elements and being able. It's like when people can produce. I don't know. What's a great example of that?
I mean, this sounds like something a gatekeeper would say, honestly.
Well, a gatekeeper to what? The Yankee story?
I'm just kidding, dude.
You know, like that's how I feel though. It's like till what? Because like all of a sudden you wind up in this like space fucking.
Maybe it would be
wars.
better if we don't talk about like miracle ancient civilizations advanced
Well, yeah, like
aliens or
Tiamat. You know about
something.
Tiamat? Do you know about Tiamat and shit? You know about fucking Michael Tessarian?
I mean, no,
Yeah.
but
No,
Don't talk
oh
about it's like
man, dude,
it's
talk
like
about
mainstream. It's on
fucking
the
like
History
that's
Channel.
right. That's the mainstream fucking like go to of like what's coming up, man. That's like Operation Bluebeam's whole fucking playbook right there. You know, like the whole idea that the fucking aliens needed the gold to make the suits to get out, and that's why Enki was made to mine the gold, and that's why people today think it's fucking valuable. That whole shit. You might as well talk about Lloyd Pye and the rest of it.
You mean the shit that was the basis for Cowboys versus Aliens?
You see. Now
Probably
this
somewhere
is a
along those
valuable
lines.
subject.
For sure. Like, this is a valuable subject if you're going to accept the whole space theory shit. But to me, it's like there's nothing more. And this is what I dig about like the globe Earth is that it's like the most psychedelic cosmology if you kind of open up to it. But it's also like just goes everything against your directly experience, which makes it even more psychedelic, you know. But I appreciate it, you know. But like, do you got how many like you know show of hands like who thinks that fucking gold is valuable because you know the aliens needed it?
What? That's one of the craziest conspiracy theories I've heard.
Yes,
I've heard other things
I
from
enjoyed that Daniel Craig movie too.
I've heard other things about. I've heard they come up with even crazier stories, like the Knights Templar.
I was about to say
claims, like just to the fact that they turn it into cakes, and then like with drinking blood and eating that, like whatever they turn it into, it like makes them vitalized, energized.
Why would the Knights Templar drink blood?
It's on the History Channel. You guys are acting like this is some crazy conspiracy. It's on the History Channel.
Yeah, but the History Channel no longer talks about history; it talks about crazy conspiracies. Might as well call themselves the Crazy Conspiracy Channel nowadays.
Yeah, I know. They're like telling us how the Earth's glow.
Have you heard the new Kanye West song?
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I saw the new Kanye West song. It's banned on all digital platforms, apparently. I wonder why.
It's fucking so hard too. That shit is hard as hell. Don't
Don't say that, Issa. Come on.
This is I was just humming, man.
You know
How
better
wild,
than
though.
that.
Like it's that History Channel-esque, like you know what I mean?
Wait, so in your opinion, then, you said it's definitely just valuable because it's pretty and there's not a lot of it.
I mean, I don't know. It just seems like it does seem like a simple, like you know, a simple thing, man. People are simple, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like you know, and I just
it's not even true that there's not a lot of it. Gold is all over the universe.
Hard to
On
get, man.
Earth, gold is difficult to extract, but it is here.
And I don't even find it pretty. So there's two refutations right in this room.
Well, no, but also what's good about gold? It's like again, it's like, dude, I always think of it like even the financial system. As much as everyone is like, oh, but that's man-made. Like, dude, everything was created by the good Lord, dude. Like, for some reason, gold has its place in this market of like fucking craziness. You know what I mean? For some reason, there's like some semblance of like, you know, of I don't know. It's just very interesting and like. I don't know why the Lord made it that way, but it is that way, dude. And gold is like something that retains its value.
This is a good conversation. Let's talk about the God that you think exists.
Well, I mean,
not again.
Well, hold on. I mean, like you know, because I mean, not to whatever. Just I look at it like, would you agree that like there's only two types of people: creditors and debtors?
No.
No. Why?
Because you can have a person who has no debt and is not owed any money.
I mean, really though, aren't you always like indebted to your parents who gave you like everything and taught you what you needed? Like you were nurtured as a child, right?
Yeah, but that's pushing the definition of creditors and debtors.
Right. That would literally just be you interpreting as like there's a subjective interpretation or a contextual definition of what like crediting or debted. You know,
I'm
being
just
in
saying
debt
there's
to.
always an ebb and a flow, man. There's always a creditor and a debtor. Not that either one is good or bad. It's just like a part of like it's like positive and negative.
Yeah, but
in
that's if you
electricity. It's not like.
But that's if you think you. It's if you like subjectively feel like you owe someone something. I myself don't owe anyone anything, and I have no debt. I have no debt. No one owes me anything, and I owe nobody else anything. All my shit is paid off. I own the land that I live on. I'm good.
You gotta pay taxes on it, or they'll take it away.
You still gotta pay
from you.
property tax, though, right?
Yeah, but that's not debt.
I'm just saying, no, it's not debt, but I'm just saying to say, like, it's still just all I'm trying, and I'm not even like, and I'm trying to make
what is
this
the
more,
metaphor that you're trying to do? So like,
yeah, I'm trying to go somewhere else with it. Like, I don't want to like nitpick about it, but the idea that like there's creditors and debtors, right? And like the creditors in law, right? They don't have to reveal themselves, right?
Well,
so creditor,
you might want to use.
well, sorry, I don't. Even though I'm over
yin
your
and
head, bro. I'm just gonna go with it for a second. It's just the idea that like the creditor like never has to identify himself, like even in court, right? He can always send like somebody and remain anonymous if he so chooses, right? As a creditor. So like the creator, right, is not something that you would ever see because you're just dealing with his creation. And the evidence for that is the complexity of the creation itself. And so like
why does it have to be a creator?
What is it?
Why does it have to be a creator? Couldn't it be like a naturalistic process? Couldn't we call the universe?
Well, hold on, it's not about the what if is irrelevant. It's about the what is. Like, you know what I mean? So like the what if, like I'm looking at like reality before me. Like when I see a flower and a fucking bee that corresponds with it and a fucking wasp that wants to, you know what I mean? When you see all the shit and the way it all works together and the complexity to it and the beauty in it and the like harmony of it.
Are we doing vibes-based philosophy now, Issa?
What's that?
The what is comes from the what if, and the what is breeds more what ifs.
Right, but the what if is like none of your business to a certain extent because you're still bound by the laws of creation. Like you can muse about it, you can fucking think about it, but you still need oxygen to breathe. You're still confined by the realm of creation.
Right. That doesn't mean anything.
So you're subject to the laws of creation. You're not actually an author of it.
No, we're subject to the laws of nature. Hold on.
Guys, one at a time, please. One at a time, please.
It doesn't mean that you should just. It doesn't mean you should give up trying to understand it. It doesn't mean you should just.
That's not what I said.
Well,
Issa, wait. Please let him finish.
I know that's not necessarily what you said, but that's kind of what it will allude to. If you say, well, the creator did it, you get to a point where you don't have to look anymore. That's the limitation of your knowledge. That's all you want to take. That's all you want to look for. That's you. Stopped.
Well, no. See, that's a disrespect to the discernment you were given. Like that's what I think. You know what I mean? So I'm not of that opinion. My point is that there is these like natural fact of things that you have to be observant of, and if you're going to try to live outside those things, you'd be mad. And so, like, understanding those laws and those rules that you're potentially subject to, you know what I mean? Whether you like it or not, is kind of part of the fucking lesson or something here. Because, like, I just think that when it comes to the creator, to get back to that point, like, it's self-evident that there's a creator. Like, there is. Now, that doesn't. One second. That doesn't explain away the like trying to understand creation. It just means that it does. To a certain extent, like you guys have permit me one miracle, right? And I can explain everything.
Okay, well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Issa, you're monologuing.
Here's the problem. If you're saying like, we need to permit you a miracle, the question then becomes, what exactly is a miracle? Like, what are you defining as a miracle?
Well, like what your explanation of the Big Bang is.
That's not a miracle.
Well, why
just
can't we work out what put these laws? Why can't we work out or investigate what put?
Okay, so here's the problem. If he's talking about the difference between necessitarianism and regulatory theory,